The humble servant, seemingly timid, is indeed a master in disguise. Tasked with menial labor to earn spirit stones, he finds himself assigned to work alongside a beautiful celestial maiden. Although he appears cowardly, fearful of death, and disinterested, solely motivated by spirit stones, he is met with disdain and complaints from the maiden. Yet when he truly dedicates himself, he astonishes her, revealing his prowess. Chapter 1. The Mind Servant. In the Xintian continent, within the Flowing Cloud sect, a strikingly handsome youth, around 16 or 17 years of age, toils vigorously in the dark depths of a mine, extracting mysterious iron ore. Clang, clang, clang. The mining pick strikes the hard rock face repeatedly, sending sparks flying and producing a resonant metallic sound. However, after a considerable period, he has managed to collect less than half a basket of ore. It has been 2 months since I arrived in this world. When will this arduous existence come to an end? Liu Yu cast aside his pickaxe and collapsed onto the ground, lamenting. Once a fearsome special forces operative in his previous life, he now finds himself laboring in hardship. Here, power reigns supreme, and various extraordinary techniques and martial arts abound. When he first entered this realm, he was filled with joy, eager to seize the opportunity to rectify all the regrets of his past life. However, it wasn't long before the harshness of reality delivered a sobering lesson. With inferior spirit roots, each step forward is fraught with insurmountable difficulties, compounded by a lack of noble lineage. From the moment he stepped into the realm of immortals, his tragic fate was sealed. The lower one's cultivation, the more arduous it becomes to acquire spirit stones. The scarcity of spirit stones in turn slows the advancement of one's cultivation. This creates a despairing cycle of stagnation. That it seems a change must be made. Should I resort to theft? With this thought, Liu Yu suddenly hoisted his hoe and began to dig fervently. With a resounding clang, an unusual sound echoed as a rusted, diminutive iron sword was unearthed. What is this? Liu Yu grasped the small sword and examined it closely. The iron sword was the size of a dart, its design ancient, buried underground for who knows how many years. Could this possibly be a treasure? Immediately, Liu Yu's breath quickened in excitement. To validate his hypothesis, he endeavored to infuse the small sword with spiritual energy. However, there was no response whatsoever. Next, he attempted to stimulate the sword with his consciousness, but it remained as inert as a lifeless object, devoid of any reaction. He then employed various methods to investigate further, even resorting to biting his finger and letting his blood drip onto it. Yet still, he was met with disappointment. After toiling for the better part of the day, Liu Yu finally came to terms with the reality. What a load of nonsense. This is no treasure at all. I've only succeeded in causing myself needless joy, and I've even delayed today's task. Fuming, Liu Yu hurled the black lump away with force. By evening, upon completing his task and returning to the sect in a weary state, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful young maiden waiting in front of his stone dwelling upon. Seeing the young girl ahead, Liu Yu could not help but display a trace of relief. The girl, named Li Cece, was the betrothed of the original owner of this body, arranged since childhood. Li Cece had fallen into misfortune at a young age and was fostered by the Liu family. However, her aptitude for cultivation far surpassed that of Liu Yu. After entering the Liu sect, the original owner had toiled diligently over the years, laboring from dawn till dusk to earn spirit stones, all to ensure that Li Cece could cultivate without worry. She had risen to the occasion, successfully becoming an inner disciple after passing numerous rigorous assessments not long ago. It was believed that with her newfound success, a brighter future awaited him. Yet, the first words that escaped Li Cece's lips upon their meeting nearly shattered his composure. "Brother Liu, I have come to annul our engagement," Li Cece spoke, biting her lip shyly. "Why?" Feeling the original owner's lingering consciousness brimming with intense reluctance, Liu Yu could not help but inquire. It was not that he was unwilling, rather, he sought clarity regarding her reasoning. "My senior sister says my future is boundless, urging me to sever worldly ties and devote myself to the path. As for you, you would only become my burden," Li Cece explained softly. "Then what about you? What do you think?" Liu Yu felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the core. "But I also believe it is best for us not to maintain contact in the future. After all, we are no longer from the same world, of course. You may present any conditions. As long as they are not excessive, I shall compensate you. Li Sisi hesitated before. Continuing, Lu fell into silence. I in the beast tide 3 years ago. The original owner's parents sacrificed their lives at a young age while attempting to rescue the lagging Li Sisi during their retreat. Over these 3 years, the original owner had cherished the other more than their own life, toiling daily to earn spirit stones to support her cultivation, even exhausting themselves to the point of demise. Yet what awaited was this outcome. Brother Lu, face reality, we can never return to the past. Li Sisi sighed softly, gazing ahead. She understood Lu Ye's sorrow, but that did not alter the situation. You have spirit stones? Lu Yu suddenly inquired. Lic's heart tightened at his words. Was he truly going to ask for a king's ransom? Although she was grateful to Lu Yu, she did not wish to pay too steep a price. After all, her aspirations extended beyond merely becoming an ordinary inner disciple. Here are 100 spirit stones. Will this suffice? Li Sisi bit her silver teeth, producing a quarter of her savings. Having just entered the inner sect, her financial situation was far from ample. Lu Yu accepted the storage bag, extracted 50 spirit stones, and then returned the remainder. In these years, I have given you 50 spirit stones, henceforth consider it settled. With that, Lu Yu turned without a moment's hesitation and walked away. Lic was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lu Yu would only require such a modest sum. She watched the figure of the departing individual fade away. A sudden heaviness enveloped her heart, as though she had lost something of utmost value. However, she swiftly regained her composure, and her gaze gradually transformed into one of resolve. Do not blame me for being pragmatic after all. It is your own shortcomings that have led us here. The matter concerning Li Sisi did not cast a significant shadow over Lu Ye's spirits. He merely felt a twinge of regret on behalf of the original owner of those sentiments. Chapter 2. The Illusory Realm. Fortunately, it was not himself. In the quietude of the night, within the stone abode, Lu Yu, despite his exhaustion, steadfastly persisted in his meditation for an hour. Just as he was about to rest, he was startled to discover an iron lump had mysteriously appeared beside him. Wasn't this the small iron sword he had unearthed during the day? How did it find its way into his chamber? Lu Yu felt as though he were haunted. He vividly recalled discarding the small iron sword, and was certain he had not brought it back. Could it possibly be a treasure? Even in his naivety, he realized that this small sword was anything but ordinary. Thus, he embarked on a series of experiments, undeterred by failure. This time, he was no longer left empty-handed. Time slipped away as he toiled tirelessly, unaware of how long he had been at it or what mechanisms he had activated. When he once again focused his mind on the small sword, he suddenly felt a swift pull, and to his astonishment, his consciousness was transported to a dimly lit cave. The cave was barren, yet the walls bore a haphazard inscription. Within the cave lies the universe. A universe? What sort of universe? Lu Yu groped around for a long while, yet he could not discern the meaning of those words. Fortunately, he was never lacking in tenacity. After an entire night of relentless exploration and countless attempts, he finally began to unravel some of the cave's enigmatic functions. This is a realm of illusion endowed with the capacity to simulate reality. Within this space, one can conjure any object from the external world by merely channeling a certain amount of spiritual energy, and the tactile sensation is remarkably authentic. Even more astonishingly, should one continuously infuse spiritual energy, the entities within this illusory realm can evolve and develop in accordance with specific patterns, resembling a genuine microcosm situated in a parallel dimension. Naturally, this endeavor demands a vast supply of spiritual energy. When he withdrew his consciousness from the illusionary space, he observed the small iron sword suddenly shedding its multiple layers of outer shell, transforming into a delicate white jade sword that swiftly darted into his dantian. This spectacle left Lu Yu utterly astounded. Such an object was undoubtedly extraordinary. The potential of this illusionary space led him to contemplate its application in the art of artifact refinement. Refining artifacts is a profound skill that can transmute the mundane into the extraordinary. If he could master the craft of an artifact refiner, he might accumulate a substantial fortune in spirit stones, perhaps even altering his dismal fate. Resolute in his decision, he ventured forth. Before dawn on the following day, Lu Yu arrived early at the sect's marketplace. After expending a considerable sum of 52 spirit stones, he acquired a foundational jade slip on artifact refinement and, filled with anticipation, hurried back to his stone chamber to practice within the illusionary space. As he channeled spiritual energy, any refining material he envisioned would promptly manifest before him, ready for his study and forging. Regrettably, mastering the art of weapon forging is far from a simple endeavor. Without a mentor to guide him, he spent several days in contemplation and countless attempts at simulation, yet still found himself unable to penetrate its mysteries. It became evident that he must seek formal instruction. Initially, he considered the forging hall of the sect, but quickly dismissed the notion. The prestigious sect's forging halls offer generous treatment, placing great emphasis on aptitude and potential, making them inaccessible to the average individual. He had previously attempted to gain entry, only to face significant discouragement. Thus, he was left with no choice but to explore some lesser-known forges. In the following days, Lu Yu wandered around various forges in the vicinity of Luyun City, seeking a position as a forging apprentice. However, nearly every shopkeeper, upon discerning Lu Yu's background, shook their head in refusal. "We are sorry, but we do not hire apprentices of such a low caliber. Regrettably, we are already at full capacity. We only accept apprentices capable of crafting magical artifacts." After visiting numerous forges, not a single one was willing to take him in. A wave of bitterness swept over Lu Yu's heart. Clearly, learning the craft of forging was far more challenging than he had anticipated. It stands to reason, for forging is indeed a highly coveted skill, not easily acquired. Dejected, he walked along the bustling streets of Liyunyun City. Just as despair was about to engulf him completely, he suddenly caught sight of a forge ahead, its exterior adorned with a sign that read hiring cooks. "Let me give it one last try," Lu Yu resolved, refusing to succumb to hopelessness. If things do not improve, he would have no choice but to return to his previous role as a mere errand boy. With a determined heart, he adjusted his attire and stepped into the forge. The establishment was modest in size, where an elderly man with a gray beard leisurely reclined in a chair, lost in thought. Nearby, two middle-aged apprentices were diligently hammering away at unidentifiable ores on the anvil. At the reception desk sat a strikingly beautiful young woman, resting her chin on her hand with an air of ennui. She exuded an enchanting charm, blending purity with a hint of playfulness, resembling a fairy descended from the heavens. Who would have thought such a beauty could exist in this bustling marketplace? Lu Yu quickly donned a smile and approached the reception, ready to speak. However, the young woman suddenly broke into a sweet smile and said, "I'm sorry, but we are not accepting any more apprentices at this shop." A Lu Yu's expression froze instantaneously. How did she know before I even spoke? Being rejected before he had a chance to express himself left him feeling quite embarrassed. However, with no option to retreat, he could not simply leave in dejection. Chapter 3. The alchemist chef. Thus, he could only feign calmness and said, "I am not here to be an apprentice alchemist." "Oh, are you implying that you have come to practice alchemy?" The elegant female cultivator continued to smile, though her expression bore a hint of teasing. "Not exactly," Lu Yu replied, shaking his head in exasperation. How was he so easily seen through? "Then what is your purpose?" "I have come to apply for the position of chef." Lu Yu resolved to be bold. Since he could not be an apprentice alchemist, he might as well embrace the role of a chef. After all, it was still somewhat related. "A chef? You?" The elegant female cultivator was clearly taken aback, and then she let out a laugh. "You can't possibly be here just for me, can you?" And she could not help but tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. The man before her appeared rather foolish, clearly embarrassed yet so concerned about his image. In recent times, many had approached her under various pretenses to get close, and she had honed her ability to see through such ruses. "What makes you say that?" Lu Yu found himself bewildered. While he did admit that the female cultivator was a rare beauty, was she not being a tad too self-absorbed? "There have been no fewer than 80 people who have tried to get close to me in such a manner," the cultivator continued to chuckle. "I assure you, I am not here for you. I swear," Lu Yu exclaimed earnestly, his tone resolute. And Ruashi's smile faltered slightly upon hearing such a definitive declaration. Was he truly so certain? It makes one feel like a grotesque creature. The chef receives little remuneration, merely a single spirit stone for 2 months of toil. Her tone turned somewhat frigid. "It's of no concern. The chef still has to serve tea and water. It truly matters not. The chef must also attend to the cleaning. That is also of no issue." "Very well, you shall do." And Ruashi felt a tinge of irritation. This fellow possesses quite a stubborn tongue. Let us see how long he can maintain such obstinacy. She sensed that he had come for her, yet he stubbornly refused to admit it. To unveil his true nature, she resolved to make him retreat in defeat. Go now and prepare a dish of beef tendon for me. And Ruo she tossed a chunk of demon beef tendon to Lu Yu, instructing him. All right. Lu Yu nodded, accepting the beef tendon and briskly entering the kitchen to process it. This chunk of demon beef consisted primarily of resilient tendon, with scant meat, belonging to that category of flavorless yet difficult to discard. Generally, affluent households would simply discard it, reserving such remnants for impoverished cultivators who might savor the essence of spirit meat. However, Lu Yu happened to know a method to transform this tendon from waste into treasure. He held great confidence in his culinary skills. Not only did he boast a brilliant record from his days as a military cook in a previous life, but he had also crafted numerous delicacies since his arrival in this realm. With impeccable knife skills, he meticulously dissected the tendon, slicing it into small portions, and then marinated and stir-fried it with an array of seasonings. And Ruo she observed in astonishment, realizing that such astonishing culinary skills could only be achieved through decades of dedication. Could it be that this individual truly sought employment as a chef? Yet, he hardly seemed to fit that mold. It appeared that this young man was indeed a master, coming well prepared for the task at hand. Thus, he could not be allowed to remain. After the passage of a single incense stick, a fragrant plate of stir-fried beef tendon was presented. The enticing aroma immediately drew the attention of two middle-aged apprentices, who ceased their work, while even the elderly man, who had been dozing, abruptly awoke from his slumber. Ruashi, is this your new chef? He inquired, shamelessly leaning in to grasp a piece from the meat platter. Well, sort of. And Ruashi replied with a hint of hesitation. Indeed, quite good. He is the one. The old man nodded vigorously after sampling a few bites, decisively making his choice. And Ruashi felt a twinge of discontent. Was a mere plate of beef enough to sell her granddaughter? However, with the elder's words, her plans were temporarily thwarted. Nevertheless, it mattered not. There was ample time ahead. Thus, Lu Yu remained at the small shop, taking up residence in the cluttered storeroom of the backyard. Aside from preparing meals 3 times a day, he spent the remainder of his time discreetly observing the apprentices as they forged tools, while also practicing in the simulated realm. The shop housed 2 middle-aged apprentices, one named Wang Dechue, who was corpulent yet shrewd, and the other named Shizhu, who was rather simple-minded and earnest. Both individuals were part-time workers from a nearby small family, coming and going at their leisure, yet they consistently received a handsome remuneration from the little shop each month. Ever since they learned that a chef had joined the establishment, they began to treat Lu Yu with a lack of courtesy, frequently commanding him to perform various menial tasks. However, they were unwilling to impart any truly valuable knowledge to him, adhering to the principle that knowledge is not to be lightly shared, lest the disciple outshine the master. Consequently, Lu Yu could only glean fragments of wisdom from their scattered remarks, retreating to his room to study and validate what he had learned. Xiao Lu, come help me massage my back. I'm utterly exhausted. Xiao Lu, come help me start a fire. Xiao Lu, pour me a cup of tea. These constant summons kept Lu Yu perpetually occupied, yet he maintained an exceptionally amiable demeanor, showing no signs of irritation. Brother Wang, what kind of technique are you employing? Lu Yu would occasionally seize the opportunity while serving tea to sidle up to Wang Dazue, feigning casual interest. Oh, do you wish to learn? Wang Dazue immediately grew wary. No. I merely seek to broaden my horizons, Lu Yu replied with a disarming smile. Leg, I'm not underestimating you, but even if you studied for a decade, you might not grasp it. Wang Dazue scoffed. I advise you to abandon that notion. Do you truly think a mere chef could learn the art of weapon forging? Do you consider it child's play? Brother Wang, I am genuinely just curious. Please share a bit with me. Go away, do not trouble me. Although both apprentices are quite protective of their skills, Lu Yu's thick skin prevails. After 2 months of piecing together their fragmented words and relentless simulations, Lu Yu successfully mastered the art of material purification and fusion. Meanwhile, Ruashi, having observed Lu Yu's genuine intentions over this period, ceased to be antagonistic towards him. Everything appeared to be so idyllic. Lu Yu felt a profound sense of fulfillment in his days. In May, dawn arrived earlier each day. On this particular morning, Lu Yu rose early to unlock the doors of his small forging shop. His simulations from the previous night had yielded fruitful results, and he was eager to continue his clandestine learning. However, after waiting for more than half an hour and meticulously tidying the shop inside and out, the others had yet to arrive. Gazing at the forging hammer upon the anvil, Lu Yu felt a sudden urge to indulge his passion. Thus, he picked up a piece of black iron, or, and earnestly began to strike it upon the anvil, the rhythmic clinks resonating throughout the shop. Fortunately, he felt no sense of awkwardness. It seemed that the sensations within the illusionary space mirrored those of reality. A wave of relief washed over Lu Yu. Chapter 4. Observing the crafting of artifacts at that moment, a young female cultivator unexpectedly entered, startling him. He initially thought it was merely an apprentice from the shop. Unauthorized, he certainly lacked the qualification to handle the forging tools. The female cultivator glanced around, and, upon noticing only Lu Yu present, inquired, "Young master, may I ask if Master Zhao is here?" Upon hearing the term young master, Lu Yu felt a surge of delight within and greeted her warmly. "Master Zhao has yet to arrive. What is it that you wish to forge?" "I wish to craft a fire attribute spirit sword weighing 10 pounds and measuring 3 feet in length," she replied. Seeing Lu Yu wielding a hammer, she assumed he was also a craftsman and promptly stated her requirements. "Oh, what materials have you brought?" Lu Yu inquired, having accumulated considerable experience through his recent studies of the jade slips. "They are all right here," she answered, producing a collection of fire jade and ores from her storage pouch. Lu Yu examined the materials and assessed the female cultivator before shaking his head. "Pardon my directness, but this size of spirit sword is not suitable for you." "Oh, how so?" she asked, intrigued. Since her initiation, she had always used swords of this size, accustomed to them and rarely experimenting with others. "Given your height and build, a more agile approach would suit you better. A slightly smaller spirit sword would be more appropriate." "If you do not believe me, why not give it a try?" Lu Yu suggested, then selected a smaller sword from the shop's inventory and tossed it to the female cultivator. Upon receiving the spiritual sword, the female cultivator gently wielded a few sword techniques, and her form trembled slightly. It seemed, perhaps, that she truly felt a greater fluidity. A senior had once remarked that she was suited for a more agile path. Thus, she had consciously begun to train in light and agile sword techniques. Yet, for reasons unknown, she always felt they were inferior to her original style. It now appeared that the sword was the cause. This young man is indeed a master craftsman. His discerning eye is nothing short of professional. The image of Lu Yu suddenly elevated in the female cultivator's mind. Moreover, you are still lacking a bit of ice spiritual sand in your materials. Lu Yu suddenly spoke again. "Ice spiritual sand. I am forging a fire spiritual sword. What need have I for that?" The female cultivator paused momentarily. Women naturally possess a colder constitution. Using a fire spiritual sword may not pose immediate issues, yet over time, it could lead to irritability. Although the impact may be minor, it is ultimately undesirable, Lu Yu explained. "Is that so? Then I shall procure some ice spiritual sand." The female cultivator nodded in understanding and turned to head towards the material district. Lu Yu's recent display had already left her in awe, and she instinctively regarded him as a promising craftsman. When the female cultivator returned with the ice spiritual sand, the small crafting shop was already bustling with patrons. Zhao Lao and Ruashi had also arrived. "This senior sister, are you here to forge?" And Ruashi warmly approached upon seeing the female cultivator enter. "Indeed. I wish to craft a fire spiritual sword. By the way, where is the master we saw earlier?" The female cultivator inquired, glancing around, yet failing to spot Lu Yu. "Which individual are you referring to?" And Ruashi paused at the question, as all the blacksmiths on duty today were present. "It's that young lad. The rather handsome one," the female cultivator replied. "Oh, him? He's in the kitchen preparing a meal," and Ruashi suddenly realized who the female cultivator was referring to, as neither of the blacksmith apprentices in her shop could be described as handsome. "What? Your blacksmiths also double as cooks?" The female cultivator expressed her surprise. "What blacksmith? He's merely a cook," and Ruashi replied, somewhat exasperated. "A cook? Then what did he say this morning?" The female cultivator was momentarily taken aback. "What did he say this morning?" And Ruashi's heart raced with apprehension. Had the young man caused trouble? "He asked me to buy some ice spirit sand." And Ruashi was immediately infuriated. To forge a fire spirit sword while requesting ice spirit sand was nothing short of absurd. This could ruin the reputation of her little shop. "I apologize. I shall certainly provide you with an explanation." After calming the female cultivator, and Ruashi hurried to the backyard. "Lu, you need to come out here at once." Upon hearing the furious call from the kitchen, Lu Yu hastily set down his utensils and scampered over to Ruashi. "What good deeds did you accomplish this morning?" And Ruashi glared at Lu Yu, her fury boiling over. "I didn't do anything." Lu Yu listened with a bewildered expression. "What do you mean? Nothing happened?" What about the female cultivator who forged the fire spirit sword? And Ruashi's chest rose and fell with frustration. Oh, her? I merely suggested she purchase some ice spirit sand. Is there a problem with that? Is there no problem? Can ice spirit sand be added to the fire spirit sword? Why not? Why can it? Are you not aware that the fusion of ice and fire materials can create a conflict in attributes? And Ruashi was momentarily rendered speechless. This fool. Such a notion should be common knowledge. Fine, then just don't fuse them. Can't the ice spirit sand simply cover the surface of the fire spirit sword? Lu Yu struggled to comprehend. During his recent idle time, he had experimented with various peculiar methods in the illusionary realm. Thus he perceived no potential issues. Is that possible? And Ruashi hesitated, suddenly uncertain. It can be done this way? She had studied a bit of refining herself, yet had never attempted such an approach. But why add ice spirit sand? And Ruashi's tone weakened. The female cultivator has a naturally cold constitution. Adding it can mitigate the fire spirit sword's effects on her. Lu Yu replied calmly. Upon hearing this explanation, and Ruashi was momentarily taken aback, as if it made a certain degree of sense. Humph, I shall deal with you later, she exclaimed, before dashing out once more. After a considerable time, Elder Zhao finally succeeded in forging the special fire spirit sword. Dear senior sister, your spirit sword has been successfully forged. What do you think? Are you satisfied? And Ruashi inquired with a radiant smile. The female cultivator grasped the fire spirit sword, experiencing its essence, and was immediately enveloped by an indescribable sense of comfort. It is excellent, truly a perfect fit. I am thoroughly pleased. That is wonderful. We look forward to your next visit. And Ruashi beamed like a blooming flower. Certainly, certainly. As she watched the female cultivator depart, Elder Zhao gradually approached in Ruashi. Ruashi, was that method just now discovered by that young lad, Lu Yu? Indeed, and Ruashi replied, albeit reluctantly nodding. Quite impressive. This lad possesses some insight. Henceforth, I shall permit him to observe my forging process. And Ruashi was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at her grandfather. Did he truly hold such a favorable opinion of this young man? Surely, he merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Lu Yu was elated. Elder Zhao had finally agreed to let him observe the forging process and would patiently address his inquiries. This filled him with ecstatic delight, having been burdened with a multitude of questions. Although his primary vocation remained that of a chef, he had now been granted permission to practice with forging tools and even assist in various tasks. Chapter 5. Spiritual Beasts and Magical Artifacts. In the ensuing months, Lu Yu found himself immersed in a life of both enrichment and busyness. Not only had he perfected his skills in forging and refining, but he had also begun to delve into the intricacies of array formations. Through diligent study and inquiry during this period, he gained a relatively systematic understanding of artifact crafting. In this world, magical treasures are categorized by rank, primarily divided into magical tools, spiritual tools, mysterious tools, imperial tools, earthly divine tools, and sacred tools, each corresponding to the realms of human cultivators: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation of spirit, and ascendance to sainthood. Magical tools serve as the primary treasures for cultivators in the chi refinement stage and are currently the only level accessible to Lu Yu. The characteristics of magical tools include their robustness and sharpness. When infused with spiritual power, they can slice through hair and sever iron as if it were clay. Spiritual tools, on the other hand, are the main treasures for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. At this level, the array formations within the tools become significantly more complex. Upon infusing spiritual power, the blade of a spiritual tool can emanate the effects of the 5 elemental energies and unleash various sword chi. For instance, a fire spiritual sword, once infused with spiritual power, becomes entirely crimson, capable of not only cleaving the target, but also inflicting burning damage, thereby causing additional harm. A craftsman capable of forging spiritual tools is considered a highly skilled individual and is highly sought after in any sect. Mysterious tools serve as the primary treasures for cultivators at the golden core stage. Due to the rarity of the materials used, mysterious tools inherently possess formidable powers. They can be activated with a small amount of spiritual energy, achieving an effect akin to using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. They can gather energy into a formidable force, unleashing it to vanquish foes. And as long as there is sufficient spiritual power, their sword chi can flow ceaselessly and with great intensity. The imperial artifacts possess the remarkable ability to manifest spiritual power. enabling them to seal beast souls and transform into spirit entities. The more formidable the sealed beast soul, the more potent the resulting spirit becomes, potentially unleashing the innate divine abilities of the beast. As for earthly artifacts and sacred items, their prowess is even more extraordinary. It is said that they can attain self-awareness, autonomously engage in combat, and protect their masters, wielding the might of heaven and earth to cleave mountains and sever seas, capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. Of course, beyond sacred items, there exist even more exalted celestial artifacts, yet these remain confined to the realm of legend, with no mortal ever having laid eyes upon them. However, I digress. For Lu Yu, at present, even a mere magical artifact is a luxury beyond reach. The cost of a single magical artifact begins at hundreds of spirit stones, a sum he cannot afford. The crafting of magical artifacts is primarily divided into three essential steps: the purification of materials, the fusion of the base form, and the engraving of arrays. Among these, the engraving of arrays is of paramount importance. The extraordinary powers of magical artifacts arise not only from the properties of the materials, but significantly from the intricate arrays contained within. The challenges of artifact forging stem largely from the complexity and ever-changing nature of these arrays. No two base forms in existence are identical, which means the arrays inscribed upon them cannot be perfectly alike either. Each must be tailored by the adept craftsman to suit the specific characteristics of the materials. Moreover, any slight deviation, even by a mere fraction, in the engraving of an array line can lead to a vastly different outcome. Thus, the art of forging is fraught with difficulty. Regardless of past successes, one cannot guarantee future triumphs. Additionally, one must not overlook the critical aspect of the fire source. The most common source of fire for artifact forging is the spiritual fire produced by the combustion of materials, such as fire jade. This type of fire source consumes no spiritual energy, is easy to carry, and is quite affordable, making it a favored choice among lower-tier cultivators. This is precisely what is employed in the current artifact workshop. The second type is the true fire refined from one's own spiritual energy by cultivators of foundation establishment and above. This fire source possesses great power, yet it is equally demanding and heavily reliant on one's cultivation level. The third, and most advanced type, is the exotic fire of heaven and earth, such as the sacred fire of the blue lotus or the true fire of the phoenix. Each kind of exotic fire is the aspiration of every artifact master. However, those who possess such extraordinary flames are exceedingly rare. Each artifact master endowed with the exotic fire enjoys immense advantages, rendering the act of forging artifacts beyond their rank entirely commonplace. Yet, all of this remains distant for Lu Yu. The weather in October is particularly refreshing. Today, it is quite unusual that both Old Zhao and Enruashi have not come to the shop. Meanwhile, Wang Dachui, who was supposed to take his turn today, made a brief appearance early in the morning and requested Lu Yu to cover for him, but then he mysteriously vanished. Alone in the shop, Lu Yu felt a tinge of anxiety. He dreaded the thought of a customer arriving to forge an artifact, fearing he would be unable to manage. Yet, the more he feared, the more it seemed to manifest. "Master, could you assist me in forging a small magical artifact for my spirit beast?" A serene female cultivator, appearing to be around 30, suddenly entered, causing Lu Yu's heart to race. "I apologize, but I am not an artifact master," Lu Yu replied candidly. The female cultivator was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the young man's unwavering honesty. "I am well aware that you are not a master craftsman, but rather an apprentice in the art of crafting. Is it not customary to refer to one another in such a manner? It serves as a mark of respect, does it not? Regardless, I understand that you do not possess the title of a master craftsman, yet the essence remains the same. Could you assist me in crafting something?" The female cultivator revealed a hint of desperation in her tone. "You truly recognize that I am not a master craftsman?" Lu Yu expressed his surprise. Must we not wait a little longer? Assisting someone else in crafting is a first for him. Although he acknowledged that crafting artifacts for spiritual beasts is considerably less complex than those intended for human use. "It is imperative. I require it today." "Very well. Then please tell me what you wish to create," Lu Yu replied with a sense of resignation. Although he had practiced extensively within the realm of illusions, he had yet to engage in actual crafting in the real world. However, with the absence of the shop's craftsman, he felt compelled to step in. "I wish to forge a protective collar for my spirit wolf." The female cultivator began to elaborate in detail. "Agreed. But let me make it clear that I shall not be held accountable should the crafting fail. Lu Yu stated with utmost seriousness. No worries. I am well aware of the rules. What endeavor in crafting ever guarantees absolute success? The female cultivator responded with a glimmer of hope in her voice. Very well. I shall give it a try, Lu Yu finally acquiesced. With such encouragement, what further cause for concern could he have? After a moment of contemplation, he approached the forging table and commenced his work with deftness. In crafting artifacts for spiritual beasts, the emphasis lies primarily on the creation of the base form. With minimal demands placed on the intricacies of the formation, a few rough engravings would suffice. After all, complex magical artifacts are not easily utilized by spirit beasts. Over the past few months, he has mastered the art of crafting the base of these artifacts to an exceptional degree. An hour later, the spirit beast collar was successfully forged. The female cultivator took a glance and confirmed its functionality, promptly paying 10 spirit stones. After deducting the material costs and the shop's share, 5 spirit stones remained. Had he really earned 5 spirit stones so swiftly? Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement at this prospect. This was infinitely better than his usual task of serving tea. Of course, his success in crafting it on the first attempt played a significant role. Nevertheless, this experience further solidified his aspiration to become an artifact craftsman. The next day, Wang Dachui finally mustered the courage to refrain from being lazy, as Zhao Lao and Ruashi had returned. Senior Sisterin, I am here to assist you with your business once more, the demure female cultivator said with a radiant smile as she stepped into the shop. Ah, Senior Sister Wang. What a distinguished guest. Welcome, welcome. And Ruashi exclaimed upon recognizing her fellow sect sister, rushing to greet her while calling out to the inner chamber, Lu, prepare the tea. Right away, Lu Yu responded promptly from the backyard. Senior Sister Wang, do tell, what would you like to craft this time? And Ruashi inquired as she invited the female cultivator to take a seat. I would like to forge another spirit beast collar, identical to the one from yesterday. Very well. No problem at all, and Ruashi instinctively replied. Your tea is ready, esteemed sisters. Lu Yu, dressed as a humble server, respectfully presented the tea before the two individuals. Oh, is that not Master Lu? The refined female cultivator exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lu Yu's attire. Master Lu? He is merely a cook, and Ruashi remarked, somewhat perplexed. A cook? How could that be? He was the one who crafted yesterday's collar. And Ruashi's heart quivered in realization, and she thought to herself, oh no, could it be that Senior Sister Wang has come to seek retribution? Chapter 6. My incompetence in artifact refinement. Senior Sister Wang, I must reiterate. I am not an artifact refiner, Lu Yu hastily explained. A twinge of anxiety gripped him. He had crafted the collar yesterday according to his own notions, but its functionality remained an uncertainty. Indeed, Senior Sister Wang, he is merely a cook. Should he ruin it, I shall compensate. I implore your understanding, and Ruashi chimed in, forcing a smile, though she shot Lu Yu a resentful glare. This lad, usually tasked with menial chores, had no business meddling in such significant matters. What could possibly go wrong? It turned out splendidly. My spirit beast is absolutely enamored with it, remarked the demure female cultivator, a hint of amusement gracing her features. And Ruashi was taken aback. Was she not here to seek retribution? I came today with the intention of having another crafted. Master Lu, I beseech your assistance. But, Senior Sister Wang, I truly am not an artifact refiner. You should seek someone else, Lu Yu promptly declined. Unacceptable. I lack confidence in anyone else. It must be you who refines it, the demure female cultivator insisted, evidently resolute. Her spirit beast was quite particular, and she doubted the preferences of others would align, which would lead to further complications. Senior Sister Wang, I genuinely lack proficiency in artifact refinement. Lu Yu felt a pang of insecurity. To him, the art of refinement seemed lofty and sophisticated. He considered himself only a novice. Junior Sisterin, what do you think? The demure female cultivator, seeing Lu Yu's reluctance, turned to Ruashi for support. Hey, Lu Yu, if you are instructed to refine, just do it. Why all this unnecessary chatter? And Ruashi kicked Lu Yu in frustration. Sister Wang, my subordinate is being foolish. Please do not hold it against him. I will ensure he assists you in refining. Very well. I have faith in your skills. Let us begin. At the forging table, and Ruashi observed Lu Yu with great interest. Do I really have to refine? Lu Yu appeared troubled. Yes. All right then. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu grasped the hammer and commenced his work. Although he often bore a playful demeanor, once he began refining, he exhibited an intense focus, as if transformed into a different person. With his flawless profile and fluid movements, one might easily mistake him for a master craftsman. The striking beauty of his forceful actions, his erect posture, and his precise techniques captivated Ruoxi, causing her thoughts to drift elsewhere. After an hour, a collar was successfully refined. "It is complete," Lu Yu stated as he handed the collar to her. So soon?" And Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was fortunate that it was not ruined. Not only was it not ruined, but it was exceptionally well crafted. And Ruoxi examined the beast collar, then suddenly looked up at Lu Yu and asked, "Tell me, did you come here to get closer to me?" Lu Yu was momentarily bewildered, wondering why this topic had resurfaced. "Are you afraid of being rejected by me, hence deliberately concealing your identity and posing as a novice?" And Ruoxi stepped forward, pressing further. Her prominent bosom cornered Lu Yu. "Your imagination is exceedingly rich. I have only recently learned." "Impossible. Your technique is far from that of a novice. It resembles that of someone meticulously trained by a master. I truly am a beginner. Do not deceive me any further." As her chest was about to make contact, with no escape left, Lu Yu sighed and reluctantly admitted, "All right, I confess. I have studied before. That is more like it. You should have said so earlier." And Ruoxi patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, wearing an expression of "I knew it all along." "However, I have no ulterior motives towards you," Lu Yu added once more. "Uft." And Ruoxi immediately spewed out the tea she had just sipped. "This fool, is it necessary to emphasize that? It truly vexes me. Senior Sister Wang, your collar has been refined. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" And Ruoxi asked with a beaming smile. "Satisfied. Satisfied. This is precisely the one." The demure female cultivator recognized the collar, familiar beyond doubt. "That's wonderful. We look forward to your next visit." "Certainly, certainly. Lu Yu, from this day forth, you are the new apprentice in our shop. What is the monthly stipend? Get lost. Is this lad truly becoming an apprentice in the art of refining tools? How is that possible?" Wang Dachui was taken aback upon hearing this news. He never anticipated that this young man could reach such a milestone. However, what does it matter? Who would dare seek your services for crafting tools in the future? Wang Dachui remained skeptical. The magical artifacts for spirit beasts were mere child's play. Only those crafted for humans could be deemed genuine artifacts. Even someone as astute as I required over 20 years to step into this realm. Surely, it would take you at least 3 or 4 decades, right? After enduring hardship, he finally became a bona fide apprentice in tool refining, crucially equipped with 10 spirit stones. The following day, Lu Yu, rarely taking a day off, requested a full day's leave from Elder Zhao to treat himself. To be honest, having spent more than half a year in Lianyun City, he had dedicated himself to learning the craft and had yet to properly explore his surroundings. Today, he resolved to fully experience everything this place had to offer and immerse himself in the life of a cultivator. Lianyun City, as one of the 8 great cities under the jurisdiction of the Luyun sect, was indeed extraordinary. The entire city sprawled like a colossal dragon across a vast expanse of plain, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The streets bustled with throngs of people, alive with vibrancy. Numerous factions, sects, and cultivation families thrived here. However, the majority were still loose cultivators and ordinary folk. Rows of meticulously arranged palatial structures stretched from east to west, filling the entire plain. On the broad streets of the city, one occasionally glimpses cultivators riding spirit beasts or pulling beast-drawn carts, racing swiftly across the bluestone pavement. With a stroke of fortune, one might even catch sight of flying demon beasts and high-ranking cultivators' escape lights darting through the air. Surrounding the city stands a formidable wall, constructed from colossal stones weighing thousands of pounds. Upon the ramparts, one can often see squads of young guards clad in full armor, their expressions stern, patrolling diligently to fend off the assaults of demon beasts. Indeed, the region where the Luyun sect resides is far from peaceful. Due to its proximity to the Million Great Mountains, incursions by demon beasts into human territories occur from time to time, resulting in considerable casualties. Hence, humanity opts for communal living, fortifying cities in a united front against the onslaught of these creatures. Lu Yu gazed at the fully armed guards atop the city wall, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Had the Lu family town possessed a similarly well-equipped guard force back then, the original owner's parents would not have fallen victim at such a tender age. Regrettably, Lu family town was merely an insignificantly small settlement in this region, its strength a mere fraction of that of Lianyun City. With his gaze withdrawn, Lu Yu exited the refining shop and began to wander aimlessly. The Xian Iron Sword. a low-grade magical weapon, is priced at 90 spirit stones. The Xian Iron Shield, also a low-grade magical artifact, bears slight dents and is priced at 120 spirit stones. The Black Iron Armor, a medium-grade magical weapon, has been used for 3 years and is priced at 300 spirit stones. The Wrist Guard, a medium-grade magical artifact, can store an additional 20% of spirit energy during the Qi refining stage and is priced at 200 spirit stones. Wind-Chasing Boots, a low-grade magical artifact, capable of enhancing agility and speed, priced at 200 spirit stones. Chapter 7. The Drunken Immortal. In along the nearby streets, numerous vendors passionately hawked their wares. They displayed an array of second-hand magical artifacts, priced approximately 20% lower than those found in shops, attracting many wandering cultivators eager to make a purchase. Observing the diverse assortment of used magical items before him, Liu felt a stirring in his heart. As an outer disciple of the Luoyuan sect, he possessed little beyond the iron sword bestowed upon him upon his initiation, a storage pouch, a fundamental cultivation technique, and a manual on the Luoyuan sword art. He had no surplus to spare. It was not a matter of desire, but rather one of financial incapacity. His monthly stipend amounted to a mere 2 spirit stones. As he continued along the bustling thoroughfare, he encountered various stalls selling techniques, martial arts, talismans, spirit beast offspring, and cultivation insights, each more enticing than the last. The Jade Slip for the Mad Sand Sword technique, classified as mid-level yellow, was priced at 200 spirit stones. Various attribute attack talismans were available for 1 spirit stone each. Low-grade rejuvenation wine, which could swiftly restore spiritual energy with a single sip, was offered at 10 spirit stones for a flask. The basic footwork Jade Slip, categorized as low-grade yellow, cost 30 spirit stones. The Ethereal Step Jade Slip, a high-level yellow technique, was priced at 1,000 spirit stones. There was even a stall dedicated to the acquisition of spiritual materials. Wolf pelts were being bought for 2 spirit stones each, while beast essence was purchased at 3 spirit stones per pound. Among the offerings, a young green wolf cub particularly captivated him, stirring a deep yearning within. Regrettably, the price of over 100 spirit stones was beyond his means, even if he were to liquidate all his assets. Thus, he reluctantly departed. He pondered that if fortune ever favored him, he would certainly acquire such a magnificent spirit beast to nurture. For he vividly recalled the splendor with which the scions of prominent families paraded through the streets atop their colossal wolves. After an indeterminate passage of time, he beheld an imposing tavern. Even from a distance, the intoxicating aroma of wine wafted from within. Could this be the legendary spirit wine of the cultivation realm? Indeed, it seemed extraordinary. Though Lu Yu was no inebriate, his curiosity compelled him to stride towards the establishment. The tavern was named Drunken Immortal Abode, comprising 6 stories. The first floor was furnished with round tables for lower-tier disciples, while the upper levels featured private elegant chambers designated for high-ranking cultivators or noble scions to host feasts. The culinary offerings included spirit beast meat, spirit rice, and spirit wine brewed from a myriad of spiritual fruits, creating an enticing fragrance that made one's mouth water. While ordinary food merely satiated hunger, spirit cuisine was imbued with the essence of spiritual energy, enhancing vitality and incrementally elevating one's cultivation. Glancing at the 10 spirit stones in his pocket, Lu Yu suddenly felt an urge to indulge. Thus, he made his way to the first floor of the tavern, ordered a pot of spirit wine and a platter of spirit meat, and settled at a round table to savor his meal. As the spirit wine graced his palate, a sweet, warm current coursed through his body, instantly filling him with a sense of vitality. It appears that this cultivator truly knows how to indulge in life's pleasures. The spiritual wine is indeed worth its value. Suddenly, a voice that was all too familiar rang out. "Brother Zhao, let us stay here." There entered the graceful Li Sisi, elegantly entwined with a rather affluent male cultivator, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon spotting Lu Yu, Li Sisi's smile faltered momentarily, only to quickly revert to an air of nonchalance. Lu Yu, too, noticed her, along with the hand she held with another. "Oh, is this what you refer to as a heart devoted to the Tao?" A chill crept into Lu Yu's heart. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" The affluent male cultivator inquired, having detected Li Sisi's unease. "No, I don't know him." Li Sisi shook her head and walked past Lu Yu without uttering another word. However, the male cultivator discreetly took note of Lu Yu. Watching the intimate exchange between the two, Lu Yu found the spiritual wine before him utterly tasteless. He shook his head, hastily finished his drink, settled the bill, and returned to the refining shop. In the realm of cultivation, time is an elusive concept, and before one realizes, December has arrived, marking the annual off-season for refining. It proved true what Wang Dachui had said. Although Lu Yu had become an apprentice in refining, no one had sought his services since that incident, for he was simply too young. Lu Yu could only assist Elder Zhao with minor tasks. Noticing that there was little to attend to in the shop, and Ruashi felt reassured and returned to the sect. She, too, is on a path of cultivation, only occasionally coming by to lend a hand. The two apprentices in the shop have diverged on their own journeys. One has already mastered his craft and is preparing to establish his own venture, while the other is engrossed in seclusion to solidify his foundation, resulting in their recent absence. Only Lu Yu and the old man Zhao remain in the shop. Time has flown, and it has been 8 months since Lu Yu first arrived at the forging studio. During these months, his skills in crafting have progressed remarkably. Yet he has yet to forge a genuine low-grade magical artifact. After all, while one can learn to forge by imitation, the intricate art of inscribing formations must be comprehended through personal insight. On this particular day, perhaps due to the shop's dismal business, Zhao has lost count of how many times he has dozed off in his rocking chair. Each time he opens his eyes to find the shop devoid of customers, he succumbs once more to his ennui. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forging shop, Lu Yu remains steadfastly seated at the anvil, deeply engrossed in his studies, showing no signs of lethargy despite the desolate atmosphere. Unbeknownst to him, the old Taoist opens his eyes once more and finally catches sight of a resplendently attired young lady entering the shop. This young woman possesses alabaster skin and exquisite features. Not only is she beautiful, but she also exudes an air of nobility. Chapter 8. The contempt of the fairy. As soon as the young girl entered, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Master Zhao, I have come to patronize your business once again." "Oh dear, it is Miss Ling. Have you damaged your magical artifact once more?" The old Taoist quickly rose, a benevolent smile gracing his face. "Indeed, among so many artifact shops, yours offers the most affordable and efficient wares. Thus, I have returned to seek your services. This time, you must provide me with a generous discount." The girl playfully whined. "Not a problem at all. Pray tell, what type of artifact do you desire this time?" Master Zhao chuckled, recognizing her as a regular customer. The artifacts others cherished as treasures often ended up broken in her hands within just a few days. "Hee. This time I wish for an ame," the girl replied with a grin. "Very well, consider it done." Master Zhao nodded in agreement, well versed in crafting the ame, one of the most popular artifacts among female cultivators. Suddenly, the old Taoist appeared to recollect something, gesturing towards Lu Yu beside him. "By the way, this is my newly recruited apprentice, who also hails from your esteemed Flowing Cloud sect. Do take a moment to make each other's acquaintance." The Flowing Cloud sect is the largest sect within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, making its disciples quite sought after in Lianyan City. "I am Lu Yu from Qingyun Peak." Lu Yu introduced himself first, acknowledging the old man's courtesy with warmth, as the elder often looked after him, and he felt inclined to be cordial towards the acquaintances of the old man. Unexpectedly, upon casting a mere glance at Lu Yu's outer sect disciple attire, Zhang Linger exhibited an expression of disdain, saying, "Master Zhao, I have no desire to become acquainted with him. We are simply not of the same ilk." "What do you mean by that?" "Brother Lu is also a capable individual and could provide mutual support in the future at the Lu Yun sect," the old man remarked, his demeanor slightly awkward. "Humph, no matter how capable he is, he remains merely an outer sect disciple. With a single call from me, countless talented youths would rush forward." Zhang Linger retorted with palpable disdain. The Lu Yun sect boasts over 100,000 disciples, categorized into various ranks. Many lower-tier outer sect disciples are destined to languish at the Qi refinement stage throughout their lives, while the elite inner sect disciples may ascend to the exalted realms of Golden Core or even nascent soul cultivators. And she, indeed, belongs to that select few at the pinnacle. The old Taoist, upon hearing this, contemplated saying more, but was compelled to suppress his thoughts upon reflecting on Lu Yu's dismal aptitude, resulting in a resigned smile. Despite his belief that the young man possessed merit, the disparities between individuals in this world are often vaster than those between man and beast. He was merely a somewhat seasoned loose cultivator. Perhaps he truly was ignorant of broader perspectives. Sensing Zhang Linger's contempt, Lu Yu merely smiled, unperturbed, and continued diligently examining his materials. He had long since acclimated to such cold indifference and disdain. The process of refining the Amay thorn is not overly complex. Yet it requires a substantial array of materials, some of which are not easily procured. It is evident that such elusive materials are not available in this humble shop. After instructing Lu Yu to refine the existing ore, the seasoned artisan ventured out to procure supplies. In the workshop, only Lu Yu and Zhang Linger remained. Zhang Linger sat languidly on a chair, her gaze fixed quietly outside the window. She neither spoke nor cast a glance at Lu Yu. Adopting an air of aloofness as if to distance herself from him, she speculated that he would surely come to flatter her shortly. As one of the few goddesses among the newly initiated disciples of the Lu Yun sect, she possessed the confidence that no male cultivator could resist her allure. She had even contemplated how to reject his advances while deriding him thoroughly. However, as time passed, Lu Yu remained engrossed in the forging process, showing no signs of distraction. This piqued Zhang Linger's curiosity slightly. Ah, how amusing. Does he truly believe this clumsy attempt will capture my attention? It seemed as if she had discerned Lu Yu's intentions. Before long, Lu Yu completed the forging and began the refining process. With rhythmic strikes echoing through the workshop, Zhang Linger could no longer restrain herself and turned her head. She worried that Lu Yu's forging skills might be inadequate, potentially compromising the quality of her magical artifact. Though a minor artifact was trivial to her, she certainly did not wish for a novice to ruin it. Yet, upon closer inspection, she found herself somewhat surprised. Well, he is rather handsome, isn't he? Previously, I had not observed closely, but now that I do, it is rather intriguing. This visage is striking, with arched brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of aloofness. The physique is commendable as well, being both well-proportioned and elongated, with a hint of athleticism. Oh, and his technique is impressive. Precise and powerful, he wields his tools with effortless grace, each movement imbued with a visceral beauty. Notably, the crafting materials seem to obey his will, akin to docile children, easily manipulated at his discretion. Take, for instance, this thundercloud stone, notorious for its volatility. When Zhang Linger observed other craftsmen, they approached it with utmost caution, fearful that any excessive force or lack of precision might provoke an explosion. Yet, Lu Yu's rhythm remains unwavering, his strength consistently robust, his motions appearing entirely natural. Most importantly, each strike lands precisely where intended, and the thundercloud stone shows no signs of distress. Truly, this exhibits the demeanor of a master. Could this lad possibly hail from a prestigious lineage? If he originates from a prominent family, even as an outer disciple, a bright future may await him. After all, the resources available to noble families are often beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. I must admit, you have certainly caught my attention. Once he completes this forging, will he come over to engage in conversation? Should I leave him be, or extend an opportunity for dialogue? Zhang Linger found herself in a state of conflicted contemplation. However, she waited and waited, only to discover that Lu Yu, after forging a piece of material, proceeded to the next without paying her any heed. Eventually, her patience began to wane. Never mind, if he belonged to a prominent family, it would not tarnish this fairy's reputation. She decided to take the initiative. Pray tell, to which family do you belong? Zhang Linger inquired, maintaining her lofty demeanor. Me? I belong to no family, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the or before him. No family. Zhang Linger was taken aback by this revelation, and her interest swiftly dissipated. Chapter 9. The Art of Indifference. It is essential to recognize that the most significant assets in this world are either lineage or talent. If one possesses neither, the prospects for success are exceedingly bleak. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could Lu Yu's exceptional forging skills be the result of tutelage from a renowned master? In the realm of cultivation, weaponsmiths are highly esteemed. If he were to receive guidance from a distinguished mentor and become a weaponsmith, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy. With this in mind, she inquired, "Hey, from whom did you learn your forging techniques?" Lu Yu furrowed his brow at her question and replied coolly, "I taught myself." Self-taught? How could that be? Zhang Linger was clearly skeptical. Forging is an intricate discipline, not easily grasped even under the careful tutelage of a master. Otherwise, artifacts would not command such exorbitant prices. Just as she was about to probe further, Lu Yu, exhibiting a hint of impatience, stated, "Sorry, I have to attend to something." What? Zhang Linger was momentarily taken aback by his response. This fellow, here I am, the celestial maiden, initiating conversation, and he exhibits such impatience? How infuriating. Does he truly consider himself a chosen one, adopting such heirs? Zhang Linger felt as though she might suffer internal injuries from her vexation. In reality, Lu Yu was not posturing. He immersed himself in forging, wishing to remain wholly focused, even if it meant disregarding the presence of a beautiful woman. Yet, this very action provoked Zhang Linger's ire significantly. As time gradually flows by, the celestial maiden mused in her heart, "Humph. Now that I have taken the initiative and you do not cherish it, we shall see if you regard me when you find the time." Zhang Linger felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, especially as she observed that after refining a material, he merely paused for a moment to quench his thirst before resuming his work on the next item. Not once did he cast a glance in her direction until she returned to the sect, leaving her utterly bewildered. Had her allure diminished? It could not be. Therefore, upon her return to the sect, she promptly made her way to the trial square where the inner disciples congregated. The moment her figure graced the scene, a throng of male disciples swiftly surrounded her. Fairy Zhang, I have reserved the top-tier private room at the Chuixiang Tower. May I have the honor of your company for dinner? Fairy Zhang, I have brought some exquisite spirit beast meat from home and would like to invite you to savor it together. Seeing that she was still so warmly received, Zhang Linger finally exhaled deeply. Humph. The charm of this celestial maiden remains as radiant as ever. However, the slight of being overlooked this time would not be so easily forgotten. She was resolutely at odds with Lu Yu. The moment she returned to her cave dwelling, she dispatched someone to investigate Lu Yu's background. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, he had been placed on Zhang Linger's blacklist, yet even if he were aware, it would not faze him in the slightest. He had encountered countless haughty beauties, capricious and willful. Even if one were to grovel excessively, she would never hold you in esteem. Hence, Lu Yu refrained from engaging in such futile endeavors. However, he found solace in the fact that after assisting the old man Zhao in the crafting of the Amei thorn, he received a commission of 3 spirit stones. This remuneration was equivalent to over a month's worth of his usual earnings. It is worth noting that as the most junior outer disciple of the Luyan sect, his monthly cultivation resources amounted to merely 2 spirit stones. Upon acquiring the spirit stones, he hurried back to his abode, seating himself cross-legged upon a mat. As he absorbed the essence of the stones, he directed the spiritual energy into a small white jade sword suspended above his dantian. Sensing the depletion of spiritual energy, Lu Yu resolutely commanded the sword to replicate the forge and various materials used in today's crafting of the Amei thorn, and then, following Zhao's meticulous steps, he began the process of refinement. The processes of purification and fusion within the crafting steps could be emulated. However, inscribing the formation patterns was beyond his capabilities. Fortunately, the simulated space did not consume real materials. As long as he had sufficient spiritual energy, he could simulate endlessly. Lu Yu had previously learned the art of purification and fusion of magical tools from mere snippets of information, even managing to improve upon the old Taoist methods. The only regret was that his skill in inscribing formations was still lacking, preventing him from independently crafting a complete magical tool. Yet, with each failure that passed, Lu Yu felt himself drawing closer to success, for he had experienced the bitter taste of near achievement more than once. He held firm in his belief that serendipity would eventually smile upon him. Time slipped away as he continued his efforts, and he soon realized that the spiritual energy of the 3 spirit stones was on the verge of exhaustion. At last, he heard a sound that was unlike any other. Ding! The concoction was a success. Phew! Lu Yu let out a long sigh, and the tension in his nerves completely dissipated. Chapter 10. The Million Great Mountains. As Lu Yu gazed upon the Amei before him, a faint smile graced his countenance. Although this Amei still fell short in comparison to the artifacts forged by the old master, it could nonetheless be regarded as a genuine low-grade magical weapon. Regrettably, it was crafted within a simulated space, rendering it devoid of tangible value for sale. His next intention was to refine his skills over a period before embarking on the creation of a genuine artifact in the real world. Should he succeed in producing a low-grade magical weapon, he could potentially earn dozens of spirit stones, thereby bidding farewell to his impoverished existence. The business at his small shop had been rather lackluster lately, with weeks passing by before receiving an order for artifact crafting, and even then, clients incessantly haggled over prices. Given the mere 50% success rate, earning a handful of spirit stones from a completed artifact was already considered fortunate. Over a month had elapsed, and Lu Yu had only managed to accumulate 2 spirit stones, thwarting his aspirations of swiftly amassing enough funds to forge his first artifact. Once he had honed his skills sufficiently within the illusory space, Liu Yu resolved to personally hunt down ferocious beasts to procure materials. The mountains surrounding the Luyun sect were notably sparse in magical beasts, and those present were of inferior quality. It was rumored that the million great mountains to the south boasted an abundance of such creatures, having even experienced several large-scale beast tides, making it a favored hunting ground for cultivators from nearby sections. Thus, Liu Yu requested a few days' leave from Elder Zhao and mounted a swift steed, racing towards the nearest temporary market at the Million Great Mountains. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Linger had nearly completed her investigation into Liu Yu. Inferior spiritual roots? A discarded child of the Liu family? Is that all? She scoffed, her disdain evident as she examined the information in her hands. The Liu family was a minuscule clan, lacking even a single foundation-building cultivator. Even if he were not a discarded son, what significance did that hold? She regarded the head of the Liu family with utter contempt, reflecting on how she had allowed herself to be troubled for days by the indifference of a mere impoverished youth. She felt as though she had regressed in her own growth. What does it matter if he is handsome? I am an existence he could never hope to reach. In an instant, Zhang Linger reclaimed her former confidence. The Million Great Mountains, located in the southern region of Yunzhou, spanned countless miles and served as a natural barrier between the two continents of Xintian and Nanming. Though named Million, the mountain ranges within exceeded that number significantly. Few have truly managed to traverse the Million Great Mountains. Even the legendary transformation of spirit cultivators dare not attempt it lightly. The beasts within the mountains were not only abundant, but could be described as a veritable plague. Whenever the population of these creatures reached a certain threshold, they would periodically surge forth in massive waves, inflicting considerable casualties on the borders of the surrounding continents. Thus, the sects in the southern regions fervently encouraged their disciples to venture into the Million Great Mountains to hunt these beasts, thereby mitigating the likelihood of such beastly onslaughts. The Luyun sect is stationed here, undertaking the formidable task of fending off the beastly tides that surge from the Million Great Mountains. Upon Liu Yu's arrival at the temporary market near the mountains, he observed a bustling scene filled with cultivators engaged in the trading of materials derived from demon beasts and various elixirs. Additionally, many individuals were forming teams to venture into the mountains for hunting, and he even spotted several professional demon hunters among them. Liu Yu was somewhat familiar with the profession of demon hunters, who are cultivators dedicated to the extermination of demon beasts for the procurement of valuable materials. The entirety of a demon beast is a treasure. Its fangs and horns serve as excellent materials for refining weapons, while its fur and essence are prized for crafting talismans. Even the spiritual flesh can nourish cultivators. However, to become a demon hunter, one must possess extensive survival skills in the wilderness, as well as proficient martial skills and suitable equipment, an endeavor not suited for the average individual. It is a profession fraught with high risks, yet equally high rewards. Had it not been for that extraordinary little sword, he might have joined their ranks. Nevertheless, he now had better options. After observing the situation for a moment, Liu Yu felt he had gathered sufficient information. He then approached a group composed of outer disciples from the Luyun sect and inquired, "Esteemed seniors, may I join your party to venture into the mountains? What is your cultivation level? What equipment do you possess?" A leading cultivator asked. "I am at the 6th level of Qi refinement and wield a low-grade magic sword," Liu Yu replied. "Is that all?" The cultivator scoffed. "How meager. The Million Great Mountains are no mere hills. They are treacherous, where death can strike at any moment. You should hasten back," the leading cultivator remarked with disdain, clearly taken aback by the poor state of the others. Here, individuals typically begin their cultivation from a young age, yet this one, at 17 or 18, remains stuck at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, armed only with the rudimentary low-grade spiritual sword issued at the onset of their journey. Has this person truly squandered their years? A wave of embarrassment washed over Liu Yu, igniting a flush upon his cheeks. It became evident that the chasm between himself and other cultivators was indeed vast. After scouring for a group willing to accept him, he ultimately lost hope. Shouldering his mysterious iron sword and venturing alone into the Million Great Mountains. Had he not survived the hail of bullets in his previous life? He resolved to remain at the periphery, fleeing at the first sign of danger. Drawing upon his past experiences of wilderness survival, Liu Yu cautiously traversed the terrain, gripping his iron sword with vigilance while remaining alert to the myriad of spiritual creatures and perils within the forest. His reflexes felt sluggish. It appeared imperative to acquire a more adept lightness technique. Lacking defensive gear. No response, he lamented, realizing he possessed no antidotes. After a brief period, Lu Yu identified a plethora of issues. He had been far too hasty. The forest lay in hushed stillness, surrounded by towering, dense trees. Occasionally, the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects would break the silence. He could only sporadically hurl small stones like darts into the thick underbrush, probing for any concealed threats. Suddenly, a massive spirit rat burst forth from a thicket, startling him greatly. Fortunately, the rat had no interest in him. It merely darted past and vanished into the foliage. The spirit rats here were indeed large, nearly the size of one from his previous life. Moreover, they were incredibly swift. Had it charged at him, evasion might not have been possible. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Ah, is that the bone-eroding vine? Lu Yu abruptly halted, gazing at the thicket ahead. The bone-eroding vine is a first-tier poisonous plant, concealed within the underbrush, its vine adorned with sharp thorns. Should a practitioner inadvertently be grazed by it, the toxins would infiltrate the wound like an insidious plague, proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Though not lethal, this vine would relentlessly corrode a practitioner's spiritual energy, significantly diminishing their survival capabilities within the jungle. Had Lu Yu inadvertently wandered too close moments ago, he might have fallen victim. Poison fire ants? Though these ants do not even qualify as first-tier toxins, their sheer numbers render them ubiquitous in the forest. A single bite would incite unbearable pain, a torment that teeters between life and death. The forest is fraught with peril. In the mere span of half a day, Lu Yu had encountered over a dozen varieties of poisonous plants and creatures he had previously read about in ancient texts. Chapter 11. The giant tooth porcupine. These creatures are but the lesser threats. The truly formidable ones can bring about instant demise upon encounter. Lu Yu could only apply certain herbal concoctions upon himself to repel venomous insects, while striving to conceal his presence and avoid disturbing the beasts that dwell within the forest. He cautiously navigated through the woods, and by the end of the day, he had scarcely traversed a handful of mountains. As twilight descended, Lu Yu sought refuge in a rocky cave, igniting a modest fire and arranging obstacles at the entrance before settling down to rest in his clothing. At dawn the following day, Lu Yu resumed his journey. After several hours of diligent searching, he finally discovered a suitable target, a first-tier giant tooth porcupine. The creature's vigilance was not to be underestimated. Just as Lu Yu was about to stealthily approach, the porcupine detected him and charged forth from the nearby thicket. Its robust body resembled that of a yak, and its formidable tusks gleamed with a metallic sheen. Upon witnessing the porcupine's ferocious advance, Lu Yu felt his legs weaken, prompting him to hastily ascend the nearest towering tree. However, the porcupine was undeterred, crashing through the foliage and uprooting the very tree itself. Faced with such a predicament, Lu Yu recognized that this was no moment for fear. He quickly composed himself, and, seizing the instant the tree fell, he launched himself downward with precision. With a sharp sound, his inferior-grade sword, which could slice through iron with ease, merely grazed the surface of the porcupine's skin, penetrating only a thin layer. Such an extraordinary level of defense was truly astonishing. Lu Yu cursed under his breath and swiftly drew his sword, rolling to one side. The porcupine, provoked, became frenzied and charged forward. After a brief moment, it turned back, hurtling towards Lu Yu with increased speed. Anticipating the porcupine's approach, Lu Yu leaped with all his strength, executing a side kick against a nearby tree to gain momentum, then unleashed a move akin to autumn winds sweeping the fallen leaves. The blade swept across the porcupine's body, leaving only a shallow scratch. Inflicted with yet another wound, the porcupine grew even more agitated. Clearly, this approach was ineffective. It was impossible to inflict substantial harm. He had to either flee immediately or discover its weakness. However, having finally encountered a demon beast of relatively modest strength, he was loath to concede defeat so easily. As he contemplated his next move, Lu Yu's gaze settled on the porcupine's underbelly, the only area where its defenses were notably weaker. But how could he strike that spot? After much deliberation, he devised a singular strategy, to find an opportunity to dart beneath the porcupine for an attack. Yet, this method was perilously risky. Should he be trampled, he would surely face grave injury, or worse. With the porcupine charging towards him once more, Lu Yu gritted his teeth, resolved to take the plunge. Fortune favors the bold. He focused intently on the rhythm of the porcupine's movements while rapidly calculating the distance. Just as the porcupine was within 2 meters of him, Lu Yu suddenly executed a swift slide, propelling himself towards the creature's underbelly. With a swift motion, he executed the technique one sword shatters mountains and rivers, narrowly evading the robust hooves of the porcupine. A sharp hiss echoed through the air. Success! A massive gash was inflicted upon the porcupine's abdomen, causing it to flee a considerable distance before it struggled for a while, ultimately falling silent. Meanwhile, Lu Yu lay on the ground, lost in a daze. After a prolonged moment, he stood up, still shaken, and slowly approached the wild boar. However, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. It had been too perilous. He vowed not to take such risks again. Lu Yu slapped his cheeks to bring himself back to reality. The spoils of this venture were commendable. Not only could the massive tusks serve as materials for crafting, but the wild boar meat also contained a trace of spiritual essence, sufficient for a few days of arduous cultivation when consumed and refined. After severing the tusks from the porcupine, he processed several hundred pounds of wild boar meat, stowing it away in his storage pouch before making his way home. Upon exiting the depths of the Million Great Mountains, the tension that had gripped Lu Yu finally began to ease. The journey through the mountains had been fraught with danger, yet he was relieved to have achieved his goal. Satisfied with his harvest, he carefully safeguarded the storage pouch and proceeded with the caution of a person laden with riches towards the temporary market. However, just as he was nearing the market, he suddenly halted in his tracks. He faintly discerned a weak sound emanating from ahead. Hastily, he bent down to investigate, only to discover a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement being confronted by 3 masked practitioners at an intersection. The masked bandit demanded that the cultivator relinquish his storage bag and surrender all his possessions in exchange for his life. However, how could a Qi refinement stage 7 practitioner place any faith in the words of a thief? Once he relinquished the storage bag, it would be exceedingly simple for the bandit to take his life. Thus, the cultivator resolved to fight desperately for his escape. Regrettably, it was not long before he was slain, ultimately discarded like refuse in the wilderness. Lu Yu had been concealed in a crevice, witnessing the entire scene without daring to breathe. Only after a considerable time had passed since the bandit's departure did he muster the courage to continue his journey. The path of immortality was fraught with peril, and earning a few spirit stones was no easy feat. A moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic demise in the wilderness. After witnessing such a harrowing event, the joy he had felt from hunting the wild boars dissipated into nothingness. Reflecting on the inner disciples who could cultivate in peace and receive dozens of spirit stones each month filled him with envy. They were truly fortunate. It was said that apprentices in prestigious sects had an abundance of materials for refining weapons, a luxury that evoked jealousy in others. That night, in the backyard of a small weapon refining shop, Lu Yu set up a grill and roasted 2 pig legs, sharing jovial banter with old Zhao as they feasted together. "You really have some nerve, venturing alone into the Million Mountain with such meager cultivation," old Zhao chided. "I regretted my decision the moment I stepped in. Next time, I must not be so reckless." Lu Yu smiled awkwardly. "Are you planning to go again? You must be cautious not to meet your end in there. Your roasted meat is truly exceptional, and I haven't had my fill yet," old Zhao remarked, half-jokingly. "Rest assured, I value my life greatly. Next time, I shall approach it with utmost confidence." "That is good to hear. By the way, how do you intend to deal with the boar tusks?" Zhao Lao pondered for a moment before inquiring. "With limited manpower, one must tread carefully. If you were to provide me with Lu Yu's boar tusks, I would not hesitate to offer a generous price for their acquisition. I wish to independently forge a magical artifact." "What? You, young man, aspire to forge an artifact on your own? How long have you been studying?" Zhao Lao was taken aback, instinctively sensing the imprudence of such ambition. "Master Zhao, I feel assured in my abilities. You are too impatient. With your talent, in a few years, you could undoubtedly become a true artifact smith. Why take such a risk now? In my day, I spent 30 years as an apprentice before daring to forge independently," Zhao Lao lamented, expressing his frustration. Although he acknowledged Lu Yu's remarkable progress, the pace at which he sought to forge independently seemed excessively hasty. "Master Zhao, I cannot afford to wait that long. I must attempt this regardless," Lu Yu insisted, aware that Zhao Lao's concerns stemmed from care, yet he harbored his own aspirations. He felt he had already fallen too far behind and was unwilling to resign himself to a life of mediocrity. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. Chapter 12. The first forging yet. He was not entirely without hope. Recently, within the ethereal realm, he had successfully crafted 7 out of 10 artifacts, which encouraged him to take a chance. Observing Lu Yu's resolute demeanor, old Zhao could only let out a sigh, knowing that his attempts to dissuade him would be futile, and he would have to resign himself to the outcome. The following day, Lu Yu used all the spirit stones he possessed to purchase several pieces of the mysterious iron, ore, and purple gold necessary for forging the sword from the old Taoist. After taking a cleansing bath and lighting incense, he approached the forging platform with a solemn expression. The time had finally come to commence the crafting of the artifact. It must succeed. With a determined mindset, Lu Yu began. He followed the most familiar procedure, throwing the giant tusk and several pieces of ore into the furnace to be smelted, subsequently hammering and refining each one until they could shrink no further. After repeated heating and hammering, the giant tusk yielded only a small chunk of essence the size of a palm. The essence of the tusk would enhance the artifact's durability, while the purple gold, known for its excellent spiritual conductivity, would serve as a conduit for the array's spiritual energy once infused into the artifact. Upon refining all the materials, the next step was to blend them in specific proportions, smelting and merging them while using his spiritual awareness to perceive the internal structure. Only when the sword's core gradually took shape, with the materials distributed according to his design, could he consider it complete. This was a lengthy endeavor. Any imperfection in the internal structure necessitated rehammering. Lu Yu devoted a full 2 days to meticulous adjustments before finally forging a blade that met his expectations. The final step involves inscribing a formation within the sword embryo, using one's spiritual consciousness and energy. Lu Yu chose the simplest formation for compressing and storing spiritual energy for instantaneous release. Its purpose is to gather the inputted spiritual energy, compress it to its utmost limits, and then unleash it explosively upon the blade, endowing the sword with the ability to slice through iron as if it were mud. Although the formation consists of merely a few dozen engraved lines, even the slightest misstep could lead to failure. As the engraving commenced, Lu Yu focused intently, utilizing his spiritual consciousness to perceive the internal structure of the sword embryo. After a prolonged period of concentration, he gradually pinpointed the starting point for the inscription. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy, coordinating it with his consciousness, and began to move slowly towards the designated engraving site. However, despite having simulated this process numerous times within the illusory space, the pressure he experienced during the actual engraving was astonishing. Although the sensations in the illusory realm felt strikingly real, it lacked the pressures of reality, which made a significant difference. The fundamental distinction lay in the mindset. Crafting a magical tool requires several spirit stones, and a single failure in the process could result in the loss of many. The pressure was almost unimaginable for him. Moreover, engraving on the sword embryo not only tested his skill and technique, but also consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy and consciousness. It was akin to practicing calligraphy in a previous life. One cannot simply write what one envisions. Sometimes, despite a clear intention, the outcome turns out entirely different. After concentrating all his efforts for several hours, he finally managed to inscribe the 10th spiritual line. However, perhaps due to the immense pressure weighing on his heart, when he reached the 11th etching, a slight error in his control of spiritual energy caused the entire formation to collapse instantaneously. This resulted in the loss of several spirit stones and a pair of porcupine quills, leaving Lu Yu in a state of dismay. The blow was indeed significant. It was evident that the art of refining tools was far from easy to master. After exhausting all his resources, Lu Yu finally relinquished his fantasies and returned to diligently working in the small shop. Throughout Lu Yu's foray into tool refinement, old Zhao had been observantly monitoring the process. Upon witnessing the inevitable failure of the endeavor, he let out a sigh of relief. It was not that he reveled in Lu Yu's misfortune, but rather, if Lu Yu had succeeded, it would have prompted him to question his own existence. As time progressed into January, the dawn of a new year arrived. Recalling that he had not undertaken any sect tasks for quite some time, Lu Yu realized that failure to return might lead to his expulsion. Thus, he sought leave from old Zhao and made his way back to the Flowing Cloud sect. The drawback of being an outer disciple was the requirement to complete an adequate number of tasks for the sect each year. Unlike the inner disciples who could immerse themselves in their cultivation without distraction. After several months away, the sect remained as ethereal as ever, with fresh and otherworldly fairies soaring through the skies on their swords, while various beast mounts gracefully ascended and descended. Upon returning to the vicinity of his stone abode, he was greeted by a jovial, chubby fellow with a bright complexion who approached him with an abundance of enthusiasm. "Little Lou, you have finally returned. I was beginning to think you had succumbed to despair and sought an untimely end. How could that be? My focus is solely on the path ahead. No matter the turmoil, I would never resort to such drastic measures." When Lu Yu encountered Wang Hao once more, a sense of joy welled within him. Wang Hao was the only friend with whom the original owner had shared a genuine connection over the years. "That's splendid, truly splendid," Wang Hao exclaimed, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder. "By the way, have you completely severed ties with Li Sisi?" Although he had already heard the rumors, Wang Hao felt compelled to seek confirmation. "Of course," Lu Yu replied. "Ah, it seems you finally come to your senses. Someone like Li Sisi is not meant for us common folk to hold on to, so let go of any lingering attachments," Wang Hao encouraged, his expression brimming with relief. He genuinely felt happy for Lu Yu, remembering the reckless youth who once caused him great distress. "Do I appear to be harboring any regrets?" Lu Yu retorted. "You do not, yet you undeniably do," Wang Hao insisted with certainty. Lu Yu fell silent, feeling exasperated. He had long since extinguished any feelings for Li Sisi. Rather, he was disheartened by the actions of the Lu family. The family head had promised that upon entering the Flowing Cloud sect, they would provide 2 spirit stones worth of resources each month. However, ever since he had been identified as possessing inferior spiritual roots, the family had ceased all contact, offering no resources whatsoever. It was painfully evident that he had been entirely forsaken by the Lu family, leading him to feel that the sacrifices made by his parents for the original owner were utterly in vain. After bidding farewell to Wang Hao, Lu Yu made his way directly to the Hall of Missions within the sect. There, he discovered a task: to feed spirit beasts once a day, with a monthly reward of 2 spirit stones. Cultivating spirit grain entails submitting 100 pounds each quarter, rewarded with 5 spirit stones. Collecting century-old Ganoderma from the Flowing Cloud Mountains grants a reward of 10 spirit stones per specimen. Assisting the Artifact Refinement Hall in purifying ores, one earns 1 spirit stone for each pound of designated tasks completed. A month of patrolling the mountains yields a reward of 3 spirit stones. The tasks available at the Grand Hall remain abundant and diverse. Initially, he could only select the most arduous tasks of mining or herb gathering, yet now, his choices have greatly expanded. After consecutively choosing several tasks involving ore purification and forging prototypes, he gathered the necessary materials and entered seclusion. With Lu Yu's current skills, these tasks posed little challenge, and it wasn't long before he accumulated enough contribution points for the sect, receiving a year's worth of cultivation resources totaling 24 spirit stones. Compared to a year prior, there is now a newfound confidence in accepting tasks. With spirit stones in hand, Lu Yu's thoughts became more agile. He still aspired to forge a magical artifact, striving to become a genuine artifact master. However, the crafting of such an artifact still required certain high-quality materials, which, if purchased, would undoubtedly incur significant expenses. Chapter 13. The ambush on the road. Should I venture once more into the perilous Million Great Mountains? The thought, once ignited, became an insatiable ember within him. Ultimately, he could not resign himself to mediocrity. Yet, the lurking dangers demanded meticulous preparation. Thus, he ventured into the marketplace, investing a considerable fortune in an array of elixirs and supplies before once again mounting his steed, the Wind Chaser, and galloping toward the Million Great Mountains. Days later, beside a tranquil pool deep within the mountains, a lynxy beast leisurely quenched its thirst. Unbeknownst to it, concealed within the nearby thicket, a pair of eyes remained motionless, observing intently. The owner of those eyes was Lu Yu, who had silently lain in wait by the pool for several days. His entire form was coated in a verdant mixture of grass juice and costly insect-repelling powder, and he donned a cloak of foliage to blend seamlessly into his surroundings. He remained still amidst the greenery, his appearance indistinguishable from the surroundings, rendering him invisible from afar. In the treacherous Million Great Mountains, where dangers lurked at every turn, it was far wiser to lie in ambush than to flail about aimlessly like a headless fly. He had meticulously surveyed the vicinity and discovered that this was the sole water source. The beasts, too, would require hydration and would inevitably come here. True to his expectations, several beasts had passed through in recent days, yet none had presented itself as a suitable target. Ever cautious, he refrained from striking unless he possessed absolute certainty. After several fruitless days, he could only silently pray for a suitable target to appear today. The sight of the rhinoceros beast before him stirred his interest. For the creature's large, sharp horn gleamed with a captivating azure sheen, an exceptional material for refining weapons. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that this rhinoceros beast possessed mid-stage chi cultivation, leading him to realize that he would return empty-handed once again. What a pity, given his current strength. There were hardly any fitting targets. Lu Yu felt a wave of despondency wash over him. After observing for a while without any prospects, he decided to retreat slowly. Yet, before he could make a move, a tremendous roar erupted from the water, and a massive gray python leaped out with lightning speed, striking at the rhinoceros beast. Roar! The rhinoceros beast cried out in pain as it was bitten on the leg. Astonished, Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was shocking to discover that a giant python lurked within the pond. The thought of having wandered nearby for so many days without awareness sent a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the python seemed uninterested in him, or else the consequences could have been dire. The rhinoceros beast reacted swiftly to the attack, thrusting its sharp horn against the python and then flinging it away with a powerful toss. Perhaps recognizing that further confrontation would be futile, the rhinoceros beast chose to flee rather than linger. The python, injured by the horn's piercing strike, did not pursue but instead retreated swiftly to the depths of the pond. It seemed there was an opportunity. Lu Yu glanced at the wounds on the lynxy beast and, without hesitation, resolutely pursued it. Although the serpent's skin was undoubtedly alluring, he felt uncertain about engaging in combat within the water. In contrast, the lynxy beast, despite its injuries, exhibited remarkable speed and stamina. Lu Yu exerted his martial arts to the utmost, relentlessly chasing for the better part of the day, yet he could not close the distance. Forced to trail it from afar, were it not for his inexplicably robust recovery, he might have lost sight of it entirely. Fortunately, the lynxy beast's poisoning deepened, and after several hours, it gradually slowed, ultimately becoming unsteady. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu discerned that the wound from the bite had turned as dark as ink, slowly oozing black blood. After following for another half hour, the lynxy beast finally ceased its struggles and collapsed with a thud. A fortunate windfall indeed. Lu Yu felt a surge of delight. He cautiously consumed an antidote pill before approaching to collect the spoils, merely severing the lynxy horn and departing. For the flesh of the beast was laced with deadly toxins, unworthy of his touch. With the lynxy horn in hand, Lu Yu did not linger but made his way out of the million great mountains. Good fortune is not a constant companion. Preserving the fruits of victory is of utmost importance. The return journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of the perils encountered previously. Upon reaching the bustling market, Lu Yu mounted his swift steed, his heart racing towards Lianyun City with fervent anticipation. However, as he passed through a dense thicket, an unforeseen incident occurred. Accompanied by a faint, high-pitched whistle, a dart suddenly hurtled toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu leapt sideways from his horse, tumbling to the ground and rolling into the nearby underbrush. This series of movements, seemingly intricate, unfolded in the blink of an eye, thanks to the instinctive reflexes honed from his previous life of evading bullets. Yet, despite his swift maneuver, the dart grazed his skin. Alas, the dart was poisoned. Lu Yu pressed his hand against the wound, and within moments, a tingling sensation began to spread. Was this to be the end of him? A bitter pang gripped his heart. "Hey there, kid, come out. I know you're poisoned." A masked cultivator, at the 7th level of Qi training, called out triumphantly from behind a tree. He was exceedingly confident in his dart-throwing prowess, having succeeded countless times with this very skill. He had witnessed the dart strike Lu Yu and, rather than rushing forward, he chose to bide his time, waiting for the poison to take effect. "Esteemed elder, how have I offended you?" Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. "Haha, you haven't offended me. It's merely misfortune that has befallen you. I seek only riches. Hand over your storage bag, and perhaps I may show you mercy and spare your life." Upon hearing the words, Lu Yu felt a quiet disdain and took out the storage bag, thinking that only a fool would act hastily and meet a swifter demise. Nevertheless, he feigned compliance while swiftly seeking a remedy for the poison. "Senior, I am gravely injured. The storage bag is right here. Please come and retrieve it directly," Lu Yu said, silently praying for a favorable outcome. To his surprise, the masked man indeed fell for the ruse. "Huh, you think you can deceive me with such a trick? You underestimate me, the masked man retorted, initially moving closer to inspect but then halting his advance, opting instead to count the moments until the poison took full effect. He understood that a dying prey could deliver a formidable strike, and while he didn't fear this young man of the sixth layer of chi cultivation, his cautious nature, honed over the years, compelled him to wait. It was precisely this prudence that had allowed him to survive as a lone cultivator until now. Lu Yu seized the opportunity to circulate his energy and expel the poison. After several attempts, though he did not completely eradicate the toxin, he felt the numbing sensation gradually recede, and the wound began to staunch and heal. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, astonished by his remarkable recuperative abilities, which seemed far beyond that of an ordinary person. Could it be related to the little sword? Once the numbness had nearly vanished, Lu Yu swiftly took cover among the grass. "Hey, kid, do you still want the antidote?" The masked monk, feeling somewhat bored from the wait, occasionally called out, hoping to gauge Lu Yu's condition. Chapter 14. The Azure-Edged Sword. Yet there was an unsettling silence emanating from the direction of the grass. Could it be that this young man had truly perished? The masked cultivator, exercising caution, decided to linger for another quarter of an hour before leisurely making his way towards the thicket where Lu Yu had concealed himself. However, upon rounding the corner, he found no trace of anyone. Instead, from the opposite side, a sharp blade lunged forth with lightning speed, inflicting excruciating pain. The masked cultivator hastily retreated. "How could this be? You were struck by my poison dart. How can you be unharmed?" The masked figure stared in astonishment at Lu Yu, who had emerged from the shadows. Yet, Lu Yu remained silent, unleashing the full potential of his flowing cloud sword technique, engaging the masked man in a fierce battle. Although the masked individual possessed a cultivation level of the 7th stage of chi refinement, his primary focus had been on mastering throwing darts, rendering his close combat skills nearly equal to Lu Yu's. The two warriors exchanged injuries, a brutal contest of endurance. Under normal circumstances, the masked cultivator's 7th stage prowess would grant him a definitive advantage, but Lu Yu's exceptional recovery abilities altered the dynamics of the fight. Despite appearing battered, Lu Yu's wounds were superficial, healing rapidly and forming scars in no time. After an intense struggle that spanned several hundred exchanges, the masked man's spiritual energy began to wane, his reflexes slowing, while Lu Yu thrived in the heat of battle. How could this be? How is he able to endure longer than I? The masked cultivator silently lamented. It must be an illusion. He is merely holding on by a thread. Determined, the masked man pressed on, intent on exhausting his opponent. However, after enduring numerous strikes and realizing that Lu Yu showed no signs of exhaustion, he finally felt fear. What manner of creature is this? He bore no resemblance to someone at the 6th level of chi cultivation. Ultimately, the masked man feigned an attack, disengaged from the battle, and fled. He no longer wished to confront such a reckless opponent as Lu Yu, fearing that a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Watching the masked figure retreat, Lu Yu chose not to pursue. After all, his own condition was far from optimistic. Should another robber appear, he would be utterly doomed. Thus, he decided against lingering and swiftly departed the scene, dragging his weary body away. Days later, upon returning to the small refining shop, Lu Yu found that his injuries had long since healed, leaving no scars behind. This realization made him quietly exclaim that he had stumbled upon a treasure. In early February, on a crisp morning, Lu Yu bathed and burned incense, preparing thoroughly before once again embarking on the crafting of magical tools. Having reflected on the lessons from his previous failures, he exhibited remarkable patience this time, proceeding methodically to purify, fuse, and inscribe formations, striving for perfection in every step. During the inscribing process, he remained unhurried, patiently concentrating his spirit into the material, continuously perceiving its intricate internal structure. Only after ensuring absolute certainty did he gradually channel his spiritual energy, a steady flow directed towards the inscribed location. This time, his inscribing was incredibly slow and remarkably steady, his demeanor akin to that of a seasoned sage in meditation, devoid of any fluctuations. Hard work pays off. After 5 days of relentless effort, a brand new Xiantai sword was finally forged. As Lu Yu gazed upon the sword in his hand, which shimmered with a bluish luster, his heart swelled with bittersweet emotion. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally become a true weaponsmith. Meanwhile, Master Zhao was left utterly speechless upon witnessing the artifact crafted by Lu Yu. "Is this truly your creation?" Master Zhao repeatedly inquired in disbelief. Weren't you watching the entire time? Lu Yu replied, somewhat exasperated. It was utterly confounding. Could it be that you are merely pretending to be inept? Master Zhao felt a wave of unease, realizing that he had squandered his years in ignorance. You may consider me as a mere pretender, Lu Yu remarked, now disinterested in further explanations. Having achieved the status of a genuine first-tier weaponsmith, Lu Yu's circumstances transformed remarkably. Master Zhao immediately elevated Lu Yu's salary to 5 spirit stones per month, along with bonuses, and personally escorted him to the nearby weaponsmith guild to obtain a first-tier weaponsmith badge. The sword, forged by Lu Yu, was exceptionally sharp and possessed a slight armor-piercing attribute, reaching the pinnacle of low-grade artifacts, which he named the Qing Feng sword. As for the Xian Tai sword distributed by the sect, Lu Yu opted to sell it and received 90 spirit stones in return. The Qing Feng sword, infused with materials from demonic beasts, possessed remarkable sharpness. If sold, it could fetch around 150 spirit stones, and it is quite sought after. However, Lu Yu felt it suited him well and decided to keep it for personal use. After all, what kind of man could be without a fine sword? With a modest amount of spirit stones finally in hand, he felt a sense of purpose. As he walked, buoyed by the spring breeze, Lu Yu carried 90 spirit stones, feeling a certain elation. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never possessed such a considerable sum. Without hesitation, he made his way to the marketplace and headed straight for the elixir district. Stuck at the 6th level of Qi refinement for quite some time, he was determined to break through as soon as possible. It must be said, the urban planning of Lianyun City was commendable, with all the elixir shops conveniently located in one area. With so many shops, which one should he choose? Without a moment's pause, he instinctively walked toward the most opulent establishment, convinced that only the finest shop would befit his newfound status. Indeed, the largest shop provided exceptional service. Even the receptionist was exquisitely charming. Approaching the most beautiful and fair-skinned lady, Lu Yu boldly declared, "Please, bring me a vial of your finest Peiyuan Dan." Having earned some money, it was only natural to show off a little. After all, what was the point of acquiring wealth otherwise? As soon as he spoke, nearby female cultivators turned their attention to him, admiration evident on their faces. "Very well, please hold on." The fair-skinned female cultivator was exceedingly polite, her voice sweet and melodious. Before long, she produced a delicate vial and placed it before Lu Yu, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she inquired, "Top-grade Peiyuan pills, priced at 300 spirit stones per bottle. How many would you like?" Upon hearing this figure, Lu Yu felt a jolt of shock coursing through him. His composure instantly shattered. The top-grade Peiyuan pill, at 15 spirit stones each, totaled 20 pills in the vial. The fair-skinned cultivator stifled a laugh and patiently explained, "The price is slightly elevated due to the exceptional quality." "Why is it so exorbitant?" Lu Yu's face turned a shade of green, as he had always believed that Peiyuan pills were merely a few spirit stones each. The reality was far more daunting, and he sensed the nearby female cultivators stifling their laughter. Even the fair-skinned cultivator before him regarded him with an odd look, as if holding back a secret amusement. "This is a top-grade Peiyuan pill with 3 Dan patterns, its efficacy several times that of the ordinary kind, hence the higher price," she continued to explain courteously. "Oh, I see. In that case, I will take 3 for now. The rest will be for another day," Lu Yu replied, somewhat unable to meet her gaze, regretting his earlier bravado. "Very well, please hold on." Soon after receiving the Peiyuan pills from the fair-skinned cultivator, Lu Yu hastily tossed the spirit stones aside and fled through the door. He dared not linger even for a moment, as the embarrassment weighed heavily upon him. Even after distancing himself, he could still feel the heat rising to his cheeks. With a soft chuckle, one of the female practitioners in the shop could no longer contain her amusement after Lu Yu exited. "Miss, that young gentleman's demeanor is rather foolish." The fair-skinned practitioner, addressed as Miss, could not help but reveal a hint of a smile upon hearing this. Chapter 15. The illusory trial. These spirit stones are truly not to be squandered. Having purchased merely a few medicinal pills, I find that a considerable portion of my spirit stones has already diminished. As I stroll along the street, a pang of regret stirs within me. With the remaining spirit stones, I ought to acquire 2 more sets of materials for forging the profound iron sword. My cultivation is still too feeble, and I dare not venture into the Million Great Mountains just yet. After careful consideration, I turn back and hasten towards the materials district. In the materials district, order is a rarity, It is predominantly comprised of scattered stalls, with only a handful of larger shops. Nonetheless, the stalls possess their own advantages, affordable prices, and a diverse array of goods. Soon enough, I procure all the necessary materials and return to my humble shop to commence my seclusion. The efficacy of the Supreme Essence Cultivation Pill is indeed remarkable. Upon ingesting the first, I immediately perceive a significant enhancement in my spiritual energy. By the time I absorb the final essence, the spiritual energy within my dantian has expanded by a third, surpassing the gains I achieved through months of meditation and cultivation. This total amount of spiritual energy should suffice for the forging of inferior magical artifacts. Thus, I retrieve the 2 sets of materials and commence the forging process anew. After all, earning spirit stones is of paramount importance. Successfully crafting one set from these materials would merely break even. Achieving success with both would yield substantial profits. However, a complete failure would result in devastating losses. Although I have previously succeeded in forging a Qingfeng sword, I remain uncertain whether these 2 sets of materials will yield similar results. Ultimately, the success of forging hinges not only on experience and cultivation, but also heavily on fortune. With unwavering focus, he engaged in the processes of purification, fusion, and the intricate engraving of formations. Just as the final line was about to be successfully inscribed, a sudden bang shattered the tranquility, causing the formation to collapse. His mood instantly grew grave. All his efforts had been in vain. Alas, after a full day of recuperation, waiting for every aspect of his being to return to its peak, he finally retrieved the materials to forge a second sword. However, the pressure associated with this endeavor was undeniably immense. Should he fail again, he would be left destitute. Under the weight of this tremendous pressure, Lu Yu contemplated commencing the forging, yet he hesitated to make the first move. His mindset was still lacking. If he were to fail, he would have to venture into the perilous Million Mountains once more. Lu Yu reassured himself and, steeling his resolve, concentrated on the task at hand. Methodically, he proceeded with the purification, fusion, and engraving of the formation. Each step felt familiar and orderly. His consciousness was intently focused on the condition within the dark iron sword. Only 2 more lines remained. Persevere. Steady now. As time ticked by, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Lu Yu's forehead. After an indeterminate duration, he suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Success. Lu Yu couldn't help but exhale deeply, his body succumbing to fatigue. Fortunately, he had not reverted to being a penniless wretch. This dark iron sword was not as valuable as the previous one, fetching only 90 spirit stones. Nonetheless, Lu Yu felt a sense of contentment. After swiftly disposing of the Xiantai sword, he refrained from purchasing any more Pei Yuan pills, opting instead to acquire 3 sets of materials for crafting the Xiantai sword. The pressure from the 2 sets of materials had been overwhelmingly intense, leaving him averse to revisiting that suffocating sensation. Once he had steadied himself, Lu Yu resumed his forging endeavors. Fortune smiled upon him as he successfully crafted the first sword. He had recouped his investment. Would he be fortunate enough to succeed with another? If both swords proved successful, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Lu Yu harbored quiet hopes as he eagerly set to work once more. However, perhaps due to his premature elation and unstable mindset, he faced consecutive failures with the subsequent 2 swords. Alas, he had been too impatient, failing to maintain a tranquil demeanor amidst triumph and defeat. After reflecting on his missteps and taking a brief respite, Lu Yu once again procured 3 sets of materials for forging. With just 1 successful creation from these materials, he could break even, significantly alleviating his pressure. Fortunately, this time he triumphed in crafting 2 swords, netting a total of 180 spirit stones. Without hesitation, he purchased several Pei Yuan pills and 4 additional sets of materials, retreating once more into seclusion. Over the following months, Lu Yu became utterly engrossed in the art of forging. Each time he successfully crafted a sword, he immediately acquired more materials to continue, and upon successfully creating 2 swords, he would indulge in purchasing extra Pei Yuan pills to enhance his cultivation. He had yet to achieve the feat of crafting 3 swords in one endeavor. Due to his frequent purchases of medicinal pills, the female cultivators at the apothecary began to regard him with newfound respect. On that day, Lu Yu felt that the spiritual energy within his dantian had reached its limit. Thus, he consumed the last 2 Pei Yuan pills in one go. As the elixirs entered his stomach, the spiritual power within his dantian surged violently, and with a resounding burst, The long unbroken bottleneck was finally shattered. He had reached the 7th level of chi training. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, the previously unresponsive sword suddenly flickered, and several lines of text gradually emerged. Refining assessment. Please forge a qualified magical weapon within the illusion. Swordsmanship assessment. Please master a sword technique and withstand 100 strikes within the illusion. Illusion assessment? Which illusion? No sooner had Lu Yu uttered these words than he felt a sudden darkness envelop him. When he reappeared, he found himself in a dimly lit space. In this realm, a swordsman clad in black, wielding a sword identical to Lu Yu's, charged at him without uttering a word. "Wait a moment, brother. What is happening?" Lu Yu exclaimed, hastily drawing his Qing Feng sword to defend himself while inquiring of the black-clad figure. However, the swordsman paid him no heed and continued his relentless assault. "Oh, the autumn wind sweeps away the fallen leaves. A single sword can sever mountains and rivers. Is this not a technique from the Luoyuan swordsmanship?" Lu Yu thought in astonishment as he deftly dodged. Yet, despite his belief that he could evade the attack, an unexpected sword tip emerged from nowhere, piercing through his abdomen, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. He was slain in an instant. When Lu Yu awoke once more, he found himself inexplicably back in his room. He quickly examined his body, discovering no injuries, only a slight pain in his spirit, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out he had merely entered an illusion. Thankfully, it was only an illusionary assessment of swordsmanship. But what about the illusionary assessment for weapon forging? As if the small sword understood Lu Yu's thoughts, it shimmered, and he found himself once again in a peculiar weapon forging workshop. This workshop bore resemblance to the previous illusory space, yet there were notable distinctions. Primarily, this scene was not a product of his imagination but a fixed environment. Furthermore, the materials at the forging table were not of varying grades, but exclusively first-tier materials. Observing the assortment of colorful materials in the workshop, Lu Yu selected a few of the most commonly used ones and began to concentrate on his crafting. He had essentially grasped the nature of this so-called weapon forging illusion assessment. However, just as he successfully forged a low-grade magical weapon with great effort, a cold voice suddenly echoed, "Quality not up to standard, assessment failed." What a surprise. Something so perfect was deemed subpar? Lu Yu couldn't help but question his existence. Yet before he had the chance to complain, he was once again expelled from the illusory space. The flow of time in this illusionary assessment seemed to differ from the outside world. A day inside equated to merely 2 hours outside. Given the considerable difficulty of these assessments, he couldn't help but wonder what rewards awaited those who successfully passed the illusionary trials. Surely, they must be extraordinary. Without hesitation, Lu Yu communicated with the small sword and once again entered the realm of illusion. Refinement failed, the quality is substandard. Chapter 16. The Shadow of Clouds. In the ensuing period, Lu Yu became engrossed in the assessment, dedicating every spare moment to immersing himself in the illusions, challenging and practicing relentlessly. Yet, despite an increasing success rate in forging, the quality remained deemed unsatisfactory. His swordsmanship, too, was repeatedly bested, unable to withstand even 10 moves, leaving him perpetually unable to pass the trial. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Lu Yu had no choice but to conclude his seclusion. He had come to realize that mere brute force would not suffice. He needed to seek alternative methods. Coincidentally, during this time, he had accumulated several hundred spirit stones and decided to visit the market once more. Ancestral techniques, being sold at a bargain. Don't miss out as you pass by. A middle-aged man boisterously proclaimed from a stall. The marketplace was still bustling with activity, an array of martial arts techniques unfolding before the eye. However, the middle-aged man's shouts quickly attracted a crowd, including Lu Yu, primarily drawn by the phrase ancestral techniques, which captured their attention. Is this for real? Why is this technique incomplete? Of course, if it weren't incomplete, why would it be for sale? Most of the onlookers were merely talkers, not buyers. And despite the middle-aged man's persistent calls, he had yet to sell a single item. Lu Yu curiously squeezed in to take a closer look. The stall offered a mid-tier yellow-grade sword technique, frenzied blade technique, and a superior yellow-grade sword technique, green pine sword technique, alongside several advanced yellow-grade spells such as storm art and thick earth technique. To his astonishment, there was even a fragmented movement technique, cloud shadow step, of unknown rank. With only the first 2 forms available, while the others remained incomplete, yet it was boldly priced at 400 spirit stones. Could it be that this cloud shadow step is indeed a treasured ancestral skill? Lu Yu picked it up and glanced at the descriptions of the initial two forms. Feeling they possessed a certain extraordinary quality, particularly suitable for complementing sword techniques. Sir, could you possibly lower the price of Cloud Shadow Step? Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. My young friend, you possess a discerning eye. This movement technique is said to have originated from an ancient relic. 400 spirit stones is the absolute minimum, I assure you, replied the middle-aged cultivator. Yet another ploy. I wonder how many have fallen for this. Someone from the onlookers scoffed. How about 200 spirit stones? If that works, I'll take it. Lu Yu countered boldly. Such exorbitant demands. Haggling is understood, but the lowest I can accept is 350. 250 then. If that's agreeable, it's a deal. If not, so be it. Lu Yu raised his offer once more. All right, I'll sell it to you at that price. The middle-aged cultivator readily acquiesced, seemingly anxious that Lu Yu might reconsider. Wait, just like that? Lu Yu found himself momentarily bewildered, questioning whether his offered price was still too high. It appeared that this realm was indeed fraught with complexities. However, having spoken the words, it was truly beyond him to retract them on the spot. Very well. If he had been deceived, then so be it. One learns wisdom through experience. Without further hesitation, Lu Yu swiftly completed the transaction. The naive young man was indeed easily duped. Merely mentioning it was acquired from a relic was enough to ensnare him. The onlookers, witnessing the actual completion of the deal, could not help but scoff. Indeed, one learns after being tricked a few times. How could there be so many ancient techniques? Listening to their comments, Lu Yu felt his heart bleed. Eager to escape this sorrowful place, he lost the desire to linger and returned directly to his small shop. The first two steps of the Cloud Shadow Step were indeed remarkable. After several days of diligent practice, he managed to execute it with some difficulty. And then he once again entered the illusionary realm to face the trials. With the Cloud Shadow Step at his disposal, he thought to himself, perhaps he wouldn't be defeated in an instant this time. The dark-clad swordsman in the illusionary realm, without a word, lunged at him with sword drawn. With a sweeping strike akin to autumn winds brushing away fallen leaves, Lu Yu quickly channeled his spiritual energy to employ the Cloud Shadow Step, retreating swiftly and leaving behind only an afterimage. The swordsman's blade sliced through emptiness, momentarily pausing before striking again, but Lu Yu managed to evade to the left. At last, he was not defeated in an instant. A flicker of joy ignited within him. However, it was not long before he was completely stunned. To his astonishment, the dark-clad swordsman also executed the Cloud Shadow Step, and with such dazzling finesse that the very shadow seemed elusive. Was this truly the same worthless technique he had purchased? Could it truly possess such effects? Lu Yu found it hard to believe. Yet, from the perspective of techniques, it was indeed quite similar, albeit with several additional steps. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the black-clad swordsman executed a series of dazzling flashes, delivering a strike right before Lu Yu, causing a searing pain to surge through his soul, and once again, Lu Yu was ejected from the illusionary realm. He had been vanquished in an instant. Lu Yu felt a twinge of despair. However, the fact that the Cloud Shadow Step exhibited such splendid effects was undeniably remarkable. Furthermore, the ability of the illusionary realm to complete fragmented martial arts was an unexpected delight. In the ensuing 6 months, Lu Yu immersed himself in frenzied sword practice, artifact refining, and mastering footwork. Whenever he acquired spiritual stones, he would purchase elixirs to enhance his cultivation, and he frequently entered the illusionary realm for training. The illusionary realm could only be accessed with one's primordial spirit, and it seemed that the flow of time within differed from that outside. 10 days spent inside equated to merely 1 day passing outside. Prior to each artifact refinement, Lu Yu would rehearse several times within the illusion, ensuring absolute perfection. The low-grade magical artifacts he crafted were displayed for sale in his small shop, including knives, swords, and shields. Leveraging the advantage of competitive pricing, he successfully sold over 20 pieces within a few months. Due to the high success rate and minimal losses, Lu Yu made significant strides across various aspects after half a year. Not only had he perfected the Cloud Shadow Step into a double flash, but he could also execute the exceptional technique of double slash in conjunction with the flowing cloud sword technique, while his cultivation level ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. During this period, Master Zhao has been closely observing Lu Yu. Witnessing the remarkable increase in his success rate in artifact forging, which inevitably brought forth an expression of despair upon his countenance. It appears that aptitude indeed plays a crucial role in this craft. In the early years of his own forging journey, despite exhausting every conceivable method, his success rate never exceeded 10%. During that time, he depleted an immense portion of his resources. Now, witnessing Lu Yu achieve such a high success rate in less than a year is truly disheartening. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can be quite demoralizing. This current generation of youth is nothing short of extraordinary. It seems he has truly aged. Time has flown by, and before he realized it, May had arrived, marking nearly 2 years since Lu Yu's arrival in this realm. Over these 2 years, Lu Yu has experienced rapid growth. Not only has his forging technique improved, but he has also grown taller, transforming into a strikingly handsome young man. Before long, the peak season for artifact forging approached once more. On this day, Zhang Linger returned to the shop, accompanied by a modestly dressed, yet gracious and gentle beauty. "Master Zhao, I have come again," she announced. "Ah, Miss Linger, has your artifact broken down once more?" Master Zhao jested. "Not at all. This time, I am here to introduce a client to you. This is my dear friend, Li Yusin, who seeks your assistance in forging an artifact." "Oh, what kind of artifact does she wish to create? Pray, do tell," Master Zhao inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Chapter 17. The Ice Spirit Silver Needles as the grand competition of the sect approaches. UXIN has finally managed to acquire a small piece of Millennium Cold Jade, which she hopes to refine into 3 Ice Spirit Silver Needles as her trump card. Each needle must possess a minimum quality of a mid-grade magical artifact. However, coming from a humble background, UXIN has limited spirit stones. I may have boasted about the affordability and quality of your services, which is why she has come here. Might you consider offering a discount and assist with the refinement at cost price? Zhang Linger pleaded, prompting UXIN to present the piece of Millennium Cold Jade. The price is negotiable, but is this truly all the cold jade you possess? Yes, this is all I have. This amount of cold jade barely suffices for the creation of 3 needles, and it demands a 100% success rate. I cannot undertake such a task. Zhao Lao sighed, shaking his head. The aging artisan lamented his waning vigor and fading eyesight. "Surely, Master Zhao, you have been refining instruments for decades. How could you possibly be unable to do this? Please, assist UXIN." Zhang Linger implored, grasping Zhao Lao's arm. Needle-type artifacts require considerable energy and precision. I genuinely lack confidence in my ability to achieve this. I recommend you seek out Brother Lu for the refinement. As he spoke, Zhao Lao gestured towards Lu Yu, who was seated nearby, engrossed in the crafting process. "Him? Master Zhao, you must be jesting. He is merely an apprentice," Zhang Linger exclaimed in disbelief. While she acknowledged Lu Yu's exceptional skill in forging implements, she understood that creating magical artifacts encompassed far more than mere forging. Lu Xiaoga is currently refining mid-grade magical artifacts, and his success rate surpasses mine, as he has hardly ever failed. Zhao Lao shook his head after speaking. "How can this be possible?" Zhang Linger clearly expressed her disbelief. In such a short time, has he transitioned from an apprentice to a master craftsman? She was reluctant to accept this and wanted to inquire further, but was dissuaded by Li Yusin. Li Yusin gently pulled Zhang Linger before Lu Yu, performing a graceful bow and softly inquiring, "Master, may I ask if you are capable of refining this Ice Soul Silver Needle?" Lu Yu smiled slightly. "There should be no problem." "Hey, Lu Yu, are you truly capable? Don't overestimate yourself if you can't," Zhang Linger questioned, sensing his confidence. "I assure you, I can. Do you believe me?" Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. "Of course not," Zhang Linger retorted. "So no matter what I say, it remains the same. If you wish to refine, do so. If not, please exit to the left. I am quite busy." Zhang Linger was inexplicably infuriated by Lu Yu's impatient demeanor. In the presence of 2 stunning beauties, his lack of deference was galling. She tugged at Li Yusin, intending to leave, but was ultimately held back by her friend. Observing Lu Yu's calm and composed expression, Li Yusin felt an inkling of confidence radiating from him. After a brief moment of hesitation, she approached Lu Yu and politely requested, "I kindly ask Master Lu to assist in refining this Millennium Cold Jade." "Certainly, 200 spirit stones. A deposit of 50 is required initially, and you may collect the remainder in half a month," Lu Yu remarked with a faint smile. He had always held a certain fondness for polite young women. On the journey back to the sect, Zhang Linger continued to grumble indignantly. "That insufferable Lu Yu. How dare he ignore me, a mere outer disciple?" She fumed. If he fails to produce the desired result, he shall regret it. Li Yusin, observing her friend, couldn't help but smile wryly, acknowledging that while her companion possessed many admirable qualities, she could be rather headstrong. After accepting the task, Lu Yu indulged in a hearty meal before retreating to his chamber to engage in deep contemplation, frequently immersing himself in an illusory realm to practice repeatedly. Ultimately, he was a person of considerable professional integrity. Having accepted the assignment, he was determined to give it his utmost effort. Transforming the millennium-old cold jade into a mid-grade magical artifact was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in fully harnessing the jade's unique properties. The greatest obstacle was designing the optimal shape for the needle and determining the configuration of its internal formations. Most other craftsmen would likely resort to the conventional silver needle design, which is safe and reliable. However, Li was a perfectionist, and with the advantage of his illusory space for preliminary simulations, he was emboldened to explore various innovative approaches. After several days of intensive contemplation and experimentation, Lu Yu ultimately resolved to forge 3 exceptionally slender silver needles. These needles would be nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, capable of incredible speed, and containing a repressed icy aura that would only manifest explosively upon activation. To refine the cold jade to such a minute degree requires an exceptionally profound mastery of forging and purification techniques. Fortunately, Lu Yu is an adept in this realm, his skills in forging and condensing rivaling the true fire tempering of foundational cultivators. As per the established protocol, he first attempts the refinement within the illusory space. Refinement failed. Refinement failed, quality unsatisfactory. After countless attempts, at last, a distinct voice resounded. Quality satisfactory, trial passed, initiation of artifact refinement inheritance. Subsequently, the scene transformed, and the illusion no longer resembled a crafting workshop, but morphed into a grand jade disc. Within the disc, passages of text materialized, systematically elucidating the foundational knowledge of artifact crafting and the characteristics of various tiers of treasures. For instance, artifacts are robust and sharp. Upon infusing spiritual energy, they can sever hair and slice through iron with ease. Spiritual tools can condense energy into a formidable force, unleashing attacks on foes. With sufficient spiritual energy, they can manifest continuous sword chi. Mysterious instruments possess inherent power, requiring only a modicum of spiritual energy to invoke effects akin to leveraging a feather to shift a mountain. Imperial tools can manifest as forms of spiritual energy, capable of sealing beast souls and transforming them into artifact spirits. The stronger the sealed beast soul, the more formidable the tool, potentially unleashing the innate supernatural abilities of the beast. Divine tools possess autonomous artifact spirits, capable of self-initiated attacks and protection of their master, harnessing the might of heaven and earth to achieve feats that far exceed the wielder's cultivation level. Sacred tools autonomously select their master and learn independently, containing overwhelming power that, once activated, can unleash myriad beams of energy to wreak havoc upon the world. Celestial tools possess the ability to self-repair and cultivate autonomously, remaining eternally indestructible. Is this the reward for passing the refining assessment? A plethora of information left Lu Yu in a state of exhilaration. Following the introduction of fundamental knowledge, the jade disc revealed various methods for crafting magical artifacts, each process unfolding before him. There was an array of artifact types, many of which Lu Yu had never encountered before. Captivated by the jade disc, especially when he came across needle-like artifacts, inspiration surged within him. After a considerable time, Lu Yu finally emerged from the reverie. It dawned on him that artifacts could indeed be refined in such a manner. The upside was that he now grasped the intricacies of crafting any artifact. The downside was that the illusion of the refining realm had dissipated, and any future attempts at simulated practice would require the expenditure of spirit stones. With merely 3 days remaining until the half-month deadline, Lu Yu felt no trepidation. On the contrary, he was brimming with confidence as he commenced the formal crafting of the Ice Soul silver needles. While the overall design remained largely unchanged, the refinement techniques and array combinations had become significantly more advanced. Chapter 18. The Most Beautiful Fairy. Half a month later, Zhang Linger and Li Yusin reunited once more. Yusin, I am truly sorry, Zhang Linger wept. What is the matter? During this period, I had someone investigate Lu Yu's background again. He possesses no esteemed mentors and bears inferior spiritual roots. It is utterly inconceivable that any renowned master would take notice of him. Zhang Linger recounted Lu Yu's so-called illustrious history with fervor. How could someone so impoverished, a mere outer disciple, possibly be a weaponsmith? He must have employed some deceitful means to fool Master Zhao. I apologize, I have wronged you. Upon hearing about Lu Yu's remarkable achievements, Li Yusin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, yet she feigned a smile and replied, "It's all right, this is not your fault. It was my decision to let him forge." However, the more Li Yusin sought to console her, the more despondent Zhang Linger became. "Let us go and settle the score with him. He has truly taken advantage of us." At the weapon shop, Lu Yu observed the frost-laden expression on Zhang Linger's face, bewildered by her demeanor. "What troubles you, my lady?" "Lu Yu, where are the silver needles you crafted?" Zhang Linger restrained her anger, inquiring. "Ah, here they are." Lu Yu reached into his storage bag and produced 3 slender silver needles, presenting them to her. "Is this truly the silver needles forged from a millennium of cold jade?" Zhang Linger scrutinized the delicate, almost hair-thin needles in her hand, devoid of any chill, and her fury ignited. Needless to say, this cold jade must have been wasted, and the materials have certainly been insufficient. Indeed, 3 mid-grade magical silver needles. "You." Upon witnessing Lu Yu's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Linger felt a surge of frustration. The quality of these silver needles was undoubtedly that of mid-grade magical artifacts. Yet where was the chilling aura? There was not a trace to be found. However, they had not specified any requirements regarding the chilling aspect initially, leaving Zhang Linger to swallow her indignation. With a huff, she tugged her friend and turned to leave, not sparing a glance back. "Hey, you haven't given the spirit stones yet?" At Lu Yun's sect, every 5 years, a grand competition is held for newly admitted disciples. All new inner and outer disciples from the 5 main peaks are eligible to participate. The purpose is to identify promising talents for entry into the inner sect for focused cultivation. The top 20 in the competition received substantial rewards, including the highly coveted Foundation Establishment Pills. Historically, the top 20 spots have predominantly been claimed by inner sect disciples. As for outer sect disciples, achieving a rank within the top 300 could catch the attention of elders, potentially leading to entry into the inner sect. Lu Yu has never considered herself a genius, and thus had no intention of signing up for the competition. With a mixed elemental root, and only the most rudimentary Lu Yun sword technique at her disposal, she hardly believed she could rank even among the top 300. However, such a grand event was a rare opportunity to observe the talents of others. On the eve of the competition, Lu Yu returned to Lu Yun's sect and acutely sensed the palpable tension in the air as the event approached. Pavilions and terraces, dining halls and squares are abuzz with discussions regarding the upcoming grand competition. The most fervent debates revolve around who will secure a place among the top 10, and who shall be crowned the most enchanting fairy of the Lu Yun sect this year. In my opinion, among the top contenders, Bai Chongqing from Tianqi Peak and Shuelong from Zixiao Peak are sure to claim their spots. An outer sect disciple exclaimed passionately. Indeed, Bai Chongqing possesses an unparalleled elegance and striking handsomeness, while his swordsmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. Shuelong, with his iron will and ruthless demeanor, has fearlessly traversed the perilous mountains, earning a formidable reputation. Xiao Haimei from Cuizhu Peak is also impressive, with her innate charm and captivating smile that bewitch all who encounter her. We at Qingyun Peak boast the presence of the exquisite Li Sisi, renowned for her beauty and mastery over the arts of water and fire, skilled in transformations. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu paused slightly. It had been over a year since he last saw Li Sisi, and now she had become the talk of the town as the unparalleled beauty. Wang Kuan from Tianqi Peak also possesses the strength to enter the top 10, wielding his iron fists with unmatched dominance, although overshadowed by Bai Chongqing's brilliance. Additionally, the sister duo from Tianshu Peak, Li Yusin and Zhang Linger, one gentle and gracious, the other playful and charming, might also secure a spot in the top 10 if fortune favors them. Ah, so Zhang Linger has a chance at the top 10 as well. Lu Yu could not help but feel astonished. No wonder they carry such lofty airs. It seems they truly have the merit to be proud. By the way, who do you think will be this year's most beautiful fairy? Someone inquired. I believe it should be Xiao Haimei, don't you think? Why do I feel that Li Sisi is somewhat inferior? I am not particularly fond of Li Sisi. In my opinion, Li Yusin reigns supreme. Although I am unaware of who this year's most beautiful fairy is, I am well aware of the most exquisite fairy in our entire Lu Yun sect, and that is Lin Qingxue, someone boasted. The most beautiful fairy of the entire Luyan sect? She must be extraordinarily beautiful. I once had the fortune to catch a glimpse from afar, and it was an indescribable beauty, akin to a celestial being, transcending the mundane. In comparison, Li Sisi and Xiao Hai may seem like mere mortals. That person mused. Is she truly that beautiful? I sincerely wish to behold her divine visage one day. Lin Qingxue? Lu Yu paused slightly. It was the first time he had encountered this name. Upon Lu Yu's return to the stone cottage, Wang Pang from next door, hearing the commotion, hurried over in a flurry. Upon seeing one another, both were momentarily taken aback, but then their expressions shifted to delight. You rascal! After half a year apart, how have you grown so tall? Wang Pang slapped Lu Yu's shoulder heartily. Is it only permissible for you to gain weight, while I am not allowed to grow taller? Lu Yu retorted without hesitation, delivering a playful punch to Wang Pang's chest. Can growing taller and gaining weight possibly be the same? Wang Pang lamented. Haha, what difference does it make? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Hao finally inquired. Lu Yu, are you not participating in the Five Veins Grand Competition? Today is the final day for registration. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment and, with a wry smile, said, perhaps it's best to refrain. I have only reached the 7th level of Qi training. Participating would only lead to embarrassment. He recalled the recent torment he endured at the hands of the black-clad swordsmen in the illusory realm, a memory that still haunted him. Indeed, most of them had already attained the 8th or 9th levels and had been nurtured with the finest resources. How could we possibly compete? Did you participate? Lu Yu inquired. I did not, came the reply. The two exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing that they had both come to terms with reality, leaving behind the recklessness of their youth. The following day, the grand competition commenced, and the rotund Wang Hao arrived early, dragging Lu Yu along to witness the matches. Wang Hao, you're not even competing. Is it really necessary to go so early? Lu Yu lamented. You don't understand. With hundreds of thousands of outer disciples and various cultivation families and aristocratic clans coming to watch, if we arrive late, we won't even find a spot to stand. Besides, my goddess is competing today. To miss the chance to watch her up close would be a tremendous loss. What is so captivating about your goddess? She wouldn't even glance your way. What is the point of your infatuation? Lu Yu retorted. Ah, but you fail to grasp this. My goddess is a striking vision, evoking a yearning for a beautiful life. Wang Hao asserted with conviction. Lu Yu, rendered speechless by his friend's enthusiasm, had no choice but to accompany Wang Hao to the grand competition square. Chapter 19. The emergence of the master. The grand arena for the sect competition is situated in a vast basin among the 5 principal peaks of the Flowing Cloud sect, encircled by towering mountains. This expansive square is the largest within the sect, serving as the venue for all significant events concerning the 5 branches. As one gazes across the arena, the ground is entirely paved with white jade, exuding a majestic and imposing atmosphere. In the center of the square, 20 platforms have been erected, arranged in 4 distinct groups. At the forefront of the square stands a colossal dais, entirely constructed from white jade, resembling a single sculpted block. Above this platform, a veil of mist envelopes the area, creating an ethereal scene akin to a celestial paradise. Although Lu Yu and his companion arrived early, the square has already become a sea of humanity, with disciples from the Flowing Cloud sect converging here to witness the competition, numbering no fewer than tens of thousands. After securing a position, Lu Yu began to meditate, while Wang Hao scanned the surroundings, admiring the breathtaking scenery. As the hour of the serpent approached, the multitude of disciples gathered in the square swelled to over 100,000. Suddenly, a resonant chime echoed from an unknown peak, reverberating through the vast expanse. Following this, dozens of brilliant beams of light, in various hues, surged forth from the towering mountains surrounding the arena, converging upon the great dais like shooting stars. Lu Yu focused his spiritual energy and gazed upward, discerning that these vibrant lights were, in fact, the high-ranking practitioners of the Flowing Cloud sect, wielding their flying swords as they soared towards the platform. In a short while, these radiant figures descended upon the dais, revealing dozens of silhouettes, which then divided into 5 distinct factions, each taking their respective positions. At last, a dazzling beam of golden light suddenly flickered, and a dignified middle-aged cultivator appeared directly at the center of the high platform. No one could discern from whence this middle-aged figure had emerged. There were no signs or traces to indicate his arrival. Upon witnessing his presence, the dozens of figures on the platform clasped their fists in reverence and collectively exclaimed, We pay our respects to the Sect Master. Was that just now the legendary teleportation? Could that be our Sect Master and true monarch of transformation, Lin Patian? The scene on the platform instantly ignited excitement among the disciples gathered below. Most of them were witnessing our sect's leader for the very first time. Yes, it is indeed him. Wow, we have finally encountered the legendary figure. After the middle-aged cultivator acknowledged the elders on the high platform with a nod, he stepped forward to take his position, waiting for a moment until the murmurs from the disciples subsided before he began to speak in a resonant voice. Esteemed disciples, it is my honor to gather with you all for the grand event of the Five Veins competition. Since the founding of our Luyun sect by our ancestral master, we have steadfastly taken upon ourselves the duty of safeguarding our realm and its people, a commitment that has endured for over 10,000 years. Throughout this millennium, countless prodigies have emerged from the Five Veins competition, and through the vigorous cultivation provided by our sect, they have become the pillars that support the prosperity of Yunzhou, leaving an indelible mark of merit. Today, we shall once again initiate the selection of a new generation for the Five Veins competition. I urge all disciples to prepare earnestly, to unleash their true potential. Simultaneously, we shall ensure that the competition is conducted with fairness and impartiality, granting each disciple an opportunity to showcase their talents. The middle-aged cultivator paused at this point, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Indeed, the rewards for this grand competition would be notably generous. The top 4 contenders would receive an additional set of spirit-level armor as a token of encouragement, he announced with a smile. Wow! The disciples below were immediately stirred. A set of spirit armor is worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. Among spirit artifacts, armor is the most intricate and challenging to forge. Many cultivators, even after years of foundation establishment, possess only a spirit sword, as spirit armor remains a luxury beyond their means. Now, however, the prospect of awarding a set of spirit armor to disciples who have yet to establish their foundation has left many previous foundation cultivators envious. Once the murmurs of the crowd subsided, the middle-aged cultivator continued. Now, I declare the Five Veins grand competition officially commenced. The sun blazed like fire in the sky. In the center of the square, matches were fervently underway. The first day of competition was rather unremarkable. The stronger competitors generally did not face each other immediately, as the majority of the weaker participants were eliminated first. Luyu sat in the stands, feeling drowsy after watching for an hour. The movements of the contestants appeared sluggish to him, and he found the spectacle rather unsatisfying. It was evident that they could have easily breached their opponent's defenses with a single strike, yet they opted to perform unnecessary tricks, thereby squandering their chances. What was this? A circus performance? Yet, he realized he had not practiced many sword techniques himself. Perhaps he was merely uninformed. Within this seemingly simple sword technique, could there be hidden profundities? As he watched, Luyu closed his eyes, fearing that if he continued to gaze, he might be consumed by anxiety. Only Wang Hao appeared excessively enthusiastic, each time gesticulating with excitement, almost yearning to take the stage himself. After an indeterminate period, Wang Hao suddenly nudged Luyu. Quick, look, your goddess has arrived. Luyu opened his eyes and was astonished to see Li Sisi. At that moment, she donned a set of crimson magical armor, resplendent and luxurious, resembling a blooming rose. She is your goddess. She has nothing to do with me, Luyu retorted before resuming his slumber. Impressive, Luyu. It seems you have truly let go, Wang Hao remarked, giving Luyu a thumbs up. On the arena, Li Sisi noticed Luyu's gaze and felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, upon observing that Luyu had swiftly closed his eyes once more, a wave of disappointment washed over her. She had ultimately wounded him too deeply. Yet, even if it were not so, what difference would it make? They belonged to different worlds, destined to be mere passers-by in each other's lives. Shaking her head, she dismissed such thoughts and focused intently on her opponent. Having become an inner sect disciple, she had acquired numerous formidable spells. With her profound magical prowess and ingenious angles, she executed a water dragon binding in one hand and a fire dragon incineration in the other, sending her adversary crashing down from the arena in but 2 moves. As soon as the competition concluded, a man clad in luxurious attire ascended the stage, taking Li Sisi's hand, and the two departed amidst laughter and chatter. The man exuded nobility, while the woman radiated elegance, drawing the gaze of many disciples. What a pair of celestial lovers! Only Wang Hao could not restrain himself from uttering a disdainful remark. Bah, a pair of shameless scoundrels. Upon hearing Wang Hao's retort, Lu Yu opened his eyes and recognized that the man beside Li Sisi was the same individual he had seen at the tavern last time. Is it him? That was indeed the lofty branch Li Sisi had climbed, Zhao Ting, the direct descendant of the Peak Lord. Wang Hao consoled. The following day, as the sun rose, the competition resumed. The contests of this day proved to be significantly more engaging, as the participants who had not been eliminated were predominantly those at the 8th level of Qi refinement or above. According to the schedule, the top 300 would be determined today. Every competing disciple understood that their chance of remaining within the inner sect hinged on the events of this day. Thus, as the competition commenced, the battles quickly intensified. Those of formidable strength swiftly concluded their fights, while those of equal prowess engaged in exceptionally fierce clashes. Various spirit talismans and magical treasures soared through the air, while an array of martial techniques and moves emerged in rapid succession. Lu Yu gazed at the dazzling array of skills on display, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Aside from a few sword techniques and footwork, he had yet to learn anything else. Chapter 20. Yet again you have deceived me upon the announcement of the competition results on this day. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yu's face. Indeed, more than a dozen outer disciples had secured a place among the top 300. What was so astonishing about that? There were many outer disciples hailing from prominent families, possessing resources that were not inferior to those of the inner disciples. Wang Hao elucidated. On the third day, the competition reached its zenith. Those who remained were all elite contenders, and today the top 40 would be determined. Every participant was fully engaged, their spirits heightened to the utmost. If the previous day's matches had seen some holding back, today they unleashed their most formidable skills. Various profound techniques and dazzling martial arts unfolded before the spectators, leaving them utterly spellbound. Today, Lu Yu was devoid of any distractions. He paid meticulous attention to each match, continually simulating scenarios within the illusory space. One contest after another played out on the numerous platforms. On Tianshu Peak, there was Tianyu. On Qingyan Peak, there was Lu Buping. Suddenly, two figures ascended the platform closest to Lu Yu, capturing the attention of both him and Wang Hao. Both were at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, one wielding a saber and the other a sword. From the outset, the stage was filled with flashes of blades and swords, their movements a breathtaking spectacle. Wow, Lu Buping's swordsmanship is truly magnificent, Wang Hao exclaimed. On the platform, Lu Buping's sword radiated brilliance, deftly utilizing the flexibility of his weapon to corner the somewhat clumsy Tianyu, who found himself in a precarious situation. He is about to lose. Lu Yu suddenly spoke. Who? Lu Buping. What? How could that be? He was clearly in a dominant position. Wang Hao questioned, perplexed. Lu Yu chose not to elaborate. Indeed, it wasn't long before the relentless Lu Buping, momentarily neglecting his defenses, was caught off guard by Tianyu, who seized the opportunity and unleashed a sudden, sweeping strike, sending him sprawling off the arena. Tianshu Peak, Tianyu triumphs. As the referee's voice resonated, an uproar erupted from the crowd below the stage. Incredible, you actually predicted that. How did you know? Wang Hao inquired, bewildered. Tianyu has a knack for turning peril into fortune just before defeat. It is evident he was concealing his true strength. Lu Yu replied coolly. How did I miss that? Wang Hao felt a twinge of frustration. Such intricacies were beyond his comprehension. Soon, two more cultivators ascended the stage, a man and a woman. Zishao Peak, Shenzhong. Chuiyu Peak, Zhang Shanshan. After exchanging names, they began to shift positions while simultaneously forming hand seals. The man was a fire attribute cultivator, while the woman possessed water attributes. The male cultivator unleashed a barrage of fiery spells, bombarding the arena. However, one by one, each attack was extinguished by Zhang Shanshan's water orbs. What about this match? Who emerges victorious? Wang Hao asked again. Shenzhong. How is that possible? Shenzhong is clearly at a disadvantage. He possesses various tactics. At present, he is merely fostering his opponent's habitual responses, Lu Yu stated expressionlessly. In the realm of illusions, he had already engaged in several rounds of combat with both adversaries. He was acutely aware of their respective capabilities. Goodness, this fellow is quite cunning. Indeed, after exchanging over 100 blows, while Chun was unleashing a fire dragon, he discreetly released a thunderball concealed within. Caught off guard, Zhang Shanshan continued to confront with a water dragon. Subsequently, she was struck by the thunderball, transmitted through the water dragon, resulting in an instantaneous paralysis. This brief moment, though fleeting, proved sufficient for Chun to close the distance. Swiftly, he delivered 2 blows to Zhang Shanshan's waist. She hurriedly attempted to defend herself, but was propelled off the stage by the overwhelming force. At Zixiao Peak, Chun emerged victorious. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. Goodness, you managed to deceive us again. This is not mere deception. This is strength. Lu Yu emphatically corrected. Indeed, indeed. It was strength that led to this fortuitous victory. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. On the 4th day, 40 disciples were divided into 2 groups, with the top 2 from each group advancing to the semifinals, where several leading disciples finally met in fierce competition. In the first group were Xuelong, Li Yusin, and Li Sisi. The second group consisted of Bai Chongqing, Zhang Linger, and Xiao Haimei. On the stage, Li Yusin, wielding a white sword, repeatedly triumphed over her opponents with a profound sword technique, narrowly escaping danger each time. It was only upon encountering Li Sisi that a grave expression settled upon her face. This battle would determine whether she could advance to the final 4. The clash between the 2 enchanting beauties, one clad in white and the other in red, instantly captivated the attention of the vast majority. Li Yusin and Li Sisi were already the most favored candidates among the 10 fairies of this edition, both being the most outstanding elites from their respective peaks. In an instant, this contest had evolved into a fierce competition between 2 dominant summits, with supporters on both sides overwhelming in number, surrounding the arena to the point of suffocation. On the stage, Li Sisi donned a striking red suit of armor, her wrists adorned with protective gauntlets, and her feet encased in exquisite wind-chasing boots. As the battle commenced, she unleashed her full magical prowess. First, she adeptly maneuvered her body, swiftly creating distance between herself and Li Yusin. Then, with her left hand, she conjured a water dragon, and with her right, a fire dragon, unleashing a relentless barrage toward Li Yusin. Li Yusin was taken aback by the sight. Clearly, Li Sisi's agility surpassed her own, rendering her unable to close the gap. Still uninitiated into the foundational stage, she could not release her sword energy externally. Remaining at a distance would spell disaster for her. As the water and fire dragons surged toward her, she hurriedly dodged left and right. Yet, as if endowed with a will of their own, the dragons redirected and attacked her from behind after she evaded their initial strikes. With no other choice, Li Yusin had to resort to parrying the incoming waves of energy with her sword. Throughout the skirmish, she attempted various strategies to close in on Li Sisi, but each time, Li Sisi skillfully maintained the distance, leaving Li Yusin helplessly on the defensive, caught in a state of utter disarray. A contest has transformed into a battle of endurance. However, there is no doubt that the magnificence of Li Sisi's equipment far surpasses what she can contend with. After a brief moment, Li Yusin, having endured several hits, has already turned pale, on the verge of collapse, while Li Sisi remains effortlessly composed. With no other recourse, Li Yusin contemplated resorting to a surprise attack with her silver needles. The silver needles represent her sole means of ranged assault, though regretfully, they have been rendered ineffective. Nevertheless, despite lacking the chilling effects, they should still possess sufficient sharpness. Thus, at the brink of being ensnared by the water dragon, she discreetly launched 3 silver needles. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the water dragon successfully ensnare Li Yusin, Li Sisi felt a surge of joy, believing victory was within her grasp. Just as she prepared to summon a fire dragon to hurl her opponent from the stage, she was suddenly struck by the silent intrusion of 3 silver needles into her body. Immediately, a wave of icy coldness enveloped her, rendering her completely immobilized. No amount of struggle could free her. The water and fire dragons she had previously conjured dissipated as her spiritual energy faltered. What transpired? How did these 3 silver needles come to be? Why did they exude no trace of energy? Li Sisi was taken aback, filled with astonishment. Moreover, isn't the typical effect of magical artifacts merely to decelerate? When did it become possible to freeze one's spiritual energy and interrupt spellcasting? Such phenomena were beyond Li Sisi's comprehension. Chapter 21. The Silver Needles Unleashed. As Li Yusin observed the dissipating water dragon and saw Li Sisi completely frozen, she was momentarily taken aback. Though she was uncertain of the events that had transpired, she did not hesitate for a moment and seized this rare opportunity, launching a decisive kick towards Li Sisi. Witnessing Li Yusin approach so closely, Li Sisi struggled with all her might. No, I cannot afford to lose. I must secure a place in the top 4. Panic surged within her. However, no matter how fiercely she fought, she remained ensnared by the icy shackles. Ultimately, she could only watch helplessly as Li Yusin closed in and sent her tumbling off the stage. At Tian Shufeng, Li Yusin emerged victorious. Silence enveloped the crowd below the arena. Everyone was at a loss, unable to comprehend how Li Sisi, who had seemingly held the upper hand, had suddenly been defeated. Even Li Yusin herself was baffled. Now cast off the stage, Li Sisi was in a state of utter disarray, devoid of any trace of the 10 celestial maidens' allure. Zhao Ting hurriedly approached, wrapping Li Sisi in his robe and offering her a high-grade spiritual pill. Yet, despite his efforts, her complexion remained pallid, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers began to murmur in confusion. What just happened? Wasn't Li Sisi on the verge of victory? How did she suddenly become encased in ice? Indeed, it was exceedingly strange. I cannot comprehend this, exclaimed a senior cultivator. 3 silver needles pierced through her defenses. What manner of silver needles could have done that? Could such an effect truly exist? It must be a silver needle of at least spiritual artifact quality. The cultivator remained uncertain. At this moment, Li Yusin stood on the arena, staring blankly at the trembling Li Sisi, unable to regain her composure for an extended period. She actually won? How could this be possible? Was this truly the result of the silver needle? Had they all misjudged him? Li Yusin murmured in a daze. Lu Yu, witnessing how effortlessly Li Sisi was kicked off the stage, was equally astonished, his mouth agape. Could this really be the magical tool he had crafted himself? This silver needle possessed such astonishing effects. It seemed that a price increase was in order. Yet, the fact that Li Sisi was excluded from the top 4 because of him somehow felt rather satisfying. While he was unaware of others' thoughts, Wang Hao beside him was exceptionally pleased. In the afternoon, when Li Yusin took the stage again, it was already the final match of the group stage, Li Yusin versus Xuelong, where the victor would emerge as the group leader. On the arena, Xuelong deviated from his usual bold and expansive style, becoming exceedingly cautious, always on guard against a sudden strike from the silver needle. He had observed Li Yusin's earlier match and could not discern how she had executed her sneak attack, so he could only remain exceedingly vigilant. Li Yusin noticed Xuelong's constrained demeanor, unable to unleash his full potential, which almost made her want to laugh. However, she quickly collected herself, focusing intently on the confrontation. Under the looming threat of the silver needle, she exerted herself fully, growing increasingly fluid in her strikes, while Xuelong found himself in an exceptionally beleaguered position. Half an hour later, when Xuelong could no longer contain his urge to fight back, he was suddenly met with 3 silver needles that approached silently. Caught off guard, he found himself immobilized once again. How could this be? Despite his caution, he still failed to detect them. What on earth was happening? Xuelong screamed internally. Moreover, my exquisite battle armor has been pierced? He found it hard to believe. Yet, no one answered him. Instead, he was met with a forceful kick that sent him flying. It was utterly unavoidable. A wave of frustration surged within Xuelong. Did I win again? Li Yusin stood dazed on the arena, feeling as though everything was surreal. However, the spectators below found it even more unbelievable. Wasn't Xuelong notorious for his fierce reputation? Why was he behaving so submissively in this battle? Could it be that he harbored feelings for Li Yusin and was intentionally holding back? How utterly shameless. Was there no code of martial ethics anymore? As Xuelong heard the waves of doubt and ridicule surrounding him, he wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. A heavy sense of anger causing him to faint. Meanwhile, Li Sisi, having just regained her composure, caught sight of Xuelong's dejected demeanor, and a flicker of pity crossed her eyes. Finally, someone had come to understand her previous feelings. This time, she made a conscious effort to observe every move and technique of Li Yusin. Yet, tragically, she still failed to discern how those silver needles had stealthily approached. After the match concluded that day, Li Yusin's reputation skyrocketed. Everyone regarded her as the primary adversary, and all were devising strategies to counter her. In the evening, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying a hint of coolness. Zhang Linger approached Li Yusin with an expression of delight, affectionately wrapping her arms around her shoulders and exclaiming, "Yusin, I heard you made it to the finals?" "Indeed. It's all thanks to this set of ice soul silver needles," Li Yusin replied, caressing the silver needles in her hand, excitedly recounting the events of the day's battle to Zhang Linger. "How is that even possible? These silver needles have such an effect?" Zhang Linger responded incredulously. "Yes. At first I couldn't believe it either, but that's the reality. It seems we have misjudged Lu Yu. We should visit him together next time to express our gratitude. Li Yusin suggested. I would never. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. The mere thought of Lu Yu's arrogant demeanor infuriated Zhongling. It would be less humiliating to face death than to lower her pride and apologize. All right. I knew you wouldn't be able to swallow your pride, Li Yusin remarked. Exasperated. Wait a moment. Did you just say the silver needles pierced Xuelong's superior battle armor? Zhang Linger suddenly interjected. Yes, what's wrong with that? Li Yusin replied. Somewhat puzzled. That's precisely it. For such fine silver needles to penetrate a superior magical artifact's armor, they must be tempered with foundational true fire. Do you think that lad possesses foundational true fire? Certainly not. Li Yusin shook her head. Exactly. Which means these silver needles must have been crafted by Lu Yu with the assistance of a foundational cultivator. Indeed, that explains everything, Zhang Linger stated with certainty. She found herself somewhat admiring her own perceptiveness, having discerned Lu Yu's deception at a mere glance. What a clever scheme. First, he sought the assistance of a foundational elder for the crafting, then passed it off as his own creation. This not only elevated his own status, but also garnered the gratitude of a beautiful woman. Once he returns the spirit stones, he will surely take the opportunity to get closer. Little did I expect this young man to be so cunning. Yusin, you must not fall for it. Zhang Linger appeared to have unveiled all of Lu Yu's plans, speaking with unwavering conviction. Is it truly so? Li Yusin questioned, her belief wavering. Absolutely. Very well, rest assured. I will not be easily deceived, Li Yusin replied dismissively. Yet, deep within, she remained skeptical, still believing that Lu Yu had not misled her. Chapter 22. Master Lu. On the 5th day of the grand competition, the finals commenced amidst great anticipation. On the arena, Li Yusin gazed at the resplendent Bai Chongqing, adorned in exquisite magical artifacts, rendered speechless. An exceptional shield, magnificent battle armor, splendid boots, a superb spell sword, and exquisite bracers. Was this not a blatant display of superiority? From the outset, Bai Chongqing unleashed an extraordinary Vajra talisman, conjuring a protective magical barrier. While it might not entirely withstand silver needles, it served as a formidable warning. This strategy had been meticulously devised by a group of high-ranking cultivators from his sect, who had labored throughout the previous night. Indeed, wealth allows for such audacity, relying solely on overpowering equipment. Subsequently, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his armor and shield, rapidly closing the distance to engage Li Yusin in close combat, leaving her no opportunity for a sneak attack. Simultaneously, he continuously drew upon the pre-stored spiritual energy from his bracers for sustenance. One must concede that Bai Chongqing's strategy was remarkably effective. Li Yusin maneuvered left and right, yet she could not create any distance. Her various sword techniques and martial skills rained down upon his shield and armor, but they were swallowed by the void, never able to penetrate Bai Chongqing's defenses. Even her few unintentional ambushes were resolutely thwarted by his exquisite armor. Ultimately, as her spiritual energy dwindled, she had no choice but to concede in regret. Thus, the sect competition officially concluded. Bai Chongqing claimed first place, Li Yusin second, Xuelong third, Xiao Haimei fourth, Zhang Linger 10th, while Li Sisi, having been eliminated too early, fell out of the top 10. As the competition concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. On the shaded path returning to the stone house, Wang Hao expressed his indignation, exclaiming, "That Bai Chongqing is truly insufferable. Such bullying. He usually carries himself with grace, yet I never anticipated his utter shamelessness in using his equipment to overpower my goddess." When did Li Yusin become your goddess? Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. From yesterday onwards, I have resolved to regard her as the sole goddess in my heart. Though of humble origins, she never panders for favor. She is astute, yet unpretentious. A remarkable woman embodying both beauty and kindness. This is the essence of a true goddess. Wang Hao extolled her virtues fervently. Is she really that extraordinary? Of course. Suddenly, Wang Hao's gaze became vacant as he stared ahead at a figure, stammering, Li Yusin? Before them, Li Yusin approached with a radiant smile. Upon reaching them, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement and anxiety, his heartbeat quickening. Just as he prepared to greet her, he watched in astonishment as Li Yusin breezed past him, directly approaching Lu Yu. "Master Lu, thank you for what you did last time," Li Yusin said with a gentle smile. "Master Lu?" Wang Hao struggled to turn his head toward Lu Yu. Disbelief etched on his face. Not at all. It was merely a trifling matter, Lu Yu replied with a serene smile. This is the remuneration I should have given you last time. Although I am aware that its true value exceeds this. I currently possess only this small amount of spiritual stones. I hope Master will not look down upon it. Li Yusin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, handed a small pouch of spiritual stones to Lu Yu. Upon receiving the storage bag and opening it, Lu Yu discovered over 300 spiritual stones. He poured out 150, then returned the remainder. Clearly priced, fair to all. If it is 200, then it is indeed 200. After saying this, Lu Yu no longer lingered, grasping Wang Hao's arm. He turned and departed, leaving Li Yusin alone, bewildered in the wind. Wasn't the intention to foster a closer relationship? Lu Yu, no, you go impressive. How did you come to know Li Yusin? On the way back, a suddenly enlightened Wang Hao incessantly questioned Lu Yu. It was nothing. Just a minor assistance I offered her previously, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Then why did you hurry away? Why not take the opportunity to converse a bit more? Wang Hao chided, exasperated. Lu Yu countered. Do you believe that merely chatting a little more would win her affection? That is certainly not the case. You are from entirely different worlds. Wang Hao asserted with certainty. Then what is the point? Why waste time on this? That seems quite reasonable. Wang Hao paused, unable to resist giving Lu Yu a thumbs up. Upon returning to the stone house, Lu Yu gazed at the spiritual stones within the storage bag, pleasantly surprised. He had initially thought he would leave empty-handed, but unexpectedly, he had something to take back. It is high time to forge oneself some exquisite equipment. Currently, he possesses only a subpar Qingfeng sword, which is rather dismal. After gazing upon by Chongqing's splendid ensemble of superior magical artifacts, he felt an insatiable itch for improvement. With a supply of spirit stones at hand, he merely lacked some fine materials. Thus, he decisively packed his belongings, preparing to venture once more into the Million Mountains. However, shortly after stepping outside, he encountered Zhang Kuan, the sycophant of Zhaoting. Recently, Zhang Kuan had been quite triumphant, having secured the 198th position in the sect's grand competition, which practically guaranteed his entry into the inner sect, thanks in no small part to Zhaoting's patronage. Upon spotting Lu Yu, Zhang Kuan perceived an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Zhaoting once again. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to block Lu Yu's path, sneering. I never expected this waste of space would dare to return. Having heard rumors that his boss's woman had once been betrothed to this individual, he had longed to teach him a lesson. Yet, he had been unaware of Lu Yu's whereabouts until now. Step aside. Lu Yu's gaze hardened as he beheld the man before him. Recognizing Zhang as Zhaoting's lackey, he held no semblance of respect for him. Oh, quite defiant are we? I do enjoy a spirited individual. Zhang Kuan replied with a mocking grin. He then spread his legs, gesturing to the ground, and boasted arrogantly, Today, you have two choices, crawl through my legs or endure a beating before you crawl through. Choose wisely. As the 198th disciple to join, he indeed possessed the arrogance to match his rank. In his eyes, Lu Yu was no match for him, not even within 10 moves. If it were not for the sect's prohibition against fighting, he would have already made his move. Lu Yu cast a cold glance at Zhang Kuan and, in an instant, executed the cloud shadow step, darting forward to deliver a sharp slap to Zhang Kuan's face. The speed was so astonishing that Zhang Kuan could hardly react. A resounding crack echoed, akin to thunder striking the ground. Zhang Kuan was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth, a few teeth shattered in the process. Consumed by rage, he drew his sword, intent on charging forward to retaliate. However, Lu Yu vanished once more, delivering another palm strike that sent Zhang Kuan soaring again. His speed so swift that Zhang Kuan could not even discern his shadow. Only when Zhang Kuan lay on the ground, too intimidated to rise, did Lu Yu leisurely depart. Fighting within the sect was punishable, which is why Lu Yu refrained from drawing his sword or allowing his opponent to do so, opting instead for a method that was more soul-crushing than lethal. It was likely that, from this point onward, Zhang Kuan would keep a low profile for some time. Chapter 23. The Mastery of Cloud Shadow Steps. How could this be? When did this waste become so formidable? I rank among the top 200 new disciples. Zhang Kuan lay on the ground, covering his face, struggling to comprehend the situation. The series of slaps not only shattered his confidence, but also left an indelible shadow in his heart. No, he must not be allowed to grow any stronger. I must swiftly inform Zhaoting. This time, he must be suppressed decisively. As he watched Lu Yu's departing figure, a torrent of resentment flickered in Zhang Kuan's eyes. Lu Yu's audacity to confront Zhang Kuan stemmed not from a significant superiority in strength, but rather from having witnessed Zhang Kuan's performance in the sect's grand competition. Although Zhang Kuan possessed solid overall strength, his weaknesses were glaringly apparent, as long as one was swift enough to deny him an opportunity to unleash his abilities. He could be dominated. Fortunately, Lu Yu had just the means to counter him. Days later, deep within the Million Mountains, Lu Yu grasped the Qing Feng sword and activated the Cloud Shadow Steps, hastening forward. Previously, he had only dared to venture 100 miles alone. Now, with his enhanced strength, it was time to explore even deeper. That was where the finest materials awaited. Navigating familiar terrain, he adeptly evaded various poisonous traps. It was not until he had traversed several hundred miles into the mountains that he encountered a pack of iron-toothed blue wolves. Each of these 10 or so wolves possessed cultivation at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. However, this time, he chose not to flee, but rather to confront them head-on with unwavering resolve. A young blue wolf lunged at Lu Yu, yet he deftly evaded its assault with his Cloud Shadow Steps, subsequently retaliating with a precise thrust of his sword that struck true to the heart. Lu Yu sensed that his swordsmanship was becoming increasingly fluid. It seemed that his training within the illusionary realm had borne remarkable fruit. Amidst the relentless onslaught of a dozen demon wolves, he discovered that employing the modified flowing cloud sword technique, as demonstrated by the enigmatic dark-clad swordsman, allowed for a more seamless execution of his attacks. In contrast, the flowing cloud sword technique of the flowing cloud sect often felt somewhat lacking in finesse, occasionally allowing the demon wolves to slip through his defenses. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu began to replicate the dark-clad swordsman's variant of the flowing cloud sword technique, executing each move with precision. His combat prowess was rapidly escalating in the face of such multifaceted assaults. The battle experience gleaned from the illusionary realm, while invaluable, lacked the authenticity of genuine combat and required continual integration through real-world encounters. Immersed in this bloody confrontation, Lu Yu gradually discerned the underlying essence of the dark-clad swordsman's variant of the flowing cloud sword technique. The path to mastery is ultimately simple. The true essence of swordplay lies not in rigid forms, but in the swiftness of dispatching foes. Whether it be the autumn wind sweeping away leaves or a single stroke cleaving mountains and rivers, every technique within the flowing cloud swordplay serves merely to enhance one's efficacy in slaying. Thus, Lu Yu began to disregard specific techniques, choosing instead to strike based on instinctive reactions. The moves of the flowing cloud swordplay were deconstructed into countless simple actions, flowing like water, executed with effortless grace. In less than half a day's time, a dozen azure wolves lay lifeless upon the ground, their mournful howls now silenced. Gazing upon the multitude of wolf carcasses, he felt a pang of reflection. After such extensive training, he was no longer the inexperienced youth who would tremble at the sight of a mere spirit mouse. Swiftly, he skinned the wolves, removing their pelts, teeth, and claws before setting out in search of a cave to rest. The night passed without incident. On the following day, after wandering through the dense jungle for an indeterminate duration, Lu Yu suddenly felt a tremor in his being, a chilling sensation sweeping over him. This instinctual awareness of peril had been honed to perfection through countless encounters with the dark-clad swordsman. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled swiftly to the side, narrowly evading the powerful strike of a pitch-black giant python. This serpent, glistening with a deep obsidian hue, measured the size of a barrel and spanned several meters in length. Having stealthily concealed itself behind a broad tree trunk, inching closer to Lu Yu in silence, intending to deliver a surprise attack. However, to its dismay, just as it prepared to strike, its prey eluded its grasp with lightning speed. The failure of its assault incited furious rage within the serpent, which abandoned its stealth and lunged furiously towards Lu Yu. Observing the creature, its body adorned with black scales, and its aura rivaling that of an apex Qi practitioner, Lu Yu felt an icy chill course through him. Without a trace of hesitation, he turned and fled, daring not to entertain a thought of resistance. Yet, despite its massive size, the python was remarkably swift. Lu Yu channeled his cultivation to its utmost limits, dashing with fervor for dozens of miles. Yet he remained unable to shake off his relentless pursuer, as he felt the relentless pursuit of the colossal serpent behind him. Lu Yu was engulfed by a wave of despair. His previous successes had led him to lose his reverence for the perilous Million Mountain, convincing him that no danger was insurmountable. However, He was now cornered, facing an imminent crisis. If he could not swiftly rid himself of the giant python, he would likely become another casualty lost to the depths of Million Mountain. After all, his spiritual energy was finite, no matter how formidable his recovery abilities. He could not endure such reckless depletion indefinitely. Thus, he had to devise a solution to evade the serpent before his energy was entirely exhausted, lest he meet a fate of dismemberment. Despite racking his brain, he could not conjure a viable plan. As time slipped away, the python drew ever closer, its speed surpassing his own. It not only closed the distance, but also prepared to launch an attack. What should I do? Lu Yu's mind raced. Just as the serpent was about to strike again, he remembered the footwork of the enigmatic dark-clad swordsman. With a steely determination, he decided to employ it without hesitation. First form of the cloud concealment step, Void Flash. In an instant, Lu Yu vanished from his original position, reappearing 20 meters away. Was this truly an upgraded version of the first form? He marveled at the distance he had covered, astonished. While the previous Shadow Flash had left a visible afterimage, this upgraded Instant Flash left no trace at all. Indeed, formidable. Yet, regrettably, it bears little significance. In this dire moment, such fleeting flashes merely delay the inevitable demise, failing to alter the outcome. As the colossal python drew ever closer, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and unleashed another surge of spiritual energy. The second stance of the cloud concealment step, a dual flash through the void. Suddenly, a fleeting afterimage vanished 20 meters ahead, while Lu Yu had already traversed to a distance of 40 meters. This resplendent maneuver left the giant python momentarily bewildered. Could it be that the prey was about to escape once more? Infuriated, the python lunged forward, its speed dramatically increasing, swiftly closing the gap once again. Observing the accelerating beast, Lu Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Had the creature merely been toying with him all along? Gritting his teeth once more, he bellowed in fury. The third stance of the Cloud Shadow Step, a triple flash through the void. The fourth stance of the Cloud Shadow Step, a quadruple flash through the void. Thus, in this life and death pursuit between man and beast, Lu Yu was relentlessly pushed to master the Cloud Concealment Step. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. Under normal circumstances, such mastery of the Cloud Shadow Step would have filled him with exhilaration. However, in this moment, he could not find joy, for his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. This signified that he would soon become a meal for the monstrous beast. Chapter 24. The Sharp-Mouthed Monster Bird. Suddenly, Lu Yu found himself wandering into a profoundly silent forest. The stillness was unnerving, devoid of even the faintest chirping of birds or the rustling of insects. This was abnormal, absolutely abnormal. Could it be that there was indeed a glimmer of hope amidst despair? He abruptly altered his course and accelerated deeper into the tranquil woods. Such silence surely indicated the lair of some formidable beast. Perhaps this gamble would enable him to shake off the pursuing giant serpent, Lu Yu pondered as he ran. During this time, he had studied numerous tomes on hunting monsters and had developed a profound understanding of the environments where these creatures might dwell. There was a high probability that he had entered the territory of another powerful beast. This was his only chance to elude the giant serpent. Of course, there was also the greater risk of being besieged by two ferocious beasts from either side. Yet, a perilous escape was preferable to certain doom. Here goes nothing. Lu Yu recklessly dashed forward. Indeed, it was not long before he entered the woods when that overwhelming sense of danger surged once more. Sensing something, Lu Yu looked up and saw a monstrous bird with a beak resembling a long, sharp sword, hurtling towards him like a blade. As the imminent threat loomed, he summoned the last vestiges of his spiritual energy and executed an extraordinary long-distance evasion, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Immediately after, he witnessed the giant serpent, which had been trailing closely behind, collide head-on with the monstrous bird, leading the two beasts to engage in a furious conflict. Evidently, both monstrous creatures regarded one another as their foremost adversaries, choosing to momentarily disregard the diminutive figure of Lu Yu. Huff! The stratagem of diverting calamity had finally borne fruit. Concealed within the underbrush behind a grand tree, Lu Yu lay prostrate upon the ground, akin to a mere puddle of mud, having expended the last vestige of his spiritual energy to evade the pincer attack of the two beasts. He was now so drained that he could scarcely lift his sword. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief for having narrowly escaped. After regaining a modicum of strength, Lu Yu retrieved some elixirs to restore his vitality, while observing from his concealed position the awe-inspiring battle between the two monstrous beings. The strange bird appeared to possess the upper hand. Utilizing its agile form, it soared through the skies, occasionally launching assaults upon the giant serpent's head with its beak. Sharp as a sword, the colossal serpent, in response, raised its formidable head high, continuously adjusting its position to confront the avian foe. It did attempt several full-force charges, yet each was deftly evaded by the nimble bird. Before long, the serpent's head bore numerous wounds. Seeking to flee, the giant serpent found itself relentlessly pursued by the strange bird, which continued to strike intermittently. Finally, provoked to a point of fury, the giant serpent unleashed a massive plume of toxic mist towards the avian adversary, enveloping it entirely in the noxious cloud. The poisonous fog clung to the bird like a parasite. Ensnared within, it could not extricate itself and was driven into a furious rage. Its eyes ablaze as it engaged in a fierce struggle with the giant serpent, exchanging blows in a desperate battle for survival. An hour later, the colossal bird succumbed to its venomous fate, while the massive serpent suffered a grievous blow to its head, collapsing weakly. Lu Yu stared blankly at the scene of mutual destruction, at a loss for words. Could this truly be the notion that surviving great peril brings fortune? Yet, were not these two beasts excessively tempestuous, engaging in mortal combat at the slightest provocation? What purpose does this serve? Alas, the realm of demon beasts is utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, I shall gladly claim the spoils of this battle. After reflecting on the situation, Lu Yu swiftly approached and delivered a final strike to both the serpent and the avian creature before commencing the cleanup of the battlefield. Both the serpent and the bird were embodiments of peak chi refinement, their materials exceedingly precious. Lu Yu did not linger. Instead, directly stowing the two carcasses into his storage bag, hastily making his way home. The bounty from this encounter was indeed substantial. If all proceeded smoothly, it was likely he could forge several exquisite magical artifacts. The elongated, sharp beak of the avian creature, glistening jet black and remarkably sharp, could be augmented with rare ores to craft a superb magic sword. The serpent's scales, a deep, lustrous black and incredibly dense, could be fashioned into a complete suit of battle armor. Its two curved, venomous fangs could be transformed into deadly needles. The teeth and claws of dozens of azure wolves could be crafted into hundreds of disposable throwing darts imbued with self-detonation properties, enhancing long-range offensive capabilities. Lastly, the wolf pelts and bird feathers, when combined with certain mineral materials, could be refined into a pair of wind-chasing boots. In no time, Lu Yu had meticulously devised an entire set of magical treasures to forge. A month later, several exquisite magical artifacts were finally forged. A jet-black, lustrous sword of exceptional quality, featuring a groove in the center to accommodate a medium-grade spirit stone, capable of unleashing multiple critical strikes. A splendid suit of black-scaled armor, which can effortlessly adjust its size, appears majestic and imposing when worn by Lu Yu. A pair of wind-chasing boots, when donned, coupled with the cloud shadow step, gives the impression of wings sprouting from his feet. Two minuscule, almost ethereal white transparent poison needles, along with hundreds of disposable darts inscribed with unique explosive formations, instantly armed Lu Yu to the teeth. Chapter 25. Pretending to be a smith grandfather, I have returned. On this day, the long-absent and Ruashi finally graced the small shop once more. Ruashi, what brings you back again? Were you not instructed to focus on your cultivation within the sect? The elderly Taoist, reclining in his chair, rose with a look of delight. I simply missed you, and Ruashi pouted playfully. Missed me? Or perhaps you are in need of more spirit stones. Not at all. I genuinely missed you. Of course, I also wish to borrow someone. A quarter of an hour later, the bewildered Lu Yu was being tugged along by an Ruashi, who was hastily leading him outside. Hey, young lady, what is the matter? I am quite busy, Lu Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation. What could you possibly be busy with? Just do me a favor and be my assistant for a few days. What? An assistant? I am now a smith, Lu Yu declared with utmost seriousness. You may be a smith, but I am a master craftsman. Spare me the chatter and simply tell me if you will assist. And Ruashi gazed at Lu Yu with an air of subtle menace, as if implying that any refusal would lead to dire consequences. All right, I will help. But you must at least inform me of what I am to do, Lu Yu replied, feeling increasingly uneasy under her intense scrutiny. When we meet my fellow disciples shortly, You will be responsible for masquerading as a smith. Masquerading? But I already am one. Lu Yu adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire and reiterated his position with earnestness. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's earnest demeanor, Ruashi couldn't help but chuckle softly. What do you mean by that? Do I truly not resemble a craftsman of artifacts? Lu Yu appeared utterly speechless. No, you mimic it quite well. Just ensure you maintain that air later. Well, it seems that everything previously said was in vain. After much inquiry, Lu Yu finally discerned the intricacies of the situation. It turned out that Ruashi had made arrangements with her fellow disciples to embark on a training expedition to the Million Great Mountains. However, while the others brought their personal guards, she was left without, which caused her considerable embarrassment. Thus, she hastily recruited Lu Yu as a stand-in. Yet, given Lu Yu's relatively low cultivation level, he was only able to masquerade as a craftsman of artifacts, which would lend her some semblance of prestige. The moment Lu Yu heard about the Million Great Mountains, he vigorously shook his head, resolutely refusing to go. He had nearly lost his life there not long ago and was thoroughly terrified. Look at you. You needn't worry. I will protect you. And Ruashi proclaimed confidently. You? Is that truly the case? Of course. Do you not believe in my abilities? Lu Yu found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, he harbored doubts. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he decided to accompany her. After all, he felt even more uneasy about letting her venture alone. The two mounted their swift steed and arrived at a luxurious estate. Hello, I have praised you to the heavens and the earth, declaring your boundless capabilities. You must muster your spirits and showcase your previous cleverness. Do not bring me disgrace. Furthermore, if they truly request you to forge weapons, feign a semblance of effort, and then concoct an excuse about your poor condition, understood? Along the way, Ruashi incessantly reminded him. All right, no problem, Lu Yu replied, already weary of explanations, knowing that whatever he said would not be believed. By the way, how is your combat ability? Ruashi suddenly inquired. It should be sufficient, I suppose. Lu Yu responded, somewhat uncertain. Given your expression, it is evident you have hardly trained. However, that is of no consequence. Just stay close to me, and I shall protect you. Ruashi declared with unwavering confidence. Hey, that sounds splendid. Look at your ambitions. Yes, I possess such ambitions. Lu Yu quickly echoed, having resolved to be a tranquil and handsome man, preferring to refrain from action whenever possible. Before long, the pair entered the estate, where they encountered several of Ruashi's senior disciples. 2 men and 2 women, all adorned in the inner sect attire of Yunlan's sect. One of the female cultivators was tall, though somewhat flat-chested, while the other was shorter yet remarkably curvaceous. They were entirely different in type, yet overall, they fell slightly short compared to Ruashi. The 2 male cultivators were one stout and short, the other tall and slender. All were clad in resplendent garments, unmistakably the offspring of noble families. Behind a few individuals stood a retinue, each possessing the cultivation of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Oh, junior sisterin, where did this handsome young man come from? The tall female cultivator greeted Ruashi with a smile upon her entrance. Senior sister Gao, this is Lu Yu, the craftsman I mentioned to you, Ruashi replied, a hint of pride in her voice. It was not without a desire to showcase her association with him that she brought Lu Yu along. So young? Truly remarkable. The tall female cultivator was taken aback by this revelation and regarded Lu Yu with newfound admiration. The others, momentarily pausing their conversations, turned their attention towards him. Junior brother, you are a craftsman? Which esteemed family do you hail from? Inquired a lean male cultivator with a smile as he approached. Oh no, why did they have to ask this? Ruashi thought to herself, feeling a sense of dread. She had assumed they would merely be curious enough to see Lu Yu demonstrate his skills, after which she could easily deflect with some excuse. To her dismay, the conversation was veering beyond her control. She could only hope that Lu Yu would not be too forthcoming and would manage to navigate the situation with a touch of deception. I am Lu Yu, without a family to speak of. Please do not find me lacking, Lu Yu replied with a calm smile, unfazed by the inquiry. He did not perceive any shame in his circumstances. No family. Then it must be that you possess extraordinary talent, I presume? From whom have you learned your craft? The lean male cultivator, pleased by the revelation, continued to probe. The others shared his curiosity. Only Ruashi realized the impending disaster. Why was he so honest? The true nature of Lu Yu is best known to herself. She has no formal apprenticeship and possesses only a rudimentary understanding of crafting. Lu Yu continued. her tone remaining indifferent. Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest dwindled, and they turned back to their own conversations. And Ruoshi couldn't help but smack her forehead, feeling a pang of embarrassment. This fool, can't she even manage to flaunt her connections appropriately? In contrast, the tall, slender male cultivator became more animated upon hearing her words. He patted Lu Yu's shoulder, adopting an air of superiority. Junior Lu, I'm not trying to criticize you, but achieving success in crafting without a mentor is quite challenging. How about I introduce you to a renowned master someday? The tall male cultivator had noticed in Ruoshi walking closely with Lu Yu earlier, which irked him. He had been pursuing in Ruoshi for quite some time and hoped to deepen their relationship during this expedition. Thus, he sought various ways to undermine Lu Yu. Upon learning that Lu Yu lacked both a noble lineage and a mentor, he felt a surge of delight, as his intention to belittle her had clearly succeeded. The distinction between good and bad was evident to all. Indeed, Junior Lu, Senior Liang knows quite a few distinguished crafting masters. This is a rare opportunity. You mustn't let it slip away, chimed in a curvaceous female cultivator. She admired Senior Liang, yet he was infatuated with Ruoshi, leading to a subtle rivalry between them. Given the chance, she wouldn't hesitate to undermine her rival. Thank you for your kind offer, Senior. I appreciate the sentiment. Lu Yu replied with a smile. He was well aware of the thoughts shared between the two, yet he chose not to dwell upon them. Chapter 26. The Invisible One. Once everyone had gathered, the members of Yunlan's sect quickly mounted their ethereal steeds, attended to by their respective retainers, and set off towards the Million Great Mountains. Each of their mounts was a purebred spiritual warhorse, some even rivaling those of the advanced Qi refining stage, capable of traveling thousands of miles each day with remarkable endurance. In stark contrast, only in Ruoshi and Lu Yu rode half-spiritual horses, mere commoners with a trace of spiritual beast blood. This clearly indicated that Ruoshi hailed from the most humble background within this small circle, which explained her insistence on having Lu Yu masquerade as a weaponsmith. Throughout the journey, the group of senior disciples engaged in cheerful banter and playful antics, with no one approaching Lu Yu for conversation. And Ruoshi still harbored resentment towards him and refrained from speaking, effectively rendering Lu Yu invisible among the lively crowd. However, he found solace in this anonymity, allowing his thoughts to delve deeply into the intricacies of weapon crafting within his small sword. Along the way, Lu Yu gleaned insights into the backgrounds of his fellow disciples. The short and stout male cultivator was named Huangfu Feng. The tall and lean one was Liang Kai. The statuesque female cultivator was Gao Xiaowen, and the curvaceous female cultivator was Tian Rue. I must tell you, the greatest danger in the Million Great Mountains does not come from the various demonic beasts, but from people, Liang Kai declared as they walked. Really? Why is that? Several of the female cultivators inquired, their curiosity piqued. Because wealth stirs the hearts of men. I recall entering the mountains alone to hunt demonic beasts, only to encounter an ambush along the way. Fortunately, my skills prevailed, and I managed to turn the tables on my assailants. Wow, Senior Brother Liang, you are truly impressive. Several female cultivators suddenly shrieked with excitement. Indeed, it is not mere self-praise. I am exceedingly familiar with this place, and you cannot go wrong by following me. Our young master has visited here no less than 10 times, each occasion yielding bountiful returns. The attendant beside Brother Liang interjected at an opportune moment. Upon hearing this, the female cultivators gazed at Liang Kai with a hint of admiration. Junior Sister Ruoshi, you must never venture here alone in the future. If you wish to come, feel free to summon me. I assure you, I will be at your service. Liang Kai turned to Ruoshi with a warm smile. All right, thank you, Brother Liang. Ruoshi replied politely, casting a fierce glare at Lu Yu, secretly resenting him for failing to shine in this moment. Brother Liang, what about me? Can I call upon you when I come to train? Tian Rue suddenly asked in a playful tone. And I too. I would like to join. Can you take me along, Brother Liang? Gao Xiaowen chimed in, eager to join the conversation. Of course, you are both welcome, as long as I have the time. I am at your disposal, Brother Liang replied, a subtle pride evident in his demeanor. He then cast a glance at Lu Yu, as if to say, see, this is what charm looks like. Kid, take notes. To him, the only one posing any threat was Lu Yu. The rotund Huangfu was solely preoccupied with food, exhibiting no competitive spirit whatsoever. Wow, Brother Liang, you are truly wonderful. Tian Rue exclaimed, almost starstruck. However, in the next moment, following Brother Liang's gaze, Tian Rue noticed that Lu Yu appeared to be lost in thought, which caused her some displeasure. Little Lu, have you never visited the Million Great Mountains? Why not learn a few moves from Brother Liang? Tian Rue said in an instructive tone. Indeed, this time, be diligent in your training. When I am in a good mood, I shall offer you some guidance, Brother Liang replied, a hint of bravado in his expression. Lu Yu merely smiled and did not respond. By the way, Junior Brother Lu, I have heard that the swordsmanship of your Flowing Cloud sect is quite formidable. May I inquire what technique you have mastered? Brother Liang suddenly asked. Flowing Cloud sword technique, Lu Yu responded. What? Is that not the most fundamental introductory sword technique? Gao Xiaowen displayed a look of surprise, clearly demonstrating her familiarity with the Flowing Cloud sect. Junior brother, I must say, being at the Flowing Cloud sect without exchanging for a more advanced sword technique is truly a waste. As for myself, although I am merely at the Yunlan sect, I have learned the renowned Cold Moon sword technique, Brother Liang proclaimed with great pride. Indeed, Brother Liang's Cold Moon sword technique ranks among the top 10 of the Yunlan sect. In truth, I believe that regardless of the sword technique, mastery is what truly matters, Lu Yu said with a faint smile. However, it was evident to all that Lu Yu's words were merely conventional pleasantries. A few days later, the expedition team reached the depths of the Million Great Mountains, and the training officially commenced. The team advanced in a pentagonal formation, with 4 accompanying guards leading the way, protecting the members of the Yunlan sect in the center, while Lu Yu brought up the rear. Lu Yu did not re-enter the illusory realm. Instead, he cautiously drew his Qingfeng sword, remaining vigilant. This area was already populated with numerous formidable demon beasts, necessitating his utmost concentration. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted beside him. Upon closer inspection, it was an Ruashi. Are you not seeking protection from Brother Liang? What brings you here? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Brother Liang, at the 9th level of Qi training, was the most powerful among the few at Yunlan's sect. From the very beginning of their expedition, he had extended an invitation to an Ruashi to join him. However, to Lu Yu's surprise, she had declined. Mind your own business. And Ruashi retorted, brandishing her short sword and positioning herself protectively near Lu Yu, exuding an air of determination to shield him. It appeared that this spirited girl was quite loyal, recalling her earlier words. Nevertheless, Lu Yu remained unconvinced of her combat capabilities. You should return. Your presence here will only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Lu Yu stated candidly. You cheeky brat, are you itching for trouble? And Ruashi shot him a glare, her striking eyes radiating the authority of a young lady. Faced with her unwavering stance, Lu Yu resignedly acquiesced. With an Ruashi by his side, Lu Yu felt somewhat superfluous. Each time a situation arose, just as he reached for his sword, he discovered that an Ruashi had already surged forward. He found himself with little opportunity to showcase his abilities. Observing this, Lu Yu felt rather content with the tranquility that accompanied her presence. Throughout the journey, Brother Liang's Cold Moon sword technique dazzled, eliciting shrieks of excitement from the female cultivators. In contrast, Lu Yu remained a mere inconspicuous figure, subjected to various jests and ridicule. On this particular day, as the group traversed a valley, they were about to set up camp when the thunderous sound of beasts charging echoed from all directions. Suddenly, a scene that instilled sheer terror in their hearts unfolded before them. Hundreds of demon wolves surged forth from the valley's periphery, racing towards them with unbridled ferocity. Each wolf possessed at least mid-stage Qi cultivation, their eyes glimmering with a menacing azure light, leaving the group momentarily paralyzed with fear. We've stumbled into a wolf's den, exclaimed Huang Fu Feng, who had been munching on a chicken leg, his voice laced with panic and despair. Witnessing this alarming sight, Lu Yu was equally taken aback. The last encounter he faced involved merely a dozen wolves, yet now he confronted a horde numbering in the hundreds, unmistakably a wolf's lair. Quick, seek shelter, shouted the eldest of the middle-aged guards accompanying Huang Fu Feng. The head of the Huang Fu family, well aware of his son's capabilities, had wisely dispatched an experienced protector for their journey, and it seemed that this decision was indeed fortuitous. The guard's urgent command roused the group from their stupor, prompting them to flee in a frenzied scramble towards the nearest cliffside. However, before they could escape far, they found themselves encircled by colossal azure wolves, their numbers easily exceeding 200. It's over. With the sight of such a daunting pack, despair washed over the group, rendering them weak in both body and spirit. They are untroubled by one or two, yet the sheer multitude before them is something they have never even dared to dream of. Chapter 27. Is this your true strength? Quickly form a circular formation. We cannot outrun them. If we flee, it will surely be our demise. The anxious middle-aged guard shouted. Upon hearing this, the others swiftly regained their composure and gathered to form a circle. However, just as the formation was completed, the pack of wolves lunged forward. Kill! The middle-aged guard bellowed. His imposing blade infused with spiritual energy, unleashing a fierce arc of light that cleaved the air before him. Simultaneously, several others concentrated their energy to execute their most formidable attacks. Oh, as the colossal wolves charged, they were met with a barrage of strikes. The air filled with the clash of blades and the chaos of blood and flesh. Yet, Ruashi found herself utterly flustered, desperately trying to fend off the onslaught. With strikes aimed haphazardly, she neither struck vital points nor inflicted significant harm upon the wolves, merely exhausting her spiritual energy in vain. Is this your true strength? Lu Yu observed from the side, feeling a sense of despair. It turned out she was but a novice. Just as one of the massive wolves was about to breach in Ruashi's defenses and sink its teeth into her, Lu Yu could no longer bear to watch. He swiftly drew forth the exquisite sword he had recently forged and, with a precise strike, pierced the wolf's throat, sending it flying with a well-placed kick, dispatching it cleanly. And Ruashi, pale with fear from the near miss, stood in shock after witnessing Lu Yu's decisive and elegant rescue. When did this fellow become so formidable? Hey, why are you still dazed? Lu Yu scolded with a sense of exasperation as he once again struck down a ferocious wolf lunging at Ruashi. In the midst of battle, how could one afford to be distracted? What is this girl thinking? Oh, and Ruashi quickly snapped back to reality and resumed fighting. With Lu Yu's support, her burden lightened considerably, and she gradually began to find her rhythm. However, the others were not so fortunate. The demon wolves possessed exceptionally robust defenses. The weapons of the group merely left shallow wounds upon their bodies, failing to inflict significant damage and instead inciting their ferocity further. Under the relentless assault of the wolf pack, within mere moments, the group's defenses stood on the brink of collapse. Several individuals bore injuries, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. As the group struggled to hold their ground, they suddenly noticed an unexpected force emerging from the left, dispatching foes with remarkable fluidity. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lu Yu. How could this be? The crowd questioned their own perceptions, particularly Liang Kai, who had boasted so arrogantly before. At this moment, Lu Yu donned exquisite black-scaled armor and wielded a gleaming, razor-sharp, superior magic sword, fully equipped and exuding an air of cold intensity. A massive wolf lunged toward him, but Lu Yu deftly sidestepped, executing a backward spin to evade, then unleashed a sweeping strike that brutally eviscerated the colossal beast. As the giant wolf howled in agony and fell to the ground, before anyone could react, it leaped high again, executing a swift reverse thrust of the sword that precisely pierced the creature's skull. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments, dispatching the beast with remarkable efficiency. What kind of sword technique is this? How fluid? Huang Fufeng inquired, captivated. He found Lu Yu's movements utterly impressive, embodying the very essence of what he aspired to achieve. It seems to resemble the flowing cloud sword technique. Gao Xiaowen exclaimed incredulously. What? The crowd gasped in unison. Such power from a basic sword technique. Indeed, it was a maneuver of the flowing cloud sword technique. The flowing cloud sect is truly a formidable faction with profound heritage. The first wave of the Azure Wolf's assault failed to breach their defenses, and under the relentless onslaught of the group, the pack temporarily retreated from their offensive stance. Quick, take this opportunity to move towards the mountainside, commanded the middle-aged guard as the wolf pack ceased their attack. Responding promptly, the group began to shift their circular formation toward the wall of the mountain. However, just as they reached the rocky barrier, the wolves charged again. Fortunately, with their backs against the mountainside, their exposed sides were reduced by nearly half, allowing them to finally take turns in defense. Yet, as time wore on, the group's spiritual energy was severely depleted, with most sustaining injuries, and their line of defense became increasingly precarious. Despair enveloped them once more as they struggled to persevere through the perilous situation. To alleviate the pressure on the crowd, Lu Yu swiftly wielded his long sword. Drawing the attention of two colossal wolves poised to attack from the left, he narrowly evaded a frontal assault, then with another deft stroke of his sword, he diverted the two wolves on the right as well. This maneuver significantly alleviated the strain on the defensive perimeter. Simultaneously, Lu Yu launched a barrage of darts, providing support to his companions. At this moment, he paid no heed to his own energy expenditure. After all, should the defensive formation collapse, he too would face dire consequences. As darts flew forth, Lu Yu repeatedly rescued his teammates from peril at precisely the right moments. Consequently, the pressure on the group diminished considerably. If you cannot break their defenses, then push towards me, Lu Yu called out emphatically. He noticed many were struggling to penetrate the demon wolf's defenses, causing him silent concern. All right. Several of the less powerful female cultivators responded with joy. While dealing heavy damage to the demon wolves was a challenge, they could certainly manage to send them flying. Thus, Lu Yu entered a state of frenzied output. At the peak of the battle, he found himself besieged by 7 colossal wolves. Yet, he remained unperturbed. With a swift kick, he sent one wolf soaring into the air, breaking free from the encirclement, and with a quick flick of his wrist, he executed a sweeping strike that sent all 7 wolves reeling. Following this, he employed the Cloud Shadow Step, flashing with ferocity as he delivered 3 precise strikes to the throats of 3 wolves, dispatching them once more. Unbelievable, is this really happening? A triple kill in an instant? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Could this truly be the Cloud Shadow Sword technique? Absolutely stunning. The crowd was left in awe, reverently worshipping the extraordinary display before them. It seemed there was an impressive technique at play. Gao Xiaowen expressed her uncertainty. What kind of technique is this? It must be at least of the profound rank. No wonder. She continued, don't bother searching for reasons. Even if you were given 10 such techniques, could you execute a triple strike? Her words struck a chord, and a heavy silence enveloped the group. They had trained in swordsmanship for over a decade. They had witnessed countless techniques and formations. Yet, never had they seen such seamless synergy between swordplay and footwork. How on earth had he mastered this? Confusion gripped the crowd. Under Lu Yu's relentless onslaught, the blue wolf began to falter, retreating slightly. The group seized a moment to catch their breath. I know of a cave nearby, not too far from here, just a few miles away. Follow me, Lu Yu suddenly announced. Really? Someone questioned, how do you know? I have been here before. It just slipped my mind until now. Seeing this mountain jogged my memory, Lu Yu elaborated. That's fantastic. Hope ignited within the crowd. If they could just hold on until reaching the cave, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Only Tian Rue wore an uneasy expression. Not long ago, she had mocked others for not having ventured into the million great mountains. And now she found herself swiftly proven wrong. Subsequently, the group reformed their circular defensive formation, advancing in the direction of Lu Yu. However, Ruashi felt a twinge of doubt. When had he arrived? Was it not said that he had never been here before? Today, Lu Yu presented an enigma that rendered her feeling utterly unfamiliar. The distance of a few miles, while not particularly long, felt interminable compared to their usual pace. Under normal circumstances, they would reach their destination within a quarter of an hour. Yet, now it seemed to stretch on endlessly. The group continued to coordinate their efforts, persevering through the arduous journey until dusk, when they finally arrived at their destination. Fortunately, they managed to endure, and Lu Yu did not disappoint them. Indeed, there lay a cave before them. It was an opening a few meters wide, nestled within a rocky mountain, accompanied by a colossal boulder weighing thousands of pounds at its side. Chapter 28. Truly a master craftsman, the cavern was flat, spanning a radius of 10 meters. With the entrance blocked by a massive stone, everyone released a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. However, their gazes toward Lu Yu were filled with profound respect. His astonishing prowess displayed during the fierce battle left them utterly astounded. Brother expert, we truly owe you our gratitude, Huang Fufeng remarked, still shaken. Indeed, brother expert, we are indebted to you. The others chimed in agreement. Today, they finally understood that this seemingly unassuming young man was, in fact, the genuine master. As for Brother Liang, he was merely a boastful braggart. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us focus on healing, Lu Yu said calmly. Upon hearing his words, everyone strained to sit up, hastily retrieving their healing elixirs as if Lu Yu's statement were an imperial decree. Only Liang Kai remained in a rather gloomy mood. He watched in disbelief as the once quiet youth transformed into a celebrated hero among them. Meanwhile, he had previously dismissed Lu Yu, rendering himself a figure of ridicule. Though others said nothing, he felt a sense of embarrassment wash over him, and could only grit his teeth to utter a polite remark to Lu Yu. Junior Lu, I must admit, your swordsmanship is quite commendable. However, there will come a day when I shall surpass you. You will, indeed. Keep striving. Lu Yu encouraged with a gentle tone. What does this mean? Is he disregarding me? Liang Kaitun was momentarily overwhelmed with frustration, yet he refrained from displaying it, for his very survival depended on the mercy of others. Once the group had tended to their wounds, they cautiously peered outside the cave, only to discover that the pack of wolves had not dispersed. Instead, it had grown larger, numbering over 300. The sense of relief that had settled over them was swiftly replaced by tension. It was evident that the Wolf King had gone to summon reinforcements. Should this continue, the impending battle would be far more brutal than the last. The most pressing concern at that moment was the significant damage inflicted upon their magical artifacts, particularly their defensive gear. Our greatest dilemma lies in the lack of protective equipment. Without it, escape is utterly impossible, summarized the middle-aged guard. By the way, Lu Yu, are you not an artifact smith? Yang spoke up suddenly. Lu Yu was currently in a rather poor state, and thus unable to forge anything, and Ruoxue quickly intervened to defend him. She had fabricated the tale of Lu Yu being an artifact smith, and she was well aware of his limitations. Now was not the time for bravado. Indeed, crafting artifacts requires a certain level of finesse, and Lu Shidi has expended considerable energy these past few days. So it would be unwise to push him, added the corpulent Huang Fufeng, who also sought to clarify the situation. Regardless, Lu Shidi has already contributed immensely. We are all indebted to you, chimed in Gao Xiaowen in agreement. There is no need for concern. Allow me to give it a try. Lu Yu replied with calm assurance. What? Do not overexert yourself. You have already done more than enough, and Ruoxue exclaimed in alarm. The more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. Can't you remain calm for once? If the attempt fails, the previous image would be irrevocably tarnished. Fear not. I am well aware of my limits. Very well, everyone, let us bring forth the materials at hand. Do not conceal anything. Upon hearing Lu Yu's agreement to forge the items, Gao Xiaowen decided to take a chance. Soon, she had gathered all the forging materials from the others, various ores, and several components from magical beasts. Lu Yu assessed the materials and divided them into 2 piles, retrieving tools and fire jade from his storage pouch, and began the forging process in succession. These materials would suffice to create only 2 shields. The remaining scraps would be utilized to repair the magical artifacts. And she held little hope for Lu Yu. She remained silent, focusing on repairing her protective gear as best as she could. She believed the only reliable support was her own efforts. An hour later, give it a try, Lu Yu said, handing a newly forged magical artifact to Gao Xiaowen. What? You actually succeeded? Gao Xiaowen was taken aback. She took the artifact shield and examined it for a while, unable to suppress her astonishment. Junior brother Lu, this is merely scratching the surface? Let me see, she added. The commotion drew in Ruoxue's attention, and she quickly set her materials aside, seizing the artifact from Gao Xiaowen, gazing at the shield in her hands. And Ruoxue found it hard to believe. This was a genuine magical artifact shield, not a mere fade. Did he really manage to refine it? Lu Yu, when did you become a master craftsman? And Ruoxue, perplexed, could not help but voice her curiosity. I became one long ago. Didn't your grandfather mention it? And Ruoxue slightly parted her lips. She hadn't returned to the shop during this time, so how could she know? The last time she went back, she hardly spoke a few words before leaving with Lu Yu. Junior sister-in, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but with a genius like Brother Gao, isn't it quite natural for him to become a craftsman? What is so strange about it? Huang Fufeng stated matter-of-factly. Quite natural? Do you have any idea how long he has been studying crafting? And Ruoxue desperately wanted to say it, but was afraid of revealing too much. And what about your swordsmanship? When did it become so formidable? She posed yet another question. A few months ago, I was fortunate enough to acquire an ancestral footwork technique, and as I practiced it, I improved significantly. And Ruoxue was at a loss for words. How could this fellow be so fortunate? Genuine ancestral techniques are exceedingly rare in the market, yet he just happened to stumble upon one? Conversely, what about you? Why are you so timid? Lu Yu couldn't help but retort. That was my first time. My combat strength is actually quite decent. And Ruoxue felt a bit embarrassed. With the protective artifacts in place, everyone finally felt a bit more at ease. However, gazing at the increasing number of demon wolves outside the cave, they were all weighed down with heavy thoughts. Indeed, I possess a method to lead you away, but your cooperation is essential. Sensing the despondency among the crowd, Lu Yu suddenly spoke again. What? The group, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. What must we do? To the north, 50 miles away, lies a great river. If we can reach it and descend along its current, we will be able to evade the pursuit of the wolf pack. As he spoke, Lu Yu sketched a diagram in the dirt. 50 miles. That seems rather far. It will be quite challenging for us to pass through unscathed, voiced Huang Fufeng, expressing his concerns. Indeed, it will be difficult, echoed the others in agreement. We shall form a spearhead formation to break through. I will lead the way. And you need only to focus on defense, Lu Yu declared. Soon, he elaborated on his tactical approach. To swiftly break through the encirclement. The spearhead formation is the most effective strategy. However, the greatest challenge lies in the speed of our advance. The spearhead is of utmost importance. Its velocity will determine our escape. Should the spearhead encounter obstacles, we will be ensnared in an endless siege. Nevertheless, Lu Yu held confidence in his abilities, having simulated the plan multiple times within the realm of illusion. So what do you say? Shall we proceed? Lu Yu inquired. Perhaps we should give it a try? Gao Xiaowen suggested, glancing at her fellow disciples. The demon wolves possess thick hides that are difficult to penetrate. Yet merely sending them flying is not an insurmountable task for them. Let's give it our all. Everyone expressed their agreement. Very well, once we push aside the boulder. Follow my lead. I shall take the forefront while the guards will cover the rear, Lu Yu commanded decisively. Understood. As the colossal stone was moved aside, the fierce wolves began to stir restlessly. Senior brother Liang positioned himself at the left side, while senior sister Gao took her place on the right. Senior brother Huangfu stood in the center. In no time, Lu Yu had arranged the formation, and everyone brandished their magical artifacts, rushing forth. As they emerged from the cave, they heard the wolves howl, charging towards the group. Maintain formation. Attack. With Lu Yu's commanding shout, he swung his sword, unleashing a series of 3 swift strikes that cleaved through the air, instantly creating an opening as they pierced into the pack of wolves like a dagger. Bang! Bang! One by one, the monstrous wolves were sent flying. Under Lu Yu's formidable assault, the team's advance was remarkably smooth. This success was primarily due to Lu Yu's astute arrangement of the team and the escape route, allowing everyone to complement each other's strengths, pushing forward with unstoppable momentum. This greatly bolstered the confidence of the entire group. Chapter 29. Whose invitation do you intend to accept? However, the distance of 50 miles is quite daunting. The most crucial aspect is perseverance. Whether Lu Yu can maintain his unwavering determination until that moment remains uncertain. To everyone's astonishment, after the passage of more than half a day, Lu Yu's pace showed no signs of diminishing. This led to an unspoken admiration among the group. Just how much latent energy does this young man possess? Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed more than half of their journey. At long last, an unexpected development arose. A particularly colossal demon wolf suddenly emerged, charging directly towards the team. Its imposing aura unmistakably signified it was the Wolf King. Upon sighting this formidable creature, panic ensued among the group. Lu Yu's expression turned grave. He had simulated this encounter in the illusionary realm 10 times, and the Wolf King had only manifested once. To his surprise, the odds had played out poorly in reality, with a 1 in 10 chance materializing. As the Wolf King drew near, Lu Yu boldly approached to engage in a direct confrontation. Yet he found himself unable to breach the Wolf King's defenses and suffered a setback instead. This confrontation caused the team to come to an abrupt halt. Following this, the Wolf King launched a series of relentless assaults that none could withstand. The formation of the team quickly disintegrated, and some members had already fallen behind, ensnared in dire peril. It's over a wave of despair washed over the group as they helplessly looked towards Lu Yu. Brother Huangfu quickly unleashed the binding demon ropes. Amidst the gloom, a voice emerged that ignited a flicker of hope in their hearts. Huang Fufeng was utterly perplexed. What purpose does the binding demon rope serve? I fear it may not even restrain the Wolf King. Yet, due to his unwavering trust in Lu Yu, Huang Fufeng did not hesitate for a moment and immediately launched it towards the Wolf King. In an instant, the Wolf King leapt high, poised to pounce, only to be ensnared by the binding demon rope. At the moment the Wolf King was bound, several shurikens suddenly detonated before its chest, and then Lu Yu's figure flickered into view before the Wolf King. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Lu Yu unleashed 5 strikes in rapid succession, all landing upon the same spot on the Wolf King's chest, shattering its defenses and inflicting a grievous wound. A woo. The Wolf King let out a mournful howl as it crashed heavily to the ground. Ah, how astonishing! Gao Xiaowen and the others erupted in excited cheers. Is this truly something a human can achieve? Their admiration for Lu Yu reached unparalleled heights. After being severely wounded and sent flying, the Wolf King hastily rose and retreated, shrinking back in fear, no longer daring to advance. Form up and continue forward, Lu Yu decisively commanded upon seeing this. The final stretch was arduous, and everyone was greatly exhausted. Fortunately, no further mishaps occurred. Upon reaching the great river and boarding the humble wooden vessel crafted from magical materials, despite their injuries, they could no longer contain their joy and embraced one another in celebration. At the gates of Linyan City, Master Lu, I wonder if you are free tonight? Shall we dine together? Master Lu, come visit my home tomorrow. I have a surprise for you. At the moment of parting, both Gao Xiaowen and Tian Rui warmly extended their invitations. Even Huangpu Feng joined in the festivities, saying, Master, do come to Lingwu City tomorrow. I shall take you to behold the most exquisite scenery this world has to offer. Lu Yu politely declined each of their invitations before setting off with Enruashi towards a quaint shop. As they approached, Enruashi suddenly halted, casting a peculiar gaze upon Lu Yu. Hey, are you all right? Lu Yu felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. I am certainly fine, but I wonder about you, Master Lu. To which senior sister do you plan to rendezvous? Enruashi asked with an odd tone. Cough, what nonsense are you speaking? I am quite busy, Lu Yu responded, bemused. Everyone is genuinely sincere. Who knows, perhaps after dinner, you might win the heart of a fair maiden, Enruashi continued teasingly. Please, do you truly believe that someone would take an interest in a disciple like me, who possesses a mixed elemental root? Lu Yu remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. That is hard to say. In the eyes of others, you are now an adept who conceals profound abilities, Enruashi replied with a hint of sarcasm. Once they reach the foundation establishment stage, they will surely overlook my modest skills, Lu Yu said, managing a bitter smile. Humph, at least you possess self-awareness. But do not underestimate yourself. By learning from my grandfather, you might well surpass them, Enruashi said, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder with an air of maturity. Indeed, you are right, Lu Yu replied. Ah, very good, little Yu, let us set forth. Yes. Regarding Lu Yu's attitude, Enruashi felt quite satisfied. No matter how capable you are, you must heed my words. However, from that moment on, Enruashi began to adopt a more ladylike demeanor and consciously enhance her appearance. Unfortunately, Lu Yu was not destined to enjoy this transformation for long, as he soon received an urgent message from his sect. Unless he was in a closed-door meditation, he was required to return immediately. Upon his hurried arrival at the sect's stone chamber, he encountered Wang Hao, who rushed toward him in a flurry. Not good, brother Yu. You've been summoned to the battlefield in the South Barbarians. Wang Hao exclaimed with a look of distress. What? How could this happen? Lu Yu was taken aback by the news. Have you offended someone? Typically, those summoned to the South Barbarians are disciples at the peak of chi refinement without any significant background or hope for advancement. With your low cultivation, how could you possibly be on that list? Wang Hao inquired anxiously. It must be Zhao Ting. He is the only one I have crossed, Lu Yu sighed wearily. Ever since he had retaliated against Zhang Kuan's sycophantic behavior, he anticipated some form of retribution, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Perhaps you should plead for mercy. Otherwise, given your current cultivation, your chances on the battlefield would be slim to none. Pleading is out of the question. If I must go to the battlefield, then so be it. Please, do not act impulsively. Indeed, it was not long before a steward arrived to convey the message, instructing them to gather at the Immortal Gate Square in 3 days' time for their departure to the South Barbarian battlefield. Chapter 30. The Southern Barbarian Battlefield. The Southern Barbarian Battlefield is situated at the juncture of the Xiantian and Nanming cultivation realms, separated by the formidable expanse of the Million Mountains. This treacherous range poses significant challenges to traversing cultivators, rendering them unable to breach the divide without caution. However, on the eastern flank of the Million Mountains lies a vulnerable point, where cultivators from both realms can cross with relative safety. Consequently, both factions have stationed troops at this weak point for defense, which over time has given rise to the Southern Barbarian Battlefield. In recent decades, although large-scale conflicts have been absent, skirmishes have been incessant, leading to considerable attrition among lower-tier cultivators on both sides. As a result, various sects across the southern continents have significantly increased their recruitment of novice disciples. It is precisely due to this surge that Lu Yu, with his mixed elemental roots, found a place in the Luyun sect. 3 days later, at the square of the Luyun sect, hundreds of cultivators prepared for departure. Among them were several dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, while the remainder consisted of Qi refinement practitioners. The majority of these Qi refinement cultivators were at the 9th level, with only a few elderly practitioners at the 8th level. Luyu's 7th level Qi refinement cultivation stood out distinctly within the ranks. The reason why the 9th level Qi refinement cultivators willingly accepted the sect's command to venture to the southern barbarian battlefield was the opportunity to exchange for Foundation establishment pills. Should they achieve notable feats, they would be rewarded with these pills, enabling them to successfully establish their foundations and transform their fortunes. This outcome is mutually beneficial for both the sect and the cultivators. In fact, many 9th layer Qi practitioners, feeling hopeless about establishing their foundation, have actively sought to join the ranks. However, what astonished Lu Yu was the familiar figure he spotted among the departing crowd. The figure, with flowing long hair and an ethereal demeanor, was none other than the striking senior sister, Xinjing, who had overseen the original protagonist's entrance examination. It could be said that the original protagonist's successful entry into the Luyun sect, despite possessing inferior spiritual roots, was attributed both to their perseverance and determination, as well as to this senior sister's discerning eye for talent. Wasn't Xinjing a prodigy? Why was she here? Lu Yu pondered. Yet, the one who was more surprised was Xinjing. Upon seeing Lu Yu, she stormed over, demanding, "What are you doing here? With such low cultivation, are you not courting death?" "The sect summoned me, and I had no choice," Lu Yu replied, somewhat speechless. "How could the sect summon you? This is utterly chaotic. Have you offended someone?" Xinjing inquired. "That must be it. It's the only explanation," Lu Yu responded with a calm demeanor. Xinjing paused slightly at his words, her voice softening. "All right, just remember to stay close to me on the battlefield." She, too, was merely an ordinary inner sect disciple without any significant backing, and she could not provoke someone with such capabilities. Without waiting for Lu Yu's reply, she turned and left. Although Lu Yu remained largely indifferent to the words spoken, a faint stirring of emotion welled within him. Is this the sensation of being cared for? It seemed a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. An hour later, all were assembled. 2 gold core cultivators appeared punctually, offering brief instructions before unleashing a grand aerial vessel that would transport the assembly of cultivators towards the southern battlefield. The journey was fraught with peril. Occasionally, heedless flying beasts would emerge from the mountains, launching assaults on the vessel. However, under the formidable suppression of the 2 gold core cultivators, they were swiftly repelled. After several days of travel, the vessel smoothly arrived at the frontline city of the southern battlefield, Linyuan City. Linyuan City could be regarded as the main stronghold of the Xuantiang cultivation realm in this southern conflict, where all reinforcements destined for the battlefield would converge. As dawn broke, the expansive square before the grand gates of Linyuan City was already thronged with over 10,000 cultivators from various sects of the southern domain, each sect forming its own formation. Within each formation, 2 gold core leading cultivators served as the commander and vice commander, overseeing the entire contingent. Foundation establishment cultivators were appointed as captains of each team, guiding their 30 Qi refinement disciples. Lu Yu was unsurprisingly assigned to Xinjing's squad. Once the formations were properly arranged, a formidable peak nascent soul commander ascended the platform, his expression grave as he began to address the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not waste time with pleasantries. I emphasized but one point. This is a battlefield. Regardless of whether you were once a prodigy or deemed worthless in your original sect, upon entering the military camp, all distinctions vanish. Here, lineage matters not, nor does innate talent. Only military merit prevails. In a unit, should your military achievements surpass all others, you shall be the commander, and all, regardless of their cultivation level or origins, must heed your command. Shortly, each of you will be bestowed with a token of identity. As long as you carry it, it will automatically record your military accomplishments. Slaying a Qi refinement practitioner earns you 10 merits. Vanquishing a Foundation establishment cultivator grants you 100. And eliminating a core formation master awards you 1,000 merits, and so forth. Military merits can be exchanged for any resources, including Foundation establishment pills. Ranks are recognized throughout the entire Xintian continent. As long as your military achievements are high, you shall be treated with respect wherever you go. Therefore, strive valiantly, young ones. The time to establish your legacy has arrived. As the commander's impassioned words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, resounding endlessly. Each individual felt their blood surge with fervor. After a lengthy pause, the commander gestured for silence before continuing. Now, let us address discipline on the battlefield. Each must rely on their own capabilities. Those who steal credit or falsely claim military achievements shall face death. Those who senselessly harm their comrades shall face death. Traitors who defect to the enemy shall face death. The resonant battle cries, accompanied by the weight of magical pressure, etched deeply into the hearts of all present. Once all matters were addressed, the commander summoned the leaders of each sect to step forward in turn to receive their identity tokens, before leading their respective teams back to their designated quarters. The encampment of the Luyun sect is situated within a cluster of buildings to the south of the city. Given the vastness of Linyuan City and the absence of other cultivators, each squad was assigned to a separate courtyard. The city boasted an abundance of amenities, including a trading ground, taverns, an arena for duels, and even a brothel. Were it not for the looming threat of war, life here would be carefree and leisurely. However, in anticipation of the impending conflict, Lu Yu did not remain idle after settling in Linyuan City. He diligently sought to forge magical artifacts that might prove useful on the battlefield, while simultaneously simulating various combat scenarios within the illusionary space, honing techniques to enhance survival rates amidst the chaos of war. Yet, scarcely had 2 days passed since his arrival when an urgent military order was issued. Gentlemen, I have just received a directive from the commander. Our Luyun sect must dispatch 10 scouts to the front lines for reconnaissance. Now, I shall call the names of those selected, proclaimed the Golden Core leader of the Luyun sect, his expression grave as he stood elevated before the assembly. Lu Yu, Mu Shan, Li Kuei, Fang Datong. Upon hearing this list, a wave of astonishment swept through the disciples of the Luyun sect, while those mentioned turned pale with dread. Scouts are the most perilous role on the battlefield, where the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Even in the absence of a grand battle, skirmishes among scouts are frequent, and prior to any major conflict, their encounters are particularly fierce, resulting in countless casualties. Commander, Lu Yu's cultivation is insufficient. Would it not be unwise to include him? Shen Jing suddenly summoned her courage and stepped forward, believing that if this mission proceeded unchecked, it would surely lead to a one-way journey. Are you questioning my judgment? The Golden Core leader's countenance darkened at her words. With trepidation, a flicker of panic crossed Shen Jing's eyes, as a wave of alarm surged within her. Chapter 31. The hidden outpost in the deep mountains stepped back. I have my own reasons, the Golden Core commander declared with a stern voice. Yes, Shen Jing replied, quickly retreating to her original position. However, her gaze towards Lu Yu was imbued with a hint of regret and a touch of pity. As if to convey, I have done my utmost. May fortune favor you. With a sigh, Lu Yu resigned himself to the harsh reality. Given his cultivation level, it was indeed disheartening to find himself assigned to undertake the most perilous and arduous tasks, clearly the machinations of the Zhao family. It appeared that the Zhao family wielded considerable influence. He had not anticipated that even in the military camp, they could dictate his fate. At this juncture, the only recourse was to accrue military merits. Only with substantial achievements could he hope to escape being at the mercy of others. The following day, Lu Yu boarded a flying vessel, embarking towards the dense jungles of the front line alongside the selected sentinels from various sections. This contingent comprised over 300 individuals, all of considerable age, each possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. It was evident that they were all practitioners who had clawed their way up from the bottom. Brother, you truly are unfortunate. What have you done to incur the ire of the commanding officer? Lamented a burly, bearded man standing beside Lu Yu, his voice a low whisper of sympathy. In this ensemble, aside from Lu Yu, the rest were individuals who had already lived a substantial portion of their lives with little hope, now daring to take a final gamble. A young man like Lu Yu, with potential still ahead, would certainly not willingly subject himself to such trials. Who can say otherwise? Yet, I firmly believe that there is always a way out, Lu Yu said with a touch of nonchalance. Confidence is commendable, but it must not be blind. Nonetheless, you shall conduct yourself as you see fit, the bearded elder remarked, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder with a sigh. Before long, the flying vessel came to a halt before a rudimentary fortress on the front lines, where over 300 individuals were gathered for a briefing. It turned out that the Xiantian continent housed numerous mining areas within the Million Mountains. Although each mining site was guarded by cultivators, their numbers were still insufficient. Should the enemy choose to launch a surprise attack, the defenders would be overwhelmed and unable to provide timely support or prepare for battle. Thus, it was necessary to periodically dispatch substantial numbers of scouts to be stationed around each mining area, allowing for the early detection of enemy movements and the timely organization of defensive measures. After receiving the signal arrows, the group of over 300 was swiftly organized. They formed teams of 3, freely combining, with each group assigned to an observation point. In no time, these individuals seamlessly integrated into the vast expanse of the mountains. Days later, at the periphery of the 10th copper mine in the east, Lu Yu, camouflaged from head to toe, quietly lurked atop a sturdy branch of a large tree, his gaze fixed intently on the surroundings. 100 meters ahead, within a hollow of the tree, another scout known as Skinny Monkey lay concealed. Further in the distance, a bald man named Zhang Shan rested within a cave. Unfortunately, the 3 of them, having been the last selected, were assigned to the same team. Tasked with monitoring this particular area, Lu Yu remained crouched on the tree for an entire day, yet he did not catch sight of a single figure. Instead, he encountered an abundance of venomous insects and ants. If only there were an infrared detector. Enduring the wait here is truly torturous. Lu Yu finds himself reminiscing about the technological advancements of his previous life. Logically, one would expect the cultivation realm to possess superior means. So why are there no corresponding detection tools? With a sense of curiosity, Lu Yu begins to concentrate on the legacy of magical artifacts in search of answers. After several hours, he indeed discovers a similar device, the spirit-revealing disc, capable of indicating the presence of living beings imbued with spiritual energy within a certain range. What a remarkable item! Yet, why has he never heard of such a thing in the Xintian continent? As the night passed without incident, the time for the shift change quickly approached. However, the bald-headed individual who was supposed to relieve him did not appear. After waiting for a considerable duration, Lu Yu could only gesture to the lean monkey and stealthily return to the resting cave. The narrow entrance was merely a slender crevice, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. However, once he entered, the interior proved to be quite spacious, at least around 10 square meters. A few luminous pearls were placed within the cave, preventing it from appearing too dim. Upon entering, Lu Yu discovered the bald-headed man still sprawled on the grass bedding, soundly asleep, showing no signs of waking. Zhang Xixiao, awaken, it is your turn, Lu Yu urged as he gently tapped him. All right, I understand, the bald-headed man replied reluctantly, merely opening his eyes briefly before returning to slumber. After a prolonged period, witnessing that the bald-headed man remained unresponsive, Lu Yu felt compelled to continue urging him. Xixiao, Xixiao. The bald and lazy Yang reluctantly opened his eyes, displaying a hint of impatience. What is the rush? Let the thin monkey handle things outside alone. Brother, didn't the military orders specify that at least 2 people must be on duty simultaneously? Junior Lu, this is your first time on the battlefield, isn't it? The bald man retorted with irritation. Let me tell you, in this vast mountainous expanse, encountering an enemy attack is not as simple as you think. I've been here for over a year and haven't faced any incidents. However, blatantly disregarding military orders like this seems unwise, Lu Yu remarked with a frown. Military orders? They are nothing but nonsense. While they sit comfortably in the city, we are left here to endure the elements. Of course, they expect us to risk our lives. Relax. If it troubles you, feel free to step outside and keep watch, the bald man said before closing his eyes once more. Lu Yu gazed at the bald man, who appeared unfazed by the risks, and sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed these individuals were unreliable. He would have to rely on himself. The spirit manifestation plate needed to be crafted without delay, for he feared that one day, while resting, he might inadvertently meet his end. The crafting technique for the spirit manifestation plate was rather intricate, significantly differing from the artifact creation systems of this world. It required the insertion of spirit stones to activate, rather than simply channeling spiritual energy. Such formations were unheard of in this land. After a series of intermittent studies spanning over 10 days, he finally succeeded in crafting it. Fortunately, he had ample materials like fire jade on hand, and the sentry duty during this period had proceeded without incident. When it was once again Lu Yu's turn to keep watch, he began to experiment with this new magical device. He activated the spirit manifestation disc and inserted a spirit stone, soon observing several red dots appearing nearby. What could these red dots signify? Cautiously, Lu Yu advanced towards the nearest red only to feel increasingly uneasy as he approached. It did not seem like a place inhabited by humans. Indeed, it wasn't long before he encountered an armored beast. Subsequently, he examined several other red dots, discovering that some were hidden sentinels while others were demonic beasts. This approach was inadequate. For military purposes, it was imperative to distinguish between cultivators and demonic beasts. After much contemplation, Liu Yu resumed his crafting. This time, he drew upon several methods for creating the spirit manifestation disc, amalgamating their strengths. Days passed unnoticed, and one night, Liu Yu was in a cave, tinkering with a freshly forged spirit manifestation disc. Upon inserting the spirit stone, he observed 3 stationary red dots, and a smile finally graced his lips. These 3 dots represented the hidden sentinels of their group, located precisely as he had known. Suddenly, without warning, one red dot vanished from the disc. What could this mean? Is it broken? Liu Yu shook the spirit manifestation disc, but the anomaly persisted. A sense of unease gripped him. Could something have happened to the lean monkey? Yet, why were there no other red dots nearby? Chapter 32. Midnight Assault. With a heart full of trepidation, he stealthily emerged from the cave, ensuring he made not a sound. He resolved to verify the situation himself. From a distance, he spotted the slender monkey, motionless upon a tree branch. Could it be that this fellow had fallen asleep? Suddenly, the crimson dot, signifying the bald-headed man, vanished. No, an arrow was lodged in the monkey's back. The darkness of the night had obscured his vision until now. This was dire. An ambush was underway. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yu drew a signal arrow and shot it into the sky, then executed a roll to swiftly vacate the area. As anticipated, several arrows soon rained down upon the spot he had just vacated, embedding themselves deep into the ground until only their shafts remained visible. These were spiritual arrows, indicating that the archer was at least a kilometer away, which explained why the spirit sensing plate had failed to detect them. The range of this spirit sensing device was merely 500 meters, ultimately proving inadequate due to material limitations. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Liu Yu decisively fled. Fortunately, the signal arrow he had launched erupted in a brilliant explosion in the night sky, illuminating the surrounding expanse like a thunderclap amidst the silence. The mining outpost must have been alerted by now. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Liu Yu executed rapid flashes, sprinting towards his own mining site. After scarcely a quarter of an hour, he indeed heard a cacophony of noises and cries echoing around him. The mine was under siege. Yet he felt relieved at the advance warning. The rest was no longer his concern. His mission had been accomplished, and thus he turned back towards Linyuan City. Each signal arrow is distinctly marked. Hence, when Liu Yu returned to Linyuan City to complete his mission, he encountered no difficulties. At last, he could enjoy a respite. After fulfilling his task, Liu Yu returned to the small courtyard where the Luyun sect was stationed. This time, the manifestation disc proved to be of tremendous utility. Yet it still harbored significant shortcomings, notably its limited range. The reason he failed to detect the approaching enemy forces was due to the disc's detection range of merely 500 meters. In this world, even a casual shot from a spiritual energy crossbow exceeds a distance of 1,000 meters. Thus, his most pressing concern at present is to seek suitable materials to concoct a manifestation disc with an extended range. Additionally, he aims to procure various other useful auxiliary magical tools. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away quietly. One day, 3 months later, the Luyun sect's battalion finally received its inaugural large-scale mission to join forces with several other battalions and venture to the Nanshan mining area to ambush an invading enemy. The vast forests of the southern barbarian battlefield are rich in numerous mineral resources. Both the Xintian continent and the southern Ming continent have laid claim to many spiritual mines in close proximity, stationing troops to guard and excavate them. However, the sheer number of mineral veins precludes the possibility of deploying substantial forces at each site. Consequently, defensive structures are established, and upon the incursion of enemy forces, reinforcements are dispatched from Linyuan City. The Nanshan mining area lies a considerable distance of several tens of thousands of miles from Linyuan City. Although it is quite far, its high value renders it indispensable. Departing from Linyuan City aboard a flying vessel, it would take no less than 5 days to reach the Nanshan mining district. Even at the swiftest pace, despite the urgency of the mission, the leader exhibited remarkable military acumen, commanding the crew to fly intermittently while conserving ample spiritual energy. After all, this expedition was destined for a potential battlefield, where they might confront a fierce conflict at any moment. To deplete their resources en route would be a grave tactical error, compelling them to silently hope that the defenders of the mining district could endure a while longer. Nevertheless, the fortifications of the Nanshan mining district were notably robust, equipped with hundreds of spiritual crossbows, rendering it nearly impervious to typical enemy incursions. However, should it already be compromised, they would have no choice but to devise a long-term strategy. On board the vessel, Lu Yu quietly perused information on battlefield survival. This was his inaugural experience in a chaotic melee involving thousands of cultivators. As a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, the prospect of preserving his life amidst such turmoil seemed exceedingly daunting. Though Lu Yu had encountered numerous grand spectacles in his previous life, the conflicts within the realm of cultivation were unlike the straightforward gunfire of his past. Here, attacks were orchestrated through spiritual consciousness, capable of maneuvering with precision. Often, evasion was futile, leaving one with no option but to endure the onslaught. He diligently simulated countless scenarios within the realm of illusion, yet failed to discover a method significantly enhancing his survival odds. Ultimately, he arrived at a singular conclusion. Regardless of the circumstances, one must extricate oneself from the battlefield to diminish the likelihood of being subjected to chaotic assaults. Days later, upon their arrival at the Nanshan mining district, the group was met with an eerie silence enveloping the vast expanse of the mining area. The entire Nanshan mining area lay in utter silence, its defensive fortifications having been nearly obliterated. The group split into several factions, wandering through the valley, only to encounter an array of lifeless bodies strewn about, each one a practitioner from the Xiantian continent. Moreover, there were heaps of miners' corpses gathered together, having met their untimely demise in mass executions. Their deaths were tragic, each body marred with wounds, and the female practitioners suffered the most, their forms exposed and battered. After circling the mountain, the various factions reconvened, their spirits weighed down by the grim reality. They had perished. The entire army had been annihilated. Not a single soul had survived. These beasts, they were less than animals. As each individual gazed upon the ground littered with cadavers, they clenched their fists tightly. If they had harbored any resentment about being summoned to battle before, at this moment, they felt an unyielding sense of duty. Reports indicated that the invading forces from the Nanming continent were still reveling 100 miles away, not having ventured far, numbering approximately 3,000. Suddenly, a patrolling practitioner soared in to deliver the news. The supreme commander of this mission, Su Ba from the Beastmaster sect, after gathering the opinions of the leaders from various sects, stepped forth to address the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, our Xiantian continent has always valued peace and has never sought to oppress the weak. Yet, the Nanming continent perceives our kindness as weakness, having repeatedly invaded without cause in recent years, believing we are defenseless. Under the eaves of a collapsing nest, how can a single egg remain intact? Now, I wish to lead our forces in pursuit, to engage in a grand battle with the Nanming continent, to repay tooth for tooth and blood for blood. Will you join me in this endeavor? I am willing. At this moment, not a single soul was devoid of righteous indignation. Evidently, they were all profoundly stirred by the scene they had previously witnessed. Very well, in light of this, let us strike after a brief respite. A man of honor, born into this world, cannot live in cowardice. When we encounter the denizens of the southern Ming continent, let us strike them fiercely. We must ensure they feel our blows. This time, our achievements shall be doubled. An uproarious cheer erupted among the ranks, resonating to the heavens, even stirring the heart of Lu Yu, who had long since surpassed the age of impulsiveness. After a brief moment of contemplation, the group rose in unison, hastening towards the location of the invading enemy forces. Chapter 33. The Great Turmoil. Upon catching sight of the invading enemy forces from afar, Lu Yu began to incessantly simulate scenarios within the realm of illusions. Yet, after each simulation, he was drenched in cold sweat. It was not merely a brush with death, but an experience where survival seemed utterly impossible. As long as he remained on the battlefield, unforeseen attacks would emerge from the shadows, leaving him severely wounded. This relentless reality swiftly tempered his once fervent spirit. However, the conflict would not cease for his sake. Upon the arrival of the Xiantian faction at the southern Ming cultivators' encampment, a full-scale assault erupted, with a dazzling array of sword lights and magical artifacts illuminating the sky. Lu Yu, seizing the moment while the southern Ming forces were still reeling, charged forward with fervor. Yet, it was not long before the Southern Ming cultivators regained their composure, leveraging their fierce tenacity to quickly turn the tide. With Lu Yu possessing the weakest cultivation level, it wasn't long before he attracted the attention of a formidable opponent, a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. This adversary, adorned with ear studs and clad in bone armor, unleashed a barrage of meteor hammers indiscriminately towards Lu Yu. In that perilous moment, rather than seeking refuge with Shenjing, Lu Yu opted to flee into the depths of the forest. After all, amidst the chaotic flurry of sword lights, remaining on the battlefield could easily result in a fatal blow from an unseen assailant. Who could possibly offer protection in such a tumultuous environment? After engaging with the enemy, Shenjing consciously began her search for Lu Yu. However, upon noticing that he had not gravitated towards her, but instead had retreated into the woods, a surge of frustration welled within her. What a scoundrel! To abandon the fight and flee. If he were to be pursued, escape from death would be nearly impossible. Upon contemplating this, Shenjing, filled with indignation, stamped her foot and resolutely turned her attention away from Lu Yu, focusing instead on the impending confrontation. Lu Yu fled deeper into the dense forest, pursued relentlessly by the enemy cultivator, who seemed determined to capture this seemingly easy target. However, this seemingly easy target possessed an uncanny ability to evade capture, running faster and faster until, upon reaching a secluded grove, he abruptly vanished. The ear-pierced cultivator, searching frantically, shouted, "You little rascal, I see you. Come out and face your demise, and I may grant you the mercy of a complete corpse." No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadow erupted from the nearby thicket, lunging swiftly toward him. The ear-pierced cultivator, seemingly prepared for this eventuality, swung with all his might at the shadow. To his astonishment, he struck nothing but a wooden dummy. In that brief moment of bewilderment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back as a black sword silently pierced through his armor. Damn it! The ear-pierced cultivator, now thoroughly enraged by the injury, swiftly turned to retaliate, only to find that Lu Yu had once again drawn his sword and vanished from sight. Infuriatingly, he had been wounded by a mere 7th-layer Qi practitioner. In a fit of rage and desperation, the ear-pierced cultivator unleashed a flurry of spiritual talismans, bombarding the vicinity with reckless abandon. Once the explosive chaos subsided, just as he was about to assess the aftermath, a shrill whistling sound pierced the air. The unmistakable sound of a projectile hurtling toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a dart that flew mere inches from his front. That was close. Had he not sidestepped moments ago, the dart would have struck him squarely in the chest. Yet, before he could even feel relief, he realized that the dart did not merely graze him. It exploded right in front of him. What on earth was happening? The earring-clad practitioner hurriedly raised his hammer to shield his vital points. With a resounding boom, he was left with a charred visage. Although the hammer mitigated some of the impact, he was still left dazed. However, that fleeting moment of disorientation proved to be fatal. As he regained his senses, he suddenly felt a sharp tingling in his leg. A silver needle had pierced his flesh. Hey, double strike? This is bad. There's poison. The sight of the inky black wound sent the earring-clad practitioner into a panic. Desperately, he stuffed antidotes into his mouth, but none were effective. After a frantic struggle, he sensed his body slipping further from his control, and in despair, he cried out, "Is this truly the work of a 7th-layer Qi practitioner? Heaven, are you toying with me?" In an instant, he collapsed. Moments later, witnessing the enemy succumb to poison, Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stepped forward and delivered a final blow to the earring-clad practitioner before beginning to gather his spoils. The shadow that had first lunged at the earring-clad practitioner was a rudimentary scarecrow puppet Lu Yu had recently attempted to craft, embedded with a low-grade spirit stone, designed solely to leap into action upon receiving commands. Though the puppet was rudimentary, it yielded remarkable results. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the earring-clad cultivator would have resulted in an uncertain victory far into the future. Unfortunately, this earring-clad cultivator was rather destitute, possessing merely 200 spirit stones and a handful of elixirs within his storage pouch. Only the meteor hammer artifact held any significant value. Finally, slaying a Qi refining cultivator proved to be no easy feat. After calculating every possible strategy and employing every available tactic, a wave of satisfaction washed over Lu Yu as he gazed upon the 10 military merit points in his identity token. Having served as a sentinel for several months only to accumulate 20 merit points, he was astonished to realize that in just 1 hour, he had acquired 10 merit points. After a brief respite, Lu Yu once again positioned himself at the periphery of the battlefield. Upon detecting the approach of enemy cultivators, he swiftly retreated into the forest. He possessed great confidence in his speed. As long as a Foundation establishment cultivator was not in pursuit, he could easily evade capture. If a solitary opponent pursued him, he would employ the same tactics to eliminate the enemy. Conversely, if multiple foes were in pursuit, he would deftly shake them off and reappear in a different direction. Thus, he continued this strategy until evening, when the various factions sounded their horns to signal retreat, allowing Lu Yu to reunite with the main force. On this day, he had garnered a total of 60 military merits, over 1,000 spirit stones, several magical artifacts, and countless elixirs. Of course, if calculated according to Su Ba's promise of double merit points, he would have amassed 120. It is no wonder that others say that killing and arson are worth their weight in gold. The rewards from this single day rivaled those of an entire previous year. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Xin Jing was taken aback upon seeing Lu Yu return to the team. How could this fellow still be alive? He must have hidden himself away in some corner, only to re-emerge once the great battle was concluded. How cowardly. Her gaze towards Lu Yu brimmed with contempt. Although she had previously shown him kindness, his recent conduct had left her profoundly disillusioned. A man of honor may perish in battle, yet he should never live in disgrace, especially when faced with a bitter enemy like today. Subsequently, Xin Jing averted her eyes from Lu Yu, leading her team back to report. After an entire day of fierce combat, every member of the Xiantian team had exerted their utmost effort. Had it not been for their dwindling spiritual energy and concern for unforeseen mishaps, they would have certainly continued to fight without hesitation. Nonetheless, while the Xiantian continent did not achieve significant victories, they had certainly inflicted considerable pain upon the enemy forces. The invading army, upon retreating from the battlefield, dared not linger even for a moment and fled back to the southern Ming continent under the cover of night. After all, they were acutely aware of the wrath they had incited. Once reinforcements arrived for their adversaries, escape would become an impossibility. Chapter 34. Special mission. Having concluded affairs at the Nanshan mining district, Lu Yu accompanied the main forces back to Linyuan City for respite. Following the arrival of the garrison at the new mining site, in the ensuing months, the southern Ming continent experienced a rare tranquility, and the members of the Flowing Cloud sect were no longer summoned for large-scale military operations. After all, this was a period of relative peace, and such extensive conflicts were now infrequent. Most of the time, the tasks consisted of patrolling, guarding, and escorting, typically executed by several squads in collaboration, posing minimal risk. This newfound calm left Lu Yu somewhat disheartened, as he had hoped to amass wealth through warfare to support his cultivation, which required a substantial amount of spirit stones. Without unexpected windfalls, rapid advancement became quite challenging. Thus, he resorted to crafting minor magical artifacts to sell, supplementing his household income. Fortunately, after months of relentless effort, he finally broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Given his mixed elemental spiritual roots, achieving this level at his age was indeed a cause for celebration. One morning, half a year later, the Shenzhing squad received a particularly special mission to covertly retrieve an informant who had ventured deep into the Million Great Mountains years ago to gather intelligence and bring back vital information to the camp. The base reward for this mission was exceptionally high, and depending on the significance of the intelligence, additional rewards could be granted with no upper limit. This news invigorated the entire squad, for such assignments were not easily obtained. Before dawn had fully arrived, Lu Yu, brimming with energy, stealthily set out with his squad from the military camp. The team has undergone a significant transformation since its inception, with numerous new faces emerging over the past 6 months. Some members have made the ultimate sacrifice, while others have been assigned to different missions, leaving only a handful of veterans. Among them, Lu Yu is honored to be one of the seasoned members. After enduring nights of travel and days of concealment, the team finally arrived at the designated rendezvous point by the dawn of the 5th day. However, the individuals they were to meet had yet to materialize. All they could do was wait silently in the surrounding area. After all, the previously agreed-upon time was merely approximate. Deviations during execution are quite common. Time passed, and suddenly, Lu Yu's recently crafted divination plate illuminated, revealing a red dot rapidly approaching. Someone is coming, Lu Yu communicated to Xin Jing. Where? She inquired. scanning her surroundings but finding no signs of movement. Still 10 miles away, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Are you feeling cheeky? You can see 10 miles away? Shen Jing retorted, rolling her eyes. It was astonishing that this fellow still had the audacity to jest with her. Believe it or not, Lu Yu responded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Ultimately, the matter was inconsequential. She would see for herself soon enough. However, not long after, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as the divination plate revealed a multitude of red dots converging toward their location. This is not good. A group of people is pursuing us, and their numbers are considerable. Quickly, let us set up an ambush. Lu Yu's face betrayed his anxiety. Enough, Lu Yu. If you keep talking, I will become angry. Shen Jing's irritation was palpable. I am speaking the truth. Lu Yu furrowed his brow in distress. Just because you say it's true, does that make it so? Who do you think you are? Shen Jing glared at Lu Yu in annoyance. Observing this, Lu Yu sighed helplessly. Indeed, one's words hold little weight when one is insignificant. Before long, a figure appeared in the distance, approaching swiftly. Shen Jing, astonished, cast a surprised glance at Lu Yu before swiftly leading the others to greet the newcomer. However, Lu Yu remained unmoved, fixated on the divination plate in his hands. The distant figure seemed to be burning through life itself in a frantic dash. Upon seeing Shen Jing and the others, he finally collapsed in exhaustion, raising a jade tablet high above his head. While gasping for breath and calling out a few words, "Hurry, hurry." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he fell to the ground. The group hurriedly rushed forward to check on him. Hey, what is the signal? Shen Jing asked urgently. However, the man's face had turned pale. He attempted to speak, but could not catch his breath, and ultimately fainted. Hey, wake up. Shen Jing took the jade tablet, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she tried to revive the man. She needed to ascertain his identity to ensure there would be no mistakes, as this was a clear requirement of their mission. Senior Sister Shun, we must retreat. As the ominous red drew nearer, Lu Yu's anxiety surged. Yet, Shen Jing showed no intention of leaving. Realizing there was no time left, Lu Yu could not help but mutter under his breath, "This foolish woman." Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted deeper into the woods. While everyone was exerting their utmost to rescue those in need, a member of the outer team suddenly cried out, "This is bad. We are surrounded." What? At the sound of this, Shen Jing instantly rose to her feet, scanning her surroundings. Upon witnessing the throng of figures encircling the forest, panic set in. Retreat. Quickly. However, it was too late. The enemy forces surged forth with alarming speed, shooting a signal flare into the sky before swiftly engaging Shen Jing and her team. At that moment, although Shen Jing and her comrades wished to flee, escape was no longer an option. They had no choice but to prepare for battle. Yet, the enemy's strength was not inferior to that of Shen Jing and her team, and they seemed intent on entangling them rather than fighting fiercely. Despite Shen Jing's repeated attempts to break through, they could not shake off their pursuers. As the second wave of enemy forces approached, urgency gripped the team. Members urged, "Captain Shun, you must break through. Don't worry about us." "No, I cannot abandon you." Shen Jing firmly rejected their pleas. These individuals were entrusted to her care, and the thought of leaving them behind to fend for themselves was inconceivable. She was certain that the moment she departed, none of them would escape, and the outcome would be dire. She clenched her teeth, summoning her spiritual energy in a desperate struggle, hoping to bring them all back. "Captain Shun, this is not the time for hesitation. We must leave at once." "Indeed, Captain Shun, the mission is paramount." Upon hearing this, Shen Jing hesitated. Gazing at her familiar comrades before her, her eyes glazed over with a veil of tears, yet she could not bring herself to abandon them. Alas, reality is often cruel. Her momentary indecision cost her the final opportunity for escape. The second wave of adversaries soon arrived at the battlefield, encircling them tightly. To make matters worse, among them were cultivators at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, several tiers above Shen Jing's own 4th level. Under the relentless assault from the 9th level cultivators, Shen Jing exchanged blows, but it was not long before she sustained severe internal injuries. It was over. They were on the brink of annihilation. Watching her comrades fall one by one, her heart twisted with anguish and regret. In that moment, she finally recalled Lu Yu's sage advice. How she wished she had heeded his words. Yet, alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Soon, from the 30 members of the Xiantian team, only Shen Jing remained, desperately holding on. Was this truly where her journey would end? She surveyed her surroundings, forced a bitter smile. The after effects of expending her spiritual energy had begun to manifest. She was utterly exhausted. She felt powerless to turn the tide. She could no longer face her fallen comrades. So be it. Chapter 35. Diverting the pursuers just as she was about to take her own life with a sword, a miracle unfolded before her eyes. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, revealing Lu Yu astride a colossal demon bull king, charging forward with a throng of wild demon bulls in a frenzied stampede towards her. It was not that he wished to flee alone. Rather, the prospect of retreat in the heat of battle was but a path to certain demise. The sheer force of the demon bull herd shattered the encirclement of the southern Ming realm, compelling the enemy cultivators to scatter in terror. Faced with such a rampaging force, even foundational cultivators were compelled to retreat from the onslaught. As the demon bull king thundered past Xinjing, Lu Yu leaned down, grasping her hand firmly and pulling her into his embrace, urging the demon bull king to flee with all its might. Is it truly you? Xinjing felt the solidness of Lu Yu's chest, and a sense of relief washed over her. Before she could await his response, she succumbed to her exhaustion and fainted completely. Cradling this strikingly beautiful senior sister, Lu Yu found little time to revel in the captivating moment. At that instant, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of their situation. Although he had meticulously rehearsed and selected the most promising route for escape, he remained oblivious to the unforeseen circumstances that reality might present. After all, the world is in a constant state of flux. Fortunately, the unfolding events bore a close resemblance to his rehearsals. However, once the ninth-layer foundational cultivators of the southern Ming realm regained their composure, they immediately took to their swords and pursued after them. However, due to the towering trees surrounding them, along with the occasional well-timed darts thrown by Lu Yu that exploded mid-air to create disturbances, the foundational cultivation practitioner struggled to maintain a swift pace. Moreover, the Demon Ox King was not inferior to sword flight and speed within the forest, darting in every direction and weaving through the underbrush, effectively allowing Lu Yu to distance himself from the pursuing foes. After sprinting several hundred miles, the Demon Ox King finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. At this moment, even if Lu Yu were to strike with his sword, the creature would not budge. Lu Yu had no choice but to remove the Beast Tamer ring from the Demon Ox King's neck, express his gratitude, and then swiftly disappear into the towering mountains while carrying Xinjing. Half a day later, in an uncharted cave within the Million Mountain Range, Lu Yu gently laid Xinjing down. He had no time to admire the sight of the sleeping beauty before hurriedly administering a pill to her. Their escape had been made possible thanks to the Beast Tamer ring he had recently crafted, which could temporarily control a beast not significantly stronger than himself. The myriad methods of crafting mystical tools within the inheritance of artifact forging were countless, and the Beast Tamer ring was considered quite practical. He had initially intended it merely for amusement, never anticipating its true utility. Yet, given the perilous surroundings, he needed to awaken Xinjing swiftly, for the pursuers could close in at any moment. Fortunately, the effects of the pill were promising, and before long, Xinjing slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing that it was indeed Lu Yu who had saved her, Xinjing felt a sudden tightness in her throat, and unable to restrain herself any longer. She collapsed onto Lu Yu's shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. "They are gone. All of them are gone. I caused their demise." Lu Yu observed Xinjing, who was crying like a child, and initially intended to admonish her, but ultimately refrained. It became apparent that even the strongest of women possess such vulnerable facets. He stood there, motionless, allowing Xinjing to sob in his embrace. Despite his countless urges to offer her comfort, he remained silent. Perhaps time is indeed the most effective healer of wounds. After an indeterminate period of weeping, Xinjing finally regained her composure. Noticing that Lu Yu's clothes were drenched with her tears, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "I apologize, Lu Yu." "It's nothing," Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. A profound silence enveloped them as both were at a loss for words. However, the awkwardness did not linger for long. As a sharp cry pierced the air from outside the cave, the two hastily stifled their sounds and approached the cave entrance to peer outside. They beheld an adversary, a ninth-tier Foundation establishment cultivator, soaring through the air on a sword, meticulously scanning the surrounding terrain as if searching every inch of land. "This is bad. We have been tracked." A sense of foreboding enveloped them. "What is happening? Is there a mark on us?" Lu Yu believed that, given his skills in evasion, he would not be easily discovered unless marked. Thus, he suddenly closed his eyes, beginning to simulate the scenario. Moments later, he unexpectedly reached out and plucked a single strand of hair from Xin Jing, clutching it tightly in his hand. This strand was distinct from the others, bearing the mark of their adversary. In that instant, both of them recognized the impending danger. The cave would inevitably be discovered, and at that point, neither of them would escape death. "You stay here. I will divert him," Xin Jing declared resolutely as she handed Lu Yu a jade slip. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yu unexpectedly restrained her. "What are you doing?" Let me handle this." Lu Yu sighed softly. Based on the simulation, their opponent was gravely injured and would not be able to flee far before being pursued, leading to their mutual demise. His attempt to divert attention offered a glimmer of hope. "You?" Xin Jing attempted to protest, but it was too late. Lu Yu pivoted and dashed outside. She stood there, staring blankly at his retreating figure. At that moment, she suddenly felt that this young man was truly different. "Lu Yu, you must return safely," Xin Jing murmured, her eyes once again brimming with tears. Having grasped the hair, Lu Yu had scarcely run a few miles when he successfully attracted the attention of the foundational cultivators in the sky. Thus, he ceased to conceal himself and, employing the cloud shadow step, raced forward with unparalleled speed. He was not particularly extraordinary. He simply wished to avoid the unnecessary addition of a vengeful spirit. Moreover, he was not devoid of hope for escape. With the cloud shadow step and prior simulations, he merely required an opportune moment. He understood that the speed of a foundation establishment cultivator vastly surpassed that of an ordinary chi refinement practitioner. Therefore, he had to maximize the potential of the cloud shadow step while adeptly utilizing the surrounding terrain. Although his pursuer flew swiftly on a sword, maneuvering proved challenging, while he, traversing the ground, could remain remarkably agile. Under the impetus of his rapid calculations and simulations, he cleverly navigated the cover of nearby trees, dodging the relentless attacks of the foundation establishment cultivator time and again. However, the anticipated opportunity never materialized. Despite his continuous simulations, he remained ensnared in a deadly predicament. He realized he had ventured too far this time. As his spiritual energy waned, he still could not locate the terrain that would facilitate his escape. Suddenly, he resolved to stop running, staggering intentionally to feign a fall. Run, boy. Aren't you quite the swift one?" sneered the foundation establishment cultivator as he closed in. A malicious grin plastered across his face. It seemed he intended to unleash the frustrations of the day upon Lu Yu. A mere chi refinement youth had eluded him for an entire day, all while he helplessly watched as the other managed to rescue someone. This was an immense humiliation for him. Thus, upon confirming that Lu Yu could no longer flee, he immediately revealed a cruel smile. He unsheathed his spiritual sword and, with deliberate slowness, aimed it towards Lu Yu's dantian. He intended for his prey to savor the exquisite terror of impending death. Chapter 36. Lost. Lu Yu watched in apprehension as the sharp spiritual sword lunged towards him. An overwhelming tension gripped his heart as he pondered whether the scene he had previously simulated would manifest. If it did, he might survive. If not, his demise would be inevitable. Fortunately, at the very moment the sword's tip seemed poised to pierce his flesh, the anticipated sting failed to materialize. Instead, he felt a sudden surge of sharp, white light erupt from within him. This radiant force, imbued with the power to obliterate all, shattered the advancing spiritual sword and, in an instant, pierced the body of the foundational practitioner across from him. How could this be possible? The foundational practitioner gazed, wide-eyed, at the gaping wound in his chest, gradually succumbing to weakness. He could not comprehend, his eyes still open in disbelief. Who? As the dust settled, Lu Yu finally exhaled, his body collapsing in utter relief. The events that had transpired were beyond his explanation. He could only rationalize that the small sword had instinctively defended its master. During his previous simulations, he had unexpectedly discovered this glimmer of hope, prompting him to take a gamble, and to his astonishment, it had indeed succeeded. However, the triggering probability of the sword's protective instinct was exceedingly low and appeared to be intertwined with the circumstances and his mental state. Out of all his simulations, this was the sole instance it had manifested. Upon observing the sudden increase of 500 military merits in his identity token, he felt a sense of unreality wash over him. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Who could say whether other hostile practitioners lurked nearby? Thus, He hastily picked up the storage bag of the Foundation establishment cultivator and swiftly departed from the scene. Within the cave, Shenjing soon shattered the bindings imposed by Lu Yu with her spiritual power. Upon witnessing Lu Yu successfully diverting the enemy, she suppressed her sorrow and made her way directly to Lingyuan City. She understood that seeking out Lu Yu at this juncture would be futile. This opportunity had been purchased with the opponent's life, and she could not squander their earnest intentions. Traveling by day and hiding by night, Shenjing finally returned to Lingyuan City after several days. Perhaps overwhelmed by the severity of her loss, she submitted the jade slip in her hand and chose to enter seclusion. She wished to escape all of this, enduring her grief in solitude, deep within the Million Mountains. After acquiring the storage bag of the Foundation establishment cultivator, Lu Yu found himself lost. He wandered through the jungle, darting in various directions. Yet he could not find a familiar place. It was entirely his fault for having fled in such haste, running wherever he could without regard for his surroundings. The mountains were fraught with peril, and ultimately, he had no choice but to seek refuge in a cave to cultivate, intending to elevate his cultivation level first. As he opened the enemy's storage bag, Lu Yu was secretly astonished. Inside the square-meter storage bag, there lay a small heap of shining mid-grade spirit stones, numbering in the hundreds. In addition, there were several bottles of pills used by Foundation establishment cultivators, a top-grade spirit sword, and a high-level sword technique, jade slip, named Sword Control Technique. This sword technique is evidently one that can only be mastered after reaching the Foundation establishment stage, which he is currently unable to do. After organizing his gains, Lu Yu procured the elixirs suitable for Foundation establishment practitioners and commenced his seclusion. The potency of these elixirs is exceedingly fierce. He could only divide them into several portions to avoid fatal repercussions. 3 months later, a figure, weary from travel, emerged at the periphery of the Million Great Mountains. This figure was none other than Lu Yu. With the aid of numerous elixirs, he successfully attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and he had also completed the sword technique illusion assessment without a hitch. However, the anticipated rewards for passing the assessment had yet to materialize. With his cultivation reaching a bottleneck, he had no choice but to conclude his seclusion and seek the path home. Fortunately, after enduring countless hardships and meandering for over half a month, he finally emerged from the mountains and beheld the city. Where to now? Lu Yu pondered. Perhaps he should return to the Flowing Cloud sect. At the Qi refinement stage, he would merely be cannon fodder in the military, and one misstep could lead to his demise. At this moment, within the General's Hall of Linyuan City, Shenjing, who had been resting for several months, was summoned by the general. Shenjing, your previous mission has garnered you great merit, the imposing general declared, his demeanor unexpectedly genial. Forgive my ignorance, esteemed general. I would appreciate your clarification, Shenjing replied, somewhat perplexed. The intelligence you brought back was of utmost importance, indirectly saving the lives of thousands. What kind of reward do you seek? The venerable general inquired with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Shenjing was momentarily taken aback, yet the thought of Lu Yu swiftly dimmed her spirits. General, the reason we were able to bring back news last time was entirely due to Lu Yu's efforts. Oh, how so? The formidable general inquired with a hint of curiosity. Shenjing had no choice but to recount the events in detail. If what you say is true, then Lu Yu must have perished. However, I recently dispatched individuals to search, and they found no trace of him. Instead, they discovered the remains of that 9th-tier Foundation establishment cultivator. Does this not imply that he may have been rescued by someone? The imposing general remarked with a smile. The squad leader before him had been troubled by the annihilation of their forces, and he did not mind imparting to her some good news. Really? Shenjing's expression brightened, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. I believe it is highly probable. Nevertheless, are you truly willing to concede all the credit to him? If so, his achievements in the squad would surpass yours, the general asked once more. I am willing. Regardless of whether he is alive or dead, this credit belongs to him. And I shall take not a single coin, Shenjing exclaimed, her excitement evident. This was undoubtedly the best news she had heard in quite some time. Very well. If he truly returns, will you be content to remain in his shadow? I have no objections. As Shenjing exited the general's quarters, she suddenly felt a significant weight lift from her shoulders. The pent-up frustration of recent times seemed to vanish entirely. She arrived at the military camp, clutching the military orders, brimming with enthusiasm as she set about reconstructing her squad. Her goal was to prepare everything possible before Lu Yu's return. However, Upon entering the military affairs hall and issuing the summons for team members, she was met with an unprecedented silence. The chi refining practitioners present recoiled from her achievements as if she were a harbinger of misfortune, distancing themselves as far as possible. Those with options would never consider joining Xinjing's team, save for the unwanted. Ultimately, Xinjing could only gather a motley crew of defeated and discarded warriors, barely assembling 30 individuals. Meanwhile, on the winding mountain paths of the Luyun sect, Lu Yu strolled leisurely. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he lifted his gaze to the sky. A striking figure in flowing red robes soared overhead on a sword. Upon recognizing her visage, he was momentarily stunned. It was Li Sisi. When had she succeeded in Foundation establishment? The red-clad beauty caught sight of Lu Yu, and upon noticing his disheveled appearance, a glimmer of undisguised disdain flickered in her eyes. Without casting him another glance, she swiftly soared away. Alas, it seemed he too must devise a means to achieve Foundation establishment. Lu Yu sighed deeply, feeling the weight of Li Sisi's contemptuous gaze linger. Her earlier prophecy appeared poised to come to fruition. After a brief period of rest, Lu Yu resolutely made his way to the market, ruthlessly selling the exquisite spiritual sword he had obtained from a 9th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator. This transaction garnered him over 20,000 spirit stones. Coupled with the 200 mid-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, he amassed a total of 45,000 spirit stones. However, a single Foundation establishment pill required 50,000 spirit stones. Thus, he had no choice but to continue liquidating his assets. Chapter 37. Captain Lu. After liquidating all his possessions, he barely managed to gather 50,000 spirit stones. Thus, he hurriedly purchased a Foundation establishment pill, bathed, and lit incense, commencing his seclusion to cultivate. The Foundation establishment pill was markedly different from the usual medicinal pills. While the latter primarily provided spiritual energy, the former cleansed the tendons and marrow, transforming the body. Upon consuming the Foundation establishment pill, Lu Yu felt an intense heat coursing through him, as if he had entered a furnace, with his body undergoing relentless cycles of burning, destruction, and reconstruction. With each cycle of destruction and reconstruction, a layer of impurities seeped from his body. As the impurities were expelled, he sensed his body becoming lighter and more powerful. However, after a month, he emerged in a daze. He had failed in his attempt to establish a foundation. At the crucial moment, the bottleneck before him stood like an iron wall, impenetrable and insurmountable. It dawned on him that his innate talent was indeed so poor. Others succeeded with a single Foundation establishment pill, while he could see no glimmer of hope. Having spent all his savings on this pill, he found himself utterly destitute, with no knowledge of when he might acquire another. Reluctantly, Lu Yu returned to Lingyuan City. There was no alternative. The military camp was the quickest source of income. Upon entering the small courtyard of the encampment, he caught sight of Xinjing. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew suddenly still. Xinjing gazed at Lu Yu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, tinged with a hint of melancholy. The expression on his face was peculiar, as if he were torn between laughter and tears. "Hey, I know I'm quite handsome, but is it necessary to gaze at me so passionately?" Lu Yu suddenly broke the awkwardness with a hint of narcissism. "Get lost." With Lu Yu's interruption, Xinjing finally transitioned from tears to laughter. After exchanging pleasantries, Xinjing suddenly said, "By the way, Captain Lu, the general is waiting for you." "Captain Lu? What Captain Lu?" Lu Yu felt a bit bewildered. "Hurry up, I'll explain later." "All right." Lu Yu, not wanting to dwell on it, hastened toward the general's hall. However, upon exiting the hall and gazing at the captain's insignia in his hand, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Did that silly girl truly relinquish all the credit to him? Setting aside everything else, that girl certainly exhibited a remarkable sense of loyalty. Upon returning to the encampment, as he stepped into the courtyard, he was met with a cacophony of voices. To his astonishment, 30 cultivators, including Xinjing, had gathered. "We greet Captain Lu." With 30 voices resonating in unison, Lu Yu felt somewhat dazed. Could these possibly be his soldiers? It transported him back to the tumultuous days of Blue Star. He quickly pulled the smiling Xinjing aside and quietly inquired about the situation. As Xinjing recounted the events, Lu Yu swiftly grasped the unfolding circumstances. It turns out that these are remnants of a defeated army, scattered and unwanted, which explains their excessive deference towards themselves. Xinjing initially assumed that Lu Yu would be disheartened. However, he did not observe any expression of disappointment on his face. Ahem. Lu Yu cleared his throat and stepped into the midst of the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, an unexpected visitor entered through the gate of the courtyard. Ah, quite a gathering we have here. A rather flamboyant male cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage swaggered in. Si-Tu Ming, what brings you here? Shun Jing's demeanor turned icy upon seeing the newcomer, and he questioned him sharply. The other members of the team also displayed their displeasure at his arrival. Of course, I came to see the captain you have been so preoccupied with, the male cultivator remarked with a slight smile, seemingly unfazed by the group's reaction. Instead, he began to scrutinize Lu Yu without restraint, shaking his head repeatedly. May I inquire who this senior is? Lu Yu felt a shiver run down his spine under the intense gaze and could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. The captain of the neighboring team and someone with whom I have a bit of a contentious relationship, Xin Jing quietly explained to Lu Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu understood the underlying tension. It was no wonder the other party was so aggressive. With resources being limited, competition among teams was indeed fierce. Moreover, given that Xin Jing had nearly suffered a total defeat last time, it was clear that the other party would seize any opportunity to undermine them. However, the intimate interaction between the two only served to provoke Si-Tu Ming further. He had long harbored a desire for Xin Jing, yet had never been able to fulfill his wishes. To his astonishment, a mere young lad had seized the opportunity ahead of him. Junior sister Shun, your little team leader does not seem all that remarkable. He cannot possibly be your old flame, can he? Si-Tu Ming remarked with a hint of bitterness in his tone. Si-Tu Ming, what nonsense are you spouting? Xin Jing's face flushed at his words as she cast a furtive glance at Lu Yu, fearing he might misconstrue her reaction. Then why, pray tell, would you relinquish your perfectly good position as team leader to this fellow? Si-Tu Ming pressed. That is because I am unworthy. Very well. But why do you refuse to join our team, insisting instead on leading such a motley crew? That, Xin Jing faltered momentarily, at a loss for words. Even the other team members turned their attention towards her. Struck dumb, are we? Si-Tu Ming wore a triumphant expression. This is my affair. It has nothing to do with you. Xin Jing flustered, responding coldly. Yet, it was evident to all that her explanation was utterly feeble. Was it truly the case? Dear senior, could it be that your charm is lacking? Lu Yu interjected, suddenly pushing aside the somewhat flustered Xin Jing with a smile. What? What did you just say? Si-Tu Ming was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Even the team members below looked on in bewilderment. Si-Tu Ming's team had achieved commendable results, earning admiration from many throughout Lin Yuan City. To my astonishment, I was scorned by my own captain. Truly, the audacity of a novice is unyielding to the formidable. I mean, senior sister Xin chose me over you, undoubtedly because I possess exceptional qualities, while you, on the other hand, fall short. Lu Yu continued with a nonchalant demeanor. At this proclamation, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor. Even Xin Jing turned her gaze towards him, pondering the validity of his claim. After all, if one were to have a preference, why not choose the better option? In this realm of cultivation, could there truly be someone who would disregard the superior? In an instant, the onlookers cast peculiar glances at Si-Tu Ming. Ah, you truly dare to speak such words, utterly unaware of your own limitations. Si-Tu Ming retorted, his irritation mingling with amusement. Indeed, I may not grasp the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth, but I am acutely aware that you are unwelcome here. Lu Yu unabashedly issued an eviction notice. Very well, just wait and see. How long can you bask in your arrogance? Si-Tu Ming declared with a venomous tone, storming out in a fit of rage. Do not trouble yourself, senior brother. Travel safely. Lu Yu replied with a continued smile. With Si-Tu Ming's departure, tranquility finally enveloped the courtyard. Although Xin Jing found solace in Lu Yu's words, a sense of unease lingered, as offending Si-Tu Ming could complicate future interactions. Nevertheless, the team members began to regard their captain with renewed respect, eager to witness the prowess of this young man who had captured the heart of the strikingly aloof beauty. However, Lu Yu paid no heed to the scrutiny of the crowd, calmly stepping into their midst and stating in an unhurried manner, "They claim you are all worthless. For while others have perished in battle, you alone remain alive." Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled, their hearts momentarily unsettled. Clearly, this sentiment had been a persistent thorn in their minds during this period. Yet, I disagree. Lu Yu suddenly shifted his tone. On the contrary, I believe you are all treasures. At this, the crowd lifted their heads in surprise. In the chaos of battle, prioritizing one's survival is not a source of shame. If victory is attainable, then fight fiercely. If defeat is inevitable, retreat swiftly. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The crowd gazed at Lu Yu, astonished. This captain was actually encouraging them to be cowards? Moreover, having experienced failure, you are better equipped to assess the situation and act within your means. I do not expect you to charge into every battle with reckless abandon. I merely hope that when victory is within your grasp, you strike hard, and when defeat looms, you withdraw promptly. In essence, our motto is simple. We shall only engage in battles we can win. If victory is not possible, then we shall not fight. The crowd was suddenly filled with questions. Even Xin Jing wore a perplexed expression. What on earth was this young man talking about? Nevertheless, despite the absurdity of Lu Yu's theory, it resonated deeply with the crowd. Thus, no one raised any objections. Very well, I hereby appoint Xin Jing as the vice captain. You will listen to her in the future. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Did you all hear that? Yes, Captain. Xin Jing led the chorus of responses from the group. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction before retreating to his quarters to cultivate. He dismissed the notions of fostering camaraderie and developing tacit understanding as unnecessary. The grandiose proclamations he had once shared with Situ Ming had long since faded from his memory. Thus, Lu Yu, in his capacity as captain, had become a hands-off leader, delegating all responsibilities to Xin Jing. He had no choice. He needed to devote his time to refining weapons and accumulating spirit stones. Meanwhile, Xin Jing remained preoccupied with concerns about undertaking missions to bolster the team's strength. Captain, there's a mission. Not accepting. Captain, there's not accepting. Thus, for several days, Xin Jing persistently presented what she deemed promising missions to Lu Yu, hoping he might reconsider. Yet, he invariably cut her off with a nonchalant refusal, leaving those who observed Lu Yu in perplexity. A month later, Xin Jing approached Lu Yu once more. Captain, there's a mission this time, personally designated by the commander. We cannot decline, she stated swiftly, anxious to prevent another rejection. Oh, what mission? Lu Yu inquired, taken aback by her urgency. The commander has tasked us with assaulting a mining stronghold. What is the situation regarding the garrison? Lu Yu paused his activities, lifting his gaze to ask. The message indicated that the defending forces consisted of 1 foundational cultivator, 10 at the peak of Qi training, and several dozen miners, all possessing mid-level Qi training skills. With that, Lu Yu nodded and set aside the talisman he had just crafted. This mission was directly assigned by superiors, leaving him with no option to decline. He reluctantly accepted the task. Xin Jing was efficient in her organization, and soon the entire team had their belongings in order and was ready to venture into the Million Great Mountains. Throughout the journey, Lu Yu remained in meditation, detached from worldly affairs, which compelled Xin Jing to shoulder the responsibilities alone. After all, he owed her that much. After several days and nights of arduous travel through wind and rain, the team drew closer to their target stronghold. It seemed that just a few more mountain peaks would reveal the mines. Suddenly, Liu halted and issued his first command. Stop. What is it? Xin Jing was taken aback and quickly called for everyone to halt. Return along the original path. Without further explanation, Lu Yu simply stated this and turned to retreat. But the commander's orders. Xin Jing hesitated. It's fine. I will take responsibility if there are any issues. Well, very well, Xin Jing sighed, reluctantly relaying the command for the team to follow. The members of the squad were left bewildered. Was their captain accustomed to retreating like a turtle? Having previously declined to accept missions, now, when the moment had arrived, he was still retreating. Under the weight of an oppressive silence, no one dared to inquire further. Meanwhile, 10 miles ahead, within a secluded valley, a contingent of southern Ming cultivators lay in quiet ambush. Among them were 3 foundation-building captains, 1 leader and 2 deputies, while the ranks of Qi refining cultivators swelled to a formidable 70. This southern Ming group had long anticipated the approach of Lu Yu and his companions, formulating a strategy for a decisive strike. However, as they awaited the arrival of their targets, time slipped by without any sign of Lu Yu's party. When scouts ventured forth for further reconnaissance, they were met with the shocking news that the opponents had vanished. What could possibly have transpired? Had they been discovered? The captain, Fan Ku, seethed with frustration, ready to utter an expletive. After enduring a day of waiting in vain, they now watched helplessly as their prey eluded them. This was unacceptable. Upon learning that the Xiantian contingent comprised only 31 individuals, Fan Ku resolutely issued the order to pursue. Turn left. The Xiantian team, retracing their steps, had just begun to jog when they received another directive from Lu Yu. Yet, Having already resolved to abandon the mission, they felt indifferent about their destination, and there were no objections. Turn right. Before long, Lu Yu's voice rang out once more. Accelerate. With each peculiar command from Lu Yu, murmurs of dissent began to ripple through the ranks. However, constrained by the prevailing silence, they had no choice but to comply. From a lofty vantage point, Lu Yu appeared to possess a divine perspective, leading the trailing Southern Ming monks in a circular dance. Chapter 38. Counter-ambush 10 miles behind. The Southern Ming cultivators' contingent was in disarray. Captain Trouble. The forward team has suddenly accelerated their retreat. They seem to have discovered our pursuit, a scout reported breathlessly. What? The captain of the Southern Ming squad, Fan Ku, turned pale upon hearing the news, and in a fit of rage, he struck a nearby tree with a heavy fist. How could it be that they were even more familiar with this area than they were? After pursuing for so long, they were still unable to catch up. Zuomu, take our men and continue the chase. I will flank them with Jia Luan. Fan Ku commanded through gritted teeth. Understood. Thus, the Southern Ming squad divided into two groups. One with 50 men circled around to ambush at the front of the mountain, while the other, consisting of 20 men, followed closely behind. On a narrow woodland path, the members of the Xiantian squad abruptly received a new order from Lu Yu. Halt. Set up an ambush here. What? Why? Shenjing quickly stopped, perplexed by the command. Lu Yu's orders were becoming increasingly perplexing. While the earlier turns were somewhat acceptable, this ambush seemed utterly nonsensical. With no one around, who were they supposed to ambush? Who is the captain here, you or me? Lu Yu, sensing Shenjing's hesitation, glared at her with an authoritative gaze. Oh. Shenjing pouted in annoyance, reluctantly beginning to organize the team. The area they occupied was lush with vegetation. Aside from a narrow path in the center, both sides were densely overgrown with grass, providing an excellent hiding spot. Just as the ambush was set, the group, silently grumbling, was taken aback by the sudden stir from behind. Were there truly individuals approaching? Instantly, everyone held their breath, awaiting the adversary's approach. Soon, they discerned the oncoming figures, 21 individuals clad in the attire of the Southern Ming dynasty, led by a cultivator at the second level of foundation establishment, with the rest at the 9th level of Qi training. As the enemy drew nearer, the group eagerly prepared for their assault, each person eager to engage. Concentrate your fire, and target the one positioned slightly to the left in the center. Lu Yu conveyed telepathically to Shenjing. Why not the leader? Shenjing instinctively inquired. Why the unnecessary questions? Lu Yu shot her a cold glare once more. It wasn't that he wished to withhold an explanation, but rather he found himself unable to articulate one. After all, he couldn't simply admit that this was the most optimal strategy due to prior rehearsals. Shenjing, resembling a chastised wife, silently resented the situation, yet felt compelled to relay the orders. The forest remained eerily silent, save for the sound of footsteps. No other noise could be heard. Just as the enemy entirely entered the ambush zone, the Xiantian group suddenly sprang into action. In a swift motion, dozens of flying daggers, concealed weapons, and talismans shot forth from the underbrush, converging upon the first Qi training cultivator positioned slightly to the left in the center. A series of explosions erupted. Before the man could summon his protective talismans, he met an untimely demise. The attack was sudden and came from all directions. Even the foundation-building cultivator leading the team was unable to intervene in time. He could only watch helplessly as his strategist and signal arrow controller fell victim to fate. The protocol was established that a signal arrow would be fired at the first moment of an assault, a plan made prior to their division. However, the leader was now unable to retrieve the strategist's storage pouch, as Shenjing had already taken to the air to intercept him. Charge! With this command, the 30 members of the Xiantian squad surged forth, encircling the South Ming cultivators. Lu Yu took the lead, his sword flashing with brilliance, catching the 20 members of the South Ming squad completely off guard. The signal arrow never had the chance to be launched, with the strategist fallen and the leader preoccupied. Compounded by being outnumbered, the South Ming squad quickly disintegrated into chaos, their resistance utterly disorganized. In no time at all, the 30 faced the 20, achieving a decisive victory. Without the interference of any foundation-building cultivators, Lu Yu became a deity on the battlefield. Under his relentless assault, no enemy could evade his pursuit. Of course, he focused only on those who were difficult to subdue or who eluded the others. He did not seek glory for the enemies that could be easily dispatched. As one soldier after another was eradicated, The leader of the foundation-building cultivators attempted to escape. Yet, entangled by Shun Jing and beset by Lu Yu's precise ambushes, he was thwarted at every turn. Ultimately, besieged from all directions and exhausted of magical energy, he fell in battle. In ground combat, cultivators at the foundational level are not invincible against those at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Their combat prowess is roughly equivalent to that of 10 practitioners at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. It seems that achieving such military merit is not overly challenging, is it? After all, by merely circling a few times, one can reap the rewards. Those who secured the kills wore expressions of delight, while those who did not were left with a sense of frustration, secretly lamenting their lack of effort. Although assists also contributed to one's military achievements, the disparity compared to securing a kill was vast. Each of them vowed to charge forward with unreserved valor next time. After tidying up the aftermath, everyone received a considerable share of spoils, yet they still felt a lingering desire for more. "Captain, what shall we do now?" the group inquired collectively. "Let us return and attack the city." Lu Yu's response remained succinct. "Excellent." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of exhilaration. Having previously received orders to retreat, they had worried about potential repercussions for failing to complete their mission, but now they were entirely at ease. The journey back was particularly lighthearted. Upon reaching the mining outpost, they discovered that the mine was modest in size, consisting of only 1 or 2 shafts nestled within a small valley. Surrounding the valley, a stone wall had been constructed against the mountains, adorned with several dozen powerful spirit crossbows, their arrows forged from exquisite dark iron, glinting coldly and exuding an imposing aura. When Lu Yu issued the command to attack, everyone surged forward with a fervor akin to being invigorated by an elixir, their spirits high and their resolve unyielding. The garrison at the outpost, taken aback by the sudden advance of the enemy, swiftly launched distress signals with their signal arrows. Simultaneously, they readied their enormous spiritual crossbows, poised in anticipation of the approaching forces of Xiantian. However, just as the Xiantian troops neared the range to strike, an exceedingly peculiar command from Lu Yu rang out: "Retreat." The troops halted in unison, momentarily bewildered. "What are you dawdling for?" "Retreat immediately," Lu Yu urged. "Oh." They swiftly turned around, retreating like a receding tide. What was happening? This abrupt and anticlimactic scene left the reinforcements emerging from the mines utterly perplexed. Why? When the enemy held the advantage in numbers, were they retreating? In truth, it was not that Lu Yu lacked the desire to continue the assault. He had foreseen the outcome. Victory was possible, yet it would come at a grave cost, and ultimately, they would be unable to hold their ground. There remained another contingent of the enemy outside, fully capable of launching a counterattack. This was not the result Lu Yu sought. However, the signal arrows released by the garrison exploded in the air, catching the attention of Captain Fan Ku, who lay in ambush several dozen miles away. "Damn it! I've been duped by that old scoundrel Situ." Captain Fan Ku realized the gravity of the situation upon seeing the distress signal from the mining outpost. No wonder the previous ambush had failed, and no wonder his pursuit had led him in circles. Fan Ku's doubts were suddenly dispelled. The other party was clearly using a ruse of covert transactions to lure the snake out of its hole, employing a strategy of diversion. Chapter 39, The Assault Captain. What should we do? What can we do? We must hasten our reinforcements. Fan Ku inwardly cursed his own complacency for having been so foolish as to trust the deceitful words of an enemy. Just a few days prior, he had received a secret message indicating that a squad intended to attack the 10th mine in the east, soliciting assistance to eliminate rivals. The message even detailed the strength of the approaching force. The long-standing standoff between the two great realms of cultivation had seen such clandestine dealings frequently. One sought merit through battle, while the other aimed to dispose of threats, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Thus, Fan Ku had harbored no doubts. Little did he know he had been ensnared. The ore mined at the site had yet to be transported. Should it be seized due to his negligence, the consequences would be dire. "Faster, we must move quicker," Captain Fan Ku urged incessantly. Meanwhile, the Xiantian squad had retreated to a narrow gorge. Yet the reasons for their withdrawal remained unclear. It was then that Lu Yu issued a new command: take up ambush positions. Another order? While undertaking this mission, you need only lend me your ears. I shall bear the responsibility for any complications. What? Is there an issue? No. The squad members, having recently accrued considerable merit, chose to remain silent. Soon, They concealed themselves within the crevices of the gorge. They maintained their ambush for an extended period. Yet not even a single fly passed by. As dusk approached and patience waned, silhouettes finally emerged. Over 50 figures hurriedly advanced towards the narrow passage. Among this group, 2 were at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, while the rest were all peak 9th layer Qi practitioners. The enemy's numbers were formidable. How could they possibly engage? A sense of trepidation gripped everyone, and even Shen Jing believed that there would be no further assault this time. However, just as the enemy's ranks had traversed more than half the distance, Liu Yu unexpectedly issued a command. Push down the boulders, targeting the rear third. The members of the Xiantian team were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with Liu Yu. Yet, Liu Yu paid them no mind and promptly pushed a boulder down himself. With no other choice, the others gathered their strength and followed suit. As boulders cascaded down, the enemy formation was abruptly severed into 2 segments. Yet, rather than charging forward to engage, the group opted for various ranged attacks targeting the enemy's rear. Consequently, the enemy forces became disjointed. The front continued to sprint ahead, while those at the back halted to defend. At this moment, Fan Ku felt a strong urge to return. Observing that the enemy's ambush comprised only about 30 individuals, all concealed in the shadows, he felt a pang of frustration but dared not linger in battle. He understood all too well that the enemy's intent was merely to delay his reinforcements. Should he lead his troops in pursuit, the enemy would undoubtedly flee, wasting precious time. Therefore, Fan Ku hastily commanded, Zalun, you shall cover our retreat. Do not engage. I will lead our forces back. Understood. Zalun accepted the command without raising any objections. This team of Southern Ming cultivators comprised elite members, their overall strength surpassing that of the Xiantian continent, with more than 20 individuals providing support. Even if they could not secure victory, escape was undoubtedly feasible. However, the reality of the engagement left him utterly astonished. The opposing group proved to be exceptionally formidable, particularly one young cultivator whose every strike could shatter their defenses. Meanwhile, Zalun found himself impeded by a strikingly beautiful female cultivator, rendering him powerless. Consequently, it was not long before Fan Ku and his companions found their ranks shattered, unable to maintain cohesion. Attempts to flee were in vain. After hastily regrouping with 30 men, they finally returned to the mining site after an hour. Yet, upon learning that the enemy consisted solely of that single squad and that their actions were mere feints, he was nearly driven to the brink of fury. By the heavens, we have been deceived. Alarmed, he thought of the peril faced by the rear guard. Brothers, we must fight our way back. Thus, they sprinted once more. Upon arriving at the narrow passage, the sight before them was shocking. The valley near the passage lay in ruins, strewn with the bodies of Southern Ming cultivators. As they approached and counted, there were precisely 21 corpses, none missing, one of which belonged to Zalun. How could this be? How had Zalun and his companions been unable to escape? When did the cultivators of the Xiantian continent become so formidable? At this moment, the anger of Fan Ku and his companions swiftly dissipated. Previously, in comparable realms, cultivators from the Southern Ming continent had consistently dominated their counterparts from the Xiantian continent. This was primarily due to the Southern Ming's scarcity of resources, where practitioners had to fight fiercely from a young age, resulting in the elimination of the weak. In contrast, the Xiantian continent, rich in resources, fostered its cultivators in a relatively peaceful environment, leading to generally lower combat prowess. This disparity had emboldened Southern Ming cultivators to occasionally intrude and pillage. However, the scene before them completely shattered their preconceptions. Undoubtedly, they had encountered formidable adversaries. Their opponents were not inferior in strength. Suddenly, a piercing signal arrow shot forth from the direction of the mine, leading them to the disheartening realization that their home had been invaded once more. Damn it, I will not rest until I settle this score with you. Fan Ku felt a surge of rage boiling within him, yet he found no outlet for his frustration. Meanwhile, after eliminating their immediate threats, Liu Yu and his companions hastened along a winding path towards the mine. The two groups passed each other without any encounter. By the time Fan Ku's team reached the narrow passage, Liu Yu and his group had already arrived near the mine. As night deepened, the sky became overcast, obscuring the moonlight. Atop the mine's walls, guards huddled together in small groups, indulging in spirits. Along the mine's periphery, a few drowsy sentinels kept watch. These sentinels, believing themselves well concealed, were oblivious to Liu Yu's reconnaissance efforts. Under the cover of night, Lu Yu skillfully exploited the blind spots of several sentinels, silently eliminating one outer scout after another. Once the last sentinel was dispatched, Lu Yu commanded the Xiantian team to advance stealthily towards the city walls. As they drew nearer, a sudden cry startled the guards who had been engaged in idle chatter. Enemy attack. Following this, a cacophony of disarray erupted, filled with voices and footsteps. Yet, at this juncture, the Xiantian team was less than a mile from the walls. Charge! Lu Yu, without hesitation, unsheathed his sword and dashed towards the ramparts. Slay! The Xiantian team followed closely behind him, surging towards the battlements like a sharpened blade. Quick, fire the crossbows. The young leader finally regained his composure and began to organize a defense. However, at this distance, the power of the spiritual crossbows was insufficient to inflict significant damage. Before the guards could even launch a single volley of bolts, Lu Yu and Xin Jing had already surged onto the walls, disrupting the attack. Having lost the advantage of the spiritual crossbows, the guards found themselves in retreat, one after another, as the Xiantian team leaped onto the battlements. The garrison consisted mainly of miners, with only a dozen regular soldiers and a second-tier foundation cultivator among them. They were no match for the spirited Xiantian team. After several exchanges of attack and defense, the guards were swiftly decimated, with most being slain and a few surrendering. Xin Jing, take your team to patrol outside and establish a defense. The others followed me into the cave. Yes, this time, Xin Jing expressed no complaints, and even her tone carried a hint of respect. Chapter 40. Guarding the mine, not a single soul was harmed, yet this mine was successfully seized. What a remarkable achievement that is. The mine's tunnels are narrow and deep, yet for Lu Yu, they are rather familiar. In years past, he had spent an unfathomable amount of time within these caverns. As the group rummaged through the various storage chambers, an unmistakable joy blossomed among them. The spoils of this venture were indeed splendid, with an impressive assortment of ores captured. However, what truly astonished Lu Yu was the sight of 38 mine slaves, hailing from the Xiantian continent, discovered deep within the mine. Each of these individuals was shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, wielding crude pickaxes. Initially, they appeared somewhat numb upon seeing Lu Yu and his companions. Yet, upon learning that Xiantian cultivators had come to rescue them, they suddenly regained their spirits. Bursting into tears of joy, Lu Yu gazed upon these individuals as if they were treasures. Initially, he had harbored concerns about the small number of people available to guard the mine, but with the addition of these 38, his confidence surged immensely. Although the former slaves were not particularly strong, they proved to be quite useful in patrolling and constructing defensive fortifications. Indeed, this was the case. Once liberated, the miners expressed profound gratitude towards the Xiantian team and eagerly assisted in fortifying the defenses. After all, they understood that capturing the mine was merely the beginning. It was essential to hold it securely to escape the fate of enslavement. Captain, we have a large one here. Suddenly, a bearded man emerged exuberantly from the depths of a mine shaft, reporting to Lu Yu. Oh, let us go and take a look. Lu Yu, having organized the ore he had gathered, enthusiastically led several key members further into the repository. He was already highly satisfied with the yield. The high-grade ores were plentiful, easily worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Once submitted to the military, each member of their team would surely receive hundreds of spirit stones. However, he would not mind any unexpected surprises. As they rounded a cavern, Lu Yu soon beheld the grand object that the bearded man had mentioned. It was a spirit force crossbow, several times larger than the enormous ballista atop the city walls. The entire body of the crossbow had been meticulously crafted from the white jade spinal bones of a colossal beast, exuding an air of lethal elegance. Beside the crossbow lay a dozen or so bone arrows, sharp and translucent as white jade, glinting ominously. Regrettably, the crossbow's string had been severed. It was made from the sinew of a monstrous python, both crystalline and resilient. The surface of the python sinew was adorned with a flickering array, which was meant to harmonize with the crossbow's body to form a cohesive formation. However, it was now broken in the middle, rendering the crossbow devoid of spirit power. Overall, this crossbow was of at least spirit artifact quality. Had it remained intact, it would undoubtedly have been a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Alas, the difficulty of repair had led to its abandonment deep within the mine, concealed from view. Gather a few people and move it out, Lu Yu commanded. Understood. In the dead of night, Lu Yu led his companions atop the city walls, poised and waiting, calculating the time. It was evident that the main force of the southern Ming continent should have returned by now. Lu Yu refrained from dispatching scouts, as the enemy's approach was virtually inevitable. Such a sacrifice would be unwarranted. Having suffered several setbacks throughout the day, the adversaries were undoubtedly reluctant to concede. Their current inaction was merely a matter of waiting for the opportune moment. This counteroffensive would surely be their most perilous. With no time to fortify defenses, the fate of the mining vein hinged entirely on this encounter. Should they be breached, retreating to the Xintian continent would be their only recourse, resulting in inevitable repercussions for their unfinished mission. Conversely, if they could withstand the assault, they would buy time to enhance their defenses, significantly increasing their chances of success. The night was dark and the wind howled, yet no one mentioned the prospect of rest. Lu Yu was acutely aware that the enemy lurked nearby, biding their time. The contest now was one of patience. As the night wore on, the enemy finally could no longer contain themselves. Suddenly, dozens of shadowy figures emerged outside the mining site, swiftly advancing towards the city walls. Fire! Lu Yu commanded decisively, as the enemy approached the range. Dozens of spirit-powered crossbows, each operated by a pair of individuals, unleashed a volley of spirit arrows that whistled through the air towards the encroaching shadows. However, despite the formidable power of the spirit crossbows, their projectiles traveled in a straight line, unable to alter their course. The adversaries were indeed elites among elites, exhibiting a wealth of experience and serpentine agility in their movements. By the time the arrows reached their intended destination, the foes had already vacated their original positions. Dozens of bolts were embedded in the ground, failing to inflict significant distress upon the enemy forces. Aside from one or two unfortunate souls who had not entirely evaded the onslaught and sustained minor injuries, this volley of arrows did not yield the anticipated results. The members of Xintian felt a heavy gloom settle in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. Shenjing had already braced herself for the impending confrontation. Once the enemy drew near, only she could stand her ground. As the arrows hung in the air, Fan Ke seized the moment to utilize his footwork and launched himself towards the city wall. Observing the enemy leader nearing their position while their own arrows proved ineffective, Lu Yu hastily snatched a spiritual crossbow and addressed his comrades with a resolute tone. "Behold my arrows. Wherever I point, you shall strike." With that, he unleashed a bolt from his crossbow with astonishing speed, aiming for the vacant space beside the enemy leader. The Xintian members, prompted by his command, followed suit without a second thought. It was only after releasing their arrows that they realized their folly. The target was empty, at least a yard away from the enemy leader. How could they possibly hit? Even shooting with closed eyes couldn't account for such a glaring miscalculation. Yet, in the next instant, they were left in awe. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's arrow reached its destination, and astonishingly, the enemy leader materialized exactly at that spot. The arrows, imbued with tremendous force, hurtled directly towards the leading cultivator. Just as the enemy's commander appeared, he hastily attempted to defend himself, but was taken aback, his vitality surging uncontrollably, suffering an unexpected setback that momentarily hindered his speed. How could this be? He had been struck? Not only was the Xintian team astonished, but even Fan Ke himself was left in disbelief. His steps were ethereal and unpredictable, each movement seemingly random. Where he would materialize next was a mystery even to him. Yet his opponent managed to land a hit? This must surely be mere coincidence. However, before he could ponder further, he was besieged by a flurry of arrows. At that moment, his old strength had just waned, and new energy had yet to arrive, leaving him unable to evade, and he could only continue to defend in haste. With a series of resounding impacts, all were blocked by Fan Ke, yet a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had sustained an injury. Good. The members of Xintian were invigorated upon witnessing this. Shenjing, whose nerves had been taut, felt a quiet relief. The enemy commander possessed the cultivation of the sixth layer of foundation establishment, and facing her in a one-on-one confrontation would indeed prove challenging. Continue. Lu Yu, his expression impassive, took aim once more, gathering his strength. Fan Ke, noticing the impending assault from the city wall, dismissed his doubts and launched another unpredictable advance. Yet, Lu Yu's next arrow arrived silently. With a resounding thud, it struck true once again. Fan Ke's figure faltered once more. How was he accomplishing this? However, what awaited him was a relentless barrage of attacks. Impossible. Chapter 41. The Xintian guards and subsequent ambushes, regardless of which direction Fan Ke evaded. he invariably found himself confronted by the enemy's crossbows. Good heavens! This was simply maddening. Severely injured, Fan Ku was utterly terrified. He dreaded facing such a malevolent force any longer, fearing that if he lingered, he would be unable to escape. Retreat. With Fan Ku's authoritative command, shadows swiftly withdrew from the city's outskirts. Lu Yu seized the opportunity to strike decisively, unleashing several arrows that felled 3 of the adversaries. Excellent. Long live the captain. As the enemy retreated, the battlements erupted with thunderous cheers. In this battle, Captain Lu Yu had completely earned the admiration of his comrades, filling every heart with exhilaration. Amidst the jubilation, only Xin Jing, while delighted, remained contemplative. She reflected on every move made by Lu Yu, growing increasingly awed by his prowess and leadership. Everyone, let us persevere and take turns on watch. I have dispatched a messenger to the military camp. Once the guard arrives, our mission shall be deemed accomplished. Understood. The group responded in unison, their spirits high. They did not inquire further, not out of disinterest, but because, given their own intellect, they would struggle to comprehend any explanation. They simply followed the orders given. In the ensuing days, Xin Jing led her team in continuous patrols, working tirelessly to fortify their defenses, while Lu Yu endeavored to repair the formidable spirit-powered crossbow, particularly the one crafted from demon bones. During this period, despite Fang Ke's numerous attempts at ambush, he was consistently discovered in advance and could not breach the defenses. Instead, he was left in a state of utter disarray, ultimately forced to flee in haste. A month later, in Linyuan City, within the general's hall, a formidable general was intently reviewing battle reports at the desk. Subordinate Lu Yu pays his respects to the general. Lu Yu announced as he approached the center of the grand hall, clasping his hands in greeting. Oh, so you are Lu Yu? I have reviewed the battle reports. And you have performed admirably, the middle-aged general remarked, setting aside the documents with a smile. In response, General, the accolades for this mission primarily belong to Shun Jing and the others who fought valiantly. I merely fulfilled my duties and dare not claim undue credit. Lu Yu humbly replied. Indeed, one must remain humble in victory and resilient in defeat. You are certainly teachable. Regardless, your contributions are substantial. What reward do you desire? Might it be possible to receive a foundation establishment pill? Lu Yu inquired tentatively. Your merits have indeed reached the threshold for redeeming a foundation establishment pill. However, I must candidly express that, given your aptitude, even with several such pills, success in establishing a foundation may not be guaranteed, the general lamented. Lu Yu's spirits dampened at the words, feeling quite disheartened. Nonetheless, your combat style is exceptional. I happen to possess a reward that is far more suited to you, one that ensures your success in establishing a foundation. However, the risks are immense, a veritable dance with death. I wonder, are you willing to take the chance? The middle-aged general suddenly proposed once more. Guaranteed success in establishing a foundation? What reward might that be? Lu Yu's interest was piqued at the general's words. It is through the Xiantian trials that one may ascend to the ranks of the Xiantian guards. To become a Xiantian guard? Indeed, on the Xiantian continent, there exists a most elite and enigmatic force known as the Xiantian Guards. Each member of the Xiantian Guards serves as the continent's most steadfast protector. During times of crisis, the Xiantian Guards bravely charge forth, unwavering until death. I am indeed willing, yet I wonder if my aptitude is sufficient to become a Xiantian Guard. Lu Yu expressed with uncertainty. There is no need for concern regarding aptitude. In this world, while spiritual roots are undoubtedly significant, resources hold even greater importance. It is essential to understand that absorbing spiritual energy through cultivation is not the sole method to attain spiritual power. One can also enhance their cultivation by utilizing spirit stones, consuming spiritual meat, or employing elixirs and potions. A cultivator of the 5 elements with daily access to spirit stones, spiritual meat, and spiritual grains will progress at a rate comparable to that of a single-root cultivator who relies solely on absorbing spiritual energy. In fact, as one ascends to higher realms of cultivation, the spiritual power derived from mere absorption of energy becomes increasingly negligible. Only high-grade spiritual materials serve as superior means to elevate one's cultivation. Thus, advanced cultivators often spend their time seeking out these resources rather than laboriously secluding themselves for extended periods. A daily commitment of merely 2 hours to cultivation suffices. The crux of acquiring spiritual materials lies in your combat prowess and skills. As long as you can successfully navigate the Shintian trials and prove yourself an exceptional Shintian guard. What does it matter if it requires several times the resources for your development? The general's words illuminated Lu Yu's mind, reigniting a flicker of hope within him. However, the subsequent words of the middle-aged general left Lu Yu in a state of profound turmoil. Nonetheless, it is no simple feat to partake in the Shintian trials. It is akin to a perilous journey fraught with mortal danger. Yet, those who successfully navigate these trials reap unimaginable rewards, with foundational success assured. Moreover, years of experience have demonstrated that warriors who emerge from the trials as members of the Shintian Guard are invariably the elite among elites. You may take your time to ponder this matter further. There is no need for haste in your response. No need for that. I have resolved to claim this reward, Lu Yu declared resolutely. He feared that prolonged contemplation would lead him to waver, thus severing his retreat. If he were to live a life of perpetual humility, he would prefer to embrace a tumultuous demise. Excellent. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. A few days later, Lu Yu was blindfolded by a golden core cultivator and escorted to a mysterious underground facility. Within this base, the surroundings were engulfed in searing magma, with only massive stones floating atop it, forming small platforms upon which one could stand. Alongside him were hundreds of cultivators, all battle-hardened elites gathered from various regions. Once all were assembled, a masked golden core cultivator stepped forward before the crowd. Esteemed guests, before you lies the treasure of the Shintian continent, the five-tiered Shintian Trial Tower. The Trial Tower was meticulously crafted by the esteemed predecessors of the Shintian continent, an extraordinary amalgamation of 5 miniature worlds, encompassing a total of 5 levels. Each level represents a genuine secret realm, where all inflicted damage is undeniably real. Wow! An audible gasp echoed among the gathered cultivators in the plaza, astonished by the revelation. These miniature worlds, dispersed throughout the outer realms, are akin to continents, and the ability to merge 5 such worlds is nothing short of miraculous. The Golden Core Cultivator, undeterred by the crowd's astonishment, continued, within the trial tower, each participant is permitted to carry only one offensive artifact. All other auxiliary items will be repelled. Only by relying on your own strength to reach the far end of each level can you discover the passage to the next. Only those who successfully navigate all 5 trials will ultimately emerge from the tower. Among the hundreds of you here, it is likely that a mere 10 will manage to exit successfully. It can be said to be a perilous endeavor. However, those who do prevail will undoubtedly be elite cultivators, reaping unimaginable rewards. Now, does anyone wish to withdraw? You still have time to step back. Once you enter the trial tower, there will be no turning back. As the words of the Golden Core Cultivator resonated, a palpable stir swept through the plaza. Chapter 42. The secret realm. A few individuals wavered and withdrew, yet the majority chose to remain, each believing themselves to be the one who would endure until the end. Only after the Golden Core Cultivators observed that no one else was making a move did they activate the trial tower, allowing the warriors to enter one by one. Lu Yu was the last to step inside. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the trial tower, he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness and a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. With a sudden thud, his feet met the ground, revealing an expansive desert before him. Barely steadying himself, he was immediately beset by a flurry of slicing winds. Was this truly a realm governed by the winds? In this desolate expanse, he found himself utterly alone, save for the relentless barrage of wind blades that rained down upon him, unyielding and ceaseless. He swiftly employed the cloud shadow step to evade the onslaught, occasionally wielding his sword to shatter the wind blades. Yet, they seemed inexhaustible, and the path ahead appeared interminable. Though he managed to elude some, he could not escape them all. After painstakingly navigating for the better part of a day, he ultimately succumbed to the onslaught and sustained injuries. Once wounded, his reaction speed drastically diminished, leading to a cascade of further injuries. By the end of the first day, he was already marred by countless lacerations, feeling as though he had been subjected to 1,000 cuts. How far remained to the other side of the secret realm? Gritting his teeth in determination, he pressed on, casting his gaze forward in hope of glimpsing an end to his ordeal. However, even as he endured through the conclusion of the second day, his wish remained unfulfilled. After 2 days of relentless exertion, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Fortunately, his recovery ability was formidable, allowing him to barely sustain himself. Yet, The seemingly endless journey ahead instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. He understood that the only escape lay in pushing forward. Retreating or faltering would lead to inevitable demise. He could only employ the Cloud Shadow step, mechanically evading attacks while striving to minimize the energy expended with each dodge. Left, right, and horizontal strikes. Each maneuver had become an instinctive reaction within his body. There was no need for conscious thought or even sight. The sounds alone guided his next move. Days later, Lu Yu astonishingly persisted through sheer will. After this period of rigorous training, evading attacks had morphed into an innate ability. He could even maintain his composure with his eyes closed for a time. His body's recovery rate had nearly matched the rate of energy consumption. Despite sustaining several significant injuries along the way, he swiftly healed. Eventually, after an indeterminate number of days, the barrage of attacks abruptly ceased. A passageway revealed itself before him. Stumbling at the sight, Lu Yu finally collapsed to the ground. He had finally passed through a layer. The following day, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. Upon inspecting his body, he found himself unscathed, even restored to peak condition. This left him in quiet astonishment. Gazing at the Dantian, the small sword remained quietly suspended at its center. This brought him immense relief. The enigmatic small sword was his greatest secret and his most formidable reliance. Without this mysterious blade, no matter how audacious he might be, he would never dare to venture into the Xiantian trial tower. Having composed himself, Lu Yu swiftly stepped into the second level once more. The second level unfolded as a realm of water. Upon his entry, he found himself amidst an expansive, boundless ocean, with no land in sight. He could only float and swim towards the distant shore. Suddenly, what was that? Lu Yu focused his gaze and noticed a multitude of sword-shaped, sharp-nosed fish surging towards him from the left, their numbers countless. By the looks of it, they had caught a whiff of blood and were intent on devouring him. "Oh no!" Lu Yu exclaimed, frantically splashing the water in a desperate attempt to swim away from the impending danger. However, in the water, the Cloud Shadow step was utterly ineffective. He exerted every ounce of his strength, yet could not swim any faster. As the sword-shaped fish drew nearer, he had no choice but to brace himself for battle, employing the flowing cloud sword technique to confront the sharp-nosed creatures. The sword-shaped fish were astonishingly swift, their bodies resembling a multitude of sharp blades, swarming towards Lu Yu. Yet, the flowing cloud sword technique was significantly hampered by the water, rendering him unable to unleash its full potential. Just as he managed to slice through one, another would swiftly follow. He exerted all his might, yet the speed of his strikes could never match the relentless assault of the monstrous fish. Before long, he found himself once again battered and bruised. Endless sword-shaped fish assaulted him, each one slaughtered in a relentless tide. If he did not slay them, they would gather in greater numbers. He could only fight with all his might, evading their attacks. Fortunately, as time passed, the advantages of his 5 elements spiritual roots became apparent, allowing him to gradually adapt to executing his movements and sword techniques in the water. He pushed the flowing cloud sword technique to its zenith. At first, he could only kill one with several strikes, but gradually he progressed to dispatching one with a single blow. As he continued to slay, he became numb to the carnage, ultimately reaching a point where one stroke was sufficient to fell multiple foes. His agility mirrored this transformation. He could no longer discern whether he was in water or on land, moving instinctively to evade and strike. In fact, he appeared more adept in the water than he did on solid ground. Time slipped by unnoticed until, at last, Lu Yu beheld the coastline. Yet, he felt no overwhelming joy. His mind remained consumed with thoughts of slaughter and perseverance. 2 days later, having fully recuperated on the shore, Lu Yu entered the third layer without a moment's hesitation. At this juncture, fear had abandoned him, and he had even begun to relish the thrill of it. He had gradually come to comprehend the significance of each level. They were instrumental in awakening his potential and refining his physique. Upon entering the third layer, Lu Yu was immediately overwhelmed by an unbearable heat. The third layer was evidently a realm of fire, where molten lava churned and boiled relentlessly, while the sky above was intermittently bombarded by fiery meteor showers. Every meteorite that plunges into the magma erupts a cascade of molten rain, each droplet searingly hot, capable of turning a person to ashes upon mere contact. Yet, Lu Yu did not falter. He summoned his spiritual energy to form a protective shield around his body, fending off the onslaught of magma, and then employed his agility to evade the torrential firestorm, racing forward with fervor. Before long, The sweat that drenched him evaporated, leaving him critically dehydrated. The oppressive heat rendered the environment exceedingly harsh. Nevertheless, he completely disregarded his bodily discomfort, continuing to sprint and dodge. He was unsure how he managed to persevere. All he knew was that his frantic evasion had morphed into an instinctual response. Ultimately, he successfully reached the other shore once more. Through the trials of this fiery realm, he felt a significant enhancement in his heat resistance. In the future, even in the most sweltering conditions, he would be able to endure for extended periods. Next came the fourth layer, the frigid glaciers. Amidst an endless expanse of ice, he trudged forward with great difficulty. His body trembled from the cold, pain coursing through him, yet he remained oblivious to it. He understood that to halt his progress would mean to succumb to the fate of becoming a mere ice sculpture. Thus, he dared not pause for even a moment. This trial was evidently intended to forge his cold resistance. Each day concluded with him feeling as though he had reached his limits, on the brink of collapse. However, upon the dawn of the next day, he discovered that he was still enduring. The final layer presented itself as a vast forest. Above the vast expanse of the forest, dark clouds loomed ominously, accompanied by the crackle of thunder and the flash of lightning. As Lu Yu stepped into the woodland, it was as if he had awakened the very essence of this realm. The heavens unleashed their fury, with bolts of divine lightning seeking him out relentlessly. In a fleeting moment, he evaded the strikes, which instead struck the ground, creating deep, charred craters. He continued to dart about, while the celestial thunder continued to crash around him, leaving behind a trail of destruction marked by plumes of dust and flying debris. On occasions when misfortune befell him and he was struck, his body would smolder and emit wisps of smoke. Fortunately, his recuperative abilities were remarkable, allowing him to recover swiftly. However, the relentless pace of the divine lightning increased, and it was not long before he found himself battered and bruised once more. For several consecutive days, his body endured the relentless trial of heavenly thunder, being forged, ravaged, and then restored repeatedly. Chapter 43. Successful Foundation Establishment at an Indeterminate Moment. The disheveled Lu Yu finally made his appearance at the pinnacle of the trial tower. However, the grand hall at the top was desolate, seemingly devoid of anything. Where were the promised rewards? Where was the assured success in foundation establishment? As Lu Yu surveyed the empty vastness of the hall, a sudden sense of being deceived washed over him. After enduring countless tribulations to reach this level, was it too much to expect a spirit elixir or a magical artifact as a reward? The gravity with which the trial was conducted only to yield nothing in the end felt like a cruel jest. Undeterred, Lu Yu began to search relentlessly, even striking every brick and tile repeatedly. Yet, apart from a tattered meditation cushion, the hall remained barren. Time slipped away unnoticed until Lu Yu's gaze fell upon the solitary cushion on the ground. Its ancient design belied an extraordinary sturdiness. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, its material seemed exceptional. Could this be the answer? Without hesitation, Lu Yu approached the cushion and settled into a cross-legged position. As he did so, a surging torrent of spiritual energy erupted from beneath the cushion, instantly filling his dantian and coursing throughout his body. The sheer force was overwhelming, and he nearly lost consciousness. Fortunately, in that critical moment, he swiftly employed his cultivation techniques to channel the energy, breaking through his bottleneck. The spiritual energy surged like a relentless flood, ceaseless and abundant, as if it were inexhaustible. Was this the fabled infusion of spiritual energy? Isn't this extravagant? Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment as he fervently absorbed the energy. It was no wonder the general had asserted that passing the trials would guarantee a successful foundation establishment. With such a seemingly inexhaustible method of infusing spiritual energy, the process of foundation establishment indeed appeared to pose little challenge. This surpassed the efficacy of countless foundation pills, which often suffered from diminishing returns after 10 doses. Their effectiveness dwindled significantly. In stark contrast, this method of energy infusion bore no adverse effects whatsoever. As long as one had not yet broken through, the supply of spiritual energy would persist unceasingly until the breakthrough was achieved. The 5-tiered trial tower truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. The Shantian continent's resilience amidst the perils of the cultivation world was not without justification. To avoid wasting spiritual energy, Lu Yu continued to fervently absorb it, repeatedly striving to reach the foundation stage. Unbeknownst to him, as he voraciously drew in energy, the small sword within his dantian was also seizing the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy with equal fervor. This spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, Lu Yu sensed that the quantity he had absorbed far exceeded the total energy of 10 foundation pills. Indeed, he had struck gold this time. Days later, Lu Yu suddenly let out a long howl, leaping high in exhilaration. He had broken through his bottleneck. He had finally established his foundation. Overwhelmed by the vitality coursing through his body, tears of joy welled in his eyes, and he found it difficult to contain his emotions. Once, he had believed he would never achieve foundation establishment in his lifetime. After all, possessing a mixed elemental root is a rarity, and the chances of establishing a foundation are exceedingly slim. He lacks resources and a noble lineage, rendering his path even more arduous. Over the years, he has maintained a low profile, exercising restraint and severing worldly ties, sacrificing desires all in pursuit of that elusive glimmer of hope. He has experienced doubt, despair, and heart-wrenching sorrow. More than once, he contemplated surrendering. Yet, at this moment, all his efforts have proven worthwhile. He is no longer perceived as a mere ant in the eyes of others. Just as Lu Yu is engulfed in profound reflections, the small sword within his dantian suddenly quivers, and a few lines of text gradually materialize. Refinement technique. Please forge a qualified spiritual weapon. Swordsmanship. Please master myriad sword techniques and pass the assessment. However, before he could fully comprehend the words, he was transported out of the trial tower. Outside the tower, the environment remains subterranean, filled with molten lava. The only difference is that the previously bustling crowd of hundreds has dwindled to fewer than 10 individuals. Among them stands the masked golden core cultivator. What of the others? Could they have perished? Lu Yu surveys his surroundings. Congratulations. You are the last to emerge from the trial tower. The masked golden core cultivator approaches Lu Yu and solemnly extends his congratulations. Thank you, Lu Yu replies, feeling a heavy weight in his heart, confirming his suspicions. Gazing at the desolate square, an inexplicable sadness washes over him. The path to immortality is fraught with peril and uncertainty. Who can guarantee that he will be the one to remain next time? After the radiant light of the trial tower had completely extinguished, the masked golden core cultivator solemnly presented each individual with the Xiantian guard token. This token, ancient and weighty, symbolizes not only honor but also a profound sense of responsibility. From this moment forth, Lu Yu would stand as one of the guardians of the Xiantian continent, with no room left for retreat. A few days later, Lu Yu returned to Lingyuan City. Although merely a month had passed, it felt as though an entire era had gone by. At this juncture, he finally had the opportunity to meticulously explore the transformations of his small sword. Once again, there was a free space for weapon refinement. However, he was still unfamiliar with crafting spiritual artifacts and needed to learn first. Upon discerning the first line of text, a wave of joy surged within him. Yet, when he beheld the section on sword techniques, a cloud of worry enveloped him. 10,000 sword techniques and martial arts? Where could he possibly find them? Even if he were to empty the entire Luyun sect, it would scarcely suffice. Never mind, overthinking would yield no benefit. It would be wiser to return to the sect and ascertain the available quantity. Upon his return to the courtyard, he discovered that the members of the Shunjing team were absent. When he had learned of the perilous nature of the trial, Lu Yu had entrusted Xinjing with the full responsibility of the captaincy. To his surprise, the young lady had indeed been relentless, scarcely pausing for a moment. However, now that he had acquired a new identity, it was no longer appropriate for him to serve as captain. He could only formally transfer the position. After completing the transfer formalities, Lu Yu exchanged all his military merits for the most basic spiritual sword. After practicing the art of sword control, he wobbled his way toward the Luyun sect. The mountain gate of the Luyun sect awaited him. As Lu Yu gracefully descended upon Qingyun Peak with his sword, a group of outer disciples within the stone tower stood agape, rendered speechless by their astonishment. Was that truly Lu Yu? Surely, I am not mistaken. Indeed, it cannot be. How could a mere waste with a mixed elemental root achieve foundation establishment? How is that possible? Is there no justice in this world? Unperturbed by the astonishment surrounding him, Lu Yu proceeded directly to the stone cottage, knocked on the adjacent door, only to find it unresponsive. Wang Hao had apparently gone out. He had intended to treat him to a fine meal. Never mind. He resolved to first change his identity jade token. Shaking his head, Lu Yu turned and made his way towards the affairs hall. His sole friend here was Wang Hao. He had initially hoped to surprise him, but it appeared that would have to wait until next time. Upon entering the affairs hall, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Ming, a fellow disciple from the Lu family who had entered the Luyun sect alongside Lu Yu. Back then, Lu Ming had entered with middling spiritual roots. becoming a source of pride for the entire Lu family. In stark contrast, Lu Yu's inferior spiritual roots had been entirely dismissed. After entering the Luyan sect, Lu Ming had actually fared quite well, securing a position as an assistant through his connections with Zhao Ting. His rapport with Zhao Ting had been facilitated by his previous acquaintance with Li Sisi. Lu Ming had long harbored an interest in Li Sisi during their time in the Lu family, yet had never found the opportunity to act upon it. Later, Li Sisi became an inner disciple, and he completely relinquished his previous aspirations, instead choosing to cultivate a rapport with Zhao Ting through Li Sisi. This strategic move proved to be remarkably astute. Both Zhao Ting and Li Sisi now regard him as a trusted confidant. Consequently, he reaped unimaginable benefits. Chapter 44. Foundation Establishment Treatment. Upon seeing Lu Yu enter, Lu Ming could no longer conceal his disdain. He harbored a deep aversion to such impoverished relatives who approached in hopes of forging connections. Lu Yu, what brings you here? Is this a place you should be? Lu Ming inquired with a stern expression, his face a mask of contempt. The affairs hall typically handled matters related to disciple identity changes, and it was usually quite idle. It was a coveted position he had secured through his efforts to curry favor with Zhao Ting. Recently, he had not heard of any outer disciples advancing to the inner sect, so he was certain Lu Yu was here to seek his favor. What brings me here is none of your concern. Summon your steward at once, Lu Yu replied, furrowing his brow. Oh, our steward is not someone you can simply meet at will, Lu Ming retorted, relishing the opportunity to belittle him. However, Lu Yu, disinterested in further banter, unleashed a formidable pressure characteristic of the foundation establishment stage. Gasp. Foundation establishment? How is this possible? Lu Ming, taken aback by the sudden force, turned pale, standing frozen in place, unable to comprehend the situation. He had relied on Li Sisi's connections to plead with Zhao Ting for quite some time without obtaining even a single foundation establishment pill. What merits did Lu Yu possess to ascend to the foundation establishment stage so swiftly? Before long, the steward of the affairs hall was alerted. A somewhat portly middle-aged steward named Zhang Fu appeared. After confirming Lu Yu's cultivation level, he greeted him with enthusiasm and promptly began processing a new identity token for him. Even within a grand sect such as the Flowing Cloud sect, the foundational practitioners hold significant importance, warranting his utmost attention. Following this, he received the standard set for foundational disciples, a volume of the Flowing Cloud Heart method, and 2 sets of foundational robes. For the outer disciples practicing Qi within the Flowing Cloud sect, the standard attire consists of simple blue garments. However, upon becoming a foundational disciple, although still categorized as an outer disciple, the robes become exquisitely designed, adorned with intricate depictions of swirling clouds. The Flowing Cloud Heart method at the foundational level is no longer the rudimentary entry-level technique. It has ascended to the status of an initial grade profound technique, placing it in the mid-range of the 4 realms of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Unless he encounters something superior later on, Lu Yu does not intend to make any further changes. After completing the necessary formalities, the middle-aged steward personally escorted Lu Yu to a picturesque mountain peak deep within the Flowing Cloud sect. Junior brother Lu, this is the currently available area for foundational disciples' residences. You may freely choose a secluded courtyard here, Zhang Fu introduced with a beaming smile. Lu Yu gazed around, observing that several small courtyards were scattered across the mountainside. Each courtyard spans several thousand square meters, with a 3-story pavilion built against the mountainside. Beyond the pavilion lies a small courtyard enclosed by a railing, providing space for the cultivation of spiritual grains and herbs. Senior brother, thank you very much. I shall choose this one, Lu Yu said, pointing to a secluded courtyard on the left. Very well, I will assist you in the registration. By the way, does junior brother Lu require a maidservant? In my family, there happen to be 2 unmarried nieces. Although their talents may be somewhat lacking, they possess exceptional culinary skills and are particularly adept at caring for others. A glimmer of eagerness appeared on Zhang Fu's face. Thank you for your kind offer, senior brother. But I often find myself away from home and do not require assistance at the moment. Should the need arise in the future, I will certainly seek your help first. Lu Yu quickly declined. After all, he remained a rather traditional individual, still unaccustomed to such a lavish lifestyle. Very well, it is settled then. Zhang Fu clasped his hands together and, with a hint of regret, turned to leave. Feeling the warmth of the other's enthusiasm, Lu Yu couldn't help but reflect on his circumstances. Indeed, The treatment afforded to a Foundation establishment cultivator was incomparable to that of someone in the Qi refinement stage. Not only had his monthly stipend risen from 2 to 30 coins, but there were also people eager to deliver maidservants to his door. It felt somewhat awkward to decline. No wonder people often say that those who do not enter Foundation establishment are mere ants. Yet, he wondered what privileges the inner disciples of the Foundation establishment enjoyed. As he gently descended in front of his small courtyard, Liu began to scrutinize the little realm he called his own. This was a 3-story, loft-style courtyard, entirely constructed from spiritual wood, and it appeared quite exquisite overall. At the rear of the courtyard, there was a spiritual spring, constantly bubbling forth water, forming a small pond shrouded in mist. Surrounding the pond were artificial hills and a garden, lush with vibrant flowers and greenery, creating an air of elegance and charm. The courtyard was equipped with all manner of amenities. The second and third floors housed bedrooms, an open-air reception area, a meditation room, an alchemy chamber, and a crafting room, among others. The first floor serves as the residence for the servants and maids, encompassing bedrooms, a storage room, and a kitchen. Adjacent to the attic lies a vast expanse of spiritual fields, roughly estimated to cover several acres. Should these fields be cultivated with spiritual herbs and grains, the annual yield could potentially amount to dozens of spirit stones, a prospect that greatly satisfies the impoverished Liu Yu. Regrettably, the growth cycle of spiritual herbs is exceedingly lengthy. Even the spiritual grains require a full year before they can be harvested, rendering any short-term expectations futile. After a brief change into the standard robe of a Foundation establishment disciple, Liu Yu ventured outdoors to procure some seeds for spiritual grains and tools for cultivation. He intended to transform his yard into spiritual fields, sowing the seeds with the hope of reaping a bountiful harvest the following year. As dusk fell and Liu Yu returned to his small courtyard, he was met by Li Sisi, who awaited him at the entrance. "You're back?" She greeted him with a hint of aloofness, though her tone bore an air of arrogance. "Is there something you need?" Liu Yu inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. "So you have indeed succeeded in your Foundation establishment. I must admit I underestimated you," Li Sisi mused, her perception of Liu Yu's aura leading her into contemplation. "Is that the sole purpose of your visit?" Liu Yu frowned at her words. Sensing the resentment in his tone, Li Sisi sighed softly. "Perhaps you should visit the Liu family sometime. They miss you dearly." "Huh? Since when did you become connected to the Liu family?" A trace of self-deprecation flickered across Liu Yu's face. Although Li Sisi had previously spent time in the Liu family, it was within the confines of Liu Yu's household, and her interactions with others were rather limited. It came as a surprise that the two factions had become intertwined. "I find myself lacking trustworthy individuals in the Zhao family, and the Liu family has pledged their loyalty to me. Thus, they are akin to my kin," Li Sisi explained with a hint of indifference. While she held the Liu family's strength in low regard, it was better than nothing. After all, she possessed some connections to the worldly noble class and needed assistance. Most importantly, the Liu family utilized her name for their endeavors, allowing her to receive a considerable amount of spirit stones each month. "Congratulations are in order, then," Liu Yu remarked nonchalantly. "To put it nicely, they are your kin. To speak plainly, they are your servants. Do you not grasp my meaning? You are also a member of the Liu family." "Forgive me, but they are they, and I am I," Li Sisi retorted. "Liu Yu, I urge you to reconsider. Your streak of good fortune will not last forever." She bore an air of superiority. "If there is nothing else, I shall be going in," Liu Yu said, dismissing her with indifference as he bypassed her and stepped inside. "Wait." Sensing Liu Yu's resistance, Li Sisi momentarily abandoned her attempts at persuasion and shifted the conversation to another matter. "The Liu family has arranged a marriage for you. You should visit tomorrow. It will be at Huaxiang Pavilion on the 2nd floor, in the Shangyun Hall. The Liu family has chosen a marriage for me. What right do they have?" Liu Yu turned back, his voice cold as he inquired. "This was selected for you by your great-uncle, the sole elder in your family." "Huh? Why didn't he claim to be my elder back then?" Liu Yu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The inheritance left by his parents was primarily seized by them. "I advise you to go. Do not let others think you have forgotten your roots." Without further ado, Li Sisi thrust a communication talisman into Liu Yu's hand and turned to leave. Liu Yu stared at the talisman in his grasp, momentarily dazed, before a trace of mockery emerged on his face. "Very well. Let us see how I managed to ruin this." Chapter 45. The engagement the following day. Liu Yu arrived at Huaxiang residence in Luyun City as scheduled. Luyun City is the closest city to Luyun Sect and can be regarded as the foremost among the 8 cities affiliated with the sect. It is a gathering place for numerous noble families, where wealth and status abound. Huaxiang Residence is situated in the most prosperous area of the eastern part of Luyin City. The establishment boasts 5 floors and exudes a certain grandeur. Although it may not be the most luxurious tavern in the city, it certainly ranks among the top 5. With considerable expenses. Upon entering the Shangyun private room, Lu Yu found it empty and decided not to deprive himself. He ordered a pot of spirit wine and several small dishes, leisurely savoring his meal. The bustling practitioners on the streets stirred many memories within him. However, as an hour passed without a trace of his companion, a sense of unease began to gnaw at him. Could it be that he had been stood up? This thought troubled Lu Yu, as he had anticipated a swift encounter, only to find himself inexplicably delayed for over an hour. He genuinely yearned to see what kind of individual would exhibit such arrogance. After an undetermined period, a heavily made-up female cultivator with somewhat sharp lips entered the room. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," she declared without preamble, pulling a chair beside her and sitting down with a casual demeanor. Despite her verbal apology, Lu Yu sensed no hint of contrition in her tone. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. "Are you Lu Yu? Why haven't you helped me order?" the female cultivator inquired as she took her seat. "Apologies, I am uncertain about what to order," Lu Yu retorted dismissively, disregarding her entirely. "Very well, waiter. Bring me several plates of spirit meat, the most expensive, along with some spirit wine," Li Na bellowed without reservation. Lu Yu observed the unfolding scene in silence, offering no commentary. After placing her order, Li Na finally spoke. "You are aware of my circumstances, correct?" "Not really. Then I shall not waste time with you. Your appearance is acceptable, but what is your status in the Lu family?" "I hold no status." "And what about in the Luyin sect?" "I am an outer disciple." "Outer disciple?" Upon hearing this, Li Na's expression shifted dramatically. "What is your spirit root?" "A mixed 5-element spirit root," Lu Yu stated calmly. However, upon hearing this, Li Na abruptly stood up, her face flushed with indignation. "Is this the so-called young talent mentioned by the introducer? What is this nonsense?" Just as Lu Yu anticipated her departure, she hesitated, struggling for a moment before resuming her seat with patience. Lu Yu found himself in a somewhat awkward position. Her decision to stay had derailed his plans. After a brief silence, Li Na spoke once more. "How many spirit stones do you currently possess?" "A few hundred," he replied. At this, Li Na's disdain deepened significantly. "He is nothing but a mere facade, a destitute wretch. Apart from serving as an ornament, what else is he good for? Do you truly believe you are deserving of me?" Li Na chuckled coldly. "What do you think?" Lu Yu responded with an equally indifferent retort. "Then let us converse earnestly. Your talents are mediocre, your status is lowly, the only asset you possess is your appearance. But can beauty sustain one's existence? Do you comprehend the cost of ascending through the ranks after establishing a foundation?" Li Na did not conceal her disdain. "I do not know. I am accustomed to poverty." "Very well, allow me to enlighten you. A single bottle of foundational cultivation elixir costs no less than 5,000 spirit stones." "Oh," Lu Yu fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a considerable sum. Transitioning from the first to the second level conservatively requires 10 bottles, and with each subsequent level, the cost increases by half. Can you calculate the total? "Ah." Lu Yu involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Furthermore, a storage ring costs at least 20,000 spirit stones. A flying sword, at a minimum, 30,000. Adding other combat gear and spiritual artifacts into the mix, can you fathom the total expenditure? Lu Yu was rendered speechless. He had never contemplated such vast amounts. Witnessing his shocked expression, Li Na felt a sense of satisfaction. She knew he was thoroughly taken aback. "Thus, you are indeed a penniless fool, utterly unworthy of seeking a partner." She coolly rendered her verdict. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." Lu Yu nodded in agreement, preparing to take his leave. However, to his surprise, Li Na suddenly shifted her tone. "In truth, given your circumstances, marrying me is not out of the question." "Oh, how so?" Lu Yu inquired, somewhat taken aback, pausing in his actions. "3 conditions. Firstly, after marriage, you must join the Li family," Li Na asserted with considerable authority. After much preamble, she was finally getting to the crux of the matter. "And then?" Lu Yu smiled, refraining from rebuttal. "From that point onward, you must be at the beck and call of the Li family." Is there anything else?" Lu Yu continued to smile, prompting further elaboration. "Indeed, I am currently expecting a child with another man, and you must treat him as your own." "Ah." Lu Yu was genuinely taken aback. "I'm sorry. but we are simply not suited for each other." With that, he departed without hesitation. Having acquired the information he sought, there was no need for him to linger. Watching Lu Yu leave with such decisiveness, Li Na was momentarily stunned. What had gone awry? Wasn't everything supposed to be within her control? Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Yu encountered Li Cici, who approached him with a furrowed brow, demanding, "Lu Yu, what is going on?" Li Na said, "You actually turned her down?" "Yes." Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. "Why? How could you refuse such a splendid match? Do you know her current situation?" "I do." "Isn't she pregnant? Why did you still ask me to agree?" Lu Yu chuckled in irritation. "Have you taken a good look at yourself? Are you even in a position to question this?" Although Li Na may not be particularly striking in appearance, she hails from a moderately prestigious cultivation family, with her most accomplished ancestor being a Golden Core elder. "And what about you? Aside from your somewhat handsome looks, what do you possess?" Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, every subsequent advancement requires an immense amount of resources. How much can you earn on your own? Isn't it still reliant on the power behind you? Don't overestimate your worth. As long as others do not disdain you, that should suffice. Li Cici displayed an unmistakable look of disdain. "Huh, if she is so wonderful, why don't you keep her for yourselves?" This engagement was arranged by the Lu family, and the betrothal gifts have already been accepted. Whether you wish to marry or not, you must. Li Cici coldly retorted. "Then let us part ways from this moment forth, with no further entanglements," Lu Yu declared, drawing his sword to sever their ties, never looking back. "Don't you dare regret this." Upon hearing this, Li Cici was instantly infuriated. Chapter 46. The Artificer Assistant. After enduring disdain during an arranged meeting, Lu Yu profoundly recognized the significance of spirit stones. Currently, there were no new arrangements from the Shantian Guard. To swiftly acquire spirit stones, he had to rely on artifact forging. However, the crafting of magical tools was still rather rudimentary. Only by forging spiritual artifacts could he amass a greater fortune in spirit stones. But where could he learn the art of spiritual artifact forging? Zhao Lao was not an option. He was merely a peak one-star artificer, incapable of imparting further knowledge. The forging hall of the Luyun sect was also unfeasible, as they held him in little regard. It seemed he would have to venture beyond, for only larger powers would present greater opportunities. It was rumored that the forging skills in the neighboring Hangzhou were notably advanced, with prominent forging families abundant. Lu Yu resolved to seek his fortune there. The following day, after exchanging his years of contribution points for several sword techniques at the Luyun sect, Lu Yu departed from the sect, embarking on his journey to Hangzhou. The distance between Hangzhou and Yunzhou spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. Traveling by sword flight would take at least several months. Fortunately, there were aerial vessels operating between the central cities of the two regions, with daily departures. Lu Yu boarded one of these vessels, and after a journey of over 10 days, he finally arrived at the central city of Hangzhou, Yingqing. Located in the northern part of Hangzhou, Yingqing was among the largest cities in the region, bustling with activity, surrounded by numerous sects and families, far surpassing the remote and modest Lianyan city. The most profound impression one gathers here is that many practitioners hail from various regions of the continent. In stark contrast to Yunzhou, where external cultivators are a rarity. After leisurely wandering through Ying City for several days, Lu Yu finally stumbled upon a notice at the entrance of a renowned forging family seeking an assistant for their crafting endeavors. This esteemed family, the Lu clan, stands as one of the 3 premier forging families of Hangzhou. It is said that their ancestral forging techniques are nothing short of extraordinary, capable of producing imperial artifacts at their pinnacle. Upon making a few inquiries, Lu Yu learned that a southern forging competition is to be held in 6 months, and a member of the Lu family is set to participate. However, due to the rigorous training demands, they require an assistant to help alleviate some of the burdens. Furthermore, during the competition, the forging assistants may also participate in support roles, presenting Lu Yu with a rare opportunity. 3 days later, over 100 cultivators who had applied for the assistant position were gathered in a forging workshop belonging to the Lu family. Each individual was assigned a forging station. Equipped with various crafting materials, Lu Yu stood in a rather inconspicuous corner of the workshop, patiently awaiting the commencement of the assessment. "Brother, you must be here for Miss Lu as well, right? What benefits has your family promised?" Suddenly, a handsome cultivator beside him struck up a conversation. "What Miss Lu? I'm not familiar," Lu Yu replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. The recruitment notice had not specified whom the assistant would be serving, leaving him unaware of any pertinent details. "Brother, That sounds rather implausible, the cultivator remarked. Who does not know that the eldest daughter of the Liu family is as beautiful as a flower, endowed with extraordinary talent, destined to become a master of artifact refining? Whoever is fortunate enough to marry her would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. Is there anyone present who is not here for Miss Liu? A handsome cultivator, overhearing this, wore a look of disdain. I truly am not, Liu replied indifferently. Still pretending? That diminishes the fun. The handsome cultivator's expression soured slightly. His kind attempt at friendship was met with such apathy. I genuinely had no prior knowledge of the Liu family's eldest daughter. Liu felt somewhat exasperated. How was it that no one believed his candid words? The handsome cultivator, upon hearing this, merely pouted, feeling the conversation had lost its charm, and thus fell silent. Liu, being more handsome than him, had initially intended to gauge the competition, but found his opponent to be extremely guarded. It seemed that this selection would not be an easy feat before long. The crowd was graced by the entrance of a classical beauty, her every movement exuding the grace of a refined lady. This exquisite figure was none other than Liu Ruyan, the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Upon her arrival, everyone present displayed eager expressions and showered her with compliments, except for Liu, who remained lost in contemplation. However, rather than being pleased by the crowd's enthusiasm, Liu Ruyan felt an undeniable displeasure. Her previous assistants had either coveted her beauty or been bribed by rivals. With the competition looming, this predicament left her in a state of distress, necessitating the recruitment of new aides. However, at this moment, she cast a discerning glance at everyone present, sensing an air of suspicion surrounding them. With a composed demeanor, she addressed the assembly in a chilly yet charming tone. The assessment for the artifact crafting assistants shall now commence. I request each of you to forge your most proficient magical instrument, to be submitted for my evaluation in 2 hours. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, furtively stealing glances at Liu Ruoyan while commencing their crafting. Liu Ruoyan, in turn, began to the workshop, meticulously observing the performance of each candidate under assessment. Each individual who dared to glance her way was quietly noted in her mind, while those who remained steadfastly focused would find her subtly approaching them. The handsome male cultivator beside Liu unfortunately drew her attention. Although he had prepared himself and initially resisted the temptations, when Liu Ruoyan's graceful figure approached him, he could not help but steal a glance. In that moment of distraction, he inadvertently faltered in his crafting. Subsequently, Liu Ruoyan walked away with an expression of indifference. The handsome male cultivator, perplexed by her departure, found himself in a state of bewilderment. Thus, Liu Ruoyan continued her subtle probing. Most candidates were indeed affected by her presence, unable to concentrate fully on their tasks. Only Liu remained undistracted, treating her as if she were completely invisible. As the 2 hours elapsed, the participants gradually completed their creations, presenting their crafted magical instruments for evaluation, with a few even managing to forge exquisite artifacts. In contrast, Liu produced only a superior grade instrument, which, given the limited time, was the pinnacle of his capabilities. Several assessors who had successfully crafted exquisite magical artifacts were dismissed by Liu Ruyan with a mere glance, their capabilities deemed insufficient in her discerning mind. If they possessed such skills, crafting spiritual instruments would be a trivial endeavor, rendering their pursuit of assistance unnecessary. Their presence, she surmised, was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. Once Liu presented his superior magical artifact, Liu Ruyan promptly declared her decision. It is you. Follow me. Without allowing anyone the opportunity to inquire further, she turned and departed. Why him? On what grounds? The protests erupted. This is unjust. We have achieved far greater. A chorus of dissent arose from those who had produced exquisite artifacts, while others remained bewildered. Yet, the outcome of this assessment was solely at the discretion of the host family, leaving the others powerless to contest. Liu, donned in a mask of confusion, trailed Liu Ruyan towards the side hall. He had never anticipated being selected in such a manner. Upon witnessing others successfully forge exquisite artifacts within such a brief span, he had resigned himself to the belief that his chances were dashed. To his astonishment, he was ultimately the chosen one. Chapter 47. The refining competition. Upon arriving at the side hall, Liu Ruyan suddenly turned around, her expression cold as she stated, "Serve as my assistant. But there is but one condition. You must wholeheartedly complete the tasks assigned to you, without any improper thoughts. Can you comply?" "Absolutely," Liu replied with unwavering certainty. He was there to learn the art of refining, fully aware of his aspirations. However, Lu Rian's reaction to his resolute answer was not the elation he had anticipated. Instead, a sense of discomfort stirred within her. Was his response too straightforward, perhaps feigned? Could it be that she had misjudged him once more? Only Lu Yu understood that while the woman before him was undeniably beautiful, he felt no attraction towards her. Perhaps it was her lofty demeanor that instilled a sense of resistance within him. Given a choice, he would prefer not to serve such an imperious young lady. Go to the main hall and find Uncle Fu to handle the necessary paperwork, Lu Rian instructed curtly before departing, leaving Lu Yu in a state of bewilderment, pondering if he had erred in some way. Indeed, Lu Yu's instincts had not misled him. The following day, after Lu Rian delivered a jade slip containing the fire control technique, she assigned him an overwhelming array of material purification tasks. These assignments were as diverse as they were demanding. Yet, Lu Yu harbored no complaints. Instead, he immersed himself in the refining process with unwavering focus. On the third day, Lu Ruyan assigned an increased number of tasks, yet Lu Yu exhibited not a trace of complaint, completing them punctually. On the fourth day, Lu Ruyan doubled the workload, curious to see if Lu Yu would protest. To her disappointment, Lu Yu silently toiled through the night to finish the tasks. Observing the brightly lit forging chamber, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Was her suspicion unfounded? Nevertheless, she refrained from immediately ceasing her trials, wishing to gauge how long he could endure. For the ensuing month, Lu Yu spent nearly every night refining materials. The unreasonable demands from Lu Ruyan brought him both anguish and joy. However, he voiced no grievances, for he understood that the opportunity to learn hinged upon these days. Indeed, after a month, Lu Yu had mastered the fire control technique to perfection. Lu Ruyan, finally convinced of his abilities, summoned him to her exclusive forging chamber to formally commence collaborative practice. At last, he could witness the intricate process of spirit tool crafting. Lu Yu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Lu Ruyan's forging chamber was vast and imposing, equipped with an array of sophisticated tools, and the materials for forging overflowed from a small storeroom. During each subsequent forging session, after completing his assigned tasks, Lu Yu observed with utmost diligence, paying close attention to every step of the genuine fire melting techniques, the compatibility and repulsion of various materials, as well as the intricacies of the formations, completely oblivious to the enchanting beauty standing before him. The mastery of spiritual artifacts cannot be achieved merely by glancing at them. Even the most gifted craftsmen cannot accomplish this feat. Hence, Lu Rian openly forged in front of Lu Yu without any reservations or pretense. After all, the crafting of spiritual artifacts is not akin to that of ordinary magical tools. It involves a complex amalgamation of diverse materials, each possessing unique properties that interact and yield various transformations. The fusion of two materials in different manners will invariably produce distinct outcomes. To an outsider, the intricacies of the process remain inscrutable. However, Lu Yu was an exception. Each time he observed, he would delve into the crafting space, meticulously simulating Lu Ruyan's techniques, and, should he encounter confusion, he would seize the opportunity to inquire further. Consequently, with every session of Lu Ruyan's forging, Lu Yu felt as though he were participating firsthand. Thanks to Lu Yu's diligence and inquisitiveness, their collaboration grew increasingly harmonious. Often, when they reached a particular stage, Lu Yu would have the necessary materials ready without Lu Ruyan needing to speak, as if their minds were in perfect sync. As the alchemist competition drew nearer, the caliber of the spiritual artifacts Lu Ruyan crafted escalated, thereby enriching Lu Yu's learning experience. Ultimately, on a fateful day, Lu Yu successfully forged a competent spiritual artifact within the illusionary realm. Through this trial, the inheritance of forging was officially initiated, heralded by a voice that resonated with delight. Subsequently, the crafting space vanished, and the scene transitioned to that of the Jade Tablet of Inheritance. Moreover, the Jade Disc reveals not merely the methods of crafting various magical artifacts, but rather a series of profound legacies of master artisans, chronicling their journeys from apprentices to supreme masters through countless forging experiences. Within these treasured memories, Lu Yu is not only able to witness the forging process as if he were present, but also to absorb the invaluable insights and wisdom of the great masters. All things serve as vessels. Formations act as the pivot. The operation of the universe is fundamentally orchestrated by these formations. The mountains and rivers, the cyclical dance of the sun and moon, are all manifestations of these intricate patterns. The changing of the seasons, the flourishing and withering of flora, are also dictated by these formations. Even the cycle of human life, birth, aging, illness, and death, along with the ebb and flow of vital energies, are governed by these principles. The so-called formations are, in essence, the laws and patterns governing the movements of all things in existence. Every spiritual formation within the treasures and artifacts is an amalgamation, a distillation of the myriad phenomena of the world. To fathom the rhythms of existence is to devise magnificent spiritual formations, thereby crafting extraordinary treasures and divine instruments. In summary, all things in heaven and earth are vessels. All things can be forged. As these profound revelations unfolded, they captivated Lu Yu's heart and mind. From that moment on, he devoted every spare moment to entering the forging space, immersing himself in the legacies of master artisans. Naturally, Lu Yu was still only appreciating the memories at the spiritual artifact level. He had yet to delve into the crafting memories of the advanced treasures, which required several months of dedicated effort to forge. Unbeknownst to them, several months have passed, and the Southern Refining Competition is on the verge of commencing. This grand event is organized by the Southern Refining Guild, boasting a magnificent scale that encompasses the entire southern region of the Xinjiang continent. Lu Yu, serving as an assistant, is fortunate to accompany Lu Rian to Tianyun City in Central Continent, where they will participate in the competition hosted by the Southern Refining Masters Guild. Tianyun City stands as the most prosperous metropolis in the southern part of the Xinjiang continent, teeming with the figures of cultivators in the skies and on the streets. Here, one can find an array of expansive commercial buildings and various regional specialties. It can be said that all cultivation resources produced across the 4 southern continents are available for purchase in this vibrant city. The Southern Refining Masters Guild is nestled within a range of mountains to the north of Tianyun City, perpetually shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal aura. On this particular morning, the Lu family's flying vessel glided over the vast expanse of Tianyun City, gradually making its way toward the mountainous terrain. As the vessel approached, a remarkably grand palace complex emerged amidst the mountains, enveloped in clouds and mist, resembling a celestial palace. Upon witnessing this majestic sight, Lu Yu felt a surge of astonishment within. Such an extensive palace complex serves as the residence of the Southern Refining Masters Guild. It could rival entire cities elsewhere. At the heart of the palace complex lies a natural lake, its waters as emerald as jade, surrounded by verdant mountains and flowing waters. Various palatial structures are artfully arranged in the vicinity. If placed in a previous life, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a most exquisite resort destination. The scenery here is breathtaking and imbued with an enchanting aura. If only I could learn the art of crafting artifacts in this splendid place, it would truly be a life without regrets. Lu Yu suddenly felt a surge of envy towards the participants of this competition. They have the opportunity to remain here, while he, alas, is merely a spectator. Chapter 48. Master of Artifact Refinement Lu Ru Yin gazed upon the enchanting scenery before her, filled with aspirations. If only she could secure a position within the top 10 of this grand competition, she would be able to remain here. Deep within her heart, she began to silently pray. As the Lu family's flying vessel approached the cluster of magnificent buildings, a group of armored guards soared forth from the surrounding palaces. Advancing towards the gathering, "Are you esteemed artifact refiners here to participate in the competition?" inquired the leading armored cultivator. "Indeed, we hail from the Lu family of Hangzhou, and here is our invitation." The chief guard of the Lu family promptly presented a silver document with utmost respect. "Very well, please follow me." After verifying the invitation, several guards led the way, guiding the Lu family members to a secluded courtyard within the palace complex. This courtyard would serve as their temporary abode, for the artifact refinement competition was not to commence until the morrow. As the night fell, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the cool moon hung high in the sky. Yet, Lu Ru Yin found herself leaning against the railing of the pavilion, unable to find solace in sleep. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yu had also appeared at her side. "Lu Yu, do you believe we can secure a place among the top 10 in tomorrow's competition?" Lu Ru Yin gazed into the distance, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Are you particularly concerned about this contest?" he queried. "Of course," she replied earnestly. "The Lu family has been in decline for far too long. Although my father has refrained from discussing it, I can sense the immense pressure he faces each day. We have no path of retreat. If we cannot achieve remarkable results, we may very well fall from the ranks of the esteemed artifact refinement clans. Lu Rian's face bore an unprecedented gravity. Lu Yu was taken aback. Even a prodigy like Lu Rian had her own troubles. I suppose that even the most gifted disciple would hesitate to assert their certainty of placing in the top 10. The world is replete with opportunities. One should simply do their best and not cling too tightly. The rise and fall of a family cannot rely solely on the efforts of a single individual. Lu Yu consoled her. Ah, indeed. I merely wish to alleviate my father's burdens as much as possible, Lu Rian sighed. Being your best self is the greatest relief you can offer. Not everything can unfold according to our desires. What matters is that we act with a clear conscience. Lu Rian was surprised by Lu Yu's words, feeling a flicker of astonishment. You make a valid point. Thank you. By the way, do you have any plans after the competition? She suddenly inquired. Me? I shall continue to wander the world, Lu Yu replied with a wistful sigh. Lu Qingyi observed the melancholy in Lu Yu's eyes, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. His talent and diligence were on par with hers, yet he was hindered by his background, left unfulfilled. In contrast, she considered herself fortunate. The following day, everyone was ushered early in the morning to a vast square at the center of the Southern Guild. By that time, a considerable number of participating artisans and their elders had gathered, with estimates placing the crowd at no less than 10,000. Lu Yu curiously surveyed his surroundings, as if he aimed to thoroughly understand the architecture present. He felt that every corner of this place seemed far more intricate than it appeared at first glance. Directly ahead of the central square stood an extraordinarily grand palace, constructed entirely of white jade and azure stone, imbuing the entire structure with an air of solemnity and dignity. The steps leading up to the palace were also laid with pure white jade, immaculate and unsullied. Before long, the grand doors of the palace suddenly swung open, and 10 distinguished elders emerged from within. Upon recognizing these venerable figures, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Could these 10 be the legendary masters of the Southern Alchemist Guild? It must be so. The one in the center is Master Qing Xian, the president of the Southern Alchemist Guild. I have been fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of him before. Such a gathering of alchemist masters, rarely seen in ordinary circumstances, now assembled here. This alchemical competition promised to be extraordinary. If I could be so fortunate as to receive guidance from even one of them, I would have no regrets. Were all 10 of them truly masters of alchemy? Lu Yu felt a jolt of shock upon hearing the discussions among the crowd. Generally speaking, those who forge magical tools are known as alchemy apprentices. Those who create spiritual tools are called alchemists. Those who produce profound tools are referred to as master alchemists. And only those who craft imperial tools are deemed alchemy masters. This corresponds to the ranks of alchemists from 1 star to 4 stars. It is already a rarity to encounter a master alchemist. Yet here he stood before 10 legendary alchemy masters at once. The master of artifact refining, one could say, occupies a status comparable to that of a sect leader in any given sect. After all, divine artifacts may not emerge even once in a century. Even when they do, they are the result of the collaborative efforts of numerous artifact refining masters, painstakingly crafted over an extended period. Thus, the position of a master of artifact refining is, in essence, the pinnacle of the refining profession. As the resonant chime of the bell echoed, the crowd gradually fell into silence. A slender elder stepped forward into the center of the palace, his gaze radiating warmth and kindness. Esteemed guests, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all attending the Southern Artifact Refiners Competition. I am the Taoist Qing Xian, honored to serve as the president of the Southern Artifact Refiners Guild and privileged to preside as the chief examiner for this event. I assure you that this competition will be conducted with fairness and impartiality, striving to identify the most promising talents in artifact refining. Bravo! The moment Qing Xuan's words came to a close, the square erupted in enthusiastic applause. The elder smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before continuing. Now, I shall announce the rules of this competition. The materials for this contest are not restricted. However, they must be selected from the material repository within this palace. The artifacts crafted will be evaluated by 10 esteemed masters of our guild, and the top 10 contestants with the highest scores will emerge victorious, earning the qualification for master guidance. The duration of the competition is 5 days, during which each artifact refiner may bring one assistant under the age of 30. Communication with anyone else is strictly prohibited during this time. Any violation will be deemed as cheating. Upon the conclusion of the elder Qing Xuan's words, he waved his right hand, and in an instant, the storeroom of the palace was unveiled, revealing an array of countless refining materials before the assembly. Subsequently, dozens of armored guards emerged from the periphery, meticulously establishing a series of refining pits in the center of the square, each adorned with a corresponding number. Now, I kindly request each craftsman and their assistants to locate their designated positions as per the numbers on their invitations and proceed to the palace ahead to select their materials. The competition shall commence in half an hour. Having spoken, Elder Qingxian settled himself in a meditative posture at the center of the judging platform, activating a barrier array that severed all communication within and beyond the square. What materials should one select? As the crowd ventured into the storeroom, they pondered anxiously. However, upon witnessing the materials available, they were momentarily rendered speechless. All the materials within the storeroom were of spiritual grade or lower, with not a single item surpassing the mystical grade. This stood in stark contrast to their usual practices. Typically, in their quest to forge high-quality spirit weapons, they would invariably incorporate one or two high-grade materials. What were they to do now? Lu Ruyan, too, felt a surge of panic. She had never crafted a spirit weapon without the inclusion of high-grade materials. Chapter 49. Exquisite spirit tools. If she were to utilize materials below the spirit grade, her proficiency would undoubtedly diminish by a level. Lu Ruyan typically possesses the capability to forge exquisite spirit tools. However, this competition holds immense significance. Should she only produce superior spirit tools, her ranking would inevitably suffer. Thus, she had no choice but to resolutely select materials and proceed with her original method to forge the exquisite ones. Yet, numerous complications arose during the crafting process. For instance, the absence of the millennia cold jade compelled her to substitute it with the thousand-year cold jade, resulting in an imbalance of properties, rendering the fusion of the two materials' essences impossible. After 3 days, the tool embryos had been ruined one after another. Lu Yu remained silent, tirelessly assisting her in purifying and merging the materials for Lu Ruyan to create the embryos. However, upon the explosion of the fourth tool embryo, Lu Ruyan was utterly frantic. With only 2 days remaining until the conclusion of the competition, it became apparent that her time to forge the spirit tools was insufficient. Was this competition destined to end in such a dismal failure? How could she face her family again? The thought of confronting her father's hopeful gaze made Lu Ruyan's eyes well with tears, which cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. As time dwindled, Lu Ruyan ceased all activity. Lu Yu, recognizing her state of despair, could no longer refrain from intervening. Calm down. Do not think of anything else. Just listen to me. It's futile. It cannot be completed. Lu Ruyan shook her head, her emotions teetering on the brink of despair. How she longed to lift herself up. Yet, she was acutely aware that even if she were to refine with her utmost speed, it would be too late. Since failure seemed inevitable, why not relinquish all burdens and simply explore her interests? With just 2 days remaining, do you intend to weep until the very end? Lu Yu inquired. Lu Ruyan paused at his words. Indeed, if failure was a foregone conclusion, what was there to fear? Even if tears were to flow, it would be wiser to save them for after the competition. Thus, she hastily wiped away her tears and steadied her emotions. All right, then what shall we do? First, continue purifying the materials and merging them as before, Lu Yu instructed. Understood. The two worked in harmonious coordination, swiftly condensing 2 spheres of material essence before commencing the fusion process. Next, try adding a touch of earth element, Lu Yu directed, taking on the role of a mentor. How do I add it? Lu Ruyan asked, her expression one of confusion. Without uttering a word, Lu Yu reached into the pile of materials and sprinkled a handful of Tianjing sand onto the vessel's core. Then, a miracle unfolded. The 2 spheres of material essence, which had resisted fusion, suddenly merged seamlessly. How could this be? Why did this happen? Lu Ruyan stood momentarily stunned. She had exhausted every method in her search for a way to achieve fusion, yet now, with Lu Yu's intervention, success had been attained in an instant. What on earth is this folk remedy? She was filled with bewilderment. First, focus on refining the weapon. I will tell you later. Unfortunately, time was still insufficient. Lu Ruyan lamented. Fear not. With my method, there will surely be enough time. Take it slowly, Lu Yu reassured with a smile. Lu Ruyan could only follow his instructions with a mix of skepticism. After an indeterminate period, when the final line was engraved, a spirit sword was astonishingly completed just before the competition concluded. What a pity, it's only of upper quality, but that's certainly better than producing nothing. Lu Rian managed to force a smile. Who says it's only upper quality? There's still one last step to complete. Why not sprinkle a few drops of your blood on it? Lu Yu suggested. What? Blood sacrifice? Isn't that method lost to time? Lu Rian was taken aback by this revelation. However, upon seeing Lu Yu's compelling gaze, she reluctantly cut her wrist and dripped her essence onto the sword. As Lu Yu cast several incantations, the spirit sword suddenly radiated a chilling brilliance, seemingly coming to life, elevating its quality from upper to supreme. Before her lay a stunning spirit sword, glistening with an icy sheen, utterly beautiful. Is this truly magnificent? Lu Rian stared in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. Was this truly the creation of her own hands? How did he accomplish this? In that moment, Lu Yu appeared enigmatic, shrouded in an aura of mystery. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and take it up, Lu Yu urged impatiently. Oh, Lu Ruyan replied obediently, a rare occurrence for her. At this point, only a few minutes remained before the competition concluded. After submitting her spiritual sword, Lu Ruyan anxiously awaited the results. Fortunately, the outcome aligned with her expectations. With the exceptional spiritual sword, she secured third place and was accepted as an honorary disciple by the president. After the competition, Lu Ruyan made a point to bid farewell to Lu Yu. Senior brother Lu, I cannot thank you enough for your help. You're welcome. I merely fulfilled my role as an assistant, Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. Is that truly the case? Lu Ruyan's enchanting gaze remained fixed on Lu Yu, seeking to discern something from his eyes. Yet, she was met with disappointment. Lu Yu merely nodded lightly, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. By the way, how did you come to know these unconventional methods? Lu Ruyan could not help but inquire further. To be honest, today she viewed Lu Yu with newfound respect, as though she had never truly understood him before. I have a penchant for reading extensively, and I encountered these techniques in ancient texts. I decided to give them a try, and to my surprise, they proved successful. However, if I were to rely solely on myself, I certainly would not have achieved such results, Lu Yu replied, skillfully avoiding the crux of the matter. Is that so? Lu Ruyan found it hard to believe at first, but upon further reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, how could one explain his clumsy execution paired with such profound knowledge? This encapsulates my years of experience in artifact refinement, which I present to you. Lu Ruyan ultimately produced a jade slip and handed it to Lu Yu. Thank you. Lu Yu, rarely displaying a smile, accepted it with the reverence one might reserve for a treasured relic. It has been quite some time since I have witnessed your smile. This is indeed the first occasion. Am I to be deemed inferior to a mere jade slip? Lu Rian's expression bore a hint of melancholy, as she remained haunted by Lu Yu's fervent declarations from the past. That is but a jest. Miss Rian's beauty and intellect are renowned far and wide. Following this grand competition, she shall undoubtedly attract countless admirers. How could she possibly be lesser than a jade slip? It is merely a matter of my own self-awareness. Lu Yu earnestly corrected her. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruyan finally let out a soft laugh. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruyan, Lu Yu departed alone, feeling a subtle pang of desolation. Lu Ruyan had successfully entered the sacred realm of artifact refinement. What of himself? What path lay ahead? Although the Lu family made every effort to retain him, he understood that this was not a place meant for his prolonged stay. Thus, after receiving the 2,000 spirit stones as compensation from the Lu family, he resolutely chose to depart. Chapter 50. Entrustment. Half a month later, a flying vessel gently descended upon Yunzhou. Upon Lu Yu's return to the Luyun sect, he was taken aback to find an Ruashi waiting anxiously outside his courtyard. Ruashi, what troubles you? Is there something you seek from me? Lu Yu inquired, surprised. Brother Lu, you have returned. My grandfather's condition is grave. He wishes to see you. And Ruashi replied, her face etched with concern. Very well, I shall accompany you at once. Lu Yu hastily took to the skies with an Ruashi, wielding his sword towards the small shop for refining equipment. As they journeyed, Lu Yu learned the cause of her distress. Old Zhao had long harbored hidden injuries, and recently, an old ailment had resurfaced. Due to his advanced age, he could no longer suppress it. Upon arriving at the back courtyard of the refining shop, Lu Yu beheld old Zhao, who, after years of absence, appeared frail and emaciated, quietly seated on his bed. Old Zhao, what has befallen you? Lu Yu rushed forward, employing his spiritual energy to assess the situation. Little Lu, it is futile, my time is short, old Zhao replied, his voice barely a whisper as he opened his eyes. Grandfather, you must not lose hope. "You are faring better than before," and Ruashi cried, her head resting on the edge of the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Oh, foolish child, I know my body best. This is merely a fleeting flicker of light before the darkness," old Zhao sighed, patting in Ruashi's hand with a heavy heart. Lu Yu conducted his examination and realized that old Zhao's vitality was indeed waning, causing his eyes to grow misty with sorrow. Memories unfurl like a delicate tapestry, as old Zhao stands as the solitary figure willing to take in and guide him, not a mentor in the traditional sense, yet surpassing one in essence. "Xiao Lu, my greatest concern now is for Ruashi. Will you look after her for me in the future?" Zhao gazed at Lu Yu, his eyes glimmering with a hint of desperation. "Fear not. From this moment forth, Ruashi shall be as my sister. I will ensure she suffers no indignity." Lu Yu replied, his eyes moist with emotion. "That is reassuring. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, please assist in locating her biological parents." Zhao labored to recount Ruashi's origins, a narrative fraught with difficulty. Though Ruashi had long been aware of her lineage, she had yet to confide in Lu Yu. Upon hearing it, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback before swiftly assenting. He had not anticipated that Ruashi was taken in by old Zhao, which explained the discrepancy in their surnames. "Take care, Ruashi. I must depart now. Be sure to look after yourself. Do not grieve too deeply, and heed Lu Shaoji's words." Zhao offered one last, uneasy admonition. And Ruashi nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Observing this, Zhao, with a heavy heart, finally allowed his eyes to close slowly, as the life force ebbed from him, and Ruashi was overtaken by inconsolable sorrow. Although she had long anticipated this day, its arrival rendered her unable to accept the reality. However, Lu Yu swiftly regained his composure. He had obligations to fulfill regarding Zhao's final arrangements. He understood that from this day forward, he bore an additional responsibility. Thus, it was not a time for weakness. 3 days later, "Brother Lu, what shall we do about this shop?" And Ruashi gazed at the desolate Zhao's forging shop, her heart heavy with nostalgia, as it harbored over a decade of her cherished memories. "Let us continue to operate it," said Lu Yu, gently patting Ruashi's shoulder. However, the customers of this shop were previously drawn in solely by grandfather's reputation. "Can we sustain it with just the two of us?" And Ruashi expressed her concerns. "Fear not, for our reputation will gradually flourish. There is no need for haste. By the way, how much will it cost to renew the lease for a year?" "It amounts to 600 spirit stones, but I only have 100 left. Moreover, acquiring materials for forging requires a considerable amount of spirit stones as well." And Ruashi's expression turned troubled, as her recent failure in foundation establishment had depleted the shop's savings. "I have 2,000 remaining. Let us renew the lease for 3 years, and the remaining 200 shall be allocated for purchasing raw materials. Additionally, what grade of magical artifacts can you currently forge?" Lu Yu inquired. "I can only manage mid-grade artifacts. High-grade ones are successful only on rare occasions," and Ruashi replied, somewhat embarrassed. "That will suffice. I shall handle the high-grade and above." Following this, Lu Yu finalized the lease renewal and, alongside Ruashi, redecorated the forging shop, subsequently unveiling a brand new sign reading Zhao's Forging Shop to mark its grand reopening. This establishment comprised a front shop and a rear courtyard totaling 300 square meters, with the rear courtyard boasting 2 stories, where Lu Yu and Ruashi each had their own room. Below, there exists a communal storage room and guest rooms, with a small open courtyard nestled between the front shop and the backyard. On the day of the grand opening, Lu Yu personally crafted a promotional sign and displayed it at the entrance, inscribed with the words, "This establishment specializes in the refinement of inferior spiritual artifacts and various magical tools, all at reasonable prices." "Brother Lu, when can we begin refining spiritual artifacts?" And Ruashi inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "I have studied a bit. I should be capable," he replied. "Oh." Thus, the two sat in eager anticipation within the shop, awaiting the arrival of customers. However, days passed, and despite their hopes, not a single patron graced their threshold. Most merely glanced in before departing. "What shall we do? No one is coming." And Ruashi lamented, her spirits sinking from hope to desolation. She understood that Brother Lu maintained this shop to uplift her spirits, yet she was acutely aware that, without business, the establishment would inevitably falter. "How about this? You keep an eye on the shop, and I will return with some assistance," Lu Yu proposed, and with that, he soared away on his sword towards the Luyun sect. It had been quite some time since he last saw Wang Hao. Surely he would have returned by now. Wang Hao hailed from a wealthy merchant family and should possess some experience in running a shop. Lu Yu made his way directly to the stone house at the outer gate, knocking firmly on the door. Indeed, it wasn't long before Wang Hao emerged. However, the Wang Hao before him appeared considerably thinner than he remembered. "Brother Yu, you have returned?" Upon recognizing Lu Yu, Wang Hao was immediately filled with delight and approached him eagerly. "Ah, the last time I came to find you, you were not here. I had intended to share a drink with you." Lu Yu smiled as he spoke. "I was on a mission then, but it's never too late to drink now," Wang Hao replied joyfully. "However, I find myself devoid of spirit stones, so even if I wished to drink, it would be impossible." "Is it true? A distinguished foundation establishment cultivator, such as yourself, claims to be out of spirit stones?" Wang Hao expressed disbelief upon hearing this. "Indeed, not a single one remains. By the way, you seem rather haggard lately. What has caused this?" Lu Yu inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. "Alas, it is all in the pursuit of saving for a foundation establishment pill. Over the past 2 years, I have tirelessly taken on missions, and I have only managed to accumulate 700 or 800 spirit stones. Who knows how long it will take to gather enough for the pill," Wang Hao lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Do not think I am neglecting you. I have recently opened a small shop for weapon forging. If you assist me in attracting customers and forge a spiritual weapon, I will reward you with 100 spirit stones. For a magical artifact, I can offer you 10. What do you say? Really? However, your forging skills." Wang Hao hesitated, clearly not entirely confident in Lu Yu's abilities. "Just tell me whether you will do it or not," Lu Yu responded with slight irritation, wondering why everyone seemed to doubt him. "I will. Of course I will. Your business is my business. I would brave any peril for you," Wang Hao resolved, displaying unwavering determination. "Very well, then come with me." Lu Yu summoned his flying sword and grasped Wang Hao, soaring directly towards the weapon forging shop. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao was continuously exclaiming, "You go." The sensation of riding the sword upon the wind is simply magnificent. "I have made my decision. No matter how challenging it may be, I am determined to successfully establish my foundation." Wang Hao spoke with great enthusiasm. Chapter 51. The first business, however, when he arrived at the modest forging shop, all his enthusiasm was instantly extinguished. "Is this really your workshop, Yuge?" "Indeed it is. It's rather rudimentary, I assent it, and the location is quite remote," Wang Hao said with a grimace. "At least we have a place. Do you have any idea how exorbitant the rent is here?" Lu Yu shot him an exasperated glare. "How exorbitant? 600 spirit stones a year. Hiss, that is quite a sum. But in such an isolated spot, how will we attract customers?" "That depends on you." Wang Hao fell into a speechless state. He had thought his companion intended to mentor him, only to discover a significant pitfall instead. Upon entering the shop, Lu Yu introduced Wang Hao to Ruashi and clarified various matters before turning his focus to the art of forging. True to his background as the scion of a wealthy merchant, Wang Hao was bold enough to take to the streets, unabashedly soliciting customers. "Esteemed friend, our shop has just welcomed a master forger whose skills are exceptional. Crafting spirit tools will only cost you 1,000 spirit stones. Esteemed friend, are you interested in forging magical artifacts? Our shop has just welcomed a master forger." Fair maiden, Wang Hao approached anyone he encountered, offering compliments and inquiries without a trace of discouragement. By the end of the day, he indeed managed to attract a potential customer. This individual was a middle-aged beast hunter who made his living slaying monsters in the treacherous Million Great Mountains and had recently found his spirit sword damaged. In the market, even the most ordinary spirit sword commands a price exceeding 3,000 spirit stones, while he has managed to accumulate only a little over 1,000, which is far from sufficient. Furthermore, without a spirit sword, he cannot venture into the mountains to hunt demons and earn spirit stones, thus ensnaring himself in a vicious cycle. Under Wang Hao's persuasion, curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to consider giving it a try. "Excuse me, young man, where is your master?" A middle-aged demon hunter inquired as he entered the shop, noticing only Lu Yu and Ruashi, 2 young individuals. Lu Yu was about to declare his identity as a weapon refiner when Wang Hao interjected, "This esteemed uncle, his master is currently in seclusion upstairs. If you wish to refine something, you may first discuss it with senior brother Lu." Wang Hao smiled at the middle-aged man, slyly winking at Lu Yu. Lu Yu quickly caught on, responding, "Indeed, my master is temporarily unavailable. I usually handle the reception here. May I inquire what type of spirit weapon you wish to forge?" The middle-aged hunter hesitated for a moment, yet upon observing that Lu Yu, as a disciple, possessed foundational cultivation, he surmised that his master must be quite capable. He then articulated his requirements. For a low-grade fire spirit sword, the forging fee is 1,000. May I ask what materials you possess? Lu Yu assessed the situation and replied, I have only a beak of the Fire Crow King. In that case, the total cost for the forging fee and materials amounts to 1,500 spirit stones. A deposit of 500 can be paid now, and you may return to collect the fire spirit sword in 10 days. Agreed. The middle-aged demon hunter cheerfully paid the deposit. 1,500 spirit stones were well within his financial capacity. If the item could indeed be successfully crafted, substantial profits awaited. After seeing the middle-aged hunter depart, Lu Yu and his companions finally exhaled in relief. They had secured their first deal, albeit through somewhat dubious means. Wang Hao, continue overseeing the shop. Ruashi, please procure the materials on this list, and then join me upstairs for the crafting. Lu Yu calmly instructed. It was imperative to execute their first transaction flawlessly, for they could not afford any missteps. In the following 2 days, and Ruashi first prepped the materials she had purchased. Meanwhile, Lu Yu dedicated his time to conceptualizing and designing, simulating the process multiple times before finally beginning the crafting. To ensure absolute precision, he decided to forge a fire spirit sword, the most commonly found weapon in the market. It would be primarily made from fire cloud iron, infused with materials sourced from fire element beasts. This sword, in addition to possessing the sharpness and durability typical of ordinary spirit swords, would unleash a fierce blaze upon the infusion of spiritual energy, thereby enhancing its fiery might. Having observed Lu Rian craft it several times, and having simulated the process extensively in his crafting space, Lu Yu felt confident in his ability to create this particular spirit weapon. Days later, when the final array was successfully inscribed, Lu Yu finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He had successfully forged his first spirit weapon. This achievement signified his official status as a 2-star crafting master. How did it go? Was it successful? As Lu Yu emerged from his secluded retreat, and Ruashi and Wang Hao, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, hurriedly inquired, Did you fail? Wang Hao's heart sank at the question, his face reflecting a bitter expression. We should make haste and escape. He had boasted to the middle-aged demon hunter about securing this deal, and the thought of failing to present the spirit sword filled him with dread. He feared he might be flayed alive if he could not deliver. And Ruashi, upon hearing this, felt a lump in her throat, tears beginning to well in her eyes. Hey, what are you two doing? When I take action, it is assuredly a success. Lu Yu finally ceased his teasing and unveiled the spirit sword. Really? Wow. Brother Yu. You are incredible, Wang Hao exclaimed, giving Lu Yu a hearty pat on the chest, while in Ruashi's tears transformed into laughter at last. The following day, amidst their anticipation, the middle-aged demon hunter arrived as scheduled. Young man, where is your master? Is the fire spirit sword ready? He inquired urgently upon entering the forging shop. Rest assured, it has been successfully crafted, Lu Yu replied, smiling as he presented a brilliant red spirit sword, sealed within a jade box. The demon hunter accepted it, and upon inspection, indeed found it to be a low-grade fire spirit sword, which brought him inner delight. However, as he noted the sword's length, a frown creased his brow. Why is it 3 feet 1 inch? Did I not specify 3 feet 2 inches? Wang Hao and the others felt a sense of foreboding at his words, realizing the gravity of the situation. The other party indeed mentioned a length of 3 feet and 2 inches. Could it be that this sword is destined to be wielded in hand? You, why must you choose this critical moment to compromise on quality? Only Lu Yu remained composed as ever. After our meticulous analysis, we believe that a spiritual sword of 3 feet and 1 inch would be more suited for you. Why not give it a try? Upon finishing his words, Lu Yu produced the fire spirit sword and handed it over. Oh, the demon hunter accepted the spiritual sword with skepticism, lightly swinging it a few times, and to his surprise, it indeed felt more comfortable. Now, let us infuse it with spiritual energy, Lu Yu suggested. Nodding in agreement, the middle-aged hunter grasped the hilt tightly and gradually channeled his spiritual energy into the sword. With a sudden whoosh, a fierce flame erupted along the blade, engulfing the fire spirit sword in a roaring blaze. The intensity of the flames was remarkable. The hunter could not help but exclaim in admiration. He then leaped into the air, brandishing the sword as he landed on the ground outside the forging shop. With a swift motion, he executed the technique flame slash. Whoosh! A fiery sword beam shot forth instantly, cleaving a nearby rock in two. The stone was split cleanly, with the edges charred black from the searing flames. What a splendid sword! The middle-aged hunter marveled at the blade, overwhelmed with astonishment. This sword surpassed any he had wielded before by an immeasurable degree, even instilling within him a sense of profound connection. Chapter 52. A first encounter with Lin Qingxue. What is even more remarkable is that this sword cost less than 2,000 spirit stones. Such a bargain. He eagerly settled the payment and swiftly turned to leave, fearing that Lu Yu might reconsider. By the way, that move you executed earlier. It would be best to angle it downward a bit more. The results could be unexpectedly impressive. After receiving the spirit stones, Lu Yu couldn't resist offering one last piece of advice. The middle-aged demon hunter was momentarily taken aback. There is actually weapon crafting coupled with martial arts guidance. Following Lu Yu's suggestion, he executed a diagonal slash in the empty space. The sword light swept through, and the boulder was once again cleaved in twain in an instant. The power seemed to have indeed increased significantly. Precisely. Remember, the angle must be cunning and unexpected. Only then can one catch adversaries off guard. Lu Yu continued to impart his wisdom calmly. The demon hunter shuddered upon hearing this, then offered a distant bow to Lu Yu before turning to depart. It was only after he had walked a considerable distance that he fully regained his senses, filled with admiration. This is truly a master of the craft. As the middle-aged demon hunter disappeared into the distance, the three individuals in the weapon shop collectively exhaled in relief. After deducting costs, they had earned a total of 1,000 spirit stones from this transaction. Lu Yu distributed 100 spirit stones each to Wang Hao and Ruashi before tossing a few more stones to Wang Hao, declaring grandly, "My friend, go buy some wine. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated." Absolutely. That evening, the trio reveled in joyous merriment. In less than half a month, Wang Hao had amassed 100 spirit stones, as if the foundation establishment pill was beckoning him. And Ruashi, too, felt a transformation from worry to joy now that her small shop could finally operate. During the following period, the shop gradually attracted some customers. Though they were predominantly in possession of magical tools, Lu Yu entrusted all of these to Ruashi for refinement, only occasionally offering a few words of guidance from the sidelines. It was only for spirit-grade items that he would personally intervene. Time flowed like a swift river, never to return. One day, while Lu Yu was immersed in the comprehension of inherited memories within the shop, a paper crane suddenly arrived, delivering a message. "Brother Lu, there is a task. Please gather at the Sect Square." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly briefed Wang Hao and then soared off on his flying sword towards the Sect Square, elated at the prospect of a mission. Having thought himself long forgotten by the sect. Ordinarily, after successfully establishing one's foundation, the sect would assign duties. However, he had yet to receive any official appointment. Upon arriving at the Sect Square, he discovered a gathering of about 10 young disciples, all at the early stages of foundation establishment, evidently recent graduates. Notable peers such as Bai Chongqing, Xue Long, Li Sisi, Li Yusin, and Zhang Linger were conspicuously present. Upon spotting Lu Yu, Li Sisi secretly curled her lip in disdain and turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Only Li Yusin approached him warmly to offer a greeting. Suddenly, a figure resembling a celestial maiden descended gracefully from the heavens, her white attire billowing like ethereal clouds. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, her skin as luminous as freshly fallen snow, exuding an aura of otherworldly elegance. Lu Yu gazed upward, momentarily transfixed. Was this truly a fairy? So exquisite, so breathtaking. Her elongated, harmonious form, her pure and enchanting visage, her delicate, expressive eyes, and skin of unparalleled softness left an indelible impression upon him. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the flying sword beneath her feet. Wasn't that the very sword that had once saved the Lu family during the Beast Tide? On that fateful day, the Lu clan had been on the brink of annihilation, their very existence threatened, until a glacial sword had suddenly soared from the west, piercing the rampaging beast and rescuing the clan members. Though he had never glimpsed the face of the one wielding that sword, he had etched the image of the blade into his memory. As her graceful form descended like snowflakes, she stood before the crowd. Noticing Lu Yu's dazed expression, she let out a cold huff, jolting him back to reality, before she assumed a serene stance amidst the onlookers, resembling a snow-white swan. Awakened from his stupor, Lu Yu realized his lapse in composure, inwardly chiding himself. It was evident he had been perceived as a mere dandy. To think that he had made such a poor impression on their first encounter, how careless of him. Indeed, numerous male disciples had lost their composure moments ago. Yet they swiftly regained their composure, save for one who remained utterly astonished by the sight of that sword, unable to snap back to reality. However, it was evident that the two individuals belonged to entirely different realms, rendering any intersection between them impossible. Their impressions, whether favorable or unfavorable, were nearly indistinguishable. Before long, a venerable elder with flowing white hair ambled into the square. He first extended his greetings to the exquisite fairy before addressing the assembly to elucidate the task at hand. It turned out to be the time for the quinquennial recruitment of disciples, necessitating that the newly initiated disciples assist the elders in gathering apprentices across various cities, while simultaneously showcasing the grandeur of the Luyun sect. After the elder articulated the task's requirements, he arranged to reconvene in 3 days at Lingwu City, allowing everyone to disperse. Once the enchanting fairy departed, the throng of male disciples erupted in fervor. Was that not the legendary Lin Qingxue? Is she not breathtaking? Exclaimed one disciple, utterly captivated. Having witnessed her beauty, how could I ever love another? Another lamented. She is mine, do not dare to covet her. Bai Chongqing declared loudly. Huh, with your meager means. How dare you speak so brazenly? Not only is senior sister Lin the daughter of Lin Patian, the sect master of the transformation realm, but she has also achieved golden core cultivation before the age of 30, an accomplishment beyond your reach. Xiao Haimei scoffed disdainfully. What? The daughter of the transformation sect master? A golden core cultivator? This is hopeless. I am filled with despair. I no longer wish to live. Why do I not have a father in the transformation realm? A group of male cultivators immediately displayed expressions of utter despair. Upon hearing that the enchanting woman was the daughter of the leader of the transformation sect, Lu Yu's countenance grew exceedingly complex. It appeared his suspicions were confirmed. Their fates were destined to remain unentwined. As for repaying kindness, would she truly require such meager combat prowess? Watching Lin Qingxue's figure fade into the distance, an inexplicable melancholy enveloped the crowd, as if the very heavens had dimmed, and a profound sense of loss surged within their hearts, rendering them devoid of interest in anything. Why must such a flawless woman exist in this world? Why is she not mine? Why do I feel so utterly powerless? I no longer wish to live. The male cultivators felt their once unshakable resolve begin to waver. To be unable to share eternal companionship with such a breathtaking beauty, what meaning could life hold, even if it were to stretch on for countless years? It is over. It is over. I cannot bear to gaze any longer. If I do, I shall wish for nothing but oblivion. The crowd hastily averted their eyes and swiftly departed the scene. Chapter 53. The quiet, handsome man 3 days later, in the bustling square of Lingwu City. One of the 8 cities of the Luyun sect, a throng of people surged, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary excitement. Upon arriving at the elevated platform, Lu Yu immediately noticed Li Sisi animatedly chatting with Lin Qingxue, who, like a serene celestial being, listened intently, occasionally nodding and smiling. Each glance and smile radiated an exquisite elegance, captivating to the utmost degree. For a moment, Lu Yu found himself nearly losing his composure. However, upon catching sight of Lu Yu, Lin Qingxue instantly withdrew her smile, replacing it with a demeanor that exuded an air of aloofness. Yet, even with her delicate, crimson lips and her snow-white, finely featured visage, her expression, though stern, possessed an undeniable charm that made one yearn to approach her and savor her beauty. Were they truly this familiar with one another? Lu Yu pondered, bemused. Given Li Sisi's nature, it was likely she had spoken ill of him. Yet, considering that these lofty daughters of heaven were not of his ilk, why should he seek to indulge in such fruitless endeavors? With this thought in mind, he felt a sense of relief. Indeed, harboring a heart full of gratitude, he approached to offer a greeting, only to be met with a dismissive snort from Lin Qingxue, who promptly ignored him. A quarter of an hour later, the selection of disciples commenced. The process followed the same standardized procedure as in previous years. However, Lu Yu had transformed from a mere candidate into a resplendent disciple of the celestial sect, standing proudly upon the high platform. After the opening ceremony concluded, a group of young individuals stepped forward to test their spiritual roots, nervously confronting this pivotal moment that would determine their destinies. Moments later, they either descended with exuberance or departed in a state of despondency, all of which caused Lu Yu to feel as though he had been transported back to yesterday. Once upon a time, he too had been among the lost souls. Who could have imagined that he would one day stand atop this elevated platform, becoming an object of admiration? The apprentice recruitment ceremony continued until dusk, marking the end of the first day. A fortunate few, due to their exceptional talents, were directly accepted as inner disciples. Meanwhile, those of average ability would have to await the conclusion of the second day's assessments to ascertain their potential acceptance into the sect. At this moment, the 10 or so young men and women were gathered around by Chongqing and several foundational seniors, chattering eagerly, seeking knowledge and insights. Their curiosity about everything within the sect was palpable. Some astute individuals had already begun to solicit their seniors for success stories, hoping to avoid unnecessary detours. The seniors, in turn, were more than willing to share their wisdom, particularly a few who were especially enthusiastic, engaging in grandiloquent discussions with palpable fervor. It was evident they wished to make a favorable impression in front of Lin Qingxue and the younger disciples. In contrast, Lu Yu remained quietly seated at the back, embodying the role of a serene and handsome figure. After all, he was merely an outer disciple, possessing little to impart to these future paragons of excellence. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if it was merely a matter of lacking insight. A shy and introverted junior approached Lu Yu, timidly inquiring, "Senior brother, may I ask which sword technique is best to choose after joining the sect?" Lu Yu was momentarily at a loss, for he had never contemplated this question. Since his initiation, he had solely practiced one sword technique, rendering choice unnecessary. Perhaps it would be the flowing cloud sword technique. After a brief pause, he hesitantly replied. With a sudden burst of laughter, Lin Qingxue, who was nearby, found his answer amusing. The other senior brothers erupted in laughter as well, their mirth evident. Even the girl before him widened her eyes in confusion, questioning, "Isn't the flowing cloud sword technique the most fundamental one?" "Indeed, prior to foundation establishment, you were merely laying the groundwork," Lu Yu remarked. Sensing the reactions of those around him, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. "But it is merely the most elementary sword technique, isn't it?" The bashful girl continued, her voice barely a whisper. "Consider this. The flowing cloud sect has stood for tens of thousands of years, with techniques as numerous as the stars. Yet, very few have endured through the ages, and the flowing cloud sword technique is one of them. Do you believe it to be inferior?" Lu Yu defended his stance. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue appeared slightly taken aback. It seemed her grandfather had spoken similarly in the past. However, having acquired a more suitable sword technique for herself, she had never given it much thought. A pauper is still a pauper, no matter how grandly he speaks," she mused quietly. Li Sisi, observing Lu Yu's grandiloquent discourse, could not suppress a wave of disdain. Indeed, one must not mislead the youth. The other senior disciples, possessing a certain understanding of swordsmanship, shared her skepticism. Yet, Lu Yu merely smiled faintly at their remarks, refraining from engaging in debate. His assertions were not uttered frivolously. After diligently practicing dozens of sword techniques, he had genuinely concluded that the flowing cloud sword technique was the most succinct and effective. It was not merely about its potency, but rather its suitability for foundational training. Other sword techniques, while seemingly impressive, were laden with superfluous maneuvers that, though visually appealing, were ultimately mere embellishments, consuming time and impeding the speed of execution. It could be said that among the sword techniques accessible to Qi refinement disciples, some, despite their elevated rank, were meant for display rather than combat. Days later, after completing his tasks, Lu Yu returned to the small crafting shop, resuming his languid existence. He cared little whether the young woman he had advised had taken his counsel to heart. With a family to support and his own well-being to secure, he had neither the time nor the inclination to meddle in others' affairs. In the shop, Wang Hao tirelessly called out to attract customers outside, while Ruashi busied herself with the creation of magical artifacts. Lu Yu, however, found himself with little to do, reclining in a chair as he studied the legacy of crafting, awaiting potential patrons. Yet, despite the passage of several days, he had not encountered a second opportunity to deal with a spiritual artifact. Perhaps he should consider crafting some versatile spiritual items to display in the shop for sale? A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Lu Yu's mind. He began with intent, for he had delved deeply into the study of spiritual swords and possessed hundreds of spiritual stones, sufficient to procure the materials for crafting one. What kind of sword would he forge? His thoughts involuntarily drifted to the ethereal figure clad in white. Her celestial sword shimmered with brilliance, a sight of exquisite beauty. If he could create a spiritual sword of such magnificence, surely it would sell without difficulty. He was well versed in materials of the ice attribute, having previously assisted Li Yusin in the crafting of the Ice Soul Silver Needle, which had yielded unexpectedly splendid results. If he could infuse the entire sword with such properties, what marvelous effects of frost would it possess? Thus, with great enthusiasm, he set out to acquire the necessary materials and commence the forging process. The Millennium Cold Jade was not difficult for him to obtain at the refinement hall of the Flowing Cloud sect. He exchanged several hundred spiritual stones along with a few contribution points for a piece. Subsequently, he began to meticulously refine the Millennium Cold Jade, akin to how he had with the Ice Soul Silver Needle. However, this time, he intended to unleash the cold energy rather than contain it. He established a dispersal formation outside the spirit gathering array, allowing the cold jade to continuously absorb energy while radiating its chilly aura. He aimed to ensure that the effects of this spiritual sword would be immediately apparent to all who beheld it. Chapter 54. The Frostblade, 10 days later. A magnificent ice sword, exuding an aura of frost, was forged. Though this sword was merely a low-grade spirit weapon, its appearance was unmatched by any top-tier spirit artifact. "Brother Lu, is this the sword you just crafted?" And Ruashi exclaimed upon seeing the jade-like spirit sword, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "Indeed. What do you think of this frostblade? It's absolutely stunning. I adore it. Do you think it would attract attention if I displayed it in our shop?" Lu Yu inquired with a smile. And Ruashi was momentarily taken aback. Then her excitement surged. It would certainly draw many female cultivators in, and our shop would never suffer from a lack of customers. "Then why don't you hurry and forge a few more artifacts to showcase in the shop?" "All right, I will do it right away." In the following days, Lu Yu prominently hung the frostblade in the center of the forging shop, designating it as the shop's treasure. As cultivators passed by on the street, they immediately noticed the sharp drop in temperature upon approaching the shop, and they began to search for the source. Upon seeing the radiant, frost-emitting ice sword in the Zhao family forging shop, they were utterly captivated and drawn inside. However, when they inquired about the price of the frostblade, many hesitated. After all, in a small place like Lianyun City, few cultivators could readily produce 3,000 spirit stones. However, the magical artifacts displayed in Ruashi's shop sold remarkably well, with several pieces disappearing within just a few days. Consequently, Ruashi became increasingly busy. While Wang Hao no longer needed to solicit customers, he took on the role of the shopkeeper. Yet, there were discerning individuals. Within a fortnight, a stunning female cultivator, her face alight with delight, purchased the resplendent ice sword. With the acquisition of 3,000 spirit stones, Lu Yu generously allocated 200 to each of them, reserving the remainder for procuring materials. The ice sword required further refinement, lest the shop's business suffer. Additionally, he experimented with forging a sky-blue autumn water sword, its blade of vivid azure reminiscent of a tranquil autumn pond, shimmering with a hint of flowing light. The autumn water sword was particularly suited for female cultivators specializing in water-based techniques, capable of unleashing waves of water-patterned sword energy and executing techniques such as layered wave slash. Thus, the white ice sword and the blue autumn water sword, elegantly displayed together in the shop, elevated its stature significantly. Lu Yu also undertook renovations of the forging workshop, relocating the smithing station to the backyard, transforming the shop into a pure exhibition space for magical artifacts. Furthermore, he designated an area for Wang Hao to procure raw materials. With the presence of these two spiritual swords, customers finally began to perceive the quality of the crafted spiritual devices as commendable. One early morning, a scar-faced male cultivator entered the shop and, upon spotting Wang Hao, inquired directly, "Young brother, can you forge a spiritual shield here?" "Indeed, absolutely no problem. Please wait a moment. I will summon the blacksmith to discuss this with you in detail." After saying this, Wang Hao hurriedly dashed to the backyard, excitedly calling out, "Yugu, we have a significant opportunity. Come down quickly." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu promptly tidied himself and made his way to the front hall. However, the scarred man scrutinized Lu Yu's youthful appearance with a furrowed brow. "Are you the blacksmith here?" "Indeed, I am one of the blacksmiths here. I also have a mentor above me. May I inquire what level of spiritual weapon you wish to forge? Can you forge a medium-grade spiritual weapon?" At this, both Lu Yu and Wang Hao felt a jolt of surprise and quickly replied, "Certainly, but what specific requirements do you have?" I have but one request. It must withstand a full-force strike from my medium-grade flame blade without sustaining any damage. If the verification is successful, I shall purchase it for 7,000 spiritual stones. However, if it fails the test, I shall pay nothing. What say you? Wang Hao's heart sank at this demand. It was indeed too stringent. Lu Yu remained silent, examining the scarred man's spiritual blade with great care. Truth be told, he felt a strong temptation towards the 7,000 spiritual stones. Yet the craftsmanship of the spiritual blade was exquisite, undoubtedly the work of a master. He felt a twinge of uncertainty. After much deliberation, Liu finally gritted his teeth and declared, "No problem. However, it will require a month." Agreed. It is settled then. After sending the scarred man away, Wang Hao quickly grasped Lu Yu's arm, exclaiming, "You go. Have you lost your mind? Such conditions, and yet one dares to agree. Do you not fear the potential for irretrievable loss? The path of cultivation is inherently a struggle against fate, and without external pressures, how can one compel oneself to advance?" Lu Yu replied calmly, "Very well, if we have accepted it, then let us proceed. At worst, we can revert to how things were 2 months prior. It is no great matter. In any case, regardless of the outcome, I shall support you." Upon seeing Lu Yu's resolve, Wang Hao ceased his counsel. "Rest assured, there will be no losses." Lu Yu reassured Wang Hao with a pat on the shoulder. The myriad types of spiritual artifacts contained within the inherited memories instilled in him a belief that a solution would surely present itself. In the following days, Lu Yu sequestered himself within his chamber, relentlessly contemplating and searching through his inherited memories to design the array structure for the spiritual shield. It soon became evident that his assumptions were correct. The crafting techniques within his inherited knowledge were significantly more advanced than those of this world. Before long, he discerned a pathway forward. Once the Qiushui sword in the shop was sold, he promptly ventured forth with over 2,000 spiritual stones to procure the necessary ores and materials from demonic beasts for crafting the spiritual shield. This time, he intended to experiment with an entirely novel method of artifact refinement, embedding spiritual stones within the shield, thereby enhancing its defensive capabilities instantaneously upon activation. Lu Yu envisioned the shield in a curved form, with 5 recesses designed at its center to accommodate the insertion of 5 spiritual stones. Each time the spirit stone array is activated, 5 spirit stones instantaneously transform into spiritual energy, which is then infused into the spirit shield, amplifying the user's power several-fold, thereby allowing the shield to unleash a defensive capability comparable to that of a superior spirit shield. The defensive strength of a superior spirit shield should be sufficient to withstand the attacks of a medium-grade spirit blade. More than half a month later, when the scarred man returned to the forging shop, Lu Yu had also emerged from his seclusion. "How did it go? Have you completed the forging?" The scarred man inquired directly upon their meeting. "Mission accomplished," Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. "Excellent. Let us commence the experiment." With that, the scarred man eagerly positioned himself on the street, readying himself for the moment he had long awaited. Lu Yu took his stand opposite the scarred man, retrieving a gleaming silver circular shield. After inserting 5 inferior spirit stones into it, he signaled for the other to begin. The spectacle of the two drew considerable attention from passers-by, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. Upon realizing that an experiment involving spiritual artifacts was taking place, anticipation surged among the onlookers. The scarred man summoned a dark crimson flame blade, gripping it firmly with both hands. He leaped high into the air, performing several somersaults to gather momentum, and then brought the blade down fiercely upon the circular shield. The force of that strike was enough to cleave mountains and shatter stones. However, upon impact with the shield, a brilliant flash of silver light erupted, deflecting the spirit blade effortlessly. Upon inspection, the surface of the shield remained unscathed, not even a scratch to mar its flawless exterior. Chapter 55. Walking with Beauty, is it true that it has been achieved? The scarred man stared at the shield before him, unable to believe his eyes. This blade of his was no ordinary weapon. He had spent years acquiring it from a renowned master of forging. "How do you find this spirit shield?" Lu Yu inquired as he set the shield down, a smile gracing his lips. "I am utterly satisfied. However, I am curious about how this was accomplished," the scarred man replied, intrigue evident in his tone. He had consulted numerous forging shops, all of which stated that only a top-tier spirit shield could attain such a remarkable defensive capability. Yet, a top-tier spirit shield would cost at least 20,000 spirit stones, a sum far beyond his current means. I designed some grooves within the spirit shield and inserted 5 low-grade spirit stones. When fully activated, it significantly enhances the shield's defensive power, Lu Yu elucidated. 5 low-grade spirit stones can withstand an attack of multiplied force? What about 5 middle-grade spirit stones? At least 100 times. The scarred man was taken aback by such an extraordinary technique. He had never encountered such an approach before. The prospect of gaining superior defensive capabilities with just 5 spirit stones was an exceptionally lucrative trade. The price difference between top-tier and middle-tier spirit artifacts was astronomical. Yet with just 5 spirit stones, he could bridge that gap. The ingenuity of the craftsman who devised this method was truly remarkable. I will take this shield. The scarred man unhesitatingly handed over the spirit stones. He was on the brink of heading to the battlefield, yet he found himself in a dire financial situation. Initially, he thought he would have to settle for a mediocre weapon, but to his astonishment, he was able to acquire something truly satisfactory. What an incredible stroke of luck! As the two concluded their transaction seamlessly, the onlookers gradually dispersed. However, their curiosity about the day's events lingered. Through their whispered tales, many became aware of the remarkable craftsman who had graced Zhao's weaponry shop. From that moment on, the small establishment's business flourished exponentially. Wang Hao found himself earning several hundred spirit stones in commissions each month, bringing him immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Yu seized his leisure time to attain a 2-star craftsman badge at the Cloud Continent Craftsman Guild, simultaneously registering with the Flowing Cloud sect. The sect encouraged its disciples to acquire various honors and qualifications, serving as a reservoir of talent for the organization. Upon obtaining relevant credentials and registering with the sect, one's monthly stipend could significantly increase. This was free spirit stones offered by the sect, and one would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Thus, without any hesitation, Lu Yu promptly registered after receiving his 2-star craftsman badge. Upon completing his registration, his monthly stipend surged to 70 spirit stones. The weight of being a craftsman was indeed different. Merely holding a title within the sect without any further obligations could yield such a generous reward. Just as he returned to the workshop, he was greeted by an exuberant Ruashi, who exclaimed, "Brother Lu, those 2 ice swords have sold out again." "So soon? Have both been sold?" Lu Yu expressed his astonishment, noting that several had already been sold over the past 2 months. Indeed, this ice sword is particularly favored by female cultivators. And Ruashi's face radiated with an unmistakable joy. She had never anticipated such a prosperous day for the little shop. Lu Yu gazed at Ruashi's excited, rosy complexion, momentarily lost in thought. The once lively and charming little fairy had finally emerged from her sorrow. After a brief pause, he remarked, "All right, I shall go to the sect to exchange for some cold jade and forge a couple more." Noticing Lu Yu's earlier days, Ruashi felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. "Brother Lu, do you find me unappealing?" The contrast between their current selves weighed heavily on her. She no longer possessed the confidence of her past and was unsure how to face Lu Yu. "What nonsense! Of course not," Lu Yu replied with a smile, bringing a surge of joy to Ruashi's heart. "If you find yourself unable to locate a partner in the future, why not live alongside me?" she suggested, her face aflame with embarrassment. "Fool, even if I find a partner, I will always wish to be by your side." Lu Yu playfully tapped Ruashi's head. Ruashi's expression darkened, clearly indicating that he had misunderstood her intentions. At the Lu Yun sect, in the affairs hall, when Lu Yu once again requested to exchange for a millennium of cold jade, he was informed that his contribution points were insufficient for the transaction. The shortcomings of outer disciples lie in the fact that regardless of what they wish to exchange, it necessitates a corresponding amount of contribution points. Even payment in spiritual stones proves ineffective. The relationship between outer disciples and the sect resembles a form of collaboration. It seems that to acquire a few more pieces of cold jade, a substantial accumulation of contribution points within a short period is imperative. Consequently, he pivoted towards the task hall, where he briefly perused the offerings before selecting the highest reward task available to him, titled Investigation of the Evil Cultivators at Hafeng Ridge. Upon reviewing the task description, he gleaned an understanding of its requirements. Recently, numerous disciples had mysteriously vanished in the vicinity of Hafeng Ridge, located thousands of miles away. Just a few days prior, one disciple had used a message paper crane to inform a friend that he was ensnared by evil cultivators. Following that communication, the disciple had fallen silent. After fruitless searches for his friend, the concerned companion sought assistance from the sect, thus giving rise to this task. Originally, the task was designated for golden core cultivators. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, a Foundation establishment cultivator was appointed to assist. After all the deliberation, it turned out to be a mere errand. Nevertheless, considering the high contribution points at stake, he accepted the assignment. Such high-reward urgent tasks are indeed rare and precious. The following day, he arrived early at the designated gathering point, awaiting the golden core cultivator who had also accepted the task. After a prolonged wait, a stunning figure unexpectedly appeared. "Is it you? How could it be you?" As Lu Yu and Lin Qingxue caught sight of one another, they were momentarily taken aback. "You two have accepted the task of investigating the malevolent cultivators?" Lin Qingxue inquired coldly, her gaze fixed on Lu Yu. "Indeed," he replied, a bitter sensation welling within him at the sheer coincidence of their encounter. Upon receiving his response, Lin Qingxue let out a disdainful huff and fell silent, brandishing her flying sword and soaring towards Haifeng Ridge. Observing her apparent disdain, Lu Yu could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. He refrained from making any awkward attempts to engage her, instead choosing to silently follow behind on his own sword. Perhaps he was merely a fleeting figure in her life, destined to be forgotten in an instant. There was little reason to elaborate on his presence. Haifeng Ridge lay at the fringes of the Luyun sect's influence, nestled within a lawless expanse. Once, when a mine thrived in the area, disciples of the sect would patrol it, but after the mine was exhausted, personnel withdrew, leaving the place desolate. The two continued their journey on swords for several days before arriving at a location not far from Haifeng Ridge. However, rather than proceeding directly to the ridge, they halted 10 miles away and, employing their lightness skills, stealthily approached the vicinity of Haifeng Ridge. The conditions within remained unclear. A direct flight might potentially arouse unwanted attention. Haifeng Ridge was situated amidst a barren mountain range, devoid of human presence for miles. With only the occasional cultivator gliding overhead on their swords, the two scoured the mountains, one in front and the other behind, throughout the day, yet they encountered no anomalies. Chapter 56. Roasted Chicken. As dusk descended, the desolate wilderness took on an eerie atmosphere. The two sought refuge in a cave for the night. Lu Yu, taking advantage of the opportunity, caught several spirit chickens and, utilizing a unique secret recipe passed down from powerful predecessors in his memory, began to roast them within the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue sat outside the cave, idly observing her surroundings, feeling a natural aversion to being in such close quarters with a man. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Lin Qingxue to glance curiously at the cave. The delightful scent emanated from within. Could it possibly be the result of that mischievous fellow's roasting? Yet, how could it be so enticing? Having tasted numerous delectable dishes throughout her life, she had never encountered a fragrance so alluring. Should she enter or not? She found herself in a quandary. Truth be told, she was beginning to feel hungry. However, stepping inside seemed incompatible with her ethereal image, and she would have to ask that insufferable person for a share. Yet, resisting the mouth-watering aroma was proving to be a formidable challenge. Oh, what a torment! Just as her internal struggle reached its peak, a melodious voice broke the silence. "Senior Sister Lin, I have roasted a spirit chicken. Would you care to try?" Lu Yu emerged from the cave, holding a freshly roasted spirit chicken and presenting it to Lin Qingxue with a smile. Given that she was his superior on this mission, it was essential for him to cultivate a good rapport with her, as the ultimate contributions of an assistant were entirely at the discretion of their superior. He is truly in dire need of contribution points at this moment. However, Lin Qingxue does not reciprocate Lu Yu's overtures of invitation. She merely cast a cold glance in his direction before turning her head away, ignoring him entirely. "Humph, attempting to bribe me, is it?" She silently held a degree of disdain within her. She had long since learned from Li Sisi the true character of this individual. Thus, no matter how courteous he pretended to be, she remained somewhat contemptuous of him. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yu, seeing that Lin Qingxue made no move to accept, could only muster an awkward smile. He retrieved a pristine jade box and placed the roasted chicken on the rock before Lin Qingxue. "Senior Sister Lin, I shall leave this roasted chicken here. If it does not suit your taste, feel free to discard it," he remarked. Aware that Lin Qingxue was too proud to admit her reluctance, he shook his head after placing the chicken and returned to the cave to continue roasting. The tantalizing aroma of the chicken lingered. He had yet to indulge in a bite himself. Outside the cave, Lin Qingxue gazed at the golden, crispy roasted chicken. hesitating for quite a while, desperately wanting to resist the temptation. Yet, she ultimately convinced herself, I shall take just a single bite. If it does not please me, I will discard it immediately. With a composed expression, she seized the roasted chicken, but upon taking a delicate bite, her enchanting eyes widened in astonishment. This is utterly delicious. She then proceeded to eat with abandon, disregarding her celestial image, her lips smeared with grease. Not long after, when Lu Yu had finished roasting a divine chicken and was poised to indulge, he noticed Lin Qingxiu standing before him, her gaze fixed intently upon the delectable bird. Do you want some? Lu Yu asked, incredulously. To his surprise, Lin Qingxiu had gently nodded. Reluctantly, Lu Yu passed the roasted chicken to her and proceeded to prepare another. He found himself unable to resist the longing glimmer in her eyes. It was not until he had roasted a fourth chicken that it was finally Lu Yu's turn to eat, as the first three had been claimed by Lin Qingxiu. This made Lu Yu ponder the authenticity of her ethereal demeanor. Could it be merely an act? Did a fairy truly possess such a voracious appetite? However, as he took his first bite, he finally comprehended the allure of this culinary secret. The roast chicken was astonishingly delicious. He mused that he had savored countless delicacies in his lifetime, yet nothing had ever compared to this exquisite dish. Yet, much to Lu Yu's dismay, once the chicken was devoured, Lin Qingxiu reverted to her usual indifference, ignoring him entirely. Was this rapid transformation not a tad excessive? The adage softness is favored by the mouth that feeds seemed utterly ineffective with her. It appeared that the more beautiful the woman, the more heartless she became. The ancients were indeed not mistaken. Nevertheless, Lu Yu did not dwell on it, choosing instead to fulfill his role as an assistant. Although Lin Qingxiu remained as frosty as ever, he understood that under the eaves one must bow, and he was determined to earn as many contribution points as possible, willing to endure for the sake of his efforts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, during which the two individuals had thoroughly scoured the entirety of Black Wind Ridge multiple times. Aside from discovering traces of a struggle, they had made no significant progress. By the 4th day of their search, Lin Qingxiu began to feel increasingly restless. Having exhausted all conceivable methods of investigation, she was met with nothing but disappointment. After wasting so many days, she felt that this mission was destined to end in failure. Just as she contemplated returning home, Lu Yu could not restrain himself from interjecting. Could there be a concealed formation? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiu found merit in his suggestion and summoned her flying sword, unleashing a barrage of sword energy in all directions. However, after an entire afternoon of relentless assaults, there was still no response. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, having made his observation, retrieved the previously crafted spirit-revealing disc and began to focus on enhancing it. To unveil any targets shrouded by a hidden formation, adjustments to the spirit-revealing disc were essential. Once he completed the upgrade and inserted a spirit stone, the disc's surface illuminated instantly, revealing several red dots in a specific area. Yet, when he raised his gaze towards the corresponding location, he found it utterly devoid of anything noteworthy. Without hesitation, he advanced towards the vicinity of the red dots and commenced a fervent assault. The streams of sword energy sliced through the air, yet it was as if they had plunged into an abyss. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, placing unwavering faith in the spirit-revealing disc. After continuing his onslaught for a while, he finally discerned a clue. "Senior Sister Lin, over here," he exclaimed, directing his attacks towards the area that exhibited a flaw. Indeed, the traces of a concealed formation suddenly became apparent. Upon noticing the formation's traces, Lin Qingxiu cast a surprised glance at Lu Yu, and without hesitation, she unleashed several swift sword strikes toward the formation. As the astonishing sword energies surged forth, the formation began to tremble violently. After all, a concealed formation is not renowned for its defensive capabilities. Once revealed, it was swiftly shattered. An inky black aperture abruptly appeared in the spot previously cloaked by the formation. What is this? Lin Qingxiu momentarily froze upon seeing the opening, but in the next instant, she dashed inside without a second thought. Witnessing this, Lu Yu had no choice but to follow closely behind. The cave was dark and winding. He grasped his spiritual sword and navigated through the shadowy passage. Upon reaching a spacious hall, he found Lin Qingxiu already engaged in a fierce battle with a disheveled, malevolent cultivator. The sinister figure was emaciated. His skin stretched tightly over his bones, and his complexion was as pale as parchment, seemingly bearing significant injuries. with a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Noticing that Lin Qingxue had gained the upper hand, Lu Yu refrained from rushing to her aid, and instead turned to survey his surroundings. Indeed, to the left of the hall, he spotted a vast blood pool, around which were bound 4 disciples clad in the attire of the Lu Yun sect. They were currently tethered to 4 pillars by chains, their blood dripping slowly, pooling into the blood reservoir below. Though their conditions were exceedingly feeble, they had not yet succumbed to death. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Yu swiftly advanced and shattered the binding bone chains that encased them. He then gently lowered the 4 individuals, one by one, and proceeded to escort them out of the cave. After ensuring that all 4 were comfortably settled and had been provided with restorative elixirs, Lin Qingxue staggered out from the depths of the cave. Chapter 57. Task Submission. Noticing her condition, she appeared somewhat weak. "Are you all right?" Lu Yu inquired with concern. He was not particularly worried about her inability to contend with the malevolent cultivator. After all, she was the daughter of a true monarch, and it was only natural for her to possess 1 or 2 formidable skills. His only concern lay in her potential injuries. "I'm fine," Lin Qingxue replied tersely before turning to find a suitable spot to meditate and recuperate. With the task accomplished, the missing disciples had all been located. A few days later, Lu Yu and his companions returned to their sect without incident. Senior Sister Lin, do you think I performed well in this mission? Could you possibly give me a slightly higher evaluation?" A hint of ingratiation appeared on Lu Yu's face. However, Lin Qingxue's expression remained as cold as ever as she simply uttered a few words. "Be pragmatic and report truthfully." "That's good. Pragmatism is indeed important. Senior Sister is truly principled." Lu Yu could not help but flatter her. He felt that his performance had been commendable, as long as there was no bias. He should certainly receive an excellent rating, which would translate into an additional 20 contribution value. However, upon submitting the task, he was dismayed to find that his score was merely satisfactory, accompanied by glaring words that read, "Impure intentions, bribing elite disciples." The expression on his face instantly froze in disbelief. This was what pragmatism entailed. Goodness, what a disappointment. Lu Yu was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. This time, he could only obtain 70% of the contribution points from this task, which felt like a significant loss. How ridiculous. You saved the original owner, not me. If you roast another chicken for me next time, consider it my defeat. After receiving the contribution points, he exchanged them for several pieces of Millennium Cold Jade and left with a gloomy expression. Lu Yu did not return directly to the weapon shop. Instead, he first went back to his small courtyard in the Lu Yun sect to check on his several acres of spirit fields. After all, these spirit fields represented a considerable source of income for him. However, upon returning to the small courtyard, he found an outer sect disciple waiting at the gate. Upon inquiring, he learned that this junior was there to deliver an invitation. It turned out that the newly promoted foundation-building disciples of Lu Yu's cohort were organizing a gathering, and all disciples who had recently succeeded in foundation building were invited. The event was initiated by Bai Chongqing, who had reserved an entire floor at the grandest restaurant in Luoyang City, the Tianxiang Pavilion. Feeling the sincerity of the invitation, Lu Yu believed he ought to show some respect. In the evening, after tending to the spirit grains in his small courtyard, he set off on his sword, soaring toward the Tianxiang Pavilion in Luoyang City. The Tianxiang Pavilion, located in the most bustling area of the city, boasted 7 floors and exuded grandeur from afar. Upon arriving, he noticed a multitude of spirit beast mounts congregated at the entrance. Among these spirit beasts, there were numerous demon wolves and giant tigers, and even several noble bloodline golden eagles could be spotted. These spirit beasts possessed foundation-building cultivation, indicating that many affluent cultivators within the sect could afford such luxuries. Lu Yu felt a surge of trepidation as he presented the invitation to the guards, who then ushered him into the banquet hall. The opulence of the Tianxiang Pavilion's decor was as magnificent as it appeared from the outside, resplendent and sophisticated. Ascending to the second floor, he found the banquet hall teeming with dozens of young cultivators, all resplendently attired inner disciples. Most were already acquainted, seated in small clusters, engaging in intimate conversations or whispering discreetly to one another. The arrival of an outer disciple sparked curiosity, prompting many to lift their heads in surprise. Nevertheless, Lu Yu paid little heed to their peculiar glances. He was there solely to partake in the feast, as long as there was food. He had no inclination to concern himself with trivialities. The banquet's offerings appeared to be self-served, and Lu Yu unabashedly filled a large plate with wine and meat. intending to retreat to an unoccupied corner. Just as he hesitated on where to sit, a gentle voice called out, "Senior Brother Lu, over here." Turning to look, he spotted Li Yusin beaming and waving at him from a table by the window. Alongside her were several other charming female cultivators, including Li Sisi and Zhang Linger, who were animatedly chatting together. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu began to make his way toward their table. To be candid, he was not particularly eager to join Li Sisi and the others, yet he could not resist Li Yusin's enthusiastic invitation and thus reluctantly acquiesced. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Li Sisi turned away with a look of disdain, while Zhang Linger did not even glance in his direction. Only Li Yusin appeared genuinely pleased. "Master Lu, it has been a while," she greeted warmly. "Yusin, it has indeed been a while," Lu Yu replied with a subtle smile. "Master Lu? Yusin, are you mistaken? What kind of master could he possibly be?" Li Sisi scoffed upon hearing this. "Sister Sisi, you are unaware, aren't you? The magical artifacts crafted by Lu Yu are quite remarkable. The Ice Soul Silver Needle from last time was forged by him," Li Yusin clarified. "Huh. I didn't expect him to possess some skill, but is that truly your source of pride?" Li Sisi retorted with a cold laugh. Lu Yu chose to disregard her, simply sitting down to enjoy his meal in peace. "Surely you don't think that being able to forge a few magical artifacts makes you exceptional?" Li Sisi continued her relentless questioning, noticing Lu Yu's silence. "I apologize, but it's rather noisy here. I believe I shall find a seat over there," Lu Yu said to Li Yusin before rising and moving to an unoccupied table, completely ignoring Li Sisi's provocations. Li Sisi felt as though she had struck air in response to Lu Yu's indifference. There were indeed many young heirs attending the gathering today. While savoring the spiritual fruits, Lu Yu observed the attendees in the banquet hall. Among these noble descendants, each family boasted at least a dozen cultivators, along with their own enterprises. Among the least affluent were Wu Feng and brother Yuan Bing, both of whom possessed considerable wealth. Brother Wu Feng's family possesses dozens of acres of spiritual fields, engaged in the business of cultivating spiritual grains. Brother Yuan Bing's family, on the other hand, operates a pill refining workshop. Additionally, there is Wang Qian, whose family also belongs to a lineage of cultivators, boasting their own ancestral enterprises. In truth, there are hardly any foundation-building disciples like Lu Yu who lack such backgrounds. Before long, a dashing and refined male cultivator entered the scene. The moment this elegant young man appeared, he captivated the attention of many. "Ah, Brother Bai, you have finally arrived. Everyone, our wealthy patron Bai is here. Let us extend a warm welcome." Upon witnessing the entrance of the charming male cultivator, the assembled practitioners quickly rose to greet him. Chapter 58. The gathering. The elegant young male cultivator smiled and nodded at the crowd before speaking. "Esteemed fellow disciples, I shall treat you all tonight. Enjoy the feast and drink to your heart's content. Do not hold back on my account." Indeed, Brother Bai exudes authority. Bai Chongqing's words garnered unanimous praise from everyone present. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere became lively with the clinking of glasses and animated conversations. Among the attendees, Bai Chongqing, Xiao Haimei, and Li Sisi, all scions of prominent families, were particularly sought after, with many approaching them to offer toasts in hopes of currying favor and seeking opportunities for advancement. Bai Chongqing and his companions mingled throughout the gathering, attempting to recruit some of the more exceptional disciples into their respective families. In stark contrast, Lu Yu sat quietly, indulging in his meal, unnoticed by the throng. "Brother Lu, come, allow me to introduce you to Brother Bai," Li Yusin said kindly, noticing Lu Yu's solitary indulgence in his drink. "Very well," Lu Yu replied with a nod, acknowledging the courtesy of the evening's host. He picked up a jade wine cup and followed Li Yusin. Brother Bai hails from a renowned family of artisans in Yunzhou, and many of the esteemed craftsmen in our sect's refining hall are of their lineage. Perhaps he could arrange a favorable position for you, Li Yusin elaborated as they walked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu merely smiled, offering no reply. Once, he had yearned to join the sect's refining hall with fervor, but now, it seemed both trivial and inconsequential. Upon approaching the main table, Li Yusin bestowed a sweet smile upon Bai Chongqing. "Senior Bai, it has been quite a while. May I inquire where you have recently been employed?" "Haha, I have taken over a modest artifact refining workshop within my family, earning several thousand spirit stones each month," Bai Chongqing replied, his expression brightening at the sight of Li Yusin, revealing a hint of pride. "Wow, several thousand spirit stones each month? That is truly remarkable," Li Yusin exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Given that her own monthly salary barely amounted to 100 spirit stones, the concept of earning thousands was unfathomable to her. Surely, her entire family combined would struggle to amass such wealth. Ah, it is merely average, Bai Chongqing said, clearly relishing the admiration directed towards him. Come, junior sister, let me toast to you. I hope you will guide me in the future. Upon finishing her words, Li Yusin raised her glass towards Bai Chongqing and promptly drank the spirit wine in one gulp. Well said, Bai Chongqing responded, lifting his own glass and downing the spirit wine in a single swallow. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yu stepped forward to offer a toast, yet Bai Chongqing frowned slightly. Junior sister Yusin, may I ask who this is? Senior Bai, this is my friend Lu Yu, also an artifact refiner. I hope you will extend your guidance to him as well. Li Yusin quickly introduced Lu Yu. Oh, and from whom does this junior brother study? Bai Chongqing inquired with a touch of arrogance. I have yet to study under a renowned master. All my knowledge has been self-taught, Lu Yu replied with a smile. Is that so? Bai Chongqing lost interest upon hearing this. The magical artifacts crafted by Lu Yu were indeed remarkable. Yet, brother Bai, with your connections to so many masters of forging, might you introduce Lu Yu to a distinguished mentor? Li Yusin hurriedly interjected. Ah, Yusin, crafting is not so simplistic. To speak candidly, this brother Lu's aptitude is rather lacking. Even if I were to recommend him to a master for forging, he would likely not be regarded. A hint of disdain laced Bai Chongqing's tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's smile faltered. Was brother Bai able to discern his shortcomings with a mere glance? Although he held no particular reverence for any master forger, being looked down upon without cause was undeniably disheartening. Nevertheless, the magical artifacts he created were indeed quite functional. Li Yusin felt a sense of urgency. Junior sister Yusin, crafting spiritual tools is entirely distinct from forging magical artifacts. The latter is the most rudimentary level. No matter how skilled one becomes, it merely qualifies them as a competent blacksmith, offering no assistance in the crafting of spiritual tools. Bai Chongqing lectured with an air of superiority. But Li Yusin wished to speak further in Lu Yu's defense, but was halted by Lu Yu's gentle grasp. Brother Bai speaks wisely. I am grateful for the enlightenment, Lu Yu replied with a serene smile. He sensed a subtle jealousy emanating from Bai Chongqing, prompting him to refrain from further remarks. After toasting, he returned to his original seat. Brother Lu, I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate this outcome. Li Yusin expressed with genuine regret. It's nothing. I have no expectations, Lu Yu remarked with a faint smile. Do not be disheartened. I believe you possess great talent, and one day you shall achieve remarkable success. Li Yusin eagerly suggested. Come, let me introduce you to Xiao Jaime. Her family has a nascent soul elder within the sect, and perhaps she could secure you a favorable position. Yusin, truly, there's no need. I'm doing quite well at present, Lu Yu replied, somewhat helplessly. Well, what does well mean? After establishing your foundation, without the support of a family, how can you survive on the meager stipend provided by the sect? You must seek a respectable position. I am already occupied with work. I genuinely do not need your concern, Lu Yu insisted. You, Li Yusin sighed, forget it. I am not your keeper, so I shan't bother with you any longer. Frustrated by Lu Yu's persistent indifference, she stomped her foot and turned to engage in conversation with others. Meanwhile, various factions continued their efforts to recruit talent, with several prominent families having nearly secured all the exceptional individuals, leaving only a few lesser families without recruits. At that moment, Li Sisi strode over with an air of superiority. Lu Yu, do not accuse me of being ungrateful. The Zhao family has set their sights on you. I offer you an opportunity. Join the Zhao family. As long as you pledge your unwavering loyalty, I can secure you a position with a monthly remuneration of 60 spirit stones, Li Sisi declared, her tone condescending. In truth, she had no intention of genuinely aiding Lu Yu. She merely sought to flaunt her status and relish in his supplication. However, her expression swiftly changed. Excuse me, you're affecting my appetite, Lu Yu remarked, waving his hand with a hint of disdain. What? Li Sisi, taken aback, could hardly believe her ears. She, who had always been the center of attention, never anticipated such a tone from Lu Yu. I said excuse me, can't you hear? Lu Yu raised his voice involuntarily. This, however, drew the attention of those around them, who turned to observe the commotion. You truly don't know what's good for you. Opposing the Zhao family will bring you regret. Li Sisi, her face pale with anger, spat out a harsh remark before sweeping away in a huff. Following this incident, The guests at the banquet instinctively distanced themselves from Lu Yu, wary of being associated with him. Yet, one person remained an exception, Xiao Jaime. She approached uninvited, a smile gracing her features as she took a seat beside Lu Yu. You are Lu Yu? I've heard you have a conflict with the Zhao family. Xiao Jaime initiated the conversation. Her family's ancestor was also one of the leaders of the Yuan-Ing peak of the Lu Yun sect, on par with the Zhao family. Seeing Li Sisi encounter a setback with Lu Yu piqued her interest. Something like that. Lu Yu responded, maintaining a calm demeanor. Join our Xiao family. Otherwise, you will find it exceedingly difficult within the sect, Xiao Jaime proposed. Your families are at odds? Lu Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Indeed, our two families share a competitive relationship. The Xiao family is the only one willing to accept you, while the other families will show a degree of deference to the Zhao family. Therefore, joining the Xiao family is your sole option. May I inquire about your conditions? A monthly stipend of 100 spirit stones, with the prospect of additional rewards upon task completion. However, it is imperative that you wholeheartedly assist the Xiao family and comply with the family's arrangements without question. Furthermore, the family will facilitate a marriage proposal for you from a collateral branch. Xiao Jaime smiled as she spoke, confident that her offer was significantly better than that of Li Sisi, and she believed that the other party would not refuse. Is it possible to decline such a marriage proposal? Chapter 59. The Xiantian Mission. Of course not. The path of cultivation is a lonely one when traversed alone. The family acts out of concern for your well-being. Thank you for your kindness. But I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life and am not yet inclined to embrace constraints. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu lost interest in further discussion. Your perspective seems somewhat naive. Within the sect, various factions vie for power. To secure even a minor position, one must seek the protection of a certain faction. Unless you are content to remain an outer disciple for a lifetime. Xiao Jaime was perplexed by the refusal. Thank you, but I find my current situation quite satisfactory. After the gathering concluded, Lu Yu returned to his small refining shop, diligently focusing on his craft. Over the next 2 months, he successfully forged several spiritual weapons, some for offense and others for defense. These artifacts quickly sold, with more than half flying off the shelves, much to his delight. In the past 6 months, he had sold over a dozen spiritual weapons, amassing more than 10,000 spirit stones. This remarkable profit was undoubtedly aided by his ability to practice in advance, resulting in an exceptionally high success rate. For other blacksmiths, a single failure could be a grievous setback, and repeated failures could lead to years of stagnation. If this momentum continued, he was confident that he would soon be able to purchase elixirs for cultivation. Alas, fate had other plans. Not long after, when he sought to exchange materials at the sect, he was informed that such exchanges were no longer permitted. This time, even with contribution points, redemption is futile. He expended considerable spirit stones to inquire with the steward, only to discover that the deputy hall master had issued a private decree prohibiting him from exchanging any further supplies. The deputy hall master, surnamed Zhao, rendered the reason self-evident. Bereft of the sect's material provision, he could only procure spiritual-grade materials from the market, which necessitated time and often proved elusive, severely impacting the small shop's business. Just as Lu Yu found himself in a quandary, the long-dormant Xiantian order suddenly illuminated. Is there a task? Seeing this, Lu Yu promptly relayed a few instructions before hastening to the sole contact point in Yunzhou. Upon initially becoming a Xiantian guardian, he had the option to choose between the Bright Guard or the Dark Guard. The Bright Guard was required to continue serving in the military, while the Dark Guard operated covertly, awaiting task directives. In pursuit of more personal time, Lu Yu opted for the Dark Guard and thus did not return to the southern barbarian battlefield. However, during the more than a year of being a Dark Guard, he had yet to receive any notifications, nearly allowing him to forget the matter altogether. The Yunzhou contact point for the Xiantian Dark Guard was situated within an auction house in the central city of Yunhai. This auction house appeared indistinguishable from others at first glance. All cultivators entering the auction house to participate in the bidding were required to don masks, preventing their valuables from attracting unwanted attention. At this moment, a bidding event was on the verge of commencing. Lu Yu donned a mask and followed the other participants of the auction into the venue. After navigating through a labyrinth of corridors, the cultivators eventually arrived at a circular auction hall. However, Lu Yu inadvertently veered into a hidden passageway. After traversing the passage for approximately 15 minutes, he encountered a luminous stone chamber, where a plain-looking maid sat by the entrance. Upon presenting the Xiantian token, the maid promptly guided Lu Yu to the center of the stone chamber. Lord Xiantian Guard, here is your mission briefing, the maid stated, retrieving a jade slip from a luminous orb in the center and handing it to Lu Yu. Thank you, Lu Yu replied with a nod, accepting the jade slip and immediately immersing his consciousness within it. After perusing the information, he abruptly conjured a flame, incinerating the jade slip in an instant. He had grasped the essence of the mission, which primarily involved welcoming a Xiantian guard from the east and cooperating with them in all endeavors during their stay. The difficulty of this assignment remained uncertain, and thus, military merit could not be ascertained. Nevertheless, he was the only Xiantian guard available at that moment. 3 days later, in the square of Lianyan City, a distinguished female cultivator disembarked from a public flying vessel that had arrived from the east. She appeared to be at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, her countenance serene and exuding an air of nobility. Upon landing, the female cultivator began to scan the square, seemingly searching for something. Excuse me, might you be Nangong Qing, esteemed Taoist Nangong? Suddenly, a male cultivator approached and inquired. Indeed. Are you Lu Yu, my fellow Taoist? The female cultivator gazed at the young man before her with a hint of hesitation. The information she had received indicated that another Dark Guard would assist her in this endeavor. Typically, those who ascend to the rank of Dark Guard possess cultivation levels of at least the Golden Core stage. However, the young man before her was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, a stark contrast to her expectations. That would be me, Lu Yu replied, presenting the token in his hand. Then I shall trouble you, the female cultivator said, her doubts dissipating. Under Lu Yu's guidance, the two swiftly departed the area, one following the other. May I inquire from which sect you hail, Taoist Lu? She asked politely once they reached a more secluded location. Given his age and his status as a member of the Xiantian Guards, coupled with his commendable achievements, he must be an individual of exceptional talent. Such a person would undoubtedly have a distinguished background, possibly being a descendant of a formidable figure. This could greatly aid her in completing her current mission. I am Lu Yu from the Flowing Cloud sect. You may call me Junior Brother Lu, he responded somewhat awkwardly. The female cultivator, Nangong Qing, despite her remarkable prowess, maintained a courteous demeanor, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Oh, how fortuitous. I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance, Junior Brother, she remarked, inwardly delighted. Although the Flowing Cloud sect was not particularly powerful, it governed the area pertinent to her mission, making him a most suitable ally. Despite her elevated status, as a member of the Xiantian Dark Guards, she could not freely disclose her identity to outsiders. In this unfamiliar realm of Yinzhou, I find myself reliant on Lu Yu. Senior Sister Nangong, what are your plans moving forward? Lu Yu inquired, turning to her. The mission briefing contained scant details, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Could you perhaps arrange for a place to stay first? Nangong Qing asked cautiously. After the arduous journey, she yearned for a swift resolution. Everything else could be discussed tomorrow. What about an inn in Luyan City? Lu Yu suggested. The inn is crowded and chaotic. I would prefer if Junior Brother Lu could arrange a private residence instead. Nangong Qing replied, shaking her head. Very well, Senior Sister, please follow me. With that, Lu Yu led Nangong Qing as they soared through the skies on their swords, ultimately arriving on the second floor of the artifact crafting shop, much to the astonishment of Wang Hao and the others. Chapter 60. Impersonating a maid. The conditions were rather rudimentary, causing my senior sister to chuckle in amusement. Lu Yu, in the spacious room on the second floor, hastily partitioned off another area, his expression filled with regret. Nangong Qing surveyed the meager surroundings, a mixture of laughter and tears welling up within her. She had anticipated that, given Lu Yu's status, he would arrange for her a private courtyard, yet she found herself in such a simple wooden abode. Is this where you typically reside? Indeed it is. It was truly unexpected that Lu Yu, a distinguished member of the Xuantiangwai, would embrace such minimalism. He was indeed a paragon for our generation. Lu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. As an outer disciple, he was grateful to have any place to stay, let alone be in a position to complain. After ensuring Nangong Qing was comfortably settled, he descended to the front of the shop, where he was met by Wang Hao, whose face bore an inquisitive expression. Brother Yu, what is going on here? Are you hiding a beauty? And Ruo Shi, puffing her cheeks in annoyance beside him, awaited Lu Yu's explanation, clearly feeling a tinge of jealousy. Enough, enough. She is merely a friend. Do not pry unnecessarily, Lu Yu replied hastily. Uncertain of how to introduce Nangong Qing, due to the confidentiality surrounding her identity. What sort of friend warrants such seclusion? Wang Hao questioned skeptically. That room is simply a temporary accommodation for her. Please refrain from disturbing her, for the consequences could be dire. What? Who is she exactly? I'm not entirely sure. But her background is undeniably significant. In the stillness of the night, nothing transpired, and by dawn the next day, Nangong Qing gently rapped on Lu Yu's door. Junior brother Lu, I wish to visit your sect's library to peruse some materials. Might you be able to facilitate this? Lu Yu found himself momentarily at a loss. Nangong Qing was not a member of their sect, and gaining entry would indeed be a challenge. However, the mission's instructions compelled him to assist as best as he could. Very well, but I must ask you to make a slight adjustment to your appearance. After a brief contemplation, he devised a plan. A stick of incense later, Nangong Qing gazed at her reflection and could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Following Lu Yu's instructions, she had transformed herself into a maid. To her surprise, Lu Yu remained unsatisfied. He scrutinized her face, shaking his head. Too pristine. There is no hint of earthly essence. My apologies, Lu Yu said as he took a pinch of gray powder and applied it to her visage. Nangong Qing stood there, bemused, as he meticulously adjusted her appearance. There. All done. Lu Yu clapped his hands, relieved. Nangong Qing's previous look had been far too regal. Had she strolled in with such confidence, she would undoubtedly have been mistaken for a spy, leading to a situation that would be difficult to explain. Nangong Qing could only smile wryly. All she wanted was to take a brief tour. A simple notification to the sect would suffice. Must it truly require such elaborate disguise? Yet, she chose not to dwell on it too much. The two individuals soared through the air on their swords, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Lu Yun sect. However, as Lu Yu presented his token and attempted to enter, he was halted by the guards. Hold on. What is her purpose here? A pang of anxiety struck Lu Yu's heart as he realized the predicament he was in. Despite his efforts to have Nangong Qing conceal her cultivation level, he had not anticipated such difficulties. Esteemed senior brother, this is a maid I selected from the mortal realm. She is yet to obtain a token, Lu Yu said with an awkward smile. Ah, young man, you certainly have exquisite taste. The guard scrutinized Nangong Qing repeatedly, as if trying to discern some hidden truth. Haha. I kindly ask for your leniency, senior brother. Lu Yu subtly slipped a small pouch of spirit stones into the guard's hand. The guard weighed it lightly, appearing quite satisfied, and then relented from further inquiry. Very well, you may enter. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Yu promptly took Nangong Qing's hand and hurried inside without pause. Ah. As the two moved further away, Lu Yu finally exhaled in relief. Why does this feel akin to thievery? At that moment, both felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Nangong Qing had expected that given the status of her companion, they would receive a grand welcome, yet they had entered in such a humiliating manner. Indeed, Lord Lu's demeanor is certainly unconventional. Upon entering the mountain gate, Lu Yu led Nangong Qing to the affairs hall, where they found Steward Zhang Fu. Brother Zhang, might I request a favor from you? Lu Yu expressed his request once more. Upon hearing that a stranger was to be arranged to enter the library, Zhang Fu promptly shook his head. With his limited position, he could manage to arrange for a janitor, but he truly lacked the audacity to grant access to the library. Ultimately, Lu Yu pressed over 100 spirit stones into his hands and assured him that no complications would arise, which reluctantly compelled Zhang Fu to arrange for Nangong Qing to undertake cleaning duties in the library. Fortunately, the library was not akin to the Hall of Techniques. It merely housed historical records and biographies, devoid of any valuable cultivation jade slips. Otherwise, entry would have been impossible. Junior brother Lu, why the convoluted process to merely consult some materials and inform the sect elders? Nangong Qing inquired, unable to contain her curiosity upon learning that she would have to clean the library. Such menial tasks were entirely foreign to her upbringing. My apologies, senior sister. I am merely an outer disciple, lacking any acquaintance with the sect elders, he replied. An outer disciple? How then, at such a young age? Did you become a member of the Xiantian Guard? Nangong Qing was taken aback. Just a stroke of luck, he responded. Nangong Qing felt a wave of disappointment wash over her upon hearing this. It seemed that this member of the Xiantian Guard would not be able to offer her much assistance, and her current task appeared rather precarious. Several days later, having found the information she sought, Nangong Qing visited the small shop to bid farewell to Lu Yu. Junior brother Lu, I appreciate your hospitality during these days. I can manage the remaining tasks on my own. Have you completed your mission? Lu Yu asked, somewhat astonished. No, but you won't be able to assist with what comes next. Lu Yu let out a bitter smile. To be dismissed on his very first mission was disheartening. Yet, in a way, he relished the quietude. Unfortunately, this meant his contributions to the military exploits would be scant. The following day, Nangong Qing promptly moved out, reportedly having found a new residence. Meanwhile, Lu Yu embarked on a quest to procure materials, striving to resolve the spiritual material crisis of his humble shop. Yet, the market for spiritual-grade materials was already limited, monopolized by prominent clans. Without the sect's supply, his efforts to acquire materials progressed at a painfully slow pace. After much contemplation, Lu Yu resolved to venture alone once more to the Million Great Mountains. In the temporary market of the Million Great Mountains, demon hunters frequently roamed. If he could forge connections, he might discover a stable source of spiritual materials. However, reality proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Most demon hunters in the Million Great Mountains were employed by well-known refining workshops and regarded small establishments like Lu Yu's with disdain. After several days of waiting and countless attempts at conversation, he achieved nothing. On one particular day, while he was once again scouring the area, a slender cultivator suddenly called out to him. "Brother, are you seeking to acquire beast materials?" "Indeed, but I wonder if you have any for sale?" Lu Yu inquired with a glimmer of anticipation. "Not at the moment, but our team is preparing to hunt demons. However, we are short one member. Would you be interested in joining us? Should you decide to participate, you will have priority in purchasing the materials." The slender monk spoke with genuine sincerity. Oh? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a stir of interest. Since he had been unable to procure it through purchase, embarking on a personal hunt seemed to be a commendable approach. However, he had previously been alone and had not truly contemplated such a course of action. Chapter 61. The Crimson-Scaled Serpent. At this moment, joining the group could indeed prove to be quite advantageous. Furthermore, even if this endeavor turned out to be in vain, establishing a good rapport with their team could yield benefits in the future. Thus, Lu Yu followed the slender monk to the team's encampment. Within this small collective, aside from the lean male cultivator, there was a robust man and a voluptuous female cultivator. The slender male cultivator, surnamed Qi, had reached the later stages of the foundation establishment realm. The well-built man and the ample woman bore the surnames Zhang and Ning, respectively, both of whom were at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Only Lu Yu remained at the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, after assessing the situation, he felt confident in his ability to escape should conflict arise later. Thus, he did not hesitate and promptly accompanied the group into the Million Mountains. Before several foundation establishment cultivators, the usual dangers of the Million Mountains did not instill fear. However, Lu Yu's equipment drew frowns from the others. He possessed merely a low-grade spiritual sword, while all his other armor and gear were still from the Qi refining stage. This was indeed the most impoverished state for a foundation establishment cultivator. Nonetheless, this hunting expedition was based on contributions, so they refrained from making further remarks. The group journeyed briskly for over 10 days, yet they encountered no particularly formidable beasts. Finally, they arrived at a large lake. The water was crystal clear, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Unable to resist the allure, the group paused to rest, with the voluptuous female cultivator venturing to the water's edge to play. "Junior Zhang, Junior Ning, let us search for another day. If we cannot locate the demon beast, we shall return," the slender male cultivator suddenly spoke. Their luck had been exceedingly poor this time. After traveling for many days, they had only managed to hunt a single foundation establishment demon beast, hardly enough to share among the three of them. However, their supplies were dwindling, and to continue their hunt would have to wait for another opportunity. Agreed. The other two nodded in response, their expressions tinged with disappointment. They had hoped to achieve great feats during this expedition, yet the results were disheartening. None of them inquired about Lu Yu's opinion, clearly regarding him as inconsequential. Just as their words faded, a deep rumble emanated from the lake's depths, causing the surface to churn violently. "Is there a demon beast?" The voluptuous female cultivator swiftly retreated from the lake's edge. Suddenly, a massive crimson demon beast, spanning several dozen meters, erupted from the water. Upon sighting the creature, Lu Yu's entire body trembled, and he hastily turned to flee. What manner of demon beast is this? Its appearance resembled that of a colossal python, yet it sported 2 claws and bore a long, sharp horn atop its head. The horn glistened a deep crimson, radiating an ominous chill unmistakably extraordinary. Could this be the legendary Jiao? Is it possible that such a fearsome beast truly exists in this world? This demon Jiao was enveloped in thick crimson scales, its body shimmering with a brilliant luster, exuding an aura of immense power. It was even perilously close to the Golden Core stage. He had encountered numerous pinnacle foundation-building monsters, yet none could compare to this particular beast. However, the others, upon sighting this creature, were filled with unexpected delight. They retreated momentarily before coming to a halt in unison. "Brother Qi, what shall we do? Shall we kill it?" inquired the burly male cultivator anxiously. "Indeed, Brother Qi, you decide," urged the voluptuous female cultivator, her voice laced with urgency. They were all deeply captivated by the monster before them, yet it was Brother Qi who possessed the highest cultivation level among them, and their ability to strike depended largely on the creature's response. "Of course we shall kill it. Such a rare dragon is seldom seen. And now it is at its weakest. If we do not act now, when shall we?" shouted the lean male cultivator, his resolve firm. "Let us unleash our most potent techniques. Whoever contributes the most effort shall claim its sharp horn." Upon uttering these words, he brandished his sword and charged ahead. "All right," exclaimed the burly male cultivator and the voluptuous female cultivator, gritting their teeth as they too raised their weapons and leapt forward. Frankly, their gains from this expedition had been meager, and they were exceedingly tempted by the prospect of obtaining the horn. Having spent years in foundation building, it was impossible for them to lack some hidden techniques for self-preservation. They figured that a desperate gamble might yield success. Seeing that the three had surged ahead, Lu Yu, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. He harbored little optimism for this hunt and could not fathom why they felt compelled to engage in such a reckless endeavor. Perhaps they all possessed secret techniques for survival? The formidable strength of the demon serpent proved to be as overwhelming as Lu Yu had anticipated. Despite the relentless efforts of the four, they struggled to inflict significant damage upon it. However, it was not an easy task for the demon serpent to breach their combined defenses. Sensing that prolonging the battle in the air was disadvantageous, the demon serpent swung its massive tail, attempting to retreat back into the lake. Yet, its intentions were swiftly discerned by the slender monk. "Do not hold back any longer. Unleash your ultimate techniques," the slender monk commanded sharply. Upon uttering these words, he produced a treasured sword talisman, infused it with a drop of his essence blood, and in an instant, the talisman transformed into a radiant beam of sword light, striking directly towards the heart of the demon serpent. This beam of light was astonishingly swift and possessed power that far exceeded that of a foundational level attack, tearing through the serpent's scales and delivering a grievous blow. "Hurry! It is injured. Do not hesitate," the slender monk bellowed urgently upon witnessing the impact. However, his exhortation was met with the furious retaliation of the demon serpent. A colossal claw descended upon him, and he quickly raised his shield in defense, yet he was still violently sent flying. Nevertheless, his rallying cry bore fruit, as two consecutive explosions echoed, revealing two alarming wounds near the serpent's heart. It turned out that the other male and female had also finally resorted to their most potent techniques. Yet, the effectiveness of their ultimate moves against the demon serpent left them utterly astonished. What is happening? How can this demon serpent's defenses be so formidable? This strike was sufficient to rival that of an alchemical adept, yet it merely inflicted a minor injury upon the demonic serpent. The defensive prowess of its scales exceeded all their expectations. These two hidden cards were their sole means of support, and now, to their astonishment, they bore no effect. In their moment of disarray, a more dire situation unfolded. After being struck repeatedly, the demonic serpent not only retained its combat prowess, but surged forth in a furious rampage. Its eyes ablaze with crimson fury and its speed dramatically amplified. With a sweeping motion of its colossal tail, it sent both Lu Yu and the female cultivator hurtling through the air, while a powerful strike from its massive claw incapacitated the robust male practitioner in an instant. Chapter 62. The Harvest. As the robust male cultivator attempted to rise, he suddenly noticed the monstrous serpent lunging towards him with a menacing bite. "Senior brother, save me," he shouted desperately, hoping that the lean male cultivator would divert the serpent's attention. However, contrary to his expectations, the lean cultivator soared through the air to catch the female cultivator who had been flung away. Witnessing this, the robust cultivator had no choice but to frantically roll on the ground in a futile attempt to escape. Yet, it appeared that the serpent had fixated on him completely. its massive claws descending upon him relentlessly. Although he evaded several of its strikes, he ultimately succumbed to the fate of being swallowed whole by the beast. Meanwhile, after being rescued, the female cultivator anxiously called out, "Senior brother, hurry and save junior brother Zhang." She could not comprehend her senior brother's actions, especially considering the deep bond and synergy they had shared. If he merely restrained the serpent for a moment, junior brother Zhang could still be saved. "It's too late for that," the lean male cultivator replied nonchalantly. "Why?" She could not help but question. Before receiving a response, a sudden pain pierced through her abdomen as a sharp sword penetrated her dantian. "Senior brother, you." The female cultivator gazed at the sword before her. Disbelief etched on her face. The blade had emerged from the hands of her senior brother. "I am sorry, junior sister," the lean cultivator uttered, pouring a poisonous pill into her mouth before hurling her towards the serpent. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu stood frozen, utterly stunned. He was utterly astonished that the lean male cultivator would resort to such actions. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded his injuries and hastily rose, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. The demonic serpent, upon sighting the thrown female cultivator, wasted no time and promptly devoured her. Yet, after its gluttonous feast, it seemed somewhat unsatisfied and continued to charge toward the lean cultivator. The lean male cultivator, noticing this, quickly evaded while raising his shield in defense. However, the serpent's colossal claws were both immensely powerful and remarkably swift. With a resounding crash, the lean cultivator was violently propelled away, crashing into several large trees, leaving his bones shattered beyond count. Despite his severe injuries, the lean male cultivator did not flee. Instead, he called out loudly in the direction where Lu Yu had departed. "Little Lu, come quickly to assist. We shall split the materials equally." Yet, Lu Yu remained hidden in the shadows, offering no response, for he had already foreseen the forthcoming events. The lean cultivator undoubtedly had a backup plan, merely seeking to buy himself some time. As Lu Yu continued to remain silent, the lean cultivator presumed that his counterpart had retreated far away and summoned his spiritual sword once more, resuming his entanglement with the demonic serpent. He could not permit the serpent to escape back into the lake, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. After an indeterminate period, the demonic serpent suddenly began to convulse, no longer paying heed to the lean cultivator, and frantically rolled and thrashed about in place. With the serpent's violent struggles, surrounding trees were uprooted, and the ground was pockmarked with deep craters, rendering the scene utterly chaotic. As Lu Yu witnessed this scene, his heart tightened with unease. The demon serpent had indeed been poisoned. He could not fathom the potency of the toxin or whether the individual surnamed Qi would survive. After struggling for a while, the demon serpent began to seek an opportunity to flee. However, the lean male cultivator would not allow it to escape. Without a moment's hesitation to tend to his injuries, he lunged forward once more to intercept the demon serpent. The two engaged in a fierce struggle for several breaths, during which black mist gradually emanated from the serpent, indicating that the poison had spread throughout its entire being. As time passed, the serpent's struggles grew increasingly feeble, and it soon collapsed, unable to rise again. Although the lean cultivator bore significant wounds himself, he hastily swallowed a recovery pill and, driven by urgency, approached the unicorn serpent to extract materials from its body. Yet, as he made contact with the serpent's form, the seemingly lifeless creature abruptly lifted its head and bit him fiercely, instantly severing him in two. The exposed body of Qi Shan continued to convulse for some time before it finally fell silent. Lu Yu, witnessing this shocking spectacle, found himself at a loss for words. Could the demon serpent truly be so formidable as to survive such an encounter? Tragically, Qi Shan had gone from being a man on the brink of success to a cold corpse in the blink of an eye. The thin line between victory and defeat is but a fleeting thought. After delivering that fatal bite, the demon serpent, too, succumbed to its injuries and lay motionless. Lu Yu waited patiently in the jungle for an extended period, only approaching the demon dragon after confirming its demise. To avert a repeat of past mistakes, he cautiously struck the creature's heart with his spiritual sword as he neared it. Only upon realizing the demon dragon showed no signs of life did he commence the task of tidying up the aftermath. The demon dragon was a treasure trove in itself. He first employed a secret technique to seal its soul, then meticulously pried open the gaps between its scales with his spiritual sword. However, progress proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. Although the demon dragon was dead, the mere act of slicing through the gaps in its scales was an arduous endeavor. It was unimaginable how formidable its defenses must have been during its life. It took him a full 3 days to gather all the scales of the crimson dragon. Following this, he carefully severed its sharp horns, tendons, and bones. Regrettably, the flesh and blood of the crimson dragon, tainted with toxins, had to be forsaken. He intended to forge the single horn into a spiritual sword, sealing the crimson dragon's soul within, undoubtedly creating a remarkable weapon of exceptional quality. The scales of the crimson dragon were to be fashioned into a suit of dragon scale armor. With such protection, he believed he would possess considerable confidence even when facing peak Foundation establishment cultivators. The tendons and bones of the crimson dragon were destined to be crafted into a crimson dragon bow. Once he had meticulously processed all the materials from the demon dragon, his attention shifted to the legacy left behind by the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. The storage bracelets of the 3 individuals contained a modest amount of spirit stones, totaling less than 10,000. While they possessed a few talismans and medicinal pills, their worth was rather negligible. The true treasures lay in the intact spiritual artifacts they bore. One exquisite spiritual sword belonged to the slender cultivator, while a superior spiritual spear was held by the robust male practitioner. The ample female cultivator wielded a fine-quality ermii. Additionally, there were a pair of battle boots and a shield. In total, this amounted to 8 magical items, excluding the 3 storage bracelets. Regrettably, the spiritual armors worn by the trio had been ravaged by the demonic flood dragon, which could have otherwise enhanced his bounty. After meticulously gathering all the valuables, he incinerated any traces of his presence before retracing his steps. However, instead of returning to the artifact shop, he made his way directly to the Luyan sect. After all, only within the sect could he find the sense of security he craved, especially now that he was a person of considerable wealth. Chapter 63. The Elixir of Immortality on a Tranquil Night, within the small courtyard of the Luyan sect. Luyu had just settled into meditation when he noticed a sudden flash of light from his small sword. A droplet of ethereal liquid began to coalesce at the sword's tip. Before Luyu could fully comprehend what was happening, the precious liquid had already dripped into his dantian, transforming into a refreshing spring that surged throughout his entire body, invigorating his meridians with a powerful force. The spiritual energy bestowed by this spring was not only abundant, but exceeded the total amount he had previously absorbed during his initial cultivation. With the impact of this revitalizing essence, Luyu was instantaneously enveloped in a wave of comfort, his entire being rejuvenated, and astonishingly, his long-dormant cultivation level surged forth, breaking through to the second layer of Foundation establishment with a resounding bang. What is happening? Luyu found himself momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the magnitude of this unexpected delight. Upon meticulously examining his body, he discovered that not only had his cultivation level ascended, but the lingering alchemical poison that had plagued him for years had also been expelled, and his internal injuries were healed in an instant. Could this miraculous effect be attributed to the legendary elixir of immortality? Only such a mythical substance could possibly yield such astonishing results. Does this mean that I shall no longer need to worry about my cultivation? As this thought crossed his mind, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within Luyu. His cultivation had always been his greatest concern. If this were no longer an obstacle, then surely he could stand shoulder to shoulder with those prodigies and vie for supremacy. However, setting aside other matters, the instantaneous restoration of full spiritual energy alone is undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. It is widely acknowledged that, at present, there are 3 primary methods for cultivators to regain their spiritual energy. The first method involves allowing the body to naturally recover its spiritual energy without any external aids. This process takes several days, as it is an exceedingly slow journey to fully replenish one's spiritual reserves. The second method entails grasping a spiritual stone and meditating, gradually recovering one's energy over several hours. The third method relies on potent elixirs, wines, dew, and fruits, which significantly accelerate the recovery process, yet still require approximately half an hour for complete restoration. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had never encountered a method capable of restoring spiritual energy instantaneously. Those elixirs and wines that facilitate a relatively swift recovery are all treasures of immense value. It is crucial to understand that when 2 cultivators of comparable strength engage in a fierce battle, exhausting their powers to the brink, if one of them suddenly regains all their energy in an instant, it would deliver a devastating blow to the other. After all, Even the mightiest of powers necessitates ample spiritual energy to sustain it. One can only imagine the immense worth of such a liquid that can restore energy instantaneously. It is undoubtedly a rare and extraordinary treasure. Even the typically composed face of Lu Yu could not suppress a flicker of excitement at this moment. But how long would it take for the small sword to condense a single drop of this precious liquid? What conditions are necessary to accelerate condensation? This requires gradual exploration in the future. With his cultivation level elevated to the second tier of foundation establishment, he felt more confident in forging spiritual artifacts. He intended to commence the crafting of a spiritual sword to seal the soul of the Red Flood dragon immediately. As per his usual practice, he first sought out the memories of inheritance to discover the forging methods, followed by simulating the process several times within the illusory space. Half a month later, upon emerging from his seclusion, he had successfully crafted a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the Dragon Soul Sword. Indeed, it was of supreme-grade quality. The excellence of the materials had led him to inadvertently surpass expectations. The sword, with its dark red hue, appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet when drawn, it produced a faint echo reminiscent of a dragon's roar. More significantly, it contained the sealed soul of a formidable flood dragon, which could be unleashed in times of need to vanquish foes, creating a stunning ultimate technique. He did not plan to forge the dragon scale armor and the Red Flood bow just yet, as he felt his experience was still insufficient and feared wasting valuable materials. To accumulate more practical experience, he resolved to visit the forging shop. With this thought in mind, he took to the skies on his flying sword, making his way to Lianyun City. Upon arriving at the forging shop, he found business to be rather sluggish, and Ruoshi and Wang Hao sat languidly within the store. After a brief inquiry, Lu Yu learned that the previously forged spiritual artifacts had sold out early. Without the presence of these artifacts to enhance the ambience, the shop's atmosphere diminished several notches, resulting in a significant decline in business. However, when he revealed the 8 spirit tools acquired from the 3 foundation establishment cultivators, both in Ruoshi and her companion beamed with joy. Wang Hao immediately commenced an energetic marketing strategy, while Lu Yu called in Ruoshi to the backyard, where he focused intently on refining the spirit-grade materials Wang Hao had gathered during this period. For a considerable time thereafter, he was engrossed in the art of crafting, and upon completing the final piece of spirit material, he stretched his limbs and reluctantly exited the refining room. The absence of materials to work with was a source of great discontent for him. He firmly believed that with just a few more practice sessions, he would possess the confidence to forge the dragon scale armor and the Red Flood dragon bow. Unfortunately, upon stepping out of the refining room, he was greeted by a paper crane awaiting him, which he discovered was sent by Li Yusin. It turned out that the sect's decade-long selection of core disciples was about to commence, and any foundation establishment cultivator under the age of 30 was eligible to participate. Li Yusin urged him to return promptly. He checked the date and realized the message had been sent 3 days prior, and today marked the commencement of the selection. Consequently, he hastily took to the skies on his sword towards the Luyun sect. Upon his arrival at the Luyun sect's Immortal Gate Square, he found the area bustling with activity. In the forefront of the square, hundreds of disciples who had successfully established their foundation in the past decade were already assembled, while tens of thousands of young cultivators gathered at the periphery to watch. "Master Lu, you have finally arrived," exclaimed Li Yusin, visibly relieved at his appearance, as she had been concerned he might miss the event. "Indeed, I am grateful for your reminder," Lu Yu replied appreciatively. Had the other party not mentioned it, he might have indeed forgotten about this matter entirely. Although he did not harbor particularly high hopes, it remained an opportunity nonetheless. "How prepared are you?" Li Yusin inquired with curiosity. "Prepared? What else is there to prepare?" Lu Yu was somewhat bewildered. He had been preoccupied with forging and had completely overlooked this matter. "Really? This is the highest level selection of our sect, where all the nascent soul elders will come to choose their disciples, and you haven't made any preparations?" Li Yusin expressed her disbelief, feeling that he was being somewhat insincere. Sensing Li Yusin's skeptical gaze, Lu Yu could only manage a rueful smile. "I truly have not prepared. I have been entirely focused on forging during this period. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten." Li Yusin was speechless. How could one forget such a significant event? Just how carefree could this person be? "Well, it doesn't matter. Just perform well when the time comes. Once selected, you will be incorporated into the core cultivation program of the various peaks, and you will no longer need to worry about the resources for your training," Li Yusin reassured him. "All right." Lu Yu nodded. He was currently in need of advanced sword techniques. If selected, he would have the protection of powerful nascent soul cultivators, and he would no longer have to fear the oppression from the Zhao family. Thus, he began to look forward to the opportunity. Chapter 64. The contest begins as the crowd gathered in the square swelled. The clock struck noon, heralded by a resounding chime. In an instant, dozens of Yuanying elders from the 5 veins materialized upon the central platform. Subsequently, the presiding elder commenced the recitation and elucidation of the contest rules. It was revealed that the competition would adopt a defending champion format, with 20 arenas operating simultaneously, while the ability to endure until the end was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was the potential exhibited during the bouts. A quarter of an hour later, as the presiding elder concluded his address, several Jindan cultivators approached the 20 arenas in the square to officiate the matches. Below, numerous disciples, eager and restless, began to stir. Some of the more formidable among them could hardly contain their excitement and leaped onto the platforms. Although the ultimate endurance was not vital, achieving such a feat would undoubtedly enhance their visibility, granting them a significant advantage when the elders made their selections. Historically, those who managed to defend their positions from the outset were invariably chosen. However, many elite disciples opted for a more cautious approach, preferring to observe their opponent's strategies before entering the fray. Lu Yu was among those who chose to watch, uncertain of the capabilities of the other inner sect disciples and wishing to assess the situation first. Yet, fate had other plans, despite his reluctance to compete. Someone insisted on forcing him into the spotlight. "Master Lu, they are calling for you over there." Li Yusin suddenly nudged Lu Yu's shoulder. Lu Yu raised his gaze and saw Zhang Kuan on arena number 20, vociferously beckoning him. "Those bearing the surname Lu, come forth at once." "Lu Yu, are you not afraid? Are you ready to become a timid turtle?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu shook his head, leaping gracefully onto the 20th arena. "Haha, Lu, we meet again. Did you expect this?" Zhang Kuan exclaimed with a triumphant grin. Ever since he had suffered humiliation last time, he had been eager to reclaim his honor. And now he sensed that the opportunity had finally arrived. In such a highly anticipated setting, to thoroughly trample his opponent would be the ultimate form of retribution. "Zhang Kuan, are you feeling restless once more?" Lu Yu glanced at the artifact his opponent wielded, finding it rather ordinary, perplexed as to where Zhang Kuan's confidence stemmed. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuan was instantly consumed by rage. The memories of past humiliation ignited a fire of shame upon his face, a mark of his greatest disgrace. "Lu, do not be so arrogant. Previously, I merely fell victim to your agility. Today, I shall make you acutely aware of the disparity between the outer and inner sects," Zhang Kuan declared through clenched teeth. "Very well, let us commence," Lu Yu responded, his demeanor becoming serious. He summoned the Dragon Soul Sword and immediately assumed the initial stance of the Flowing Cloud Sword technique. In his mind, inner sect disciples held an esteemed status, and he was unsure of the number of advanced techniques and hidden cards they possessed. Therefore, he began with the technique he mastered best, the Flowing Cloud Sword technique. However, to onlookers, his stance appeared somewhat ironic. This is evidently the most rudimentary sword technique of the Cloud Flow sect. What could he possibly be attempting? Has he completely given up? The onlooking disciples erupted into laughter at this sight. "Are you attempting to humiliate me, Lu?" Zhang Kuan exclaimed, his anger palpable. "Dealing with you is more than sufficient," Lu Yu replied coolly. Although he felt a tinge of embarrassment from the surrounding chatter, he acknowledged that this was indeed his forte. "Very well. I shall make you pay dearly for your arrogance," Zhang Kuan retorted, his irritation turning to a mocking smile. Eager to redeem his previous humiliation, he had invested a substantial sum in acquiring a mid-level mystical technique known as the Misty Step, alongside the advanced martial skills available to inner disciples. He was confident that his capabilities far surpassed those of his opponent, already concocting plans for how to humiliate him. As soon as the referee called for the match to begin, he eagerly activated the Misty Step, transforming himself into a wisp of blue smoke as he lunged towards Lu Yu. However, instead of drawing his sword immediately, he raised his palm, intending to deliver a few slaps to his opponent first. Yet, to Lu Yu, his movements appeared somewhat ridiculous. Lu Yu had anticipated formidable techniques from his adversary. However, after witnessing the dazzling yet fundamentally flawed footwork, he shook his head and swiftly stepped forward, delivering a kick to the left. The predictability of Zhang Kuan's movements was glaringly evident. He merely needed to observe for a moment to discern where his opponent's next step would lead. As Zhang Kuan observed Lu Yu shake his head, he mistakenly believed he had ensnared his opponent's attention. Just as he lunged forward to launch a surprise attack, an enormous foot unexpectedly struck him with formidable force. The overwhelming momentum left him no time to evade, and he could only collide headlong into it. With a resounding thud, Zhang Kuan felt a searing pain across his face, and his entire body was sent hurtling backward. The spectators below were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. What was happening? Why did he inexplicably lose? They could not fathom how such a dazzling display of footwork could be so easily vanquished. After crashing heavily to the ground, Zhang Kuan remained momentarily dazed. Once he regained his senses, a tempest of fury surged within him. He rose once more, determined to charge at Lu Yu in a desperate attempt to prove himself. Yet, the outcome was no different. He was once again propelled into the air by a powerful kick. Observing his unwavering tenacity, Lu Yu shook his head with a sigh, pondering the futility of his persistence. Ultimately, when Zhang Kuan approached again, Lu Yu effortlessly dispatched him from the stage with a single kick. Meanwhile, as Lu Yu showcased his prowess on the platform, Li Yusin felt a surge of indignation. This fellow, claiming he was unprepared, had managed to deceive even her. Indeed, men were nothing but treacherous scoundrels. She vowed never to trust him again. The very thought of Lu Yu's seemingly sincere expression ignited her anger further. She felt like a fool for having believed his cunning words. After the competition concluded, Lu Yu did not continue to defend his title. Instead, he leaped down from the stage. He did not perceive himself as particularly formidable. His fortunate victory was merely a result of his opponent's lack of skill. He believed that the proficiency of the inner disciples was certainly not at such a level. Thus he intended to observe further. However, upon returning to Li Yusin's side, he sensed something amiss, as she was entirely indifferent to him. What's wrong? Lu Yu could not help but inquire. Humph, I don't wish to engage with you. Liar. Li Yusin retorted, sulking. Liar? On what grounds? Lu Yu was taken aback. You claimed you weren't prepared, yet what was that just now? Just now? I merely happened to exploit my opponent's flaw. You can't possibly believe I am truly exceptional, can you? Really? Of course it is true. Chapter 65. The Crimson Dragon's Vigil. After a period of observation, Lu Yu confirmed his suspicions that Kuan was indeed the weakest among them. The other disciples surpassed him significantly, particularly the elite members such as Li Yusin, Shuelong, Bai Chongqing, and Li Sisi, who dazzled the audience with their remarkable performances. The prowess exhibited by these elite disciples was evidently superior to that of their peers, and it wasn't long before they established a firm foothold on the arena, demonstrating a strong momentum to endure until the very end. After watching for a while, Lu Yu prepared to take the stage, confident that he could secure a commendable rank, as the level of competition was not overly daunting. However, just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly caught sight of Li Yusin being forcefully kicked off the platform by a sinister cultivator. Alarmed, he swiftly flew forward to catch her in his arms. Noticing the blood trickling from the corner of Li Yusin's mouth, his expression darkened. In the spirit of friendly competition, strikes should be measured, yet the adversary's attack was vicious, showing no mercy whatsoever. The most infuriating aspect was that after sending Li Yusin tumbling, the sinister cultivator brazenly laughed. Ha ha. Do you think a fragile waste like you can ever aspire to be a core disciple? You are nothing but a disgrace to the Luyan sect. Li Yusin felt a surge of indignation at his words, but regrettably, she could only swallow her anger. Do you have a grudge against him? Lu Yu suddenly inquired. No, but my family is sworn enemies with his. Very well, I understand. After administering a healing pill to Li Yusin, he strode purposefully toward the arena. Are you going up? Li Yusin hastily grasped Lu Yu's hand. Yes, I am going to avenge you. No, you are no match for him. Although Li Yusin felt a twinge of emotion upon hearing this, she firmly held on to Lu Yu. She did not wish to place him in peril due to her personal grievances. Have faith, trust me. With that, Lu Yu resolutely pried Li Yusin's hand away and silently ascended the arena. Is it you? The worthless one who only knows how to wield the flowing cloud sword technique. The malevolent practitioner scoffed upon seeing Lu Yu, unable to contain his derision. Having observed Lu Yu's previous matches, he deemed him utterly unimpressive. Lu Yu quietly unsheathed the Dragon Soul Sword, assumed the initial posture of the flowing cloud sword technique, and calmly replied, You constantly label others as worthless. If I were to defeat you using the flowing cloud sword technique, what would that make you? Defeat me using the flowing cloud sword technique? The malevolent practitioner erupted with arrogant laughter, his expression one of disbelief. Huh? Are you jesting? Someone more arrogant than me? Arrogance comes at a price. I shall ensure your defeat is not swift. I will methodically dismantle your bones, one by one, he declared with a cruel expression. As the referee called the match to begin, he unleashed a fierce strike, his sword descending like a mountain bearing down upon Lu Yu. Lu Yu felt the overwhelming might of his opponent's swordsmanship, a grave expression settling upon his face. Moreover, the spirit sword in his adversary's grasp was evidently no ordinary weapon. It was at least of superior spiritual artifact quality. No wonder he could defeat Li Yusin. However, his Dragon Soul sword is also quite impressive. As the impending attack loomed, Lu Yu boldly swung his sword to meet it. The ferocious strike from his opponent was deftly neutralized by Lu Yu employing the most fundamental technique of the flowing cloud swordsmanship, effortlessly deflecting the blow. How is this possible? The Yin Jia cultivator, witnessing his attack being thwarted, found it hard to believe as most of its force dissipated into thin air. This sword technique had been acquired from the ruins of a high-ranking cultivator's cave, at least a pinnacle of the Xian level. Surely, it must have been mere luck. He must have fortuitously discovered a flaw in this sword technique, the Yin Jia cultivator consoled himself. Yet, the spectators below were utterly astonished. They were well acquainted with the flowing cloud swordsmanship, but when had it displayed such formidable power? Even the other elite disciples on the arena, including Li Sisi, were secretly taken aback. They had been closely observing the excitement, and they felt that what Lu Yu had just executed was beyond their capabilities. Li Yusin, on the other hand, transformed her anxiety into delight, as her once tense heart finally relaxed. At this juncture, the Yin Jia cultivator resolved to unleash his true prowess. Finally acknowledging the strength of his adversary, he activated his ultimate movement technique, instantly darting in front of Lu Yu, unleashing dozens of sword strikes in a heartbeat, each imbued with the full might of his peak power. He was confident that this onslaught would leave his opponent utterly unable to defend, and he was certain that Lu Yu would be struck by at least a few blades. However, for Lu Yu, who had undergone rigorous training in the secret realm, such an attack was akin to a mere formality, easily deflected even with his eyes closed. With a graceful flick of his sword, he deftly struck at crucial points, effortlessly dismantling the opponent's swordplay without even shifting his position, exuding the demeanor of a true master. This display left the onlookers utterly astounded. Such dazzling swordsmanship, could it possibly be mere illusion? Many female cultivators found Lu Yu irresistibly charming and cool in that moment, recognizing him as a genuine expert. The sinister cultivator, witnessing his formidable sword technique yielding no success and feeling the weight of the skeptical gazes from the crowd, was consumed by a mix of embarrassment and fury. Resolving to no longer delay, he decided to reveal his ultimate technique. With fervor, he channeled spiritual energy into his spiritual sword, creating a mesmerizing array of luminous trajectories. Suddenly, a colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, resembling a dragon, hurtling towards Lu Yu with unprecedented force. This sword energy, composed of thousands of radiant sword beams, was infinitely superior to that of a foundation-building practitioner. Sword energy taking form? How could that be? Wasn't such mastery reserved for the Golden Core stage? The spectators were immediately stirred, as this spectacle had transcended their comprehension as disciples. One could easily envision that should Lu Yu be struck by this serpentine wave of energy, he would surely suffer grievous injuries, if not death. Even Li Yusin felt an anxious knot form in her heart, fearing for Lu Yu's safety. Yet, what transpired next left everyone in a state of profound disbelief, causing them to question their very existence. With a swift movement, Lu Yu brandished his long sword, the tip of the blade pointing forward as he executed the technique Crimson Dragon soars the heavens. Instantly, a seemingly tangible crimson dragon spiraled above him, radiating an unmatched aura as it surged toward the sword Chi Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the crimson dragon shattered the sword Chi Dragon effortlessly, subsequently breaching the protective armor of the dark cultivator and sending him hurtling off the stage. Witnessing such a spectacular display, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. What was that just now? Was it a real dragon? Exclaimed one. Incredible, isn't it? Another remarked. The female cultivators below the stage transformed into enamored admirers, their gazes toward the figure on stage brimming with fervent admiration. The dark cultivator, having been cast down, coughed up a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Amidst the cheers from the crowd, Li Sisi felt a momentary daze wash over her. Could it truly be him? Meanwhile, Li Yusin was already overwhelmed with emotion. Tears welling in her eyes as she murmured, "You were right. You truly are someone extraordinary." After Lu Yu's victory, no one dared to challenge him again. For few possessed the confidence to withstand his earlier move. The Crimson Dragon soars the heavens. Those who believed they could match him had no desire to engage in a futile confrontation. Thus, Lu Yu remained seated on the stage until the conclusion of the event. As dusk descended and the closing bell tolled, all the champions and distinguished disciples were summoned to the elevated platform in front of the square. A total of 40 individuals, including Li Yusin and Li Sisi, stood among them. "Brother Lu, congratulations. As the champion, your selection by the Yuaning Elder is virtually assured," Li Yusin exclaimed excitedly, standing beside Lu Yu. "Thank you. I hope so," Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. In truth, many Yuaning elders held a keen interest in Lu Yu. However, upon learning of his spiritual root qualifications, they promptly withdrew their enthusiasm. On one hand, his 5 elements spiritual root was lamentably inferior. On the other, there were whispers suggesting a discord between him and the Zhao family, rendering it unnecessary to oppose them for a disciple of such limited potential. Although the Zhao family showed no deference to the Zhao family, they deemed Lu Yu unworthy of such an opportunity, preferring instead to privately entice him at a lower cost. Chapter 66. The elders take disciples on the elevated platform. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Dozens of infant soul elders, their gazes intense, fixated on the top 40 elite disciples, each extending invitations, except for Lu Yu. "Xuelong, your overlord spear aligns perfectly with my lineage. I wish to accept you as my named disciple. What say you?" A slightly plump elder inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, a wave of envy swept through the disciples on the platform. This plump elder was none other than the master of Zixiao Peak. With such a powerful backing, who would dare to bully him? "I could not ask for anything more," Xuelong replied with delight, bowing respectfully. Although his background was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the Peak Master's disciples. "Li Yusin, your dual ice-water spiritual roots are particularly suited to my sect. Would you be willing to join me?" A graceful middle-aged woman soon posed her question. "I would be honored," Li Yusin exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. She had not anticipated that even with her lackluster performance, someone would express interest in her. Simultaneously, the Peak Masters and elders on the platform were diligently selecting their disciples. Zhongling, Bai Changqing. Suddenly, an elderly matron with flowing white hair spoke up. "Li Sisi, do you wish to become my direct disciple?" "Direct disciple?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the other infant soul elders looked at the elderly matron with incredulity. It is essential to recognize that the bond between a master and disciple is among the most profound relationships, second only to that of a parent and child. Endowed with the right of inheritance, each nascent infant cultivator possesses only a handful of slots for disciples, and they typically do not take on direct disciples lightly, favoring instead to accept named disciples. This is because once a direct disciple is accepted, the disciple is obliged to care for their master in their twilight years, while the master must provide unwavering support to the disciple. For Li Sisi, once she becomes a disciple, it could be said that she has ascended to great heights. At this moment, Li Sisi was utterly astonished by the overwhelming surprise. "Elder Yu, are you truly willing to grant your last remaining slot for a direct disciple to Li Sisi?" inquired the master of Zixiao Peak with a perplexed expression. This was indeed the last available slot. Once bestowed, no matter how exceptional a talent may arise in the future, they would be unable to be welcomed into the fold. Thus, during this session of disciple acceptance, most elders were only taking on named disciples, with the possibility of becoming direct disciples subject to careful scrutiny in the days to come. Nevertheless, even as a named disciple, one is still regarded as a core disciple of the sect, receiving resources far beyond what ordinary inner disciples could ever hope to obtain. Indeed, Elder Yu affirmed with a nod. She held a great fondness for Li Sisi's character and appearance. Her talents were remarkable, her beauty striking, and, most importantly, she adeptly utilized all available resources to achieve her goals, reminiscent of Elder Yu's own youth. If nurtured properly, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Li Sisi's future achievements could surpass her own. After a brief moment, Li Sisi finally regained her composure from the shock and hurriedly performed a formal bow to Elder Yu in gratitude for her acceptance as a disciple. Madame Yu is not only among the top ranks of the Lu Yun sect below the transformation stage, but also serves as the esteemed leader of the affiliated Jingyu sect. Her status within the Lu Yun sect is undeniably prominent. Henceforth, Li Sisi will be recognized as a genuine scion of a prestigious family. No longer the impoverished girl who ascended to the Zhao family through the sacrifice of her dignity. Undoubtedly, the greatest victor of this apprentice recruitment event is none other than Li Sisi herself. The elders on the high platform continued their selections. Ultimately, only Lu Yu remained solitary among the top 40, overlooked by all. Observing the incongruous figure on the stage, the crowd began to murmur. Li Sisi inquired, "Master, if I successfully master your techniques, will I be able to surpass Lu Yu?" "Certainly," Madame Yu replied with a hint of disdain. The sect's extraordinary skills are incomparable to basic sword techniques. He relies solely on the advantage of his weapon, without a solid foundation in cultivation. All swordplay is merely ephemeral. Relying on external tools is ultimately a lesser path. True cultivation is the essence of everything. Upon hearing this, Li Sisi's face lit up with excitement. "Humph. Once I master the Lu Yun's unparalleled skills, let us see how you can catch up to me. Master, why not take Lu Yu as your disciple as well?" Li Yusin, noticing Lu Yu's solitary state, could not help but plead with her mentor. "Alas, it is not that I am unwilling to accept him. Rather, every step he takes is fraught with insurmountable difficulties. Even if I were to accept him, it would serve no purpose," sighed the fairy Bai Yun. She harbored a fondness for this affectionate young disciple, yet her lack of experience rendered her powerless to assist him. Lu Yu waited atop the high platform for an extended period, but the elders did not select him. Eventually, he could only let out a silent sigh and, feeling disheartened, turned to leave. "I compare my heart to the bright moon, yet alas, the moon only illuminates the ditches." The Lu Yun sect ultimately looked down upon him. If that were the case, it would be best to concentrate on managing his humble shop. It was not that I was unwilling to exert myself. Rather, the sect had no need for me. Li Yusin silently observed Lu Yu's retreating figure, as if she had lost something dear. She yearned to pursue him, yet she could never muster the courage. Lu Yu walked despondently through the streets of Lianyun City, suddenly sensing an unusual atmosphere in the marketplace. Many cultivators stood silently along the sides of the street. "Excuse me, fellow cultivator, what is happening here? Why are there so many people?" Lu Yu inquired curiously of a male cultivator nearby. "You are unaware? The Zhao family is holding a wedding today. The Zhao family is getting married? Is that not a joyous occasion? Why does everyone appear so troubled?" Lu Yu's face was a mask of confusion. "A joyous occasion? Do you know who is to be wed?" "Who?" "The elder of the Zhao family, whose lifespan is nearly at its end, a decrepit old man reeking of decay, is to marry a young and beautiful female cultivator." "What? Why would a dying old man seek to marry? Is this not an act of cruelty?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was taken aback. It was said to be for the purpose of bringing good fortune. However, how could that female cultivator possibly agree? Surely, she would not acquiesce. Yet who could contend with the Zhao family, the foremost power in Lianyunqing? Even if she wished to resist, she would find herself unable to do so. Chapter 67. The Zhao family's wedding. A forced abduction of a commoner? Does Lianyun City have no laws? Alas, what law can there be? The Zhao family of Lianyun City is a branch of the Lu Yun sect, with a peak master as their backing, making even the city lord wary of provoking them. Once again, the Zhao family. Lu Yu seethed inwardly. He had quite a history with them. It was rumored that since yesterday, the female cultivator had been under constant surveillance and confinement, merely awaiting her forced marriage today. What a shame. The male cultivators around him shook their heads in lament. They had all caught a glimpse of the female cultivator from afar, her fair skin and striking beauty reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. Little did they expect her to be subjected to such indignity. Before long, an opulent bridal sedan chair was carried out from a certain residence. As a gentle breeze lifted the curtain of the chair, Lu Yu caught a fleeting glimpse of the young female cultivator within, her cultivation sealed, sitting there like a marionette, lost in a stupor. However, when he finally discerned her features, his breath hitched in shock. The female cultivator was none other than Nangong Qing. What was happening? How could she be here? Had her mission failed? His heart raced with anxiety as he observed the scene unfold. He longed to leap forth and halt the sedan chair. Yet he could only endure in silence. The Zhao family's entourage was comprised of formidable experts, and their tyrannical methods were well known. Any hint of rebellion on his part would likely lead to his immediate annihilation. Moreover, This location is not close to the contact point of the Dark Guards. A round trip would take at least 2 days. Even if he wished to seek assistance, time would be of the essence. However, he must rescue Nangong Qing, otherwise, he would find it difficult to attain peace of mind for the rest of his life. Yet, he is outnumbered and cannot charge in recklessly. He must devise an alternative strategy. The Yinlei Pearl. Lu Yu suddenly recalled a particularly effective magical artifact. The destructive power of the Yinlei Pearl is quite formidable, sufficient to create chaos. Furthermore, the ancestral memories surely contain even better methods. Thus, he swiftly returned to the artifact workshop, pinned a letter, and arranged for Wang how to hire someone at a high price to deliver it to the contact point. Without further ado, he commenced the crafting of artifacts. Time was of the essence. He did not seek to forge anything extravagant, but rather something simple yet useful. As night fell, he donned a cloak for stealth, obscured his face, and stealthily made his way towards the Zhao family estate. The Zhao family village lies on the outskirts of Lianyungong City, nestled amidst verdant mountains and flowing waters, sprawling over thousands of acres. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Zhao family, as the estate is adorned with festive lights, welcoming a steady stream of guests. Just as the guests settled in, Lu Yu had already quietly arrived outside the Zhao family manor. Gazing at the brightly lit estate before him, a chill crept across his face. He was acutely aware that many would be watching the Zhao family tonight. Earlier, during the wedding procession on the streets, he had noticed several individuals with sinister intentions. Though they concealed themselves well, he perceptibly sensed a faint aura of malice. Evidently, the Zhao family, one of the 3 scourges of Lianyan City, has unknowingly offended countless cultivators over time. Regardless of the veracity of the joyous occasion, the enemies of the Zhao family will not allow them to succeed without resistance. What they lack is merely an opportunity to act, and I shall create that opportunity for you. After simulating a scenario within the illusionary space, Lu Yu swiftly darted towards the side entrance of the Zhao estate. At the side gate of the Zhao manor, 2 fully armed guards were idly engaged in conversation. They were the sentinels assigned to this side entrance on this momentous night. As family-trained warriors, they held the rank of captains among the numerous protectors of the Zhao family. However, on such a joyous occasion, they found themselves stationed at this desolate entrance, which left them feeling quite disgruntled. Brother Liang, while the others are indulging in merriment within the inner courtyard, we are left here to endure the cold wind. What kind of arrangement is this? One guard lamented as he gazed at the silent night outside. Indeed, with the Zhao family's current might, who would dare provoke them at such a time? It is a complete waste of talent to assign us here as sentinels. Quite right. We are merely here for show tonight, and nothing will likely happen. Junior brother Qian, why don't you keep watch here while I slip inside to fetch a drink? All right, brother Liang, remember to bring out plenty of wine and meat later. We have a long night ahead of us. Certainly, the Liang surname cultivator replied before turning to enter the courtyard. Taking advantage of the night's cover, Lu Yu stealthily approached and discovered only a solitary guard. He then launched a small stone dart towards the stone wall to the guard's right. Who goes there? The guard named Qin quickly turned to inspect the right side, but after a thorough search, he found nothing. Could it have been a mere illusion? Qin shook his head and returned. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu had already seized the opportunity while he was investigating the right side and swiftly slipped into the Zhao family estate. The Zhao family estate was vast, divided into inner and outer sections. Lu Yu meticulously searched the outer courtyard until he found a well-concealed spot with a good vantage point. He concealed himself and quietly observed the central hall of the inner courtyard. At that moment, the open courtyard of the Zhao family's main hall was filled with guests, and the wedding ceremony was about to commence. Lu Yu fixed his gaze on several individuals at the front of the hall, timing the moment for the ceremony. Then, from the darkness, he produced an object resembling a mortar. After loading it with dozens of specially crafted smoke bombs and setting the launch timer, he swiftly retreated in another direction. What was about to unfold would undoubtedly infuriate the Zhao family, and he needed to find a safe place to hide. In the main hall of the Zhao residence, an elderly man, his face etched with deep wrinkles, grasped the hand of a bride draped in a crimson veil, poised to exchange vows. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, akin to thunderclaps in a serene sky, startling every soul within the estate. In the next moment, dozens of glistening projectiles whistled through the air, hurtling into the courtyard. Although these missiles possessed considerable force, they were scattered and erratic in their trajectory. The Zhao family's guards swiftly sprang into action, shattering the projectiles to avert any harm to the guests. To their astonishment, upon impact, the missiles detonated instantly, releasing vast clouds of smoke. The smoke spread extensively, proving exceedingly difficult to disperse. As the projectiles exploded in unison, the entire inner courtyard of the Zhao residence became engulfed in a thick, impenetrable fog. A fortuitous opportunity. The smoke bombs acted as a clarion call, signaling the hidden adversaries of the Zhao family to launch their assault. Emerging from the shadows, they seized the moment, surging forth to strike at various points within the estate. In no time, flames erupted from multiple locations within the Zhao manor, accompanied by the cacophony of battle ringing from all directions. Chaos reigned as the estate descended into turmoil, with guests scattering in all directions. Who dares to target the Zhao family? A voice, frail yet thunderous, bellowed. Yet, no response was forthcoming. The intruders continued their silent onslaught. Engaged in a deadly clash, the Zhao family's guard squad busily extinguished flames and engaged in combat, yet remained oblivious to the origin of their adversaries. As if enemies emerged from every direction. Concealed in the shadows, Lu Yu observed the multitude of assassins that had surged forth, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. His greatest fear was to be left alone in a solitary struggle, which would render all efforts futile. At this moment, the lecherous old man of the Zhao family was embroiled in battle with the assassins. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu stealthily approached Nangong Qing. Under the watchful gaze of two guards stationed by her side, he suddenly sprang into action, swiftly eliminating both. "Who are you?" Nangong Qing exclaimed in surprise upon the appearance of the masked figure. "It's me, senior sister Nangong," Lu Yu replied, removing his mask and smiling at her. Chapter 68. Retribution. Junior brother Lu, are you seeking death? Upon seeing Lu Yu, Nangong Qing was taken aback. She had never anticipated that he would be the one to rescue her. "No time for idle chatter, come with me." Lu Yu donned his mask, grasped Nangong Qing's hand, and weaved through the chaos with remarkable agility. Although it was his first visit to Zhao family village, he navigated as if he were intimately familiar with the terrain, swiftly leading her through a concealed passageway until they emerged outside the village. "Senior sister Nangong, how do we break the restraints binding you?" Once in a secluded area, Lu Yu turned to inquire. "The Shanzhong acupoint," Nangong Qing replied, her face instantly flushed. "The Shanzhong acupoint?" Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an awkward situation. However, there was no time to dwell on it. He extended his palm, channeling spiritual energy, and soon pressed it against her chest. Nangong Qing felt the intense warmth radiating from his hand, causing her body to shiver involuntarily, becoming somewhat stiff. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was exceedingly uncomfortable, acutely aware of the delicate nature of the situation. Breaking the binding imposed by a gold core cultivator was no simple feat. Despite his efforts to unleash his spiritual power for quite some time, he found himself unable to break through, resorting to a gradual and meticulous approach instead. Yet, his hand lingered between her two delicate forms, causing an awkward tension to envelop them both. "It's all right, junior brother, take your time," Nangong Qing, sensing Lu Yu's anxiety, reassured him with a blush adorning her cheeks. "All right." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu promptly dispelled the unhealthy thoughts from his mind and focused intently on the task at hand. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until he finally withdrew his hand. "All right, senior sister, give it a try." Nangong Qing nodded in response. Attempting to channel her energy, and to her delight, she found her spiritual power flowing freely. "Thank you so much, junior brother Lu." "No need for formality, senior sister," Lu Yu replied with a smile. "I shall take my leave now. As for the Zhao family, they shall face the consequences." With that, Nangong Qing stood up to bid farewell, her heart ablaze with indignation, eager to unleash her fury. "There is little more I can do for you. The rest is up to you." Lu Yu watched as Nangong Qing departed, silently offering a prayer, before swiftly erasing any traces left behind and returning to the artifact workshop to rest. He did not wish to shy away from the ensuing actions. However, he was acutely aware that his foundation-building cultivation was of little use. A mere protector from the Zhao family could easily extinguish his life, potentially bringing calamity upon the workshop. Thus, it was best not to play the hero. That night, he enjoyed a particularly restful sleep. The following day, he arose leisurely from his bed as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Strolling down the bustling street, he overheard the throngs of people animatedly discussing the events of the previous night. "Brother, have you heard?" The Zhao family was robbed last night. What? How did that happen? Who would dare to target the Zhao family? Haha, there are many who dare to target the Zhao family. You have no idea how many ventured out in the darkness last night. Despite the Zhao family's desperate resistance, they still suffered significant losses. Even that old man nearly met his demise. The male cultivator remarked, his face betraying a sense of satisfaction. The Zhao family has indeed incurred such grievous losses. It seems their misdeeds have finally caught up with them. Who could argue otherwise? Fortunately, retribution has arrived at last. By the way, what of that female cultivator? How has she fared? The person inquired once more. Her? It is said she vanished amidst the chaos, and as of now, she remains unfound. However, given the Zhao family's precarious situation, they likely lack the inclination to search for her. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this news, many male cultivators wore expressions of delight. Upon listening, Lu Yu also revealed a faint smile. In the days that followed, Lu Yu continued to languish in the artifact workshop. The 8 spiritual artifacts he had previously crafted were over half sold. With these artifacts enhancing the shop's reputation, business noticeably improved, attracting more cultivators seeking to forge spiritual items. Due to limited materials, Lu Yu generally accepted only those who brought their own supplies. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, he managed to forge several blades over the course of 2 months, earning a modest profit of several thousand spirit stones. As he gazed at the tens of thousands of spirit stones he had accumulated, Lu Yu felt an immense sense of security. At this rate, perhaps in a few months, he would have enough spirit stones to purchase foundation building pills for Ruashi. The promise made to Elder Zhao has remained etched in his memory. Assisting in Ruashi in establishing her foundation is merely a fundamental obligation. Just as Lu Yu basked in his sense of achievement, he abruptly received a message indicating a significant task summoned by the sect, requiring the presence of all registered alchemists under the age of 50. Hastily, Lu Yu set aside his current affairs and swiftly returned to the Luyun sect. What kind of mission could warrant such a mobilization? Throughout his journey, Lu Yu pondered the implications. Having only recently received half a year's worth of alchemist allowances, he was reluctant to embark on a task fraught with peril. It appeared that the sect's benefits were not so easily obtained. He would be required to contribute sooner than expected. Upon arriving at the summit of Luyun, within the Grand Assembly Hall, Lu Yu discovered that over 100 individuals had already gathered. Each person donned a 2-star alchemist insignia upon their chest, and they were all remarkably youthful. Could these individuals, like himself, have been summoned for the mission? Lu Yu's heart raced at the sight. The sheer number of attendees suggested that this task was indeed extraordinary. Standing amidst the crowd, he focused intently for a while, gradually grasping the particulars of the assignment. It turned out that it was the time for the once-in-50 years Luyun Secret Realm trial. This hidden world, discovered by the founding ancestor of Luyun sect millennia ago, connects with the Xiantian continent every 50 years, vanishing 2 months after each convergence. The location of connection lies within the expansive bounds of the Luyun mountain range. Situated behind the Luyun sect, the establishment of the sect in this particular area is not without its rationale. This small world is replete with a multitude of spiritual veins, continuously emanating spiritual energy, resulting in an extraordinary abundance of spiritual power within its confines. Chapter 69. Journey into the secret realm of flowing clouds within this small world. There exists a plethora of unique landscapes, encompassing mountains, canyons, rivers, and more. The abundant spiritual energy, coupled with its perennial solitude, fosters the rampant growth of spiritual herbs and the congregation of mystical beasts. Many rare spiritual herbs, seldom found in the outside world, flourish within this realm. It can be said that the Flowing Cloud sect has flourished into a prominent power in Yunzhou largely due to the invaluable resources of this herb garden. Regrettably, when this small world was first discovered, it was already in a state of disrepair. The interior space is highly unstable, with incomplete rules. Any significant disturbance could lead to a collapse of its structure. Moreover, this realm appears to harbor a peculiar aversion to external spiritual objects. Any storage bags or items imbued with spiritual energy that enter this world are inevitably shattered into fragments by the spatial forces. Through years of exploration, the senior members of the Flowing Cloud sect have determined that only cultivators under the age of 50, devoid of any external spiritual objects, can enter safely. As for exiting the small world, no such restrictions apply. Consequently, each time the secret realm is activated, Elite disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect venture into the small world accompanied by a master craftsman. They first enter empty-handed, seeking materials to forge spiritual artifacts before embarking on their medicinal quests. In recent years, the scarcity of spiritual herbs in the outside world has intensified, leading to the gradual extinction of certain high-grade herbs. Consequently, each time the secret realm is opened, the Luyun sect mobilizes various prominent families and their high-ranking members to seize this rare opportunity, actively dispatching their elite disciples to participate in the trials. The Luyun sect allocates foundational elixirs based on the quantity of spiritual herbs harvested by each family. Those families that receive a generous allocation often signify a rise in their members' cultivation over the coming decades, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Conversely, families receiving a meager distribution find themselves lagging further behind with each passing moment. Thus, every family places immense importance on this secret realm trial. However, for many years, it has been the Lin family that has consistently dominated. To ensure the smooth execution of the trials, the Luyun sect offers considerable rewards to accompanying artifact crafters, with task incentives reaching as high as several thousand spirit stones. Within a mere 2 months, the income can amount to thousands of spirit stones. Coupled with protection from elite disciples and the invaluable opportunity to foster amicable relationships with prominent families, such prospects are irresistible for most young artifact crafters, who eagerly rush to sign up. Nevertheless, not all crafters are inclined to participate. Luyu is entirely uninterested in such modest spirit stones. In the span of 2 months, given his success rate in crafting, he can forge 4 or 5 spiritual artifacts, and if sold successfully, the earnings would be significantly greater. On the contrary, entering the secret realm for a few thousand spirit stones would not only result in diminished profits, but could also pose a risk to his life, making it utterly unworthy of the effort. Yet, the sect's compulsory summons leaves him with no choice. Luyu can only silently pray that he is not selected. Before long, all the elite disciples of the Luyun sect participating in the secret realm trial had arrived, numbering over 100. Among them, the majority possessed peak foundation establishment cultivation, while around 10 had attained the initial stage of golden core. Furthermore, to emphasize the significance of this trial, the high-ranking members and elders from various peaks of the sect had all gathered. At the center stood Lin Patian, the sect leader and head of the Lin family, exuding an air of calmness with a smile upon his face. Flanking him were the heads of the 5 major peaks, Yin family head, Elder Yu, and the heads of the Shao, Zhao, and Wang families. Following them were the elders and vice peak masters of each faction. Master, do you truly intend to allow your exceptionally gifted daughter, who appears once in a millennium, to participate in the trial? The Yin family head remarked, casting a covetous glance at the figure standing out among the elite disciples. While the highest cultivation among the other family's elite disciples barely reached the 2nd level of golden core, Lin Qingxue had already attained the 5th level. It is Snow's earnest desire to partake, and I find myself powerless to refuse, Lin Patian replied with a faint smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of pride. Yet, this hardly seems fair. For so many years, the Lin family has monopolized the spotlight, and now with Qingxue stepping forth, our hopes of emerging are utterly dashed. The Yin family head remarked with a sour tone. Indeed, master, at least allow us a glimmer of hope, echoed the sentiments of the other family heads, who resonated with the Yin family head's words, their voices joining in unison. What do you suggest we do? Lin Patian replied helplessly. Shuer has always been strong-willed, and this time she has made up her mind to go. I cannot possibly stop her. Suddenly, the head of the Yin family proposed. How about we let Qingxue's niece make the final selection among the alchemists present? Upon hearing this, the other practitioners from several prominent families brightened with enthusiasm. That sounds excellent. I wholeheartedly agree. With Qingxue's niece's cultivation level, even if she chooses the least skilled alchemist, it will hardly matter. Indeed, with her profound abilities, should she select the finest alchemist, there would be no one to rival her. The other family heads chimed in, expressing their support. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lin Patian hesitated upon hearing their fervor. What could possibly be wrong, Master Lin? Please indulge us, a middle-aged noblewoman among the senior ranks coaxed playfully. Yes, your Lin family has always held the upper hand. Are you truly afraid we might take something from you? Reluctantly, Lin Patian acquiesced. Very well. I shall defer to your wishes. Seeing the jubilant expressions on their faces, he realized that as the leader of a sect, He could not solely focus on his own family's interests. He had to maintain a sense of balance. Although the Luyun sect appeared united outwardly, beneath the surface, the various families were subtly competing with one another, each hoping to secure a greater share of the foundational elixirs. After all parties had gathered, the esteemed leader Lin Patian stepped forward, radiating warmth as he introduced, "Esteemed guests, each of you represents the elite of our Flowing Cloud sect's younger generation. The significance of this trial is profound. It serves not only as a test of your abilities, but also as a trial for our sect. The hopes of our order for the coming decades rest firmly upon your shoulders. Therefore, to encourage everyone to strive diligently. Ample rewards await both the elite disciples and participating artisans after the completion of this task. However, bear in mind that the secret realm is fraught with peril. There is no need to be overly ambitious. It is far wiser to gather fewer spiritual herbs than to endanger your lives. After all, no quantity of herbs can compare to the value of your existence. Enough of my rambling. Once you enter, your positions will be assigned randomly. Remember, safety is paramount. We shall eagerly await your triumphant return in 2 months." Upon concluding his motivational address, Master Lin allowed the elite disciples to begin selecting their respective artisans in turn. Soon, the elite disciples at the forefront of the square began to approach their chosen artisans. Lu Yu quietly lingered at the back, observing each elite disciple as they passed. Among these distinguished individuals, he recognized only Lin Qingxue. The rest were strangers to him. Chapter 70. Selection. After all, they were all seniors from several cohorts above him. Lu Yu silently counted a few times and found that the number of weaponsmiths exceeded that of the elite disciples by more than a dozen, which filled his heart with quiet delight. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that he was among the few who would be left behind. After all, he had the lowest cultivation level and was also the youngest. In the realm of weaponsmithing, age often corresponds to experience. Time passed steadily, and before long, most had completed their selections, with only Lin Qingxue remaining. Seeing that he had indeed been left behind, Lu Yu's joy intensified. Judging by Lin Qingxue's prejudice against him, it was almost impossible for her to choose him. Thus, he was finally free from this entanglement. Before Lin Qingxue could approach the remaining dozen or so, someone eagerly advanced to greet her. "Senior Sister Lin, I am Lu Bin from the Lu family. I have been promoted to a 2-star weaponsmith 5 years ago. As long as Senior Sister Lin takes me along, I am willing to face any dangers without hesitation." This Lu Bin, with a fervent gaze, stepped forward to address Lin Qingxue. His fervor was so intense that even Lu Yu, as an outsider, could hardly bear to watch. "What, Lu Bin, you've only been a 2-star weaponsmith for 5 years? That is rather unimpressive, isn't it? Senior Sister Lin, I am Su Qing from the Su family of Lianyan City. I have been a 2-star weaponsmith for 10 years. I believe I am more than capable of assisting Senior Sister Lin in crafting spiritual tools." Another discarded weaponsmith emerged from the crowd. "Su Qing, do not underestimate others. Who says that those who have been promoted for 5 years are necessarily inferior to you?" Lu Bin, feeling belittled, became immediately agitated. Soon, the other dozen or so blacksmiths eagerly stepped forward to recommend themselves, embroiled in a fervent competition. Meanwhile, those who had already been chosen were filled with regret, pondering why they were not among the remaining candidates. After all, Lin Qingxue is the epitome of beauty. With 2 months at hand, if a romantic story were to unfold, it would indeed be a meteoric rise to success. Observing the eager blacksmiths clamoring to curry favor, Lu Yu felt a twinge of disdain. 2 months of close companionship leading to deep affection? Such thoughts are overly fanciful. To someone who looks down upon you, no amount of effort will earn their respect. It will only deepen their disdain. If mere flattery could win the favor of a celestial being, why would you still have the opportunity after all these years? Concepts like first to gain favor and love blossoming over time have never been part of Lu Yu's beliefs. It is absurd. He is currently earning thousands of spirit stones in mere moments. Would it not be more gratifying to accumulate tangible wealth rather than squander time seeking the affection of someone indifferent? Lin Qingxue, observing the relentless competition among the blacksmiths, felt a sense of irritation. The remaining candidates were either unremarkable or inexperienced youth. Lin Qingxue had her own set of criteria for selection. Firstly, the background of the other party must not be too affluent, as those of considerable means may look down upon these meager spirit stones and be reluctant to offer assistance in critical moments. Secondly, the individual must be obedient, devoid of ulterior motives towards her, preferably possessing a gentle disposition. Thirdly, their craftsmanship in artifact refinement should not be lacking, otherwise they would be of little help. However, among the remaining dozen or so individuals, Lin Qingxue found it challenging to identify anyone who truly met these criteria. Suddenly, she caught sight of a figure lurking at the back. Oh, isn't that the lecherous fellow from before? To her astonishment, he turned out to be a 2-star artifact refiner. Lin Qingxue was initially taken aback, but upon observing Lu Yu's demeanor, her frustration surged. Was he intentionally avoiding me? Am I truly that fearsome? Doesn't he see how everyone else is clamoring to team up with me? Humph. The more he dodges me, the more I shall thwart his intentions. Initially, she held little regard for Lu Yu, but witnessing his current behavior felt like an affront to her allure. In a fit of pique, she marched up to Lu Yu and declared, "You, come with me." What? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. He turned to scan his surroundings, only to realize there was no one else present. Could it truly be directed at me? How is that possible? Stop looking around. It's you, Lu Yu. Lin Qingxue, seeing him glancing about, boldly called out his name. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's breath hitched in his throat. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Who was this young man? Why was he chosen over me? It seemed absurd that after such fierce competition, a seemingly insignificant individual had succeeded through an unexpected strategy. How unjust. Had I known, I would have maintained a more reserved demeanor. Is it possible to select someone else? Lu Yu inquired tentatively, still wishing to decline. After all, his small shop had only recently begun to flourish, and leaving for a few months would entail losses far beyond mere spirit stones. It would also tarnish his reputation. To be honest, the reward for this task seemed hardly worth the sacrifice. What did you say? Lin Qingxue's fair face suddenly turned cold. She thought she must have misheard. How dare this young man refuse her? The surrounding crowd was equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was he out of his mind? This was the renowned beauty Lin Qingxue. Such an opportunity was coveted by many, yet he had the audacity to turn it down. Seeing himself thrust into the spotlight, Lu Yu could only shake his head with a wry smile. His spirits dampened as he followed along. He realized that if he continued to resist, there would be dire consequences in the future. Sighing, he resigned himself to the situation. Accompanying this unromantic ice beauty on a mission felt far from pleasant. No matter how beautiful she was, the thought of being unable to touch her rendered the experience rather lackluster. Yet, his somewhat exasperated expression only fueled the resentment of the surrounding blacksmiths. In truth, Lin Qingxue's choice of Lu Yu was not solely an act of defiance. Among the remaining artifact craftsmen, he was the only one she was familiar with, having collaborated at least once, thus establishing a basis of trust. Lin Patian, observing Lin Qingxue's decision, furrowed his brow. However, upon noticing the lack of formidable options among the other craftsmen, he could only shake his head and sigh, conceding, "Very well. Let her indulge herself this once. At worst, she can find a place to hide within the secret realm. Escaping should not pose too much of a challenge." The other family cultivators, witnessing this, displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Once the team was assembled, everyone changed into their designated attire and secured their storage bags before soaring towards the entrance of the secret realm under the guidance of the upper echelons of the Luyun sect. The entrance to the secret realm was situated above a sacrificial altar on the back mountain. When all preparations were complete, the senior cultivators of the Luyun sect simultaneously infused their magical energy into the 4 corners of the altar, causing a spatial portal to gradually materialize above it. Behold, the passage to the secret realm is now open, lasting for a quarter of an hour. Enter swiftly. We shall reopen it at this very moment 2 months hence. The sect leader proclaimed to the gathered disciples. As soon as the leader's voice faded, the elite disciples began to pair off and step through the spatial portal. Lu Yu observed that each pair of elite disciples and artifact craftsmen held a jade tablet tightly in hand, their fingers interlaced as they approached the threshold together. Chapter 71. Taking advantage. Could this jade tablet be a magical artifact that allows 2 individuals to teleport together? Before long, it was finally the turn of Lu Yu and his companion. Lin Qingxue approached, presenting a jade tablet. Her expression one of disdain as she took Lu Yu's hand and led him directly to the spatial light gate. Lu Yu felt the delicate touch of her soft hand, causing a flutter in his heart, and he couldn't help but give it a gentle squeeze. Truly, she was the most beautiful woman of the Luyun sect. Her hand was exquisitely fair and remarkably supple. Since fate had decreed that he participate in this mission, why not seize the opportunity? After all, who was to blame for this young lady insisting on choosing him? This delay in his profitable endeavors could merely be regarded as collecting a bit of interest. Ideally, she would soon become flustered and demand a change of partner. How perfectly that would suit his desires. Lu Yu mused silently to himself. Lin Qingxue, sensing his little gesture, was instantly overwhelmed with both embarrassment and indignation. How dare this scoundrel so brazenly take advantage of her? What audacity! Though Lin Qingxue prided herself on her composure, she found it impossible to remain unfazed at that moment. Yet, with the secret realm imminent, she refrained from expressing her anger, choosing instead to seethe quietly within. Just wait until we enter the secret realm. I shall show you how to deal with such a lecherous boy. As they stepped through the light gate, Lu Yu was engulfed by a wave of dizziness. When he regained his bearings, he found himself amidst a vast expanse. Above him was an azure sky dotted with a few wispy clouds. They had materialized high above a dense forest, with lush foliage sprawling below and distant mountain peaks rising majestically on the horizon. The air here is fresh, filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, creating an atmosphere brimming with vitality that unmistakably transports one to a brand new world. It is no wonder that the spiritual herbs flourish in such an environment. Even ordinary plants, given a century or two, could attain a degree of sentience. Once the two descended to the ground, they surveyed their surroundings and, for the moment, detected no immediate threats. However, the distant jungle appeared ominously foreboding, exuding an aura of unknown dread. Though this realm bore similarities to the Million Mountains, the absence of any weapons or protective gear rendered the seemingly ordinary forest fraught with peril. Sister Lin, given my low cultivation level, perhaps I should seek refuge in a cave until you gather the materials for refining weapons. What do you think? Lu Yu inquired politely. The meager reward for this task hardly justified risking his life, and since his counterpart seemed indifferent to his presence, he figured that a request to hide would yield mutual satisfaction. However, Lin Qingxue promptly rejected his proposal without a moment's hesitation. No way. Are you so eager to hide from me? Is it not the dream of every man to undertake a mission alongside a beauty like me? Yet, the more you wish to evade me, the more determined I am to thwart your intentions. Lin Qingxue was simply being contrary to Lu Yu. Lu Yu was taken aback by her response. It was most unusual. Sister Lin, we have yet to find the materials for refining weapons. Bringing me along would only be a hindrance, so why bother? Lu Yu still wished to persuade her further. I do not mind your burden. Why are you so concerned? Lin Qingxue coldly retorted. The more the other party sought to escape, the more resolutely she opposed it. Upon witnessing Lin Qingxue's unwavering refusal, Lu Yu had no choice but to relent, trailing behind her with a dejected demeanor. The days without a flying sword were truly arduous. In order to keep pace, he could only employ the Cloud Shadow Step, racing forward at great speed. Although the speed of the Cloud Shadow Step was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to Lin Qingxue's ethereal agility. While she had yet to master the art of walking on air, she could glide briefly through the skies. With a delicate touch of her lotus feet upon the ground, she effortlessly ascended, her toes lightly alighting on the leaves, resembling a celestial being dancing upon the waves. Weaving through the forest, and soon she had created a considerable distance between them. Her graceful figure appeared less like one in haste, and more like a fairy of the clouds, engaged in a gentle dance. The duo resolutely advanced in a singular direction, but before long, they found themselves confronted by a fearsome, saber-toothed tiger. This beast was colossal, its gaping maw capable of swallowing a person whole. More alarmingly, a thick layer of armor-like scales had formed upon its surface, rendering it seemingly impervious. With no weapons at their disposal, the two understood that provoking such a creature would yield nothing but futile struggle. Thus, they instinctively began to retreat. Yet, the moment they stirred, the saber-toothed tiger became acutely alert. In this realm, the saber-toothed tiger had long been the sovereign of its territory. Upon noticing the audacity of two intruders brazenly encroaching upon its domain, it charged at them with unbridled fury. The tiger's galloping form was astonishingly swift. Its powerful limbs struck the ground, causing tremors and leaving behind a series of deep craters. Reacting swiftly, Lin Qingxue summoned a blade of ice with her spiritual energy, hoping to momentarily impede the colossal beast. However, with a resounding clang, the ice blade struck the tiger's scaled armor, merely leaving a faint white mark, failing to inflict any significant damage. Although both individuals had anticipated this outcome, they were nonetheless taken aback by the formidable prowess of the beast, which had evidently attained at least the Golden Core stage. Without the enhancement of their equipment, their combat effectiveness had diminished by over 70%. In this world, even pure spellcasters rely on spiritual artifacts to amplify their abilities when casting spells. Merely projecting spiritual energy could scarcely yield substantial destructive force. Thus, the two found themselves akin to lions stripped of their teeth. The immense tiger, perceiving the affront, let out a thunderous roar and lunged towards them, its razor-sharp claws seemingly intent on rending them asunder. In response, Lin Qingxue swiftly activated her movement technique, soaring into the air, while Lu Yu exerted all his strength to execute the Cloud Shadow Step, desperately propelling himself forward. Yet, it appeared that the earlier ice blade had thoroughly enraged the beast. Its eyes blazed crimson as it furiously propelled its limbs, its speed dramatically increasing. This was dire. They could not outrun it. As Lu Yu fell behind, he was consumed with anxiety. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet could only watch helplessly as the colossal tiger drew ever closer. "Senior Sister Lin, save me." As the beast was on the verge of overtaking him, Lu Yu disregarded all semblance of dignity and called out desperately to Lin Qingxue ahead. However, Lin Qingxue did not turn back. Instead, she quickened her pace. Witnessing her actions, Lu Yu felt a surge of frustration, nearly spitting blood. This girl, was she seeking vengeance? Was it truly such a grave matter to have merely pinched her hand? It seemed the more beautiful a woman, the more formidable she became. With no hope of external assistance, he realized he could only rely on himself. In the next moment, as the giant tiger approached, Lu Yu suddenly ignited his spiritual power and executed the far-reaching shadow step, evading the beast just as it lunged to attack. With a resounding crash, the tiger's claws struck the massive tree trunk, shattering it into splinters, yet failing to harm Lu Yu in the slightest. This fellow possesses some skill. Lin Qingxue, who had been observing the situation from the air and ready to intervene at any moment, was taken aback by this display. She had not anticipated his reaction to be so swift. However, upon witnessing his disheveled flight from the relentless tiger, a smirk of schadenfreude crossed her face. Hee, this is the consequence of crossing me. Chapter 72. Hunger time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Lin Qingxue observed Lu Yu's pace gradually diminishing. Once her anger had subsided considerably, she descended to divert the giant tiger. This young man still held some utility. She could not allow him to be genuinely harmed. Although her actions were motivated by a desire for retribution, she maintained a measure of restraint. Should the adversary prove unable to evade her onslaught, she would employ a secret technique to bind the giant tiger momentarily. Though brief, such an interval would suffice for Lu Yu to escape the perilous attack. Having narrowly evaded disaster, Lu Yu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The harrowing chase had rendered him disoriented, leaving him in a state of lingering trepidation. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Qingxue soared back from the distance. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's condition, a hint of amusement danced across her features. However, seeing her triumphant expression filled Lu Yu with a sense of irritation. Just wait, I shall remember this. After drawing the giant tiger away, the duo continued their search through the forest for the better part of the day. It was not until evening that they discovered a cave, where they could rest and recuperate. Their initial exploration yielded little reward, yet it had consumed considerable energy. Within the cave, Lin Qingxue spread a mat of grass and commenced meditative recovery. Meanwhile, Lu Yu seized a spirit chicken, kindled a fire, and focused intently on roasting it using a secret method. It must be said, the spiritual creatures here were remarkably superior. Even the spirit chicken was more succulent than those found in the outside world. After a stick of incense had burned, a rich aroma wafted from the roasting chicken, swiftly permeating the entire cave. Lin Qingxue ceased her cultivation the moment Lu Yu began to prepare the spirit chicken, patiently biding her time. She surmised that once the chicken was roasted to perfection, he would undoubtedly present it to her as a gesture of respect. After all, such an opportunity to curry favor with a celestial being was one he could hardly overlook. Yet, when the chicken was finally ready, she watched in astonishment as Lu Yu picked it up and, without a glance in her direction, savored it with great delight. Momentarily bewildered, Lin Qingxue withdrew her hand, which had instinctively reached out, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What was happening? Was this impudent fellow deviating from the norm? His failure to shower her with the customary attentions left her feeling somewhat disheartened. However, she quickly regained her composure. Perhaps he was simply too famished? Surely, once he had finished, he would roast another for her. She reassured herself, feeling reluctant to voice her desires, and continued to wait with patience. Surely, it would not take long before he began preparing the next one. After all, she, a striking beauty, had yet to partake in the feast. Yet, as time passed, and the minutes turned into an uncountable number of intervals, Lu Yu showed no signs of moving forward. Her irritation began to mount. Could it be that her allure had waned? Impossible. Lin Qingxue held unwavering confidence in her charm. No man could possibly resist her. Was he perhaps employing a strategy of feigned indifference to incite her desire? Humph, this fellow was proving to be quite intriguing. She almost fell into his trap. Indeed, no man is to be trusted. However, in truth, she had already succumbed to his schemes. At that moment, Lin Qingxue suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. This young man had been employing reverse psychology all along, feigning avoidance to capture her attention. Had it not been for his evasive maneuvers, she would not have chosen him. To her astonishment, he turned out to be quite the adept. Lin Qingxue continued to sit patiently, pondering what other tricks he might unveil. Lu Yu, on the other hand, had long recognized that Lin Qingxue's focus was fixated on the roasted chicken, yet he had no intention of offering her any. After all, she had taken it upon herself to settle personal scores. Although it might provoke her displeasure, Lu Yu decided he would not back down this time. As Lin Qingxue waited and waited, she ultimately discovered that Lu Yu, after finishing his meal, simply lay down to rest. This infuriated her. Was he truly pushing the boundaries of this game? Angrily, she approached him and kicked him awake. What is it? Lu Yu reluctantly opened his eyes. What about my roasted chicken? Lin Qingxue could not contain her frustration at his apparent indifference. Do I owe you something? Lu Yu retorted bluntly. When life fades, the debts he had incurred were his alone to repay. He would not cater to her whims. Lin Qingxue stood speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. What kind of tone was this young man adopting? Tired of life? As the foremost prodigy of the Lu Yun sect, she had always been treated with the utmost courtesy since her youth. However, it appeared that there were no such stipulations in the current task. Yet, during the previous mission, did he not hastily roast a chicken for himself? Did he not also prepare one for me last time? Lin Qingxue's tone faltered. I apologize, but that was then. And I lack the inclination now. You. Lin Qingxue felt a sense of frustration. She had humbly pleaded with him, yet he remained obstinate in his refusal to assist her. The crux of the matter was that she truly did not dare to confront him, as she would ultimately rely on him for her future endeavors in alchemy. How infuriating. At last, Lin Qingxue had no choice but to sulkily return to her previous seat. Humph, it's merely a roasted chicken. I refuse to believe that I cannot manage it. Thus, she began to emulate Lu Yu, taking a spirit chicken, performing a simple preparation, and setting it upon the campfire to roast. What should I do next? Ah yes, add some seasoning. This fairy is truly clever. Lin Qingxue murmured to herself. However, after the incense had burned down, instead of the enticing aroma she anticipated, a pungent burnt smell filled the entire cave. It should be done by now, right? Lin Qingxue picked up the roasted chicken and examined it, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. She usually relied on her storage pouch, having always prepared ample provisions in advance for her outings, and had never cooked for herself before. Lin Qingxue turned the roasted chicken over to the side that wasn't charred, took a whiff, and intended to dig in. However, as soon as she took a small bite, she immediately spat it out. Ugh, ugh, ugh. How can it taste so terrible? It's far too salty. And their assonant stench. Furious, Lin Qingxue threw the entire chicken onto the ground. Lu Yu, observing the half-burnt and half-raw chicken, couldn't help but chuckle. What a foolish girl. What level of incompetence does it take to roast a chicken like this? Seeing Lu Yu's mocking expression, Lin Qingxue's face flushed with embarrassment, and she shot him a fierce glare before pulling out another spirit chicken to roast. However, after several futile attempts, she ultimately abandoned the idea of cooking. After so many tries, not a single one was edible. By the time the night wore on, Lin Qingxue's stomach was grumbling with hunger. In the past, she had a storage bag. Whenever she felt hungry during her cultivation, she could simply retrieve spirit fruits and delicacies from it. Now, she suddenly realized how difficult it was to endure without a storage bag. With a forlorn expression, she gazed at Lu Yu, hoping he might take the initiative to help her roast a chicken. Yet, Lu Yu remained as unyielding as iron, completely ignoring her pleading gaze. Lin Qingxue could only seethe silently in frustration. This fellow truly lacked the sensitivity to cherish a lady, allowing this celestial being to go hungry. It was entirely her fault for assuming too much and not gathering spirit fruits in advance. Who could have anticipated that? After this fellow had caught so many spirit chickens during the day, there would be none left for himself? It was precisely because she was envisioning a feast of roasted chicken that she prepared nothing for tonight. What a miscalculation. This individual possesses a certain skill, indeed. First, he lured me in with the tantalizing prospect of roasted chicken, igniting my appetite, only to turn the tables on me. It was a clever play, intricately woven. In his quest for attention, he certainly exerted himself to great lengths. Chapter 73. The deal. I must admit, you have successfully captured my attention. However, your endeavors are destined to be in vain. Since you wish to engage in this game, allow me to indulge you for a moment. Do you not feign indifference towards me? Then I shall ensnare your heart completely, rendering you utterly infatuated and yearning for what you cannot attain. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Qingxue found her anger dissipating. She decided to alter her approach. Observing Lu Yu blissfully lost in slumber, she approached him and gently nudged him, adopting a pitiable expression. Junior brother Lu, could you assist me in roasting a chicken? I implore you. Lu Yu stared at Lin Qingxue, utterly perplexed. Was this girl under some enchantment? Yet, recalling her previous actions, he steeled his resolve. On what grounds? What if I promise to pay you in spirit stones once I am outside? Lin Qingxue, realizing Lu Yu remained impervious, pondered for a moment and resorted to offering spirit stones. She truly had no idea what could possibly sway this stone-hearted individual. However, upon hearing the mention of spirit stones, Lu Yu's interest was instantly piqued. How many? 20 for each time, what do you think? Lin Qingxue noticed Lu Yu's eyes gleaming with interest and instantly regained her confidence. Begone. Do you think I am in need of such a trifling amount of spirit stones? Lu Yu retorted without hesitation. 20? You underestimate me. However, to speak candidly, earning 20 spirit stones for preparing a roast chicken seems quite a bargain. In the past, he toiled tirelessly for an entire month without earning a single spirit stone. Yet, he could not afford to back down now. 40. Not acceptable. Lu Yu's breath quickened. He had to admit, he was tempted. But he believed one should maintain a certain integrity. 60. Lin Qingxue continued to raise the bid. Still not acceptable. Lu Yu's heart trembled as he once again struggled to refuse. He felt his resolve wavering, desperately hoping to resist further temptation. 100. Lin Qingxue was instantly furious. I refuse to believe I cannot win you over. Deal. In the next moment, Lu Yu decisively acquiesced, fearing Lin Qingxue might retract her offer. What good is pride when it cannot be consumed? Lin Qingxue was somewhat taken aback. How did this young man submit so quickly? She had thought him to be an unyielding individual. Before a beautiful woman, he exhibited no decorum, fixating solely on spirit stones. How utterly pedestrian. Seeing Lu Yu's smug expression, Lin Qingxue could not help but reveal a trace of disdain. However, Lu Yu remained oblivious to her contemptuous gaze. It was absurd to discuss feelings when the matter at hand was spirit stones. Lin Qingxue paused at his words, reflecting, indeed, it seemed so. Could it be that this young man harbored no romantic intentions towards me? As Lin Qingxue contemplated this, a sense of discontent brewed within her. How could one ascertain the impossibility of romantic feelings without even attempting? This was the first time someone had dismissed their own beauty so lightly. Could it be that the affection of a stunning woman like herself paled in comparison to a few spirit stones? Hurry up and roast me a chicken. Lin Qingxue's mood grew increasingly irritable. All right. Lu Yu responded readily, then promptly set about preparing the roasted chicken. Following the methods passed down in his memories, he meticulously prepared the chicken, adding a touch of seasoning he had specifically gathered that day. Once it was nearly done, he presented it to Lin Qingxue. Indeed, this is quite delightful. It seems even better. Lin Qingxue thought to herself, pleasantly surprised by his skill. As she took her first bite, sheer satisfaction washed over her. Over the years, she had indulged in countless delicacies, yet none had captivated her as intensely as this. It appeared the spirit stones had been well spent. One chicken is not enough. Prepare another for me, Lin Qingxue declared, a hint of pride in her voice. With ample spirit stones at her disposal, she relished the thought of thoroughly embarrassing him. Not a problem, Lu Yu replied without a moment's hesitation, convinced that roasting another chicken could earn him 100 spirit stones. He felt he could roast for her a lifetime. Before long, Lin Qingxue settled back with a look of contentment, ready to rest. while Lu Yu gleefully calculated the extra earnings he could amass over the next 2 months. A peaceful night passed. The following morning, Lu Yu rose early, diligently preparing a nourishing chicken soup. He held the belief that the customer is akin to a deity, and thus he possessed a certain service awareness. Moreover, he was profoundly confident in the culinary skills passed down through his memories. Unperturbed by the prospect of refusal, he knew that once tasted, dependence would surely follow. Such dependencies would ultimately translate into spiritual stones. The mere thought of this filled his heart with joy. When Lin Qingxue awoke, she discovered that Lu Yu had already prepared the chicken soup for her. "Senior Sister Lin, I have simmered some chicken soup for you to taste. It's complimentary," Lu Yu said with a smile. Lin Qingxue, taken aback by his words, thought, "This is the treatment a goddess deserves." It appears this rascal is not solely motivated by spiritual stones. Unable to resist his persistent flattery, Lin Qingxue sampled the soup. "Indeed, this chicken soup is delightful," she praised, a rare compliment escaping her lips. "Haha, would you like me to prepare a portion for you every day? It's quite affordable, just 50 spiritual stones per serving," Lu Yu replied, his face radiating with cheer. "Get lost." Lin Qingxue could no longer contain herself. Was this lad truly fixated only on spiritual stones? Even if she were wealthy, this was not how she would spend. After satisfying their appetites, the two set off once more, embarking on a new day of exploration. Without the allure of gourmet food, Lin Qingxue once again adopted her icy demeanor. Yet, Lu Yu remained unperturbed, silently cooperating as if he were a born collaborator. Despite the presence of the formidable Lin Qingxue, he felt a twinge of anxiety due to the lack of weaponry. The forest was fraught with peril. A beast, typically easily vanquished, had managed to evade his defenses, slipping away before his eyes. When encountering stronger foes, escape was their only recourse. It became evident that acquiring some equipment was imperative. The duo's pace in their search was not slow, yet by the end of the day, they had only managed to unearth some or slay a few chi cultivation beasts and gather a couple of spiritual herbs. However, the materials necessary for forging a spiritual artifact, sword, remained elusive. As twilight descended, they were compelled to seek shelter in a cave once more. Alas, it seemed that fortune had abandoned them. Even as darkness enveloped the land, they had yet to find a suitable cave. This expanse was a level, untouched forest, devoid of even a small hill nearby, and returning to the distant cave was out of the question. Ultimately, they had no choice but to halt amidst the thicket. "Lin Shiji, shall we rest here for the night?" Lu Yu inquired. The surroundings were ominously silent. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been daunted. Yet, in this unfamiliar setting, bereft of resources, an unsettling sense of dread lingered. Nevertheless, they had no other viable option. Chapter 74. The Price of Friendship Here? Lin Qingxue couldn't help but furrow her brow. Despite her formidable cultivation, she had never spent a night in such desolate wilderness. Yet, with no refuge in sight, she had to make do. "Very well," Lin Qingxue conceded, nodding as she prepared to sit cross-legged beside a grand tree. "Please wait," Lu Yu quickly interjected, halting her movements. He approached a towering tree and, with deft use of his spiritual energy, swiftly severed the trunk, cutting it into manageable pieces to erect a temporary shelter before allowing Lin Qingxue to take her seat. The makeshift camp consisted of a few sturdy posts, a wooden bed, and a canopy, all assembled in less than a quarter of an hour. Lin Qingxue settled onto the clean wooden bed, feeling a twinge of appreciation. It seemed this young man possessed a commendable attentiveness. Next, Lu Yu proceeded to fell the trees surrounding their camp, clearing an open space. He then fashioned a wooden barrier from the trunks and set up various small traps, while also sprinkling some insect-repelling herb juice. Once all this was accomplished, he returned to the center of the camp and sat cross-legged. Though these minor traps provided little in terms of defense, they served as a precautionary measure. Even cultivators required sleep, though the duration diminished with their growing prowess. Without any means of early warning, a moment's inattention in the dead of night could invite peril from lurking toxins. Simultaneously, cultivators also require sustenance. However, the higher one's cultivation, the greater their resistance to hunger. As for one's divine consciousness, it is essentially mental fortitude, capable of focusing on tangible objects yet unable to extend its reach across vast distances. Naturally, with the enhancement of cultivation, both vision and hearing significantly improve. Lin Qingxue observed all of this quietly and soon comprehended Lu Yu's intentions. She couldn't help but secretly admire his knowledge. At this moment, both individuals felt a slight pang of hunger. They had spent the entire day traveling, and the energy stored within their bodies had been nearly depleted. Lu Yu quickly kindled a small campfire and proceeded to roast several spirit chickens. Lin Qingxue graciously consumed 3 in quick succession before pausing. "Sister Lin, you should rest first. I shall keep watch. We will rely on you for tomorrow," Lu Yu offered after they had sufficiently dined. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue displayed a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated such gallantry from him. His demeanor was markedly improved compared to the previous day. After a long day, she felt weary, and she believed that his ability to keep pace with her would only exhaust him further. She had assumed they would take turns on watch, with her leading the way. Yet here he was, displaying such grace. Could it be true that money can indeed move mountains? Nevertheless, she did not decline his offer. It was only fitting to accept kindness when it was extended. Indeed, Lu Yu was eagerly preparing to delve into the mysteries of the small sword nestled within his dantian when, just moments ago, the sword unexpectedly coalesced a droplet of celestial essence. As the precious liquid was on the brink of cascading into his dantian, he promptly encased it with his spiritual energy. For such a miraculous treasure, capable of instantaneously rejuvenating one's spiritual power, would be an extravagant waste to utilize at this juncture. He had yet to thoroughly study the previous droplet, and this time he intended to preserve it for meticulous examination. Reflecting upon the occurrences surrounding the generation of the celestial essence, he gradually formed a daring hypothesis. It appeared that the small sword was perpetually absorbing some external essence, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it would crystallize into a droplet of celestial liquid. Within this diminutive realm, the concentration of spiritual energy was particularly rich, and the recent extermination of numerous demonic beasts had significantly accelerated the production of the celestial essence, resulting in yet another acquisition for him. After securing the celestial droplet, Lu Yu employed the ores and materials harvested from the beasts to forge 2 rudimentary magical dagger-like implements. It was not until the latter part of the night, when Lin Qingxue stirred from her slumber, that he finally allowed himself to rest. On the 3rd day, the pair departed from their encampment, resuming their search. However, it soon became evident that Lin Qingxue was becoming increasingly restless. The disparity in efficiency when collecting spiritual herbs with a spiritual weapon flying sword versus without was stark. The individual who first succeeded in crafting the inaugural spiritual weapon flying sword would stand a chance at securing the top position. Yet, here they were on the 3rd day, and she had yet to catch a glimpse of the materials necessary for forging such a weapon. In recent days, although Lin Qingxue encountered a couple of foundational beasts, the quality of their materials was exceedingly poor, rendering them incapable of forging spiritual instruments. Based on past experiences, by the 3rd day, there are usually individuals who have gathered the requisite materials for crafting spiritual artifacts. If they do not act swiftly, they will lose any competitive advantage. While her father had assured her that it was acceptable not to secure the 1st position, Lin Qingxue was far too proud to settle for 2nd place. Observing the look of anxiety on Lin Qingxue's face, Lu Yu felt a pang of sympathy. After all, she was a woman he had once held hands with, and he truly wished to see her free from worry. After much hesitation, Lu Yu finally voiced his thoughts. "Senior Sister Lin, I happen to know of a location that might possess materials for forging spiritual swords." "Oh, where is it?" Lin Qingxue responded, somewhat taken aback. "What benefit would there be in revealing this to you? That place harbors significant danger, and I would prefer not to venture there. Ultimately, whether your Lin family secures the 1st place is of no concern to me. What kind of benefit do you seek? Do tell," Lin Qingxue inquired with keen interest, thinking to herself, so this fellow has finally revealed his true intentions. I knew he wouldn't harbor no ulterior motives. For a friendly price of 2,000 spiritual stones. "What do you say?" Lu Yu said, raising 2 fingers as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue's smile faltered. "More spiritual stones. Goodness, just how impoverished are you?" Was the affection that once blossomed merely a fade? To speak candidly, a twinge of disappointment lingered within her. However, she swiftly regained her composure. This version of Lu Yu was indeed the most fitting companion, was he not? Her greatest fear was to be entangled with someone harboring ulterior motives, seeking to leverage her vulnerabilities. Having contemplated this, Lin Qingxue reverted to her usual icy demeanor. "Excellent. It's a deal. How forthright." Lu Yu couldn't help but commend, for the Lin family exuded a certain grandeur. "Do you see that tallest mountain over there?" Lu Yu gestured toward a towering peak in the distance. What about it? Lin Qingxue inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Upon closer inspection, the summit is perpetually cloaked in snow, suggesting the likelihood of ancient cold jade. However, it is also bound to be guarded by formidable beasts. Should you manage to lure the beasts away, I am willing to take the risk to assist you in gathering it, Lu Yu elucidated. Are you certain? Almost without a doubt. Very well, let us set forth immediately. If it truly exists, spirit stones will be a triviality. Lin Qingxue swiftly resolved. Agreed. With determination, the pair traversed rugged terrain, and after much toil, they finally reached the lofty peak. Indeed, atop the mountain rested a formidable golden core beast as they approached the summit. A gigantic snow leopard leapt forth. This creature possessed at least the prowess of a late golden core cultivator, and even with Lin Qingxue wielding a profound great sword, victory was not guaranteed. Moreover, at present, there is nothing at hand. Nevertheless, Lin Qingxue adhered to the meticulously devised plan, leaping forward to provoke the snow leopard and divert its attention in another direction. Only after the snow leopard had retreated to a safe distance did Lu Yu cautiously make his way towards the summit. The expanse of the mountaintop was vast. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a glacial snowfield. Lu Yu set his sights on the central peak, sprinting towards it with determination. Chapter 75. A worthy mission in theory. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Thus, it was unlikely that any other formidable beasts would inhabit this area. However, Lu Yu remained vigilant. The snow-capped peaks loomed ever closer, and he soon discerned a vast entrance, a cave that could very well be the lair of the snow leopard. If the legendary 1,000-year-old cold jade existed, it was undoubtedly within this cavern. Lu Yu cautiously approached the cave's mouth, and upon detecting no signs of life, he swiftly darted inside. Uncertain of how long Lin Qingxue could delay the snow leopard, he knew he had to act swiftly once he confirmed the area was secure. The interior of the cave was extraordinarily frigid, yet it was not shrouded in darkness. Lu Yu infused his body with spiritual energy to counteract the biting cold, proceeding carefully along the winding passageway. After an indeterminate distance, the downward slope of the tunnel unexpectedly curved upward, leading him into the unknown. Finding no obstacles along the way offered Lu Yu a sense of relief. At last, the passage began to level out. As he rounded a significant bend, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had entered a grand cavern, sculpted entirely from ice. The walls sparkled with glistening gemstones, each more radiant than the last. As Lu Yu examined the exquisite gems, a smile crept across his face. Indeed, there was the coveted 1,000-year-old cold jade. It seemed he had reached the very heart of the ice mountain. However, upon stepping into the icy chamber, he quickly realized the extreme cold within was perilous. Any hesitation could lead to complete encasement in ice. He had no choice but to exert all his energy to activate his agility, propelling himself towards a block of ancient cold jade. He could not afford even the slightest pause, for such a hesitation could render him trapped indefinitely. Lacking protective gear, his resistance to the biting cold was alarmingly feeble. Thus, he had to rely on swiftness to seize a fleeting chance of survival. Fortunately, his prior experience in the Xiantian trials had rendered him quite adept at navigating such perilous circumstances. He swiftly approached one of the icy jades, drawing forth his dagger and fiercely thrusting it against the ice wall. With a resounding clang, the blade failed to breach the surface, merely creating a fissure. Realizing the imminent threat of freezing, Lu Yu knew he could not linger and promptly retreated. After a brief recovery, he surged once more towards the jade, striking again with another clang that shattered some fragments, yet still failing to extract the jade. Why was this cold jade so exasperatingly difficult to retrieve? Despite being somewhat prepared, he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. However, Lu Yu was not one to surrender easily. After a few moments of recuperation, he darted forward yet again. This back and forth continued for several rounds, depleting much of his spiritual energy, and he had only managed to excavate 2 palm-sized pieces of ancient cold jade. These 2 egg-sized jades would scarcely suffice for forging a spiritual sword. Just then, a series of furious roars echoed from the distance, growing ever closer. Alarmed, Lu Yu realized that the snow leopard was returning. Panic welled within him. He was so close now, and to abandon his efforts at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to failure. Moreover, that young woman, armed with nothing but her bare hands, dared to confront the late-stage snow leopard, and one can easily surmise that such audacity would exact a tremendous toll. Should the adversary discover her eventual failure, The length of their reproach would be insufferable. It appears that these 2,000 spirit stones are not easily acquired. Yet, I am compelled to act. After all, I am a person of integrity. Casting a glance at the fragment of frost jade embedded in the icy wall, already half crushed, Lu Yu could no longer afford to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he consumed the drop of celestial spirit liquid. This precious elixir had taken months to materialize, originally intended as a life-saving resource. Little did he expect it to be utilized in this manner. Alas, this transaction has proven exceedingly unprofitable. Once the celestial spirit liquid entered his dantian, it instantaneously transformed into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy coursing through his entire being, banishing all weariness and enhancing his cultivation by 1/3. Lu Yu swiftly propelled himself forward, channeling his spiritual energy to deliver a fierce strike. With a resounding ding accompanying the shattering of ice, he finally unearthed the third piece of frost jade. After securing the 3 pieces of frost jade, Lu Yu wasted no time and fled with great urgency. The furious roars of the snow leopard grew increasingly proximate, and he hoped desperately to evade capture. At that moment, he disregarded his physical well-being, fervently igniting his spiritual energy to propel himself at an extraordinary speed. Fortunately, he managed to escape just before the snow leopard could block the exit. Outside the cave, the sun shone brilliantly, casting a warmth akin to spring. Not far from the cave's mouth, Lin Qingxue was valiantly attempting to fend off the snow leopard, a faint trace of blood visible at the corner of her mouth. Retreat! Lu Yu called out to the slightly frail figure ahead, and then dashed forward with fervor. He understood that his presence here would only serve as a burden. The sooner he could escape, the sooner he could alleviate the pressure on others. Hence, he refrained from feigning assistance. Upon seeing Lu Yu's silhouette, Lin Qingxue felt a surge of joy within her. However, she did not immediately turn to leave. Instead, she persevered for a while longer. And only after Lu Yu had distanced himself did she finally break free from the snow leopard. Lu Yu ran for an indeterminate time until he was completely drained of spiritual energy and could no longer move his legs, at which point he gradually came to a halt. After a moment, Lin Qingxue's figure staggered into view. "Junior brother Lu, how are you?" she inquired eagerly. Taking several deep breaths. "Mission accomplished," Lu Yu replied with a faint smile, smoothly retrieving 3 pieces of millennia-old cold jade from his bosom. Indeed, it was the millennia-old cold jade. A rare smile blossomed on Lin Qingxue's face, resembling a snow lotus blooming upon an icy peak. Lu Yu found himself momentarily mesmerized. Noticing Lu Yu's dazed expression, Lin Qingxue's smile quickly faded. She stowed away the cold jade and, with a graceful flick of her jade-like feet, lifted Lu Yu effortlessly into the air. As evening fell, they found themselves in a humble cave. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lu Yu produced the cold jade and formally commenced his crafting process. "How is it? Are you confident?" Lin Qingxue asked anxiously. This time, the stakes were high, and even she could not maintain her usual composure. Although she was aware that the snow peak concealed a millennium of cold jade, she lacked confidence in her ability to divert the snow leopard once more. It could be said that this was the sole material available. "Rest assured, I am a professional," Lu Yu replied without a hint of modesty. Though he felt a twinge of anxiety, he did not believe that forging a spiritual weapon would pose a significant challenge. Humph. Lin Qingxue could not help but cast him a disdainful glance. An outer sect disciple who could not even enter the sect's weapon-forging hall dares to speak of professionalism? However, witnessing his unwavering confidence did alleviate some of her unease. Ignoring Lin Qingxue's scornful gaze, Lu Yu meticulously examined the pieces of cold jade. The millennium-old cold jade he had gathered this time was of rather modest quality. After all, it was not true glacial tundra, and the mere existence of cold jade was a stroke of fortune. Such jade could at most be used to forge a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Nevertheless, Lu Yu planned to imbue it with a special function, self-detonation, capable of unleashing an attack power several dozen times greater in a critical moment. Given the perilous nature of the secret realm, possessing an additional trump card could mean the difference between life and death. To save time, he opted for a straightforward and practical design, with the ice sword's form directly inspired by Lin Qingxue's previous sword.